Chapter 1. Under the clear blue sky, Meeching, adorned in protective gear, descended from the heavens. The forest around her was a dense tapestry of branches, intertwining and flourishing. Meeching stumbled into the woods, gingerly checking her limbs and head. Thankfully, nothing was broken. She had safely found her footing. Removing her parachute, Meeching stood upright and surveyed her surroundings. It was an untouched forest, and the trees were as thick as two of her combined. Attempting to check her phone, she discovered there was no signal. Could it be that she had landed in some unknown forest? How could there be no signal at all? She longed to return home. She missed her mother. With a forlorn expression, Meeching was startled when a nearby thicket began to rustle, the movement growing increasingly pronounced. Accompanying the disturbance in the foliage, Meeching keenly discerned the sound of an animal. Was it a wild wolf or perhaps a stray dog? Cautiously, she fixated on the quivering thicket, when suddenly, a larger fox leaped forth, landing directly on her. In its mouth, it held a motionless white rabbit, swaying before her eyes. Meeching screamed at the sight of the fox, summoning all her strength to frighten it away. Yet her efforts proved futile. After a moment, realizing her cries had no effect, Meeching ceased her shouting, now engaged in a silent standoff with the vividly red fox. The fox blinked back at her, and if it weren't for the rabbit it clutched, Meeching might have found it utterly adorable. After observing Meeching for a while, the fox set the lifeless rabbit down on the ground and leaned towards her, sniffing her curiously. How delightful it smelled! Meeching gazed at the fox in astonishment, pondering its intentions. Did it find the rabbit insufficient for its appetite, and now consider her as a potential meal? Meeching cautiously retreated step by step, keeping a wary eye on the fox. The fox, with its cerulean eyes, scrutinized her intently. What a beautiful female! How could she be alone in the forest? Which tribe did she belong to? Her attire was quite peculiar. The fox's mind raced with curiosity. Then it lowered its body and nudged the dead rabbit forward with its paw. Meeching felt a pang of confusion. Was this fox trying to appease her? To her surprise, she had encountered a remarkably intelligent fox. Relieved that it meant her no harm, Meeching felt a sense of ease wash over her. In truth, Meeching had never possessed any immunity against such furry creatures, and now, knowing it posed no danger, she felt compelled to approach. "Hello, little fox. Do you know where this place is?" Meeching inched closer to the fox, timidly extending her hand to stroke its fiery fur. The fox, enjoying her touch, leaned into her pale hand, rubbing against it affectionately. The soft, fluffy sensation made Meeching yearn to embrace its neck and snuggle it fiercely. "Little fox, do you know how to get out of this forest?" Meeching smiled as she caressed the fox's glossy coat, noting the absence of the usual musky odor associated with foxes, indicating it was a remarkably clean creature. The fox regarded Miqing's smile, its azure eyes widening. How beautiful she was, akin to the most vibrant blossom blooming at dawn. The crisp sound it made resembled a dog's bark. Watching the fox, Meeching noticed it tugging at her pants with its sharp, elongated snout. It seemed to be urging her to follow. Legends spoke of foxes being remarkably intelligent. Perhaps it could assist her in finding her way back. Given her surroundings, she dared not remain alone as dusk approached, uncertain of what wild beasts might emerge. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved that she could not stay here alone. "All right, let's go," Meeching declared, rising to gather her gear. She patted the fox on the head, and it picked up the rabbit again, glancing back at Meeching as it led her onward. Meeching followed the fox, traversing an undetermined distance. Just when she began to doubt her instincts, she found herself at the base of a hill, gazing at a tribe where silhouettes moved about. Her heart leaped with joy, and she dashed down the slope. Behind her, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Turning, she discovered the fiery fox racing alongside her. Hope was within reach, and Meeching paid it no mind as she continued to run. "Hi!" she exclaimed cheerfully, catching the attention of several tall figures who turned to face her. The men were clad only in animal hides covering their modesty, leaving the rest of their bodies bare. Miqing's eyes widened in shock. What was happening here? A vast clearing lay before her, dotted with rudimentary wooden huts, devoid of any trace of modern machinery. Had she stumbled upon a tribe of savages? Her mind raced. She recalled seeing on television that some tribes were known to be cannibalistic. She wondered if this tribe had similar inclinations. As Meeching discreetly observed the tribe, the inhabitants were equally intrigued by the sudden appearance of the pale-skinned, petite Meeching. She could unmistakably feel their eager gazes upon her, stirring a sense of wariness within her. Just as she considered retreating, a pair of strong hands grasped her shoulder. Startled, Meeching froze, feeling warm breath against her ear. A deep voice accompanied the presence. "Little female, which tribe do you belong to?" The man, named Buck, greedily inhaled the scent from Miqing's neck, noting its cleanliness and the absence of any other male scent. A flutter of unease coursed through her, and just as she prepared to speak, an unexpected force knocked her down. Once freed, Meeching exhaled in relief, her gaze now fixed nervously on the scene before her, a man and a fox. Buck, on the ground, glared at the fox atop him, his brown eyes narrowing. With a firm grip, he restrained the fox by its neck. "Xiar, what madness are you up to?" Buck's voice carried a hint of urgency. Miqing's concern for the fox grew. Would it be harmed? "Hey, don't fight." The moment she heard the man's voice, Meeching felt gratitude. She understood his words. He recognized the fox, which was named Xiar. "Ah, Xiar," the fox let out a long howl. Meeching watched anxiously, fearful that the towering man might injure Xiar. "Little female, don't worry, they're merely playing and won't come harm." At that moment, Buck shouted again, forcibly tossing Xiar aside. Meeching gasped, but she watched as Xiar adeptly spun and landed gracefully on its feet. Just as Meeching felt a wave of relief, Buck rose, his shoulders trembling, his chest heaving. She instinctively moved forward to intervene, but in an instant, Buck transformed into a 2-meter-tall brown bear in a fit of rage. In that moment, Meeching felt her blood run cold, her body frozen in shock. She stood there, wide-eyed, as she witnessed the agile fox engage in a playful confrontation with the massive bear. Rather than a battle, it seemed the fox was merely teasing the bear. Though the bear was imposing, it lacked the fox's nimbleness. After a few moments of playful taunting, the bear, panting heavily, succumbed to a heavy blow from the fox, tumbling to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The fox elegantly circled the fallen bear a few times before transforming into a tall, red-haired man with a lithe figure, Xiar now appearing diminutive compared to Buck. His skin was fair and luminous, and his azure eyes seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. "Ah, a fairy, undeniably a fairy." Meeching glanced at Buck, who was now laughing, realizing that she had unwittingly wandered into the den of enchantment. After their playful tussle, Buck donned his animal hide, scratching his head as he departed. The others, seeing the excitement had waned, returned to their respective homes to prepare meals, leaving behind only a few lingering gazes fixed upon Meeching. Meeching, astonished, watched as Xiar approached her. She yearned to step away, not wanting to witness Xiar's unclad form, fearing the heat of embarrassment. Yet, her feet felt as though they had taken root, unable to move. "Little female, my name is Xiar. What is yours?" Xiar inquired, reaching out to touch Miqing's porcelain-like arm. The clothing she wore was markedly different from that of the tribe's females, covering all but her arms, leaving her other features swathed in peculiar fabric. However, upon seeing the smooth, pale skin of Miqing's exposed arms, Xiar deduced that her entire form must be equally fair. As Xiar drew nearer, Meeching instinctively took a step back to evade his touch. Noticing her retreat, disappointment flickered in Xiar's azure eyes, though he quickly regained his smile. Meeching turned, intending to flee from the tribe, but Xiar swiftly blocked her path. Feeling anxious, Meeching could even sense Xiar brushing against her thigh. Although she had seen naked men before, this was her first intimate encounter, causing her cheeks to flush. Xiar appeared oblivious to Miqing's embarrassment, his gaze ardently fixed upon her as he eagerly inquired, "Where are you headed?" "You were brought back to the tribe by me, thus you are my partner." "Partner?" Meeching pondered, filled with confusion. They belonged to different races. Could they truly be together? Would their tale unfold akin to a male version of the legend of the White Snake? She relaxed her mind slightly, contemplating that this was a world of fairies, and she remained uncertain if she could find her way back. Speaking cautiously seemed wise, lest she provoke these fairies and find herself torn apart. Having clarified her predicament, Meeching softly expressed, "I wish to return to the forest." Her desire was straightforward, to conclude her journey where it began. Returning to her original place might lead her back along the path she had traversed. Xiar's brows furrowed in disapproval as he swiftly rejected her notion. No. It is late. The forest harbors wild beasts and ferocious creatures. Even strong adult males do not dare to venture alone, let alone you, a slender female. Meeching was taken aback. Wild beasts? Ferocious creatures? She involuntarily shuddered, her complexion paling in fear at the prospect of danger. Seeing her reaction, Xiar felt it insufficient and stoked the flames of her trepidation further. Indeed, they are particularly fond of consuming delicate, fragrant females like you. Meeching immediately shook her head. Resigning herself to the situation, she hoped the Ancient Ones would not deceive her. "Then let us return home," Xiar suggested, a glint of mischief dancing in his azure eyes, luring her in. "Return home?" Meeching noted the cunning spark in Xiar's gaze and swallowed hard. He resembled a fox enticing a little rabbit, and she was that hapless rabbit. "Indeed, you are my female since you were brought back to the tribe by me. You must be hungry. I shall roast meat for you upon our return." Xiar suddenly leaned closer to Miqing's ear and whispered, "Or would you prefer to continue being stared at by other males?" Only then did Meeching notice several men in their vicinity, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they gazed upon her, as if intent on scorching her very being. After much contemplation, Meeching resolved to follow Xiar home, embarking on a cohabitation with this wild man she had encountered for the first time. As they made their way back to Xiar's dwelling, Meeching took note of the living conditions of the tribe, which spanned roughly the size of 3 or 4 football fields. The tribe's homes were constructed around a central lake, nestled amid towering mountains, a picturesque scene of pristine waters and verdant peaks. In modern times, it could be deemed an auspicious location. It appears that the selection of favorable sites is a universal concern. Meeching also observed that the wooden huts here were rather rudimentary, merely serving to shield against the elements. They were far less sturdy than the houses she was accustomed to, causing the floorboards to creak beneath her feet. She watched as Xiar carried a piece of meat resembling that of a wild boar in one hand, while clutching a large rabbit he had brought back in his mouth with the other. Xiar discarded the rabbit onto the ground and then stepped outside again. He soon returned with a handful of dry twigs, commencing the most primitive method of fire starting. After some effort, the flames finally flickered to life. Xiar placed the meat over the fire to roast, while he proceeded to prepare the rabbit, swiftly bleeding it out and collecting the blood in a stone bowl, skillfully skinning it with a bone knife. He then skewered it on a branch to roast it over the flames. Meeching observed Xiar with an air of ease and grace as he engaged in these tasks. Indeed, he exuded elegancy. She overlooked his bare, glistening physique. She might mistake him for a handsome man. "I shall assist you in roasting the meat," she offered, feeling somewhat embarrassed to take the initiative to help as Xiar busied himself with dinner preparations. However, Xiar merely smiled politely, his voice imbued with an alluring timbre. "No need. You females are delicate. It would be best for you to keep your distance from the fire, lest the flames scorch you." After speaking, he turned to roasting meat, seemingly recalling something as he continued, "You have yet to tell me your name." Seeing that Xiar had no intentions of harming her, Meeching felt at ease and replied, "My name is Meeching." Xiar appeared delighted by her revelation, softly repeating, "Meeching, a lovely and unique name." He found this petite female to be a remarkable being, with her fair skin, peculiar attire, and distinct name. She was akin to a riddle, igniting within him a desire to unravel her mysteries. As Meeching gazed at Xiar, half his body illuminated by the flickering flames, she noted that it was summer and the heat was palpable. As he roasted the meat, beads of sweat began to glisten upon his skin, yet she detected no unpleasant odor. Could he truly be a fox? Contemplating this, she inquired, albeit indirectly, "Are you of the fox clan?" "I am a purebred fire fox." "Purebred?" Meeching was perplexed by Xiar's words. Did it imply that his lineage was noble? Observing her confusion, Xiar patiently elucidated, "In this world, Where females are scarce, the selection of males by females often follows the principle of survival of the fittest, choosing the strongest males to ensure the birth of healthy offspring. Thus, the young beastmen are a combination of both. My mother is a white fox, and my father is a fiery red fox. Meeching now understands why Xiar is a blue-eyed red fox. His gentle, azure gaze is evidently inherited from his mother. During their casual conversation, the meat has been roasted to perfection. Xiar hands the grilled meat to Meeching, who blinks in bewilderment. Is it truly finished like this? Without any seasoning? Without salt? She gazes at the charred meat in her hands, filled with questions. After witnessing Xiar tear into the meat and devour it, she hesitantly takes a bite. Ugh, it's tough on the teeth and bitter. This is nothing short of culinary darkness, yet unable to resist the emptiness in her stomach. She manages to swallow it only after Xiar kindly tears it into smaller pieces for her. Having filled her belly with this makeshift meal, Meeching eventually drifts into a peaceful slumber in a grass nest crafted by Xiar from the softest blades. Although the nest is somewhat rough, fatigue overtakes her, and she eventually succumbs to sleep. This is the most arduous night Meeching has ever endured. At dawn, as the sun merely begins to blush on the horizon, she awakens in that moment of clarity, she spots a red fox nestled in a corner, causing her mind to momentarily blank. What on earth is happening? It then dawns on her that she has traversed into a peculiar world. This fox is an anthropomorphic being, a gentle male. Meeching rises from the grass nest, scrutinizing the slumbering fox. Sensing a gaze upon him, Xiar instinctively opens his eyes. They lock eyes, and feeling slightly embarrassed, Meeching averts her gaze. While Xiar transforms into a strikingly handsome as her eyes inadvertently scan Xiar's form, she frowns slightly. Can the men of this world refrain from exposing themselves so casually? It makes her feel quite uncomfortable. Observing Meeching's frown, Xiar assumes she is hungry and remarks, "The wild boar meat was somewhat tough. I feared you might struggle to chew it. The rabbit meat is a bit more tender, yet it seems you still couldn't manage. I suppose I shall hunt a plump goat for you tomorrow." Meeching, feeling a touch embarrassed, responds, "There's no need to go out of your way for me. I can eat what you eat." The thought of Xiar, a fox, confronting a goat seems rather perilous. "You are my companion. It is only natural for me to care for you," Xiar replies, pleased by Meeching's considerate nature, as he reaches out to stroke her soft hair. A warmth spreads through Meeching's heart. Though she has known Xiar for less than a day, his attentiveness deeply moves her. "Wait for me at home. I shall go hunting now and not wander off." "I would worry." With that, Xiar retracts his hand and turns to leave the wooden hut. Be careful. "It's of no consequence if you cannot catch goat meat," she calls after him. Xiar glances back with a smile, then transforms into his fox form and departs. Meeching exhales a sigh of relief and surveys the modest wooden hut. Perhaps this will be her home for the foreseeable future, and she ought to tidy it up. "Come out, you inside." A sharp female voice pierces through the air, interrupting Meeching as she begins to clean. Her heart leaps with joy, momentarily overlooking the woman's hostile demeanor. At last, she encounters another woman. Eagerly, Meeching steps out of the wooden hut, only to find 4 women standing before her, their bodies modestly concealed by animal hides. The sight nearly causes her eyes to bulge in shock. These are women, their skin tone akin to that of the men she encountered yesterday. Yet their pudgy bellies and disheveled hair leave her in awe. Meeching regards the leader of the group, uncertain of their intentions. "What brings you here?" "Xiar is not at home," she states, implying that their intended target is absent and they may as well leave. "I'm not looking for Xiar. I have come for you." The leader of the women replies haughtily, nostrils flaring in arrogance. "For me?" Meeching queries, perplexed. She does not know them, so what could they possibly want? Surely, they're not here to forge a bond. "Humph, this is Anna, the most beautiful of our tribe. We have come to inform you that Xiar is Anna's male. You would do well to relinquish your hopes." One woman asserts, clinging to the leader, "Kelly is right. You should abandon your aspirations." Another woman chimes in. Meeching feels her heart sink. Indeed, the archetypal protagonist in a fantasy tale must contend with rivals. Anna's words leave her speechless. Although Xiar claims to be her companion, she has no intention of seeking a beastman husband. Moreover, She is only 18 years old, still below the legal marriageable age as they speak. A crowd has gathered in the clearing before the wooden hut, comprising both men and women, though men are in the majority. The women are like flowers amidst the green leaves, scattered and striking. Hey, are you even listening to us? Xiar belongs to Anna. Do not harbor delusions of stealing him away. One of Anna's companions insists, attempting to pull Meeching closer. Meeching instinctively dodges. While they share the same gender, these women are quite formidable, and her slender arms and legs cannot withstand such force. I heard you. If you like Xiar, go tell him. What use is it to say this to me? Meeching retorts. Anna's expression darkens. She had previously informed Xiar of her intention to choose him as her partner upon reaching maturity, only to be rejected. Yet, she is unwilling to concede. Xiar is young and gentle, far more caring than the average male. Even if his abilities are lacking, she still desires him as her partner. Anna is considered the most beautiful female in the tribe, and she assumed that even if Xiar did not select her, he would not take a fancy to anyone else. Little did she know, he returned yesterday with a female and allowed her to stay in his home, prompting her to hastily assert her claim. Despite her beauty, Anna finds herself with numerous admirers within the tribe. Typically, other females shy away from provoking her. She assumed this time would be no different. However, she discovers that this petite female possesses skin as white as snow, lips as delicate as flowers, and eyes that are both large and expressive, making Anna feel both envious and ashamed. Yesterday, while the tribe was busy cooking at home, few had encountered Meeching. Today, upon seeing her, they realize she surpasses even Sophia, the tribe's most beautiful member, and their thoughts begin to swirl. Others chime in, clamoring for attention. Indeed, the little female cannot be sustained by Xiar. He can barely fend for himself. You might as well hand him over to Anna and come with me. I assure you a daily feast of meat. Yes, that scrawny little thing cannot possibly compare to Xiar. We are the strongest males. Choose us, one male declares, with others eagerly echoing his sentiments. Some even resort to crude remarks about Xiar, disparaging him profusely. Enough, you wolf beasts. Xiar is nonetheless a male of our tribe. Cease your foolishness before you frighten the young female. A more respectable male interjects, noticing Meeching's expression darkening. Wolf beasts? Meeching's anger surges. Despite their human-like appearance, their base natures remain unchanged. To that moment, Xiar strides into the wooden hut, carrying a small goat in his jaws, growling defensively as his deep azure gaze scans the crowd before settling on Meeching. Meeching looks at Xiar, who meets her gaze, clearly having overheard the disparaging remarks. Xiar, you're back, she says, feeling awkward as she glances at him, fearing he heard the derogatory comments. Xiar's expression is grave. He does not smile, but speaks seriously. I respect Meeching's choice. It is evident he has listened intently to the words of the males. Little female, since Xiar has said so, you should choose, they urge. Look at how strong I am. The males in the crowd begin to flaunt their muscular physiques, some even pulling aside their animal hides to expose themselves completely. Meeching's face flushes crimson at this display, and as she turns her head away in embarrassment, the males intensify their efforts to showcase their best selves, disregarding the darkening expressions of Anna and her companions. As Meeching shyly turns away, Xiar, from the corner of his eye, observes her every movement, beads of cold sweat forming at his brow. Amidst the cacophony, a clear voice emerges like a refreshing rain after a drought. I choose Xiar. Suddenly, all sounds cease, and Xiar feels his heart race wildly. He could hardly believe his ears. The young female had actually chosen him. The males, who had just received their answers, instantly fell from their heights of confidence into a valley of despair. Their faces revealing disappointment one by one, they dispersed, while Anna and her companions had already left in indignation amidst the clamor of the crowd. A few remaining males cast envious glances at Charles before shaking their heads in dismay and departing. Finally, only the male who had just reprimanded the wolf beast remained. Meeching observed him as he approached her step by step, unsure of his intentions. Thank you for your assistance earlier, she said graciously, regardless of what he might want. There's no need for thanks. I am Eli, the son of the tribe's chieftain. Welcome to our tribe. Oh, he was the chieftain's son. No wonder the wolves had been so obedient when he spoke. Indeed, power is universally effective in any world. Thank you. I am Meeching. After Eli exchanged a few more words, he took his leave at it. Was only then that Charles snapped back to reality, his mind buzzing. And he seized Meeching, who was about to turn and enter the dwelling, pulling her into his embrace. Meeching gasped, startled by Charles's sudden action, and then she felt his lips whispering softly in her ear. Thank you, Meeching, for not abandoning me. His words melted her heart instantly. She could feel his excitement, his body trembling with emotion. Charles, I only promised to give you a chance. It doesn't necessarily mean... Meeching's words were cut short by Charles. It doesn't matter. I am willing. Upon hearing Charles's words, Meeching thought that if returning was truly impossible, living alongside Charles for a lifetime might not be so bad after all. After a tender embrace, Charles reluctantly released Meeching, picked up the lamb on the ground, and entered the room. As he stepped inside, his eyes brightened. The previously simple wooden hut had been adorned with a distinct homely atmosphere, reminiscent of the warmth described in the human world. The room was impeccably clean, branches neatly stacked at the entrance, and a few fresh flowers were placed in the corner, adding a touch of elegance. Do you like it? Meeching asked as she entered, observing Charles as he surveyed the surroundings. Charles nodded, his sparkling eyes betraying his delight. You must be hungry. I'll prepare a meal for you. Charles appeared somewhat shy, avoiding Meeching's gaze as he spoke, and carried the lamb outside to bleed and skin it. After approximately an hour, Meeching finally enjoyed the lamb meat that Charles had laboriously procured. Although it lacked seasoning, it was infinitely better than the tough rabbit meat from the previous night. Halfway through her meal, Meeching suddenly recalled an important matter. If a person goes without salt for 10 days, they might experience weakness, dizziness, nausea, vomiting, or even muscle spasms, which could be life-threatening. It had been 2 days since she arrived in this world, and she had not consumed any salt. Even if the food contained trace amounts of sodium, it would not suffice in the long run. After pondering for a moment, she asked, Charles, do you know where I can find salt? Charles shook his head in confusion, not understanding what Meeching meant by salt. What is salt? What does it look like? He assumed salt was an animal Meeching wanted to eat, and his earnest inquiry made her chuckle. Charles, salt is not an animal. It is a seasoning, white and fine, with a salty taste that gives strength to the body. Charles shook his head, and Meeching continued, somewhat reluctantly, Then don't you feel weak after eating this meat for a long time? Charles remained silent, and instead presented a stone bowl filled with fresh blood. We usually drink fresh blood. Meeching understood. Although these beastmen could maintain human form, they still possess some primal, bloodthirsty instincts, making the absence of salt less significant. However, the thought of drinking blood made her stomach churn. No, she must find a suitable substitute for salt in this world. Vegetables and fruits contain the most sodium and potassium, so when salt is unavailable, she can consume more of these foods. After lunch, Charles rested for a while before preparing to venture out for more hunting. Meeching wished to accompany him, but Charles was concerned for her safety and initially refused. However, he eventually relented to her persistent pleas. The forests of this world resembled the primitive forests of modern times, with towering ancient trees. It was summer, and the lush branches intertwined to shield them from the scorching sun, offering a hint of coolness. Once they entered the forest, Charles transformed into his fox form, carefully observing his surroundings, anxious about any potential beast that might harm Meeching. Meeching, in turn, scanned the area, hoping to find what she desired, as the two moved through the woods. Numerous birds took flight in their wake. Suddenly, Meeching spotted a robust branch adorned with plump, orange fruits. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried over, prompting Charles to follow closely behind. Ow! Charles called out to Meeching, but she did not understand him. Remembering, he shifted back into human form. Meeching, what is it? Standing beneath the tree, Meeching had examined the object closely. It was indeed an orange, a delightful encounter. Yet upon seeing the fruit high in the branches, she felt troubled. She looked at Charles, unsure if a fox could climb trees. Charles, can you climb trees? Charles glanced at Meeching, then at the fruit above, and smiled. Of course. Foxes have strong, hooked claws that allow them to escape danger by climbing trees. Some skilled individuals even build nests in trees to bask in the sun. However, such behavior is rare among males, as they prioritize the females. Meeching watched as Charles deftly scaled the tree, the red fox nimbly navigating the sturdy branches. Extending a paw to touch the fruit, the oranges tumbled down, prompting Meeching to quickly bend down and collect them. As she peeled one open, she found the segments clustered together. She placed a piece in her mouth. Swallowed, and indeed, it was an orange. Wonderful, this world was not so different from the modern one, filling Meeching with newfound confidence. Charles, wait for me to lead you into a prosperous life in the beast world. Thus, Charles cautiously accompanied Meeching as they discovered novel foods in the forest. As dusk approached, he hurriedly caught a few prey, a plump rabbit and several quail. These quail were smaller than modern chickens. Yet since they could fly, Charles had exerted considerable effort to catch them. Seeing the rabbit and quail in Charles's hands, Meeching mused quietly that indeed, Charles was a fox, fond of eating rabbits and chickens. As the sun set, they carried their catch back to the tribe. Upon arriving, they unexpectedly encountered an unwelcome figure. Her rival, Anna, accompanied by a few lackeys. Charles and Meeching exchanged glances before hastening their pace, hoping to slip past Anna. However, Anna's companion, Kelly, noticed their disregard and signaled to the two burly women beside her, who promptly seized Meeching. Meeching winced as her wrist was gripped painfully, unable to break free. Seeing this, Charles frowned deeply. Males cannot lay hands on females. So he could only sternly say, Helen, Katrina, let go of Meeching. Anna, noticing that Charles's attention was solely on Meeching and not on her carefully curated appearance, felt a surge of anger. Kelly, teach this female a lesson. The commotion drew the attention of other beastmen in the tribe. Females are always mindful of their demeanor in front of males, so the group hesitated to act. Charles grew anxious, fearing for Meeching's safety. Anna, let her go. She can't withstand your pulling. Compared to Helen and her companion's imposing figures, Meeching seemed like a fragile chick. Anna, seeing Charles's concern for Meeching, felt her anger boil over, and she raised her hand, ready to strike Anna's face. The surrounding males gasped in shock. However, due to Anna's beauty within the tribe, they feared the repercussions of intervening and remained silent. Some females attempted to mediate, but Anna refused to listen. Meeching, unwilling to let Anna strike, lifted her foot and kicked Anna hard in the stomach. Anna stumbled back, curling up in pain. Helen and Katrina, who had been holding Meeching, quickly released her to check on Anna. Anna, are you all right? Meeching, are you all right? Xiar approached Meeching's side, his gaze falling upon her slightly reddened wrist. Meeching, I am truly sorry. It is my fault. I am fine. Meeching replied, shaking her head. She understood that in such situations, it was inappropriate for a male like Xiar to act against a female. After all, when a man strikes a woman, it is always perceived as the man's wrongdoing. Xiar gently took Meeching's hand and blew on it. His face filled with concern. Meeching felt a warmth in her heart and smiled at him, signaling that she was unhurt. What are you all doing here? A deep, serious voice resonated, prompting everyone to part ways. A tall man with broad shoulders approached, frowning as he looked at Anna beside him. Anna, what is wrong? The clan leader, noticing the situation, turned to Anna, who quickly pointed an accusatory finger at Meeching that it was she who bullied Anna. Meeching shot a disdainful glance at Kelly, utterly shameless. Following Kelly's gesture, the clan leader's eyes brightened as he spotted a fair-skinned female standing there, her petite figure evoking sympathy. You all have such thick skins. With so many eyes upon you, you can still spout lies. Meeching scoffed at Kelly's words, while the clan leader, aware of Anna's usual cunning nature, waved his hand to disperse the crowd and offered some comforting words to Anna before sending her away. Once everyone had left, the clan leader softened his expression and nodded at Xiar, then turned to Meeching with a puzzled look. You must be Meeching, right? I have heard from a lie. Welcome to our tribe. I hope you find happiness here. I am the clan leader, Ethan. Because the clan leader had not shown favoritism towards Anna earlier, Meeching felt a flicker of goodwill towards him. She politely smiled at Ethan. Thank you, clan leader. Ethan's gaze shifted to the food in Xiar's hands, his eyes reflecting dissatisfaction. Xiar, females are precious. Their sustenance should be the finest. Can what you hunted satisfy her? I fear it may not even be enough for you. I will have Eli bring you some food shortly. Xiar listened quietly, without rebuttal, and Meeching regarded him with a doubtful expression, realizing from his demeanor that the clan leader's words held truth. Could it be that Xiar had not eaten enough in the past few meals? Observing the other robust members of the tribe, Meeching noted how slender Xiar appeared. Some females were even more well-fed than he. Her belief in the clan leader's assertion grew stronger. The fox tribe's hunting skills were inherently weaker compared to the tiger and lion tribes. Moreover, with the multitude of dangers lurking in the forest, Xiar had refrained from taking Meeching deep into the woods for hunting, opting instead for the outskirts. The lamb he had previously captured was merely a stroke of luck, having been injured and unable to flee quickly. As Ethan continued to admonish Xiar about the value of females and the need for strong males, Meeching felt a pang of sympathy for him. Yet she could not interject, given that Ethan was the clan leader. Ethan further advised Xiar, suggesting he should bond with Meeching, as she might seek a stronger partner. Meeching's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. What? In this world, women can have multiple males? Is this not a privilege reserved for queens? This truly is a primitive society, almost matriarchal. Xiar hesitated, glancing at Meeching. Meeching is not in heat yet, so he trailed off. Hearing Xiar's words, the clan leader leaned closer to Meeching, sniffing her, and indeed, she had not yet entered her heat cycle. She was still a young adult. Then wait until Meeching is in heat before mating with her. In the meantime, let her interact more with the males of the tribe. Understood, Xiar replied, his head drooping slightly in defeat. Subsequently, the clan leader extolled his son's capabilities. But Meeching was still processing the implications of what the clan leader had said regarding her heat cycle and mating, hardly paying attention to his words. Heat cycle? She recalled that her family's dog experienced heat once a year, allowing for mating and the birth of puppies that in this world. Did heat and mating have the same meaning? If so, did it imply waiting for a period? Meeching mentally calculated the timing of her period and realized with alarm that it was due any day now. Believing her contemplative state indicated that his words had taken effect, the clan leader left, satisfied, preparing to send his son to curry favor. After making the connection between her period and heat, Meeching abandoned the despondent Xiar and hurried back to his wooden hut in the place where she had slept the previous night. She rummaged through her belongings and finally found her small bag. A surge of joy washed over her as she retrieved a vial of medicine from it, pouring out a pill without water and swallowing it dry. The bitter taste spread in her mouth, yet it brought her an unexpected sense of relief. She had taken an emergency contraceptive to delay her period, hoping it would buy her some time. For although she felt a fondness for Xiar, she was not ready to yield so soon. Meanwhile, just as Meeching finished her medication, Xiar returned, head hung low, carrying his catch. Seeing Meeching still inside brought a glimmer of improvement to his otherwise gloomy mood. However, he spoke little, quietly tending to the fire to prepare their meal. Meeching understood that the clan leader's earlier words had struck a chord with Xiar, and from the tone of Ethan's voice, she gleaned the hardships Xiar faced. Being a fox, he could not compare to the might of tigers or lions. Surviving in the forest had been a struggle for him, thus Meeching pondered. Xiar finished preparing the meal. She absent-mindedly chewed on the charred meat, paying little heed to its unpalatable taste. Xiar's gaze lingered on her, sensing her thoughts and feeling a knot of anxiety in his chest. He was aware of his own limitations. The clan leader's assertions were true, and he understood that Meeching would likely seek other males. Yet, having only recently begun to bond with her, Ethan's words left him feeling uneasy. "Xiar, Meeching, are you there?" A rough voice called from outside as they were eating. Xiar paused mid-bite, but eventually stepped outside. Meeching followed him and found Eli standing at the entrance, a hefty piece of pork slung over his broad shoulder. "Father, I was worried you might not have enough to eat, so I brought some food for you," the tall man said, shyly scratching his head. "Thank you, Elida. I will repay you in the future," although reluctant to accept charity. Xiar stepped forward to take the pork from Eli's shoulder for Meeching's sake. "Xiar, Meeching, you need not worry. I will frequently bring you food, so your lives will be a bit easier," Eli said, awkwardly fidgeting with his short brown hair. Feeling the atmosphere grow tense, Meeching offered a grateful smile. "Eli, thank you. Have you eaten? Why not join us?" Xiar opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. Eli's face lit up with happiness, his eyes sparkling. Xiar suppressed his disappointment and entered the wooden hut to prepare the remaining piece of pork. Meeching and Eli followed him inside. As Xiar prepared to roast the pig's head, Meeching quickly intervened. "No, I don't want to eat roasted meat anymore." Xiar was puzzled. "What else is there to eat besides roasting the meat?" "Xiar, do you have a stone pot at home?" Xiar shook his head, explaining that he lived alone and had only a few stone bowls for drinking water. "It's all right. I will carve one for you now." Eli promptly replied, turning to leave in search of a large stone. Meeching watched, noting that Eli had no tools with him. How would he carve a stone pot? To her surprise, he shifted and transformed into a brown bear. Although she was aware that the people here could shapeshift, Meeching felt a chill run down her spine. The brown bear lifted its massive paw and struck the stone forcefully, sending dust flying, creating a large pit in the center of the stone. Although it was not yet broken through, a Eli prepared to trim the excess stone around the pit. Meeching stopped him. "Wait, Eli, could you carve 2 smaller pits on either side? It would be easier to heat water and cook." Obediently, Eli carved 2 smaller pits on either side, leaving space beneath for kindling, after meticulously smoothing and washing the stone several times. He finally completed the task. Inside the dwelling, Xiar had tidied up the area where the fireplace would be located, making just enough space for a stone pot. Thus, Meeching finally had a cooking vessel in this beastly world, allowing her to stir-fry and prepare meals. Meeching had Xiar remove the ribs and fat from the half-piece of meat, leaving Xiar puzzled about her intentions. After cleaning her hands, Meeching proudly announced, "Tonight, you shall savor the delights of this young lady's culinary skills, Meeching. Allow me to handle these tasks," Xiar insisted, wishing to spare Meeching from exertion, but she deftly sidestepped his offer. "You females need not concern yourselves with such labor. Simply await your meal," she retorted. Eli also strongly disagreed with Meeching's approach. Unperturbed, Meeching dismissed their concerns, declaring, "Do not underestimate me. Just sit back and wait." She had grown weary of Xiar's questionable culinary experiments over the past few days. Today, she had foraged numerous ingredients from the forest that could be used for cooking, and her anticipation was palpable. She could no longer contain herself. "Very well, I shall assist you from the side," Xiar said with a smile, casting a fond gaze at Meeching. Without hesitation, she instructed Xiar to chop the ribs into smaller pieces with a bone knife. Observing their intimate and warm interaction, Eli felt a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, Meeching had placed the thick slices of pork into the bubbling pot, causing a flurry of white steam to rise, alarming both Xiar and Eli, who rushed to check on her, only to feel relieved once they confirmed her safety. Meeching gestured for them to step back and instructed Xiar to fill a larger pot with water, then to slice some of the pork into thin pieces. The smaller pot was already rendering a good amount of fat. Just as Meeching was about to extract the oil, she faced a dilemma: how to do so without a spoon. Noticing her struggle, Xiar set down his knife and inquired, "What troubles you, Meeching? Is there something I can use to scoop out the oil?" Upon hearing this, Xiar chuckled, ruffling Meeching's soft hair before turning to the corner of the room, where he retrieved a half-gourd-shaped object and handed it to her. Use this. Meeching's face lit up with joy. This was just the solution she needed. With the oil now ready and the meat sliced, Meeching began to saute the pork with the ingredients she had gathered that day. She had discovered a peculiar fruit in the forest. Its juice surprisingly salty, an unusual find that would resolve her salt dilemma for the time being. After a short while, the ribs were nearly cooked, and the meat she was frying was almost ready as well. An enchanting aroma began to waft through the air, causing both males in the room to swallow instinctively. Without needing to taste, they already knew that Meeching's cooking would be delectable in the end. Meeching used the gourd to serve the sauteed meat, seasoned with a hint of the salty juice, into a stone bowl, completing a delightful meal. Due to the limited number of stone bowls at home, the three gathered around the stone pot to enjoy their meal. Meeching offered a bowl to both Xiar and Eli, leaving none for herself. Eli attempted to give his bowl to Meeching, but she waved him off. Producing 3 pairs of chopsticks from behind her, Xiar and Eli gazed at the wooden sticks with curiosity as Meeching explained, "These are chopsticks, used for picking up food." Demonstrating, Meeching picked up a piece of sauteed meat and placed it in her mouth. Showing Xiar and Eli how it was done, the two attempted to grasp the meat with the chopsticks, their hands trembling as they struggled, but every time they managed to pick it up, it would fall just before reaching their mouths. Undeterred, they continued their battle with the chopsticks. amused by the sight of the two grown men acting childishly. Meeching used the gourd to ladle some rib soup into their stone bowls. As Meeching savored the ribs from the pot, Xiar and Eli indulged in the pork. The meal was nothing short of exquisite. After finishing, Eli stood up, patting his mouth, and left. Xiar also got up to clear the bowls. But Meeching stopped him. "T.s. late. You needn't worry about that. Leave the soup for tomorrow morning. It will be nice and warm then." Obediently, Xiar only washed the chopsticks and tidied up, while Meeching's face revealed a hint of embarrassment as she shyly asked, "Xiar, could you boil some water for me? I wish to bathe." Having spent 2 days in this world, and with the summer heat causing her to sweat profusely, Meeching felt as though she were becoming unclean. Unsure if Xiar had noticed, Xiar stiffened at her request, and upon seeing her blushing face, his heart raced. It was only when Meeching called his name again that he snapped back to reality. "There's a small stream behind the tribe," Meeching thought, worried that if he went to the stream for a cool dip, she would be left exposed. "And no need, just boil some water. I can wipe myself down." Xiar nodded, then began to heat water in the small pot. Meeching busied herself rummaging through her bag, retrieving the only set of clean clothes and undergarments she had. Fortunately, she often traveled and kept a few essentials in her bag, but it was still limited to just one set. Soon, Xiar had the water ready, but when Meeching saw him standing still, her cheeks flushed. "You may leave now." Xiar nodded slightly, turning to the door, but did not exit. He simply turned his back to the room to Xiar. "Why aren't you going out?" Meeching urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Xiar remained still, only turning slightly to say, "I will guard from here. Otherwise, other males might see you." Hearing this, Meeching relented. "Then you must not look back." Xiar remained silent, nodding in agreement. Seeing he made no move, Meeching directly removed her clothing, revealing her fair back. She then dipped the animal skin into the warm water. Gently wiping her body, Xiar stood at the door, frozen in place, his body rigid. The sound of flowing water behind him caused his muscles to tense, and he felt a rush of blood surge downward. The animal skin at his waist formed a small tent, and as breathing quickened, a gust of wind swept through the doorway, extinguishing the light within the room. Xiar instinctively turned to look inside. While Meeching felt a chill run through her body, she hastily wiped a few more times before quickly dressing in her clean clothes. Sensing a gaze fixed upon her, Meeching turned around to see two striking blue eyes staring intently at her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Xiar. Meeching recognized the familiar gaze and tentatively asked. Then, those blue eyes stepped inside, igniting the torches in the room. Xiar's expression lacked his usual gentle smile. Instead, his brow was furrowed with concern. Meeching, sensing his unease, approached him and softly said, "Xiar, my heart is small enough to hold only one person, and thus, I seek but one companion. Once you have captured my heart, no matter how exceptional others may be, I shall not be swayed." Through her interactions with Xiar, Meeching had come to understand his sincerity. She harbored feelings for him, and if love was indeed blossoming, she was ready to embrace it. Xiar trembled at her words, unable to believe what he had just heard. "Really?" Meeching, with a playful smile, Meeching replied, "So you must treat me well. Otherwise, I might just run off with someone else one day." After gazing at Meeching's sweet sleeping face for a moment, Xiar gently rose. Knowing Meeching's preference for cleanliness, he quickly filled the basin he had crafted while making the stone pot the previous night with water. He then placed the only animal skin they owned beside the basin for Meeching to use to wash her face. Contemplating the single animal skin he possessed, Xiar's thoughts turned serious. As summer brought sweltering heat, it was manageable without thick clothing, but he knew that during autumn and winter, it would be crucial to have adequate coverings for the young female. Otherwise, she could fall ill. Many females in the tribe had succumbed to illness from the cold in winter, and he did not want Meeching to suffer the same fate. He resolved to hunt large game as soon as possible. Having resolved this in his mind, Xiar was about to call Meeching to rise when Eli's voice echoed from outside. "Xiar, Meeching, are you awake?" At the sound of Eli's voice, Xiar, who had felt warmth in his heart, abruptly froze inside. Meeching had already been awakened by Eli's booming voice, her round dark eyes fluttering open. The day had brightened, and the Xiar who had been sleeping across from her was nowhere to be seen. After adjusting her clothes, she walked to the door, where she found Eli standing outside, looking refreshed and invigorated. Standing beside the door, Xiar held a basin filled with clear water, seemingly prepared for her. Upon seeing both individuals emerge, Ally remarked, "Are you two off to hunt today? I would like to accompany you for mutual support." However, Xiar understood that this was undoubtedly the chief's directive, intending to provide Ally an opportunity to draw closer to Meeching, thus facilitating their companionship. Unaware of the chief's intentions, Meeching thought that having an extra pair of hands for support was beneficial, and she readily agreed. Upon hearing Meeching's consent, Ally's face lit up with joy. Shining brightly under the morning sun, Meeching couldn't help but admire how striking all the beastmen were in this world. Fortunately, she had Xiar by her side. Inviting Ally into the dwelling, Meeching refreshed herself, tying her hair into a ponytail with a hair tie, presenting a fresh and vibrant appearance that was both simple and practical. She then savored a bowl of meat soup that Xiar had warmed for her and nibbled on some leftover meat from the previous night. The three soon ventured toward the forest beyond the tribe. With Ally's assistance, they successfully hunted a tiger within the morning, and Xiar even managed to catch a few rabbits, having accomplished so much while the day was still young. It was indeed a fruitful outing, showcasing Ally's prowess as a skilled hunter. Ally, eager to impress Meeching, exerted himself even more. However, since entering the forest, Meeching had not cast a glance at either of them. Engrossed in searching through the underbrush, observing their catch, the two called out to Meeching. "Meeching, shall we head back?" She waved them off, still engaged in her struggle with a wild cabbage, overjoyed to have discovered vegetables in this world. Finally, she wouldn't have to subsist solely on meat. Her cheeks ached from the excess. The cabbages in this beastly realm were even larger than those in modern times, comparable to winter melons. "Meeching, what have you dug up there?" One asked. "This isn't grass. It's cabbage, and it's edible," she replied, tenderly cradling her prized cabbage with a look of profound appreciation, marveling at the rarity of being able to enjoy such a delicacy. Xiar looked on in disbelief as Meeching continued her foraging, soon uncovering some wild scallions and peppers, all untouched, indicating that the beastmen of this world had yet to discover the use of seasonings. Meeching felt a surge of delight, her face radiating satisfaction. Gazing at the endless expanse of forest, she mused inwardly. "Oh, mysterious great forest, await my gradual exploration, dear sister Meeching." After gathering her vegetables, Meeching stumbled upon some resilient vines suitable for weaving, prompting her to ask Xiar to collect some to take home. Thus, the trio returned, laden with their bounty. Xiar, bare-chested, was adorned with vines wrapped around his arms and neck, creating a striking spectacle. Many males from Meeching's tribe couldn't help but glance over. And with Xiar's unusual appearance, even more paused their tasks to observe, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon her. Meeching felt a twinge of fear. After all, they were beastmen, and one couldn't predict when their primal instincts might flare up. "Xiar, how utterly useless you are, reduced to foraging for vines," a voice jeered, one she recognized as belonging to the lascivious wolf beast from before. Following that encounter, Meeching learned that the wolf tribe's beastmen were considered drifters. Known for their cold-hearted nature, even in companionship, they were careless and prone to volatility, making them undesirable mates. Thus, to propagate their kind, wolf tribes often resorted to forcefully taking females. The two wolf beasts in the tribe were permitted to stay only out of pity from the chief. "Are those nostrils merely for exhaling? And don't you have a few rabbits in hand?" Meeching, disliking the wolf beast, retorted sharply. He took a moment for the wolf beast to realize he had been insulted, prompting laughter from those around. His face flushed, his eyes glinting with malice as he glared at Meeching. "You little female, your tongue is quite sharp. Are you not of my wolf tribe?" The wolf beast's leering gaze made Meeching feel nauseated. "Meeching, let us go home," Xiar said, wishing to shield his little female from prying males, his heart swelling with happiness at her ability to stand up for herself. He longed to embrace Meeching closely, keeping her away from the eyes of others. "Ally, you have returned," a cold voice resonated from afar, igniting excitement among the males in the crowd. Meeching, curious about what had stirred such fervor, wondered who it could be. The voice seemed to belong to a female, and she was intrigued by her appearance. Soon, a graceful woman approached, dressed similarly to the other females but with silky, smooth hair adorned with delicate flowers. Her beauty was refreshing and distinct, her skin a shade fairer than that of her peers, though not as pale as Meeching's. It was a healthy wheat tone. Yet, her demeanor was cool and aloof, reminiscent of an iceberg beauty. The adage the unattainable is the most desirable held true in every context. "Sophia, you look stunning today," one male gawked at her, entranced. "Indeed, she is the most beautiful female in our tribe," echoed one of Sophia's admirers. Truly, she was a sight to behold, Meeching thought, quietly praising her, finding her beauty comparable to that of modern-day starlets. Though Sophia was purely natural, yet a voice provocatively interjected, "Once, perhaps, but soon she may not be. For a new little female has arrived in our tribe." This proclamation, the crowd erupted in chatter. "Yes, the newcomer is as pale as winter's snow," one beastman remarked. "And she has long, lustrous black hair, so beautiful." "I have never seen a female with black hair before," another added. While the newcomer might be fairer, she appeared petite and frail, not resembling a robust female. Perhaps she would be less capable of bearing offspring. "Sophia remains the most beautiful, don't you think?" "Indeed, I suspect her paleness is due to poor health," chimed in two devoted followers of Sophia, displeased by the disparagement of their idol. Hearing this, Xiar felt a surge of indignation. What nonsense! Meeching is perfectly healthy and will surely bear offspring. He understood that a female's ability to reproduce was paramount, highly valued by the males, fearing that other males might develop an aversion to Meeching due to their words. He felt compelled to defend her. "Eli, please, let us not quarrel. We are all part of the same tribe," he interjected, attempting to quell the rising tension. Meeching felt a shiver run down her spine. Was this not an obvious attempt at provocation? The crowd continued to bicker, relishing the spectacle. Sophia, unfazed by the commotion, maintained an indifferent expression, revealing not a hint of displeasure or jealousy toward Meeching. Slowly, she approached Meeching, scrutinizing her with keen eyes. "You are the new female in the tribe." "Meeching," she stated flatly, devoid of any emotion. Surprised, Meeching pondered how she had gained such notoriety in merely 2 days. "Meeching, this is Sophia," Eli introduced her. "Hello, Sophia," Meeching greeted politely, nodding. Yet Sophia remained silent, merely observing her, which left Meeching feeling somewhat awkward. Her intuition suggested that Sophia harbored an aversion toward her. Every woman despises another who exceeds them in beauty. Allow her this moment of vanity. "Eli, what have you been up to lately? I haven't seen you around the tribe," Sophia inquired, ignoring Meeching. "Father, allow me to assist Xiar with the hunt." It was a statement, not a question. Hearing Sophia's directness, Eli's face flushed. Meeching recognized the implications of Sophia's words, realizing Eli's affections. Could it be that Eli has developed feelings for me after just 2 encounters? Surely, I cannot possess such charm. The emotions of men in this world are so simple and blunt. Xiar, too, felt a pang of disappointment at Sophia's words as she gazed intently at Eli, who averted his gaze. Meeching stood awkwardly between them, finally grasping Xiar's hand, saying, "Come on, let us head home." Feeling the gentle warmth of her hand, Xiar smiled softly. All right, together, they walked hand in hand back to their little nest, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Only a multitude of jealous males remained, accompanied by a somewhat envious Eli. The admiration reflected in Eli's eyes and the reactions of the surrounding males were keenly observed by Sophia, whose deep crimson eyes held an inscrutable expression. As if contemplating something profound, it was not long after Meeching and Xiar returned home that Eli came striding in, carrying a tiger on his shoulders. Understanding Eli's intentions, Meeching felt an awkwardness in their interactions. She did not wish to kindle false hopes only to let him down, nor did she want to hurt Xiar. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. "Eli, I am truly grateful for your assistance in our hunt. Yet I only intend to take one mate. Therefore, you should seek a more suitable female for yourself." Upon hearing Meeching's words, a bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of Eli's lips. Meanwhile, Xiar felt a surge of joy. But as he noticed the disappointment in Eli's eyes, a pang of sympathy stirred within him. "Meeching, Eli is one of the strongest males in the tribe and a skilled hunter. Perhaps you should." Xiar was acutely aware of his own limitations. Over the years, managing to sustain himself had been a challenge, and with the abundance of prey in summer, he could barely ensure that Meeching was well fed. However, as winter approached and food became scarce, even the strongest males could succumb to starvation. He could endure days without food, but Meeching could not if a male could provide for a female during winter. No male would willingly share her. Thus, females became increasingly precious, requiring utmost protection. Eli was indeed a skilled hunter, as evidenced by his prowess throughout the day. Hope flickered in Eli's eyes, though touched by Xiar's thoughtfulness. Meeching could not accept a scenario where one female had two males, as it would weigh heavily on her conscience regarding Xiar. But I'm sorry, Eli. Sometimes, it is better to sever ties quickly than to prolong the pain. The glimmer of hope in Eli's eyes vanished completely as he forced a smile. It's all right. You may keep the tiger for food. I shall take my leave. Without pause, Eli set the tiger down and walked away from the wooden hut. Watching Eli's hurried departure, Meeching felt a twinge of guilt, as if she had become a villain in her own story. Xiar gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering solace that it is not your fault. Do not be troubled. Meeching was not one to wallow in self-pity. As she collected herself, her gaze fell upon the magnificent tiger. Xiar, perhaps you should return the tiger to Eli. After all, it was he who hunted it, and I do not wish to owe him anything that he likely will not accept it. And besides, you need new clothing. I can repay him later with another hunt. Meeching glanced at the tiger's sleek fur, then at her own limited wardrobe, and ultimately relented. With summer's heat, she needed a change of clothes daily. Yesterday, she had managed to endure by merely changing her undergarments, while her trousers and top remained from the day before. Contemplating this, a cloud of frustration settled over her. In this beastly realm, food was relatively easy to procure, yet clothing posed a far greater challenge. As thoughts of attire filled her mind, her mood soured. Extinguishing her motivation to cook, Xiar, therefore, took it upon himself to toss rabbit meat into the stone pot, attempting to replicate Meeching's cooking. After their meal, feeling the sticky sweat clinging to her skin, Meeching longed for a bath. Xiar suggested that she wash in the tribe's lake, and he would take the opportunity to clean the tiger hide. Initially reluctant, Meeching acquiesced after Xiar assured her that the area would be deserted at night. The beastmen of the tribe were accustomed to rising with the sun and resting at sunset, preparing for the next day's hunt. Only a few huts echoed with low moans, and the now-adult Meeching was aware of their implications, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Following closely behind her, Xiar also caught wind of the sounds, feeling a rush of heat surge through him as he quickened his pace to lead Meeching to the lakeside. The moon hung hazily in the sky, its reflection shimmering upon the water's surface. Meeching surveyed her surroundings, confirming the absence of others before instructing Xiar to maintain a distance while he washed the tiger hide. Allowing herself to slowly shed her clothes and wade into the lake, the icy water banished the heat of the day, and she felt invigorated. Leaning against the lake's edge, she began to dry herself with a piece of animal hide. After rinsing off, she reclined by the water, admiring the untainted beauty of her surroundings, reflecting on the merits of a world free from pollution. Meanwhile, Xiar remained alert, attentively listening for any disturbances as he continued to cleanse the hide. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow lurked behind the trees, its emerald glow glinting ominously. The light resembled two spectral flames, fixated upon Meeching's fair back, as if seeking to bore a hole through her. Suddenly, a splash disrupted the tranquility of the lake. Prompting Meeching to tilt her head, "Xiar? I'm here," came Xiar's voice in response from a distance. Relieved, Meeching prepared to rise when she felt a sudden grip around her ankle. Struggling fiercely, she found herself gradually pulled beneath the water surface. As darkness enveloped her, she strained to open her eyes, catching sight of a pair of deep crimson orbs. Red eyes. Could there be a lake monster lurking below? Panic surged within her, and she fought desperately. Her limbs thrashing, but she continued to sink deeper, her lungs gasping for air on the other side. Sensing Meeching's absence, Xiar rushed to investigate, noting the once calm surface of the lake now rippling with unease. Bubbles rose sporadically, and just as confusion settled in, a voice broke through. "Your little female seems to be dragged under by something. You must save her quickly." The speaker was a silver-haired male, his gaze icy and indifferent. "Who was he?" Xiar had no time for contemplation. He dove into the lake, searching for Meeching. The silver-haired male observed the turbulent waters, emotions swirling within his eyes. A fair female. She piqued his interest. He hoped she would not perish. For such a loss would mean the fluttering of his heart would be extinguished. Foxes are adept swimmers, and as soon as Xiar plunged into the water, he located Meeching, ensnared by water plants. He swiftly tore the foliage away and pulled her back to the shore. Meeching, though unconscious, still breathed. Xiar urgently patted her back, coaxing the water from her lungs, then pressed upon her abdomen until the water expelled. Only then did he begin to breathe a sigh of relief. Grabbing the tiger hide and Meeching's clothes, he carried her to the healer's dwelling. Buren, the tribe's healer, had long since succumbed to slumber. But the sound of hurried footsteps roused him. Buren, wake up! Meeching is in trouble. Buren groggily opened his eyes, igniting a torch in the dim hut, allowing Xiar to enter. Upon seeing the unconscious Meeching in Xiar's arms, he quickly placed a hand on her forehead, feeling her feverish skin. This is not good. This little female has a fever. The medical practices in this beastly world were rudimentary at best. Buren simply brewed a concoction of yellow ginger tea for Meeching, advising Xiar to ensure she remained warm and hydrated. With that, Xiar returned to the wooden hut. Cradling Meeching with utmost care, he gently laid her in the grass nest, then hurriedly kindled a fire to warm her. As it was summer, the home lacked the furs necessary for warmth. After much deliberation, Xiar transformed into his beast form, lying beside Meeching to provide her with heat. In the sweltering summer, the absence of air conditioning rendered the heat stifling, especially with a fire crackling nearby. Thankfully, as a beast man, Xiar could regulate his body temperature. Yet even so, he found it challenging to endure as Meeching trembled uncontrollably. Thus, he positioned the fire close to her nest. The flames danced nearby, and Xiar could faintly detect the scent of his fur singeing. Before long, Meeching's plush body became uncomfortably warm, and in her drowsiness, she pushed against Xiar, noticing her flushed cheeks and perspiring brow. Xiar carefully lifted himself, mindful of Buren's warning to keep Meeching warm, and lay on his side beside her. Minutes passed, and Meeching curled into herself, murmuring that she felt cold. Xiar instinctively covered her once more. This cycle repeated several times until dawn broke, and Meeching's fever finally subsided, allowing Xiar to drift into a deep slumber. As the sun rose, both remained asleep within the hut. The tribe's members began to stir, preparing for the hunt in the forest. Eli, his towering figure glistening under the dappled sunlight, paused a distance away from Xiar's wooden hut, casting a hopeful glance in its direction through the sparse gaps. One hopes to catch a glimpse of Meeching's petite figure. Alas, all the inhabitants of the wooden cabin surrounding Xiar have ventured out to hunt. Xiar remains silent, which incites a sense of doubt within Eli. He is aware of Meeching's penchant for slumber, yet Xiar should have awakened by now. Why is there still no sign of activity? Eli approaches the wooden cabin and calls out several times at the entrance, but receives no response. Growing anxious, he can no longer restrain himself and forcefully pushes open the rudimentary door made of dried grass. The sight before him halts Eli in his tracks. The simple room is adorned with several bouquets of fresh flowers. Exuding a unique warmth, inside the grass nest, a person and a fox sleep harmoniously together. Observing this scene, Eli's pupils narrow into slits and his breathing becomes heavy. This transformation awakens the fox, which emanates an aura of intimidation. Asserting its territorial claim, the slender-headed, fiery red fox cautiously rises, baring its teeth as it sidesteps Meeching in the grass nest and turns to emit a long, haunting howl, following the echo of its call. The fox gradually calms upon recognizing the presence of Eli and the human within the cabin. The fox lifts its head, and Eli comprehends the unspoken understanding, retreating from the wooden cabin. The fox glances back at the still sleeping Meeching in the grass nest before transforming into a handsome man as he steps out. Eli, what brings you here? He inquires. Yesterday, Meeching had already declined Eli's advances, and it would be expected that Eli would not pursue her further in the realm of beastmen. Once a female has rejected a male, the male is obliged to seek companionship elsewhere. I noticed you were not out hunting and grew concerned, so I came to check. Eli replies. Xiar understands Eli's sentiment. No male would willingly relinquish the gentle and lovely Meeching. Least of all, Eli. Xiar briefly recounts the events of the previous night, assuring Eli that Meeching is in no danger. Only after this assurance does Eli feel at ease to depart, reminding Xiar that he will quietly watch over Meeching from the shadows. Refraining from competing with him, Meeching is awakened by the enticing aroma of meat broth. She slowly opens her drowsy eyes. She spots a stone pot bubbling with steaming broth. She stretches and, upon realizing Xiar is absent, feels a twinge of confusion when Xiar, with a smooth, muscular physique, enters from outside, cradling a tan tiger skin that appears to have dried thoroughly. The glossy fur of the tiger skin tempts Meeching to reach out and touch it. You've awakened. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Xiar asks, his beautiful fox-like eyes sparkling as he sets down the tiger skin and places his large hands on Meeching's forehead, relieved to find it no longer feverish. Meeching, caught off guard by Xiar's sudden gesture, feels a hint of embarrassment, and the atmosphere between them shifts to one of awkwardness. The room falls silent, save for the bubbling of the broth in the stone pot. Meeching, avoiding Xiar's gaze, clears her throat and asks, "What is this?" Her attention is drawn to a small animal skin pouch lying on the floor. Sparking her curiosity, Xiar withdraws his intense gaze and smiles gently at the pouch on the ground. "I obtained some corn from the tribe's healer, Barun, to prepare for you," he explains. Upon hearing the word corn, Meeching's eyes light up. She quickly crouches down to untie the pouch, discovering that the corn resembles millet from her modern world. Unsure if it is indeed the same as the pouch opens, a radiant smile spreads across her face. Excitedly, she clutches some corn, gently rubbing it between her fingers, revealing the golden grains from their green husks. Indeed, it is millet. While the amount is modest, it is far better than nothing. The prospect of finally tasting a proper meal in this world brings tears of joy to Meeching's eyes, and she feels an overwhelming sense of familiarity, akin to meeting a fellow countryman. "You had a fever yesterday. Barun said you should drink some corn before eating properly, so I want to fetch some first thing this morning," Xiar shares, equally pleased to see Meeching happy. Fever? Meeching vaguely recalls a fox guarding her side throughout the night, and now she realizes it must have been Xiar in his fox form. A warm feeling swells in her heart, despite his limitations. Xiar is gentle, generous, and attentive, qualities of a rare good man in her modern life. If she cannot return home, perhaps she should consider Xiar. After all, he is not lacking in good looks. Meeching muses to herself. Determined to navigate this primitive beast world without succumbing to hunger, Xiar notices Meeching's delight over the corn. He promptly prepares to boil water for broth, just as he is about to toss the entire pouch of corn into the pot. Meeching reaches out to stop him. "Wait, the corn hasn't been shelled yet," she exclaims, her eyes wide with alarm as she watches Xiar about to add the corn with its husks still intact. This is primitive living indeed, she thinks, realizing that Xiar, like the beasts of this world, knows little of such basic tasks. Shelled? Xiar looks bewildered, unaware of what Meeching means. She patiently explains the process of shelling the corn, leaving a small portion of the unshelled corn to plant, ensuring that she and Xiar can enjoy it freely later. After removing the husks, they are left with only half a bowl of corn. Xiar, reluctant to waste any, playfully insists on sharing the small millet porridge he prepared for Meeching, and despite her frowning protest, they both end up finishing it, having tasted the fragrant, soft millet porridge for the first time. Xiar silently resolves to bring back corn whenever he comes across it from Meeching. After their meal, it is already afternoon. With plenty of daylight remaining, Xiar suggests they venture into the forest to hunt, as summer brings an abundance of game, and they can easily catch small animals near the forest's edge. Meeching considers their current situation at home and agrees. They spend the afternoon in the forest, successfully catching 2 wild chickens and a rabbit, while Meeching also gathers various wild vegetables and fruits before heading home. Given that there is still a substantial amount of tiger meat from the previous night, and the summer heat makes preservation difficult, Meeching does not want to overexert Xiar. However, her thoughtfulness only deepens Xiar's feelings of guilt as he watches her walk ahead, his expression fraught with conflict. Upon returning home, Xiar begins to prepare dinner. Once the water in the stone pot boils, Meeching instructs him to cook the tiger meat first, saving the chicken and rabbit for later. When they discovered the hens in the afternoon, Meeching decided against having Xiar kill a female chicken. And later, upon catching a male rabbit, she chose to spare it as well. After all, there is no immediate need for food, and allowing them to live might yield eggs or young rabbits, a worthwhile choice. After dinner, Xiar presents Meeching with the tiger skin he had prepared. The glossy, supple texture of the skin feels delightful. You should make yourself some clothes with this. Your current outfit has become quite dirty. He suggests. Meeching glances at the tiger skin in her hands, and then at her own attire, noticing that her white t-shirt has become discolored, and her jeans are slightly greasy. It is indeed time for a change. Setting aside the tiger skin, Meeching rummages through her bag in the grass nest, hoping to find another outfit, but only discovering a single shirt, no pants. She feels a pang of regret for not bringing more spare clothing. However, there is no choice but to craft something herself. Fortunately, Meeching studied fashion design in her modern life, making the task of sewing garments a piece of cake for her, albeit the lack of proper tools presents a challenge. She estimates the size and begins cutting the thinnest piece of tiger skin with a bone knife. Then, she measures Xiar to create a pair of shorts for him as well. After cutting out the pieces, a significant portion of the tiger skin remains, leaving her momentarily stumped about what else to make. The needles in this beast world are fashioned from bone, sturdy and practical. Meeching first stitches Xiar's shorts, opting for an old-fashioned design considering that he frequently transforms and needs a garment that can easily be removed. She leaves a gap in the waistband for a vine to create an adjustable belt. As Xiar observes Meeching deftly sewing for him, he experiences a sense of homeliness wash over him, and a warm sensation fills his heart, recalling how only his mother would sew clothes for him. Now he has a little female crafting garments for him, evoking an indescribable feeling within him. After 2 hours, both pairs of shorts are complete. In front of Meeching, Xiar removes his animal skirt and dons the new shorts. Upon witnessing this, Meeching's face flushes, and she quickly turns her head away. Xiar, however, pays no mind to her embarrassment as he admires the shorts he now wears, running his hands over the fabric with delight. Meeching, thank you, Xiar expresses, his eyes shining like brilliant stars in the night sky. Meeching simply smiles softly, cherishing Xiar's kindness and vowing to reciprocate his sincerity in kind, lead him to the pinnacle of the beastly realm, achieving prosperity and wealth. The following day, Meeching did not accompany Xiar on his hunting expedition. Instead, she instructed him to return with some vines and bamboo. Previously, she had discovered a fine grove of bamboo, which would now serve a purpose. Xiar promptly set off, leaving Meeching at home to tend to the vines he had brought back the day before. Although the grassy nest was sufficiently soft, Meeching was still unaccustomed to waking up with red marks on her skin. She contemplated weaving a mat from the vines, envisioning a more comfortable sleeping arrangement for the future inside the house. The wild chickens clucked noisily, drawing Meeching's gaze to the 2 hens and the rabbit tethered within. She realized that they could not simply be left to roam freely, as an increase in their numbers would pose a problem. Meeching glanced between the vines in her hands and the chickens and rabbit, finding herself in a quandary. The choice between constructing a cage or a mat waged a silent battle in her mind, ultimately leading her to decide that enduring hardship was the path to greatness. She resolved to forego the mat in favor of crafting cages for the chickens and rabbit as a fashion designer. Meeching possessed considerable manual dexterity. After contemplating how to construct the cages, she set to work weaving. The creation of these 2 cages from the vines proved to be quite labor-intensive, and by the time she completed them, there were only a few vines left. Typically, Orts would hunt all day, but Xiar, concerned for Meeching's safety while she was alone, returned around noon, bringing with him 2 live rabbits and some freshly cut vines and bamboo. When he entered, he found Meeching massaging her sore neck, which had ached from bending over for too long. Xiar, noticing her discomfort, quickly inquired, Meeching, what's wrong? She waved her hand dismissively, replying, It's nothing. I just made 2 cages this morning, and my neck hurts from being bent for so long. It was then that Xiar noticed the peculiar items on the floor. The wild chickens and rabbit were confined within. What are these strange contraptions? He asked, curiosity piqued. Meeching explained, I thought it unwise to keep these creatures tied up, so I pondered how to confine them properly. Xiar nodded in agreement. You are quite clever. I've never seen anything like these before. Meetsai chuckled inwardly, thinking to herself, of course, this is the culmination of humanity's wisdom over millennia. How could these primitive beings conceive of such ideas? What brings you back so soon? Meetsai was taken aback by Xiar's early return and, having eaten a hearty breakfast, had not planned to prepare lunch. That I will make something to eat, but you'll have to wait a while, she said, preparing to start cooking when Xiar gently stopped her. It's fine. I'm not hungry. You needn't trouble yourself. Just take a break. Before Meetsai's arrival, Xiar often went hungry, sometimes only managing to eat once a day. Thus, whether he had lunch or not was of little consequence to him. Observing Meetsai's slightly reddened hands and the small cuts on her fingers from the vines, he could not bear to see her toil so hard. I caught 2 more rabbits. What do you think? Meetsai examined the rabbits, noting that one was a female and could be kept for breeding, while the other could be slaughtered for food. She placed the female rabbit in the cage, and Xiar remarked, I also brought back some vines and bamboo. Teach me how to weave the cages. Understanding that the female lacked the strength for heavy labor, Xiar was eager to learn. Meetsai surveyed the vines and bamboo and replied, There's no rush. We can do that tonight. You should rest for now. This afternoon, I will accompany you to the forest. After a brief respite, Xiar helped Meetsai weave a large basket for gathering vegetables. And with his assistance, they soon completed it. Meetsai reflected on the evident differences between men and women in the beastly world. Days passed, and Meetsai accompanied Xiar to the forest each day to gather vegetables and vines, finding joy in their routine. Today, fortune smiled upon Xiar as he caught a goat, and he inquired whether to keep it. Meetsai assessed the still aggressive goat, shaking her head, We have no space at home. And if we keep it outside, it might be stolen. It's best not to keep it. With a bountiful harvest, Xiar had also collected more bamboo and vines, while Meetsai filled her basket with fruits before they made their way home. As dawn broke, Xiar was outside preparing the goat, while Meetsai fed the rabbit and chickens in the corner of the house. After some time, the once restless chickens and rabbits began to settle down. The hens appeared ready to nest, while the male rabbit frantically pursued the female, a promising sign for Meetsai. With the rabbit's short reproductive cycle, a single female could produce a litter of 7 or 8 within a month, maturing to continue the cycle within 2 months. The mere thought thrilled Miqing. It was summer, with ample wild grass, and she hoped the female rabbit would conceive soon, making their winter more bearable. Meetsai added more grass to the cage so the hens could lay their eggs in a cozy nest. From tomorrow onward, she would need to keep a close watch on the chickens' activities. To Xiar, a woman's voice called out to him, and Meetsai felt a twinge of curiosity. Moments later, she heard Xiar exclaim joyfully, Xueli! Having known him for about half a month, she had not realized he held such warmth for the female in the tribe, and this revelation sparked her intrigue. With her inquisitive nature ignited, Meetsai crouched behind the grass curtain, eager to eavesdrop. The next moment, the curtain swayed as Xiar entered, leading a petite woman into the room. Meetsai, caught in an awkward position, straightened up with a forced smile. Her expression contorted as she regarded the woman standing at the entrance. The newcomer, with striking red hair cascading down to her waist, surveyed the room. Xiar, puzzled, asked, Meetsai, what's the matter? The woman behind him mirrored his confusion, tilting her head to examine her. Caught off guard, Meetsai let out a dry laugh. I heard someone and thought I would check it. Xiar welcomed the woman inside, who began to explore the room's decorations. Noting the vibrant flowers and the woven mat on the floor, which gave the space a homely feel, her gaze landed on Meetsai, who wore a short shirt and had fair skin, and she nodded in approval. She is a beautiful female, the woman mused, though she wondered about her temperament. Females in the beastly world were treasures, often raised in pampered conditions, leading to some pride and willfulness. She questioned whether her gentle brother would fare well in such company. This is my sister, Xueli, Xiar introduced. Xueli, this is my... He faltered, shyly scratching his head, unable to finish his sentence. Xueli, are you there? Just as the introduction concluded, a rugged male voice echoed from outside. 2 men entered, one of whom Meetsai recognized as Eli. While the other bore a resemblance to him, though she did not know him, it dawned on Meetsai that Eli and Xiar were related. Xiar's sister, Xueli, was Eli's sister-in-law. Thus, Eli was Xiar's uncle, though the concept of uncles did not exist in their world. Xiar's relatively weak position in the tribe was bolstered by these familial ties. Recently, Isuo had been dispatched by the tribe leader's father to engage with another tribe, which explained Xueli and Isuo's absence from their own. Concerned for her brother, Xueli had come to visit Xiar's dwelling. After confirming that Xueli was safely inside, Isuo reported the recent hunting successes to their father. Worried for her partner, Isuo quickly finished his report and prepared to fetch Xueli. Learning of her presence, Eli insisted on accompanying him, initially curious until he spotted Meeching in Xiar's home. With guests in the house, Meeching graciously offered them a meal, though as the words left her mouth, she regretted them. The male appetite was astonishing, and the small goat they had would barely suffice for herself and Xiar. With 3 additional mouths to feed, it would be insufficient. Xueli, perceiving Meeching's unease and Xiar's discomfort, smiled gently. Isuo, go fetch our game. It will be lively with more people. Isuo, acquiescing to his partner's request, stepped outside to retrieve their catch. Meeching, resigned, remarked, in that case, you shall sample my culinary skills tonight. Eli, having tasted Meeching's cooking before, had no doubts, while Xueli was skeptical, given the reputation of females in the beastly world for being inept in labor, let alone cooking. Ignoring any doubts, Meeching set about gathering her collection of ingredients amassed over the past few days. Though she had been reluctant to use them, she now believed she could prepare a lavish feast, grateful that it was summer and more ingredients could still be gathered. Regrettably, the sought-after salt remains elusive, forcing us to substitute it with a fruit from the forest that possesses a hint of saltiness. After ensuring the fire was ablaze, Meeching instructed Xiar to slice a few tender cuts from the lamb to prepare a delectable rack of lamb. The remainder was chopped finely and placed into a large pot for boiling. Fortunately, the stone pot was sufficiently spacious to accommodate an entire sheep, by the time Aesop arrived, bearing a wild boar and a goat. The contents of the pot were nearly finished cooking. Meeching promptly added a generous portion of winter melon, which she had thoughtfully diced, into the stone pot, releasing a delicate aroma of vegetables into the air. Observing the sheep Aesop had brought, she contemplated roasting the whole lamb, with the boar's meat serving as a delightful accompaniment. The stone and sandy floor of the cabin provided ample space for a fire to roast the meat. Aesop and Eli swiftly prepared their catch, skewering it over the fire within the cabin. The space, already modest, felt even warmer than the outdoors due to the flames. Undeterred by the heat, Meeching busied herself between the 2 fires. Adjusting the seasonings, the enticing scent of meat gradually permeated the cabin, wafting outside as well. Sherry, seated on a grass mat within, watched Meeching with keen interest. This young female seemed rather exceptional. Not only could she cook, but her demeanor was equally pleasant. Although she directed her brother with various tasks, he wore a blissful expression on his face. It appeared that he truly cherished this female. Witnessing their unspoken bond, Sherry felt reassured. Her brother was finally maturing. After considerable toil, a sumptuous dinner was finally prepared. As they savored the delightful meal, Xiar and Sherry engaged in light conversation about everyday matters. It was at this moment that Meeching learned that Aesop and his companions were not merely assessing the strength of other tribes, but also seeking knowledge regarding any methods for treating infertility prevalent among them. Sherry had been partnered with Aesop for 5 years, yet had been unable to conceive. In a world where beauty in females mattered little if they were unable to bear offspring, the inability to reproduce signified an impending extinction for the tribe. Thus, males prioritized the reproductive capabilities of females. A male would typically have only one partner throughout his life unless the female was infertile, thus rendering the bond unbreakable. Sherry, a beautiful female of the Fox tribe, initially had many admirers. However, after forming a partnership with Aesop and failing to conceive over time, she gradually relinquished hope. After all, the males bore the weighty responsibility of ensuring the continuation of their lineage, and it was not unreasonable for them to seek capable partners. As time passed, Sherry grew increasingly despondent, often inquiring about methods to enhance fertility. Only now did Meeching fully comprehend that females here experienced estrus only once a year, akin to a civilized interpretation of a monthly cycle. This revelation was a significant boon for modern Meeching. However, for Sherry, missing this opportunity meant she could not conceive, making it all the more precious. Alas, fearing that she was not favored by the beast god. Sherry lamented that she might never bear offspring, that a sorrowful expression crossed her face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Aesop promptly enveloped her in his arms, declaring, "Sherry, do not be disheartened. Even if we cannot have children, I will never leave you." His possessive vow elicited a blush from Sherry as she nestled against Aesop's robust chest. After enjoying a hearty meal accompanied by the affectionate exchanges of the couple, Meeching observed Sherry and Aesop, their chemistry seemingly harmonious despite the circumstances. Perhaps Aesop's robust physique was overwhelming for Sherry, hindering her ability to conceive. To Meeching's understanding, animals generally had no difficulty in reproduction. Why, then, was it so challenging here? Once Sherry and the others departed, Meeching quietly inquired, "Is it truly difficult for females to conceive?" Xiar, assuming Meeching was concerned for herself, offered a gentle smile, setting aside his task to affectionately tousle her soft hair. "Rest assured, Meeching, even if we cannot conceive, my heart will remain true." Although Meeching was touched by Xiar's words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. She was in peak health and enjoyed her meals immensely. So how could she possibly be incapable of bearing children? However, given the disparity in chromosomes between beastmen and herself, it was conceivable that they might not be compatible. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Why was she even contemplating having children with Xiar? Blushing, she turned her gaze to Xiar, whose muscular frame was quite imposing, and retreated to the grass mat to rest. Due to Sherry's return, Meeching did not accompany Xiar on the hunt the following day. Instead, she stayed home to keep Sherry company, who sat watching Meeching expertly weave with vines. Intrigued by the items Meeching crafted, Sherry eagerly joined in. Learning to weave alongside her by the afternoon, Sherry had successfully fashioned her own basket. And Meeching mused that creating a backpack would also be quite useful. Just as she concentrated on her task, a male voice echoed from outside, which Meeching did not recognize, but Sherry, in the midst of weaving, abruptly dropped her half-finished basket. Tokay. The name was unmistakably masculine, and Sherry's reaction suggested a connection to this male. Could he be her admirer? Meeching's mind raced with curiosity. Before she could ponder further, Sherry had already risen and headed for the door, prompting Meeching to set aside her backpack and follow suit. Outside stood a tall man with silver-gray hair, fidgeting nervously. Upon seeing Sherry emerge, his eyes lit up with fervor. "Sherry," he murmured, his gaze filled with longing. While Sherry regarded him with a conflicted expression. "Tokay, why have you come?" Tokay remained silent, his intense gaze fixed upon Sherry. Meeching, perceiving the palpable tension, sensed that something significant lay between them, with no one else at home. It seemed Tokay was intent on making his intentions known, inviting them inside. Meeching observed the awkward atmosphere between the two through their conversation. She learned that Tokay was a suitor who had pursued Sherry all the way back to the tribe. Such determination earned Meeching silent admiration for Tokay. Since entering the cabin, Tokay's fervent gaze had not strayed from Sherry, as if he wished to etch her image into his heart. Unable to endure the intensity of his gaze, Sherry finally spoke. "Tokay, I cannot bear children right now. I cannot burden you." The light in Tokay's eyes dimmed slightly as Sherry continued. "You are wonderful and strong. You will surely find a better female." While Sherry sought to persuade Tokay, Aesop, Eli, and Xiar returned from the hunt, encountering the tribe's most beautiful female, Sophia, at the entrance. The trio paid her no mind and continued on their way home. Sophia pressed her lips together and softly called out, "Eli, I have something to discuss with you. Could you come with me?" Though puzzled, Eli nodded politely, while Xiar and Aesop took the opportunity to carry the game they had caught back home, strolling to the lakeside within the tribe. Eli remained silent, prompting Sophia to break the silence. "Eli, my mother has said that I will come of age next year. I will be able to choose a partner." Eli's expression was placid, revealing little reaction. "Congratulations, Sophia." Noticing Eli's indifference, Sophia pressed on, "Eli, you know that the females of the serpent tribe possess excellent fertility. If you are willing, I would like to choose you as my first partner, even in confession." Sophia maintained her pride as a female. Eli, as the chief's son, was not only strong but also a skilled hunter. Partnering with him through winter would ensure a bountiful supply of food. Sophia was confident that Eli would choose her. not only because she was the most beautiful female in the tribe, but also due to the serpent tribe's renowned reproductive abilities, which made many covet her. However, reality proved different from Sophia's expectations. After a moment of contemplation on how to respond, Eli shattered Sophia's illusions. "I'm sorry, Sophia, but I cannot accept. I already have someone I care for." Eli's rejection was straightforward and unembellished. Sophia, however, did not falter. She simply smiled gently. "Very well. May I ask who is so fortunate?" With a warm smile, Eli did not overthink it, his gaze drifting towards Xiar's cabin. "She is a kind, strong, and beautiful female." Following Eli's gaze, Sophia, recalling Eli's recent actions, realized who had captured his heart. Her beautiful eyes narrowed with a toxic intensity as they fixated on the direction of the wooden cabin. Early the next morning, while Meeching was still asleep on the grass mat, she was abruptly awakened by the incessant clucking of the hens inside the house. Still groggy, Meeching quickly opened her eyes and hurried to the chicken coop. Xiar lifted the curtain to enter. He caught a fleeting glimpse of shadow. Upon stepping inside, he immediately spotted Meeching, with her disheveled hair, crouching beside the chicken coop. Xiar held a stone basin, filled with pristine water drawn from the lakeside. He had learned on the second day of their acquaintance that Meeching cherished cleanliness. Thus he had fashioned a stone basin specifically for her ablutions. A gentle smile graced Xiar's lips as his warm voice resonated. "Meeching, what are you observing?" His voice, somewhat louder than intended, startled the clucking hen, which promptly silenced and withdrew its head, glancing around the coop in trepidation. Meeching gestured for silence, and upon noticing Xiar's puzzled expression, she whispered, "Hush, keep it down so as not to frighten the hen." Xiar nodded, softening his footsteps as he crouched beside Meeching. "What are you watching?" Meeching's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. "These two hens are about to lay eggs." She wore a mysterious expression. "Lay eggs? What are those? Can they be eaten?" Xiar blinked innocently with his fox-like eyes, his red fox ears twitching adorably. Meeching, unable to resist, felt an urge to pinch his cheeks. Suddenly, the hens began clucking once more, capturing Meeching's attention. The two sat in silence for nearly an hour, yet no eggs appeared. Concerned that the hens might break their eggs if left unattended, Meeching decided against accompanying Xiar into the forest for hunting. She resolved to remain home and watch over the hens to safeguard her recent efforts. After Xiar stepped outside, Meeching tiptoed around the house all morning, anxious not to disturb the hens. Sherry arrived, and, noticing Meeching's cautious demeanor, curiously inquired, "Meeching, what's wrong? You've been watching the chickens all morning. In this beastly world, no one yet understood that chickens could lay eggs, nor that they were edible. The hens are about to lay eggs. I need to keep an eye on them," Meeching quietly replied while adjusting the basket in her hands. "Lay eggs? What is that? Is it giving birth?" Sherry's gaze shifted toward the coop, where the two hens paced nervously, as if something significant were afoot. "No. If well cared for, hens can lay an egg each day. These eggs are edible. If there were a rooster, they could lay eggs that hatch into chicks." "Really? You can eat them?" Sherry expressed surprise, to which Meeching nodded. Unsure how to explain the phenomenon of hens laying eggs without fertilization, she chuckled and brushed it aside. In the midst of their conversation, one hen clucked loudly, and something fell from its rear. Meeching hastily set down her basket and rushed to the coop, startling the two wild rabbits that had been grazing nearby, causing them to leap into a corner in fright. Indeed, nestled within the straw of the coop lay a freshly laid egg. The hen that had completed its task seemed relieved, wandering about the coop, while the other hen blinked at the sudden appearance of the egg, curiously scratching at it and nudging it with its head. Anticipating that the hen might soon peck at the egg, Meeching swiftly retrieved it from the coop. The oval-shaped egg rested in her slender hands, still warm to the touch. Were it not for the lingering scent of chicken droppings, Meeching would have been tempted to kiss the egg. Sherry observed Meeching, whose eyes sparkled with delight, shaking her head in bemusement at her friend's enthusiasm. Since the hens began laying eggs, Meeching had collected 2 each morning from the coop. Thankfully, no incidents of hens pecking their eggs had occurred, allowing her to relax and no longer vigilantly monitor them. With a modest collection of over a dozen eggs now amassed at home, Meeching planned to cook them in a few days. That afternoon, when Meeching and Xiar returned from hunting, Meeching approached the rabbit enclosure with freshly cut grass. She placed the tender greens inside, watching as one rabbit eagerly devoured the fresh food, while the other lay motionless in its nest. Confused, Meeching wondered if it was ill. It had eaten heartily just yesterday. So why was it so lethargic today? Xiar, come quickly. In this era, without vaccines, a sick rabbit could spell disaster. Xiar, who had been tending to their catch outside, hurried in response to Meeching's call, relieved to find her unharmed. He asked, "What happened? Did a rabbit bite you?" He had observed one of the rabbits acting particularly restless and noisy, as though it were ready to attack. Meeching pointed to the rabbit huddled in the corner. "Xiar, do you see something wrong with this one? Is it sick?" She believed that as a higher form of beast-man, he would understand some animal body language. However, after a quick examination, Xiar confirmed, this mother rabbit is not injured. She has simply gained considerable weight. Gained weight? Meeching's mind sparked with a hopeful thought. Could she be pregnant? Tentatively, she stroked the rabbit's rounded belly, warm to the touch. "Xiar, do you think there might already be little lives inside?" Xiar regarded the fluffy rabbit with concern. "That is a possibility, but raising young ones is quite challenging. They may not survive." Meeching waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right. Let us give it a try, if we succeed. We won't have to toil in the forest every day for food. We could simply raise animals and let them breed to sustain us. Dreams are worth having, after all. What if they come true?" She patted Xiar on the shoulder, filled with optimism. Xiar chuckled at her naivete, aware that animals possess instincts and would not easily submit to domestication. They might resist and even refuse to eat. Assured that the rabbit was not sick, Meeching allowed Xiar to return the mother rabbit to her enclosure. From that day forward, whenever Meeching ventured out to gather food, she made it a point to bring back fresh, tender grasses for the mother rabbit. Indeed, the rabbit's belly grew rounder each day, while the male rabbit remained restless, often engaging in vigorous displays. Meeching thought nothing of this behavior, deeming it entirely normal. Initially, the mother rabbit resisted somewhat, but as her belly swelled, the confines of the small cage left her with no option but to accept her fate. Unbeknownst to Meeching, this would pose a significant threat to her cherished rabbit offspring. As summer's heat intensified, it was time to consume the eggs she had collected over the past few days before they spoiled. Rising early one day, Meeching boiled the dozen eggs together with some rabbit meat, preparing a meal for that afternoon. After lunch, Xiar and Meeching made their way to the tribe's entrance, where the Izuo brothers and Sherry awaited them, along with Sherry's suitor, Tokay. Despite Sherry's rejection, Tokay lingered in the tribe, content to remain by her side, as if merely being near her fulfilled him. Influenced by Meeching, Sherry had joined them on their hunting expeditions, and Izuo, seeing that Meeching had accompanied Xiar into the forest without incident, readily agreed to let her continue. Thus, Sherry and Meeching began their daily foraging for vegetables in the woods. Xiar distributed the baskets Meeching had woven over the past few days, designed for carrying their catch. Given the strength of the males, Meeching had crafted longer, reinforced versions to ensure durability. As their party set off deeper into the forest than usual, Izuo, Eli, and Tokay took charge of hunting, while Xiar, deemed weaker in strength, stayed behind to protect Meeching and Sherry. "Xiar, pass me your basket. The mother rabbit is pregnant and needs extra greens," Meeching said, having filled her small basket with vegetables. "Use mine," came a robust female voice, as a strong arm extended toward her. Meeching accepted the basket gratefully. "Thank you, Izuo," she replied, as Xiar, sensing no immediate danger, joined in the hunt. The essence of ability lies in its cultivation. Without practice, one will forever remain unaware of their potential. At this moment, Eli and Tak were engaged in confronting a particularly large bull, which, aside from its horns and impetuous temperament, possessed little in the way of offensive capabilities. This presented a perfect opportunity for honing their skills, and Eli and Tak were inclined to have Charles take the lead while they offered assistance from the sidelines. Aesop drifted over to Sherry, whispering something that made her cheeks flush with a hint of shyness as she cast a playful glare in his direction. It was then that Charles noticed the striking red fox tattoo adorning Aesop's smooth, muscular arm, exquisitely detailed and utterly charming. The sight of such a robust man, sporting an adorable fox tattoo, struck a rather delightful contrast. "What is this?" "A tattoo from the beast tribes," But isn't Aesop from the tiger clan? How could he have a fox? The curious and inquisitive nature of Meeching stirred within her. Seizing the moment while Aesop was preoccupied with hunting, she quietly approached Sherry and inquired, "Hey, Sherry, why does Aesop have a fox tattoo?" Uncertain if her speculation was correct, she pondered Sherry's own tattoos. Upon hearing Meeching's question, Sherry's hands faltered as she was gathering vegetables. Her face tinged with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Meeching, seeing Sherry's reaction, pressed further, playfully teasing her. Unable to withstand the onslaught of Meeching's playful antics, Sherry dropped her basket and attempted to escape the tickling fingers of her friend. Yet Meeching was relentless, pursuing her with laughter. Nearby, several males who had just felled their prey observed the two females frolicking in the grassy meadow, their faces alight with joy. Eventually, after Meeching's relentless pursuit, Sherry shyly revealed the truth. Only bonded males bear the mark of a partner, meaning such a tattoo signifies a connection to a significant other. Meeching glanced at the smooth skin of the other three males and mused silently, so they're all still unclaimed. At noon, Meeching divided a dozen eggs among them, teaching them how to eat. They were intrigued and soon devoured their portions. Meeching then shared some fruits from her basket, and after a brief respite, the four males returned to hunting while Meeching continued to guide Sherry in foraging for edible vegetables. Ever since Meeching had prepared a stir-fried vegetable dish for Sherry, she had developed a fondness for plant-based meals. Fortunately, Sherry's appetite was comparable to Meeching's. Otherwise, their foraging efforts would pale in comparison to the voracious appetites of the males. After a day of diligent work, they had amassed a bountiful harvest, each person having hunted an adult lamb and shared some beef. As Meeching was preparing for the autumn and winter garments, Charles had also captured a few adult rabbits. The Aesop brothers, needing to provide for their large family, had brought back a considerable number of animals in their baskets. With these baskets, they could carry more game, making their efforts significantly more convenient. It was all thanks to Meeching, who, in turn, expressed gratitude for the Aesop brothers' assistance, for without them, she and Charles would likely still be struggling to fill their bellies. After tidying up, they slung their baskets over their shoulders and shouldered the lambs, embarking on their journey back to the tribe. The sky was beginning to darken as the males who had ventured out to hunt started to return. Familiar faces exchanged greetings and inquired about the day's catch. Amidst their casual conversation, a disheveled beast-man stumbled into the clearing from outside the tribe. Bloodied and battered, he was missing an arm, his face pallid and ghostly. Someone noticed him and hurried over to steady his unsteady form. "What happened to you? Were you attacked by a beast?" The severity of his injury suggested that only a beast could inflict such damage. Others quickly gathered around, their concern palpable as the man swayed, on the verge of collapse. Many rushed to support him, while some hastily ran to fetch the tribe's healer. Miss Meeching and her companions arrived. They were met with this alarming scene, wondering if something dire had transpired. They approached to find a pale beast man at the center of the crowd, weakly uttering, "I am Boya of the Leopard Clan. Our tribe was attacked by a monstrous beast, and I am the sole survivor." The mention of a monstrous beast sent shockwaves through the gathered crowd, some males' expressions darkening with concern. Asked the healer. Boren arrived to assess Boya's injuries. He noted the severity of the arm wound while confirming that the others were minor. "Sadly, your arm cannot be saved. It is a pity," Boren lamented, shaking his head. "I asked there anyone willing to take Boya in to recuperate?" Boren scanned the surrounding males, but they exchanged uncertain glances. The prospect of one more mouth to feed, especially one in such a weakened state, left them hesitant. Even when the tribe leader, Ethan, arrived to assess the situation, no one stepped forward. Ethan, understanding the gravity of the situation, inquired if anyone was willing to offer shelter. Finally, after observing for a moment, Charles spoke up gently. "Let Boya recuperate at my home." His soft voice pierced through the tense silence. Drawing the attention of the crowd, he turned to Meeching, standing nearby, and asked, "Is that all right, Meeching?" Feeling sympathy for the injured Boya and recognizing that their household had ample provisions, Meeching nodded in agreement. Thus, Boya was carried to Charles's wooden dwelling, where Ethan offered words of praise and instructed Eli to gather more game, reminding Boya to focus on his recovery before departing with several strong males to discuss further matters. Inside the wooden house, Miqing and Charles tended to the injured boy, while Ethan returned to his own dwelling with 3 robust males. The leader's home was spacious, comprising 3 rooms, a dining hall, a bedroom for the males, and a resting chamber for their partners. That a female emerged from the inner quarters, her expression one of concern as she looked at Ethan, asking, "How is he? Is he gravely injured?" The males gathered around the female, and Ethan shook his head, reassuring her, "No need to worry. Lena de Boya's life is secure. He has merely lost an arm, which is unfortunate." Lena sighed in relief, grateful that his life was spared. However, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Ethan and the other males' faces. The attack by a monstrous beast on the leopard clan was a troubling omen. Though beastmen were strong, survival in such a primitive forest was far from easy. Each year, the tribes faced the threat of assaults from groups of monstrous beasts that roamed the deeper parts of the forest. These creatures were formidable, often powerful enough to overpower 10 men, with thick hides rendering them nearly impervious to harm. Even the mightiest beastman could falter against them. This was the cruel reality of nature's hierarchy. With the phrase "the big fish eats the small fish" echoing in their minds, they understood that the occurrence of monstrous beast incursions marked the most perilous times for the tribes, often leading to catastrophic losses, just like the leopard clan, which had been decimated, leaving Boya, as their sole survivor, severely injured. "Ethan, the leopard clan is not far from us. Could the monstrous beasts—" a male began, his thoughts trailing off, but the implication clear to all. "That is indeed a possibility," Ethan pondered gravely. "What should we do, Ethan? Perhaps we should relocate the tribe to the mountains?" Another male suggested. "Angie is right. We should move to the mountains." The male who had spoken earlier agreed, turning to Lena and saying, "Come, Lena, let us gather our belongings. We shall move today." Such decisive action was taken in a heartbeat. Among the males, only Eli and Aesop were Lena's sons. The rest were her male partners, all members of the household. The others looked to Ethan, who pursed his lips, deep in thought, uncertain of what to decide. Eli finally spoke up. "Relocation isn't a solution. With so many people in the tribe, there aren't enough caves in the mountains to accommodate everyone. That if this plan fails, we must devise another." While monstrous beasts lacked the ability to take human form, they were still cunning. That if they fled to the mountains, the beasts would undoubtedly pursue them. Unlike birds or other creatures, they could not fly, making such a move akin to walking into a trap. "Ethan, is the situation truly that dire? What shall we do?" Lena's voice trembled with fear, her eyes darting to Ethan in search of reassurance. Ethan embraced his partner, murmuring softly, "Do not worry. Everything will be all right. We must keep the flame of hope alive." While discussions unfolded within the dwelling, unbeknownst to them, a figure lurked outside, eavesdropping. That a pair of crimson eyes glimmered in the darkness of night as Sophia stealthily slipped away. "The flame of hope, is it? Her opportunity has arrived. When the tribe encounters a tide of colossal beasts, they will ignite the flame of hope atop the mountain to summon the Eastern Divine Dragon for assistance. Naturally, there is no free lunch in this world, and the price of the flame of hope is the sacrifice of a youthful female." Meanwhile, Ethan has just consoled Lena and instructed the Eli brothers to be vigilant during their recent hunts, looking out for any signs of giant footprints. Before he could finish his admonition, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted outside. The breathless male burst in, capturing everyone's attention. It was Buck, the bear beast of the tribe, his towering frame heaving as he gasped for breath. "Chief, is the giant beast approaching?" Finally catching his breath, Buck spoke in a rough voice. Ethan and the others were taken aback. "The giant beast has come? So soon? Buck, did you see the giant beast?" Eli was the first to regain composure. It was imperative to ascertain the situation to know. "It's just that the flame of hope has been ignited on the mountain. We thought the giant beast had arrived." Buck scratched his head in confusion. "What on earth is happening? The flame of hope has been lit?" Ethan and the others exchanged glances, just as they had mentioned the giant beast and the flame of hope. Someone had ignited the flame of hope. Who could it be? The group emerged from the wooden hut and gazed toward the great mountain behind the tribe, tilting their heads to behold a vivid crimson flicker, which seemed to be growing larger with each passing moment. The red flames gradually spread upward, climbing higher and higher, illuminating the village at the mountain's base as if it were broad daylight. Males from the tribe began to emerge, tilting their heads skyward. What is happening? Is the tide of giant beasts upon us? Chief, how has the flame of hope been ignited? Discussions erupted among the crowd, with some even inquiring, Chief, have you already selected the female to be sacrificed? The mention of a sacrificial female spread like wildfire among the crowd. Everyone was aware of the cost of igniting the flame of hope. Moreover, not a single female taken by the dragon has ever returned alive. Families with daughters began to worry for their futures, while unmarried females anxiously feared being chosen. In an instant, everyone harbored their own thoughts. Except for Meeching, who remained oblivious, merely enjoying the spectacle. Noticing the grave expressions on the adults' faces, even Xiar, who stood beside her, furrowed his brow and asked, Xiar, what's wrong? Why do you look like that? What is the flame of hope? It is an unchanging rule of nature. When the tribe is threatened by a tide of giant beasts, they may ignite the flame of hope to beseech the protection of the Eastern Divine Dragon. But it requires the sacrifice of a female. The Eastern Divine Dragon. Meeching was uncertain of what she had just heard. Is it the kind of dragon from ancient China? The one with horns that resides in the sea? Just as Xiar was about to continue his explanation, someone shouted, Chief, there are hardly any unmarried females left in the tribe, only 3 or 4 adults. Which one do you intend to offer to the dragon? At this moment, Ethan could no longer ponder who had ignited the flame of hope. The pressing matter was to select a female for sacrifice. Once the dragon is summoned, it will not return empty-handed. Furthermore, the dragon only accepts unmarried females. So Ethan was urgently considering who should be offered. One person sparked commotion, and soon others joined in, with some males scheming to divert attention toward the unmarried females. Little female, why not pair with us? The dragon is coming soon. Otherwise, your life may be imperiled. It was those 2 lascivious wolf beasts from last time. Seeing their yellowing teeth as they spoke made Meeching shudder. As she observed the 2 wolf beasts leering at her with predatory gazes, every hair on her body stood on end. Beside her, Xiar glared at the 2 wolves with fury, his chest rising and falling as he suppressed his anger. As long as I'm here, you want to have your way, Xiar panted, his expression stern. The 2 wolf beasts, however, remained undeterred, their gazes still filled with lewd intent as they looked at Meeching. She felt as if their 4 green glowing eyes were about to strip her of her clothes. Leaving her nauseated, Meeching, don't be afraid. I'm here. Xiar shielded Meeching protectively, keeping a vigilant eye on the 2 wolf beasts. Xiar, just you. You better know your place, otherwise we want to spare you. The 2 wolf beasts chimed in, their words dripping with menace. Xiar glared at the 2 wolves, his anger boiling within. Nearby, Eli, who had been walking alongside his father, spotted Meeching in the crowd and approached just in time to overhear the wolves' conversation. Do you 2 wolf beasts wish to be banished from the tribe? Eli's voice was cold, and he stood resolutely in front of Meeching, shielding her from the wolves' gaze. The 2 wolves exchanged glances, their eyes flickering nervously, unable to meet Eli's fierce gaze, yet still reluctant to back down. Eli, we're just looking out for Meeching. The dragon is coming. If she doesn't partner up, she might be chosen by the dragon. One wolf spoke earnestly, as if truly concerned for Meeching. If it weren't for the way their eyes roamed over her, they might have garnered more trust. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Now get lost. Even Xiar didn't believe them, let alone the astute Eli. Eli snorted coldly, glaring at the 2 wolves as he raised his voice. The majesty of the king of the forest radiated, causing the 2 wolves to tuck their tails and flee in shame. Once they retreated to the shadows, their green glowing eyes remained fixed on Meeching and the 2 boys. With the wolves gone, Xiar deeply thanked Eli. Eli nodded and turned to Meeching, assuring her solemnly, Meeching, rest assured, I will not allow the dragon to take you. After saying this, he addressed Xiar. Xiar, take Meeching home. No matter what happens, she must not leave. Xiar understood the urgency of the situation and, regardless of whether Meeching comprehended, began to pull her toward his dwelling. That a sudden gust of wind swept through unexpectedly, and Eli looked up at the sky. The dark night seemed to conceal something descending from above. That Eli's brow furrowed slightly. This was not good. There was no time left. The dragon has arrived. Indeed, in a matter of moments, a massive winged creature appeared above the tribe. Upon witnessing its presence, Ethan quickly knelt and bowed low to the ground. Seeing their chief's actions, the others followed suit, and in an instant, everyone in the clearing was kneeling. Even Meeching was pulled down by Eli. Just as her knees ached and she was about to cry out, Xiar quickly covered her mouth, silencing her. Meeching looked at Xiar in confusion as he gestured upward, indicating she should remain silent before releasing his grip. With her body hunched, Meeching glanced up with her peripheral vision at the soaring creature, which had wings and exposed fangs within its open M.A.W.is the dragon. It resembled a dinosaur in some ways. The dragon soared through the air, surveying the prostrate crowd below. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as if no threat from the colossal beast had ever occurred. Sebastian squinted, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had been bored on the holy mountain, and upon seeing someone ignite the flame of hope, he had thought there might finally be some excitement. Alas, this arrival left him disillusioned. You have called me. What is it you seek? A chilling voice emanated from the dragon, accompanied by a resonant roar. Its regal presence pressed upon the beastmen below, compelling them to bow even lower. It was Ethan who, with great effort, managed to straighten himself and address the dragon. Divine dragon, please calm your wrath. We have been threatened by a tide of giant beasts, and we seek your assistance to dispel this crisis. The dragon had already arrived. There was no room for deceit now, and Ethan could only strive to minimize their losses. Since the giant beasts had already attacked the leopard tribe, they could not be far from them. It would be wise to take this opportunity to eliminate those giant beasts once and for all, ensuring no lingering concerns. Very well, I shall heed your plea. Upon hearing about the giant beasts nearby, Sebastian finally felt a flicker of interest. Thank you, divine dragon, but this year there are not many adult females in the tribe. I hope for your understanding. Ethan bowed deeply. Sebastian, however, was unfazed. He believed that assistance could not come without compensation. Then let the immature ones count as well. After all, I do not intend to breed offspring just yet. I can afford to wait a few years. However, one can only hope that this female will possess a sturdier physique, as the previous ones perished shortly after their arrival. Ethan could scarcely fathom that Sebastian would utter such words that in the end, he had no choice but to summon all the unpaired females of the tribe to stand before the divine dragon for selection. With a flutter of his wings, Sebastian halved his size and approached the row of females, scrutinizing each one. Some timid females, upon seeing his head draw near, were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. The tribe's females were few in number, and with the inclusion of the immature ones, there were only 7 after his examination. Only 2 remained standing, Sophia and Anna. Yet Anna stood frozen in fear, unable to move, while Sophia valiantly pinched her palm to stifle her terror. Sebastian, intrigued, faced Sophia directly. Are you not afraid of me? Sophia, fighting against her urge to faint, replied softly, It is my honor to sacrifice myself for the tribe. I hope the divine dragon will save my people. I shall die without regrets. Her words were filled with righteous indignation, and Ethan nodded in satisfaction. Not only was Sophia the most beautiful female in the tribe, but her understanding also brought him solace. The onlookers, hearing Sophia's declaration, were stirred with excitement. They had always admired her beauty, and now her willingness to sacrifice herself captivated them even more. Some impassioned males called out, Sophia, choose me as your mate, and the divine dragon shall not select you. Once one spoke, the others eagerly joined in. Sophia was pleased with their reaction, a hint of triumph flickering in her eyes. Her objective had been achieved. However, Sebastian discerned her complex motives, realizing that such a cunning female would be difficult to handle. Furthermore, the coldness he perceived in her gaze did not sit well with him. As Ethan continued to suppress the unrest among the males, Sebastian's icy voice cut through the air. Is there anyone else? Ethan was taken aback. The tribe's most beautiful female was not to be chosen. What could be done? Just then, an unexpected male voice rang out in the stillness of the night. Recently, a new female has arrived in the tribe and remains unpaired. This proclamation, a chill of sweat broke out on Charles's back. Meanwhile, Sophia, in a hidden corner, curled her lips into a sinister smile. Who is it? Stand up. Sebastian's eyes narrowed. This chief was not only untrustworthy, but also harbored a secret. Meeching had yet to comprehend that she was the person they spoke of. Her body was seized by two wolf beasts, the very ones that Eli had just driven away. Meeching, Charles's terrified voice called from behind. Meeching was already being carried before the divine dragon by the wolf beasts. She glanced back at Charles, seeing him transform into a red fox, his eyes wide with desperation as he attempted to rush over, but was surrounded by the other males. Even Eli was caught in the throng, anxiously gazing at Meeching. Sebastian approached Meeching, who was held by the two wolf-beasts. As Meeching felt the heavy exhalation of Sebastian wash over her, she was captivated by his water-blue eyes, large and luminous, reminiscent of a pristine spring. Such beautiful eyes, Meeching thought, failing to detect any hint of danger. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. Having found no threat, Meeching ceased to fear him. She struggled free from the wolf-beast's grasp and returned his gaze. Sebastian was intrigued by her bravery, sniffing around her without detecting any unpleasant scent. In fact, she smelled rather pleasant. This petite female's skin appeared much fairer than the others. Albeit slightly frail, he pondered whether she would be easy to nurture. Meeching, upon closer inspection, noticed Sebastian's scales glinting in the moonlight, his impressive physique capable of crushing a multitude. Previously, he had appeared even larger, but now he had reduced in size. How fascinating that this dragon could alter its dimensions. Yes, this one shall do, Sebastian concluded, satisfied with the slender female before him. Though she was slight, he was confident in his ability to nurture her to be plump and radiant. Ethan hesitated, aware of his son's intentions, but when Sebastian's cold gaze fell upon him, he swallowed his words. "Your wishes shall be granted," he declared, and with a thunderous roar, the dragon unfurled his wings and reached out a claw towards Meeching. The force of his wings stirred up a cloud of dust, and as Meeching spotted the approaching claw, she seized a moment amidst the bewilderment of the crowd and fled. Howl! Howl! Charles, now in fox form, broke free from the surrounding males and dashed toward Meeching. He leaped to carry her on his back and sprinted away from the tribe, leaving the stunned onlookers in their wake. Sebastian narrowed his eyes at the fleeing pair. Escaping? How amusing, he mused. His spirited little female truly possessed courage. This was interesting indeed. Soaring into the sky, his furious roar echoed above the tribe, reverberating through the air as those kneeling below succumbed to despair. The Dragon Clan's night vision was extraordinary, and from his elevated vantage point, Sebastian spotted a crimson figure darting through the trees. Though Charles could not run swiftly with Meeching on his back, Sebastian relished the chase. The more the prey struggled, the more pleasurable the capture. He observed the retreating figures of Charles and Meeching until they vanished from sight before swiftly pursuing them. The frantic sound of footsteps echoed through the forest as Charles, in his desperation, lost his sense of direction. He could no longer afford to be selective about his escape route. Meeching, perched on Charles's back, endured the sharp branches that lashed against her skin. Dressed lightly for summer, she felt the sting of numerous cuts, fearing they were not shallow. A dragon's roar reverberated behind them. Meeching's heart raced. She was uncertain of the reason for their flight, but it seemed no sacrificed female ever returned alive. This was a path of no return. She had only just begun to adapt to this beastly world, and she was not ready to meet her end. With each interval, Sebastian closed the gap between them. He would roar, then slow his pace, widening the distance once more. Realizing that Charles could run no further, Sebastian ceased the game of cat and mouse. With a swift dive, he extended his claws directly toward Meeching, who let out a startled cry as she felt herself lifted into the air. She was ensnared by two iron claws, unable to escape and afraid to resist lest she tumble to her demise. Howl! Charles leaped in a futile attempt to reclaim Meeching, but his jump lacked height, and he landed heavily on the ground. Sebastian regarded the flailing Charles below, his water-blue eyes alight with murderous intent. The connection between this male and his little female displeased him greatly. Meeching's eyes widened in terror as she sensed the chilling malice emanating from Sebastian. Her body turned icy with fear. Looking up, she thought she could see a glimmer of icy blue emerging from the dragon's maw. No, he must not do this. Clinging to one of Sebastian's claws, she pleaded, "Please spare Charles, he defied me. He must be punished." Sebastian merely reined in his murderous intent without releasing his grip. Meeching's anxious gaze followed the struggling Charles as he desperately clawed his way up the tree, her heart racing even more. "He meant no harm. I am willing to go with you." Tears glimmered in Meeching's anxious eyes, tinged with a hint of pity. Sebastian sighed, glancing once more at Charles, who was straining to climb the tree. And ultimately, he suppressed his breath, flapping his wings to soar into the distance, gradually fading from view. Meeching twisted her body, looking back to see Charles reaching a higher branch, leaping toward them in pursuit. But in her growing anxiety, she lost her footing and fell. "Charles!" Meeching gasped, her heart racing at the sight, but she was too far away to see his figure any longer, carried through the air by Sebastian for what felt like an eternity. Meeching felt a burning pain across her body. In her earlier tension, she had neglected to notice her injuries, but now the sting and ache became apparent. While the wounds were not severe, flying through the air could lead to tetanus. There were no vaccines here. She did not wish to be the first modern individual to perish from a fever. Sebastian, content and oblivious to the pain of Meeching clinging to his claw, reveled in his triumph. Consciousness gradually faded, slipping into a state of unconsciousness. Sebastian's flight speed was not slow. Within half an hour, he had returned to the sacred mountain where he resided. The sacred mountain loomed majestically in the sky. With clouds encircling its midsection, its cliffs steep and treacherous, making ascent perilous. One misstep could result in a fatal fall. When Sebastian reached the sacred mountain, the moon was just rising above the treetops. He paused at a steep cliff, transformed into human form, and cradled the unconscious Meeching into a cave situated before the cliff. The sacred mountain, perched at a high altitude, remained slightly chilly even during summer. In her stupor, Meeching instinctively curled up, hugging her arms as she lay in a nest of grass on the ground. In her haze, she heard a cool voice. In such circumstances, it is quite remarkable that you can still sleep soundly. Meeching, still dazed, struggled to comprehend, and then sensed a warm body drawing near. Instinctively, she sought closeness, driven by the primal urge to survive, clambering onto the figure before her. Cold. So very cold. Sebastian initially felt a surge of joy at Meeching's action. But his brow furrowed as he heard her mumble a few words that a pair of large hands reached for Meeching's flushed forehead, the heat radiating into his palms. She feverish. Sebastian gazed at the little female in his arms. Her face aglow with fever, feeling a pang of sympathy. She had only just returned and was already ill. A fever was indeed a troubling sign. The bodies of both male and female beast folk were generally robust. Yet a fever could be a deadly affliction for females, often difficult to cure once it manifested. The previous females he had brought back had perished due to fever. After pondering, Sebastian gently set Meeching down and ventured deeper into the cave, returning with an armful of firewood. With a flick of his thumb and index finger, a flicker of flame ignited in his hand, which he then used to kindle the wood on the ground. The dancing flames illuminated the modest cave, which was quite simple. Apart from the grass nest beneath Meeching, there was only a neatly stacked pile of firewood inside. A chill breeze swept in from outside, prompting Meeching to instinctively inch closer to the fire. Sebastian regarded Meeching nestled in the grass, pondering whether this little female would manage to pull through. The next day, the rising sun cast its radiant light into the cave. Meeching stirred, furrowing her brow as she opened her eyes, acclimatizing to her surroundings. Where is this? In a cave, devoid of other souls. What happened to the Eastern dragon? Has it abandoned her here to fend for herself? Or had it stepped out, leaving her an opportunity to escape? Meeching rose to exit the cave, and upon glancing down at the seemingly bottomless abyss at her feet, she cursed inwardly. Damn it. Just as Meeching was probing for another exit, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the IT has returned. Following the sound, Meeching beheld the dragon from the night before, soaring towards her with a prey clutched in its jaws. As she fixated on the dragon, she desperately struggled to find a glimmer of hope. Sebastian, relieved to see Meeching unharmed outside the cave, exerted more force to ascend the cliff. He then shook his body, transforming back into human form. Meeching turned to face Sebastian, realizing that this dragon could also take human shape, much like the other beast folk, feigning an air of mystery. Learning of Sebastian's true identity, Meeching found her fear dissipating. She began to scrutinize the man before her. He was tall, with a healthy wheat-colored complexion, his facial features sharply defined, and his deep azure eyes resembling a mysterious and imposing ancient well. His appearance was striking, exuding an air of a domineering so, yet Meeching felt a flicker of disdain at the overwhelming aura he emanated. Noticing Meeching's gaze, Sebastian's lips curled into a smug smile. This little female was indeed intriguing. Seeing his precious one shake her head, he wondered if she was dissatisfied. Satisfaction could only be gauged through experience, but it was evident that her petite frame was not yet fully matured. Leaving Sebastian somewhat disheartened that moment, he wished fervently that Meeching had already reached adulthood. This thought caused his eyes to cool, and the previously softened expression on his face turned serious once more. He carelessly dropped the prey at his feet, his voice frosty. "I am called Sebastian. What is your name?" "Little female." Meeching, still processing the abrupt shift in his demeanor, thought it remarkable how quickly his mood had changed, truly. He was a temperamental and domineering figure. Sebastian's cold demeanor did not sit well with Meeching, who huffed in defiance and remained silent. Sebastian's azure eyes widened, releasing an aura of authority. Meeching felt as if the once bright sun had been replaced by an icy chill, as if the blood in her veins had begun to freeze. "Should you refuse to speak, I shall inquire with that fox beast named Xiar," he threatened, his words laden with menace. Infuriated, Meeching gritted her teeth and spat. "No need to bother. My name is Meeching." Revealing her name wouldn't cost her anything, and Meeching decided to yield for the moment. Sebastian was pleased with her response and silently noted the name of the male. "Xiar, Meeching, what a peculiar name. Does me refer to something edible?" Repeating her name in his mind, Sebastian pondered, wondering if it referred to rice or millet. If he could cultivate me, perhaps she would no longer need to feast on meat. Meeching's eyes brightened as her thoughts began to whirl. Sebastian, misinterpreting her glimmering eyes as agreement, declared, "Then I shall call you little me, as if she were an apple. She was prone to fevers." Meeching mused internally, rolling her eyes. "You haven't eaten yet. Here, this is your prey." Sebastian, seemingly pleased with the name he had given her, kicked the prey towards Meeching. She glanced at the animal that had been sent her way, grimacing. Did he think she was a beast, reduced to gnawing on raw flesh? She was not so desperate. "I don't eat it raw." Sebastian's eyes narrowed, prompting Meeching to take a cautious step back. With a single glance, he assessed the situation, bending down to pick up the prey and striding towards the cave. Meeching followed cautiously, and inside the cave, Sebastian kindled a fire, deftly skinning and preparing the prey to roast over the flames. Meeching observed Sebastian's clumsy movements, sighing inwardly. It seemed he was yet another purveyor of culinary darkness. After a while, the exterior of the meat had charred to a deep black, and Sebastian tore off a piece, offering it to Meeching. However, she was repulsed by the sight of the charred, bloody meat. She had seen him prepare the meat and noted that he had failed to drain the blood properly. Clearly, it was undercooked and inedible. Meeching's gaze lingered on the roasting meat, and after a brief internal struggle, she resolved to take matters into her own hands to fill her stomach for the lack of blood. She would pretend it was akin to a steak. Sebastian watched silently as Meeching skillfully roasted the meat. This little female seemed different from the others. She could cook and was not willful. She was brave and independent, suitable to be Sebastian's mate. Once Meeching had roasted a portion of meat, she used a bone knife to slice off the cooked meat. Noticing Sebastian's unwavering gaze upon her, she assumed he was hungry and thus offered him the meat. "Here." Sebastian regarded the meat within reach, seemingly contemplating whether it was fit for consumption. "And if you don't want it, fine," Meeching said, retracting her hand as he remained unresponsive. Sebastian's thin lips curled upward. "I will eat." Without hesitation, he snatched the piece of meat from her hand and consumed it. Meeching's brows twitched as she watched Sebastian savor the morsel, feeling a pang of frustration. She had seemingly lost both the meal and her dignity. Indeed, the very next moment, Sebastian's words ignited an impulse within Meeching to slam her head against the wall. "From now on, I shall handle the hunting. You will take care of the cooking. This little female's culinary skills were commendable. And though he typically feasted on raw meat, that did not preclude him from appreciating fine cuisine. Meeching felt a surge of regret. How had she been so foolish as to volunteer as a caretaker without recompense? Helplessly, her stomach grumbling like a distant thunder, Xiar could only grit her teeth while roasting the meat over the fire. Sebastian had brought her to this precipice, and there was no way for her to escape alone. Now she could only pray for Sebastian's conscience to compel him to release her. After snatching 2 pieces of meat from Xiar's grasp, Sebastian gazed contentedly at her as she consumed the remnants. Xiar's appetite was modest. She had barely eaten much of the prey before feeling satisfied, leaving a substantial portion untouched. Sebastian, unfazed, discarded the remaining meat at the cave's entrance. Once Xiar had finished her meal, she began to survey the cave's surroundings, which were quite simple, devoid of any unnecessary items. Thus, she lived in the cave for several days. Each dawn, Sebastian would venture out to hunt, while Xiar took on the responsibility of cooking the meat. One morning, upon returning from his hunt, Sebastian found Xiar had not emerged, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. He abandoned the prey, transforming into his human form, and entered the cave, when he beheld the petite female nestled comfortably in a pile of grass. His racing heart gradually calmed. The delicate visage of the sleeping Xiar brought him solace. In just a few short days, she had occupied a significant place in his heart, a troubling development, as the Dragonkin's reproduction required both male and female to remain in the sacred pool for 3 days and nights to bleed, thus giving birth to dragon eggs. That it was exceedingly difficult for a frail female to endure such a strain. He pondered whether he could bear to harm her should he develop feelings for her. Feeling increasingly vexed, Sebastian rubbed his temples as he observed the still sleeping Xiar. His irritation grew. He crouched beside her and noticed her complexion had turned pale. Even her lips had lost their rosy hue. Confounded, he gently shook her. Little Xiar, wake up. Yet she remained oblivious, her eyes tightly shut, still in a faint. Thank the heavens, after some time, Sebastian finally recognized Xiar's unusual state. He reached out to touch her forehead, finding no signs of fever. How could she suddenly fall into such a deep slumber? In his blunt understanding, the most common ailment for females was fever, a potentially fatal condition. Thus, discovering Xiar was not feverish left him at a loss. His gaze fixed on her pallid face, so small it barely measured larger than his palm, evoking a surge of compassion within him. After much contemplation, Sebastian clenched his teeth and inhaled deeply, conceding that he had genuinely developed feelings for this fragile female. He was resolute in this conviction for life. With a sharp bite, he pierced his wrist, warm blood oozing forth. Enduring the pain, he extended his wrist towards Xiar's lips, using his other hand to pry open her mouth, ensuring the vibrant blood flowed into her. Xiar instinctively frowned, her body rebelling against the iron-tasting liquid she wished to expel. Not spit it out. This will save you. Noticing her reaction, Sebastian quickly sealed her lips with his tongue asserting dominance over her flailing one, compelling her to swallow. Unable to resist, Xiar eventually acquiesced, consuming the salty blood. Sebastian sighed in relief as she finally ingested it. His tongue lingered in her soft mouth, her warm, delicate tongue restlessly dancing against his, inadvertently igniting a primal urge within him. His azure eyes darkened, emanating a faint cerulean glow, as if something ethereal flowed within. Cautiously, he moved his tongue to brush against Xiar's tender one, his heart racing uncontrollably, akin to a young boy stealing a kiss from his beloved. Once he had tasted the sweetness, Sebastian became addicted, daring to deepen the kiss gradually. This entire interaction felt so natural, with only one participant in a state of unconsciousness, while the other experienced a blend of guilt and instinct. Whether due to the kiss or the potency of Sebastian's blood, Xiar's previously pale face began to regain color. Sensing the effects were sufficient, Sebastian reluctantly withdrew from her lips. With a gasp, Xiar awoke as if surfacing from drowning, her breath ragged. Upon opening her eyes, she vaguely perceived a handsome man before her. Who could it be? Charles, though she had not explicitly shown it. Concern for Charles had lingered in her heart, wondering about the severity of his injuries and whether he was suffering from hunger. Over time, Charles had carved a place within her affections. Anxiously, she murmured, "Charles, is that you? I miss you so much. How is your injury?" Although she could not clearly discern the figure before her, joy illuminated her face. Meanwhile, Sebastian's expression darkened upon hearing her utter those two words. With a cold snort, he clenched his fists, rose, and exited the cave. The meat-sized gaze followed his retreating figure until her vision blurred, ultimately closing her eyes. Awakening from her stupor, due to hunger, she felt dizzy and weak. Her stomach growling insistently. Supporting herself against the cave, she staggered outside. The sun shone brightly, and as Meetsai gazed at the mist-laden expanse before her, she inwardly sighed at the towering height of the cliff. Breathing in the fresh air, she felt invigorated compared to the modern world. Stretching her limbs and yawning, she found herself enjoying the essence of nature, despite her precarious situation. Unbeknownst to her, a tall figure loomed behind her. Startled, she turned to face Sebastian, taking in his imposing presence, and felt a rush of embarrassment. Lowering her gaze, "Can't you wear some clothes?" she exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation. Noticing her bashful demeanor, Sebastian smirked with an alluring smile. Unfazed by his own state of undress. Having lived alone in this wilderness since reaching adulthood, he had no female to craft garments for him and had little interest in learning. Thus, he felt no shame in embracing nature's call. "You must be hungry. Let's eat," he said, shifting the conversation away from attire, his expression indifferent as he carried the prepared game back into the cave. Meetsai, despite her pride, was compelled to follow due to her protesting stomach. Upon entering, she observed Sebastian ignite the kindling with a mere flick of his fingers. Although she had long known of this extraordinary skill, each time she witnessed it, she was inevitably reminded of modern-day lighters. This method was astonishing, a flame that required no refueling, unquenchable and formidable. Sebastian placed the game over the fire, and Meetsai instinctively stepped forward to take over the task, a silent understanding having developed between them over the days. Sebastian sat quietly, watching her by the fire. What was it about this small female that captivated him so deeply that he would even offer his precious dragon blood? The dragon's blood possessed regenerative properties. For males, it enhanced their abilities, while for females, it fortified their health, akin to a rebirth. More importantly, once consumed, a female's life would be irrevocably linked to that of the dragon. Sharing both fortune and fate, this was a significant secret among the dragonkin. As losing dragon blood would inflict harm on the dragon's body and abilities, no dragon would be foolish enough to bleed for another. Though Sebastian felt some confusion, he had no regrets about his choice. Meetsai, having consumed the dragon blood, could no longer wash in the sacred pool to bear offspring. He was acutely aware of what he had sacrificed, and his interest in other females had vanished. His sole wish was for Meetsai to remain by his side, living a tranquil life together. As Sebastian contemplated this, Meetsai's gaze fixated on the prey over the fire, feeling dizzy as her empty stomach churned. A malevolent sensation rising within her chest. Taking a deep breath, she struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. Her head began to clear, but a tightness constricted her chest. Abandoning her task, Meetsai clutched her clothing tightly, her body swaying as she nearly collapsed to the ground. While she fought against the encroaching darkness, her mind raced. Dizziness, nausea, difficulty breathing. What was happening? Food poisoning. The realization struck her like lightning. Salt deficiency. She had gone without fruit for several days, leading to a severe lack of salt intake. Sebastian, alarmed by Meetsai's sudden collapse, rushed to her side, cradling her in his arms, calling out desperately, "Little Meetsai, little Meeta." Sebastian's forehead was etched with prominent veins, yet Meching appeared oblivious, her eyes wide and rolling upwards in a daze. Upon regaining consciousness once more, she found herself gazing at Sebastian's worried face, his lips tightly pressed together. Enduring the sensation of dizziness, Meeching attempted to sit up, prompting Sebastian to reach out to assist her, but then, as if recalling something, his large hand froze in mid-air, with her life hanging in the balance. Meeching had no time to ponder Sebastian's unusual behavior. The taste in her mouth was somewhat salty, and she reached up to touch her lips. What was this? There were dried traces of blood on her fingertips. Blood. Yes, blood. Her gaze fell upon Sebastian's half-healed wrist, where a scab had formed, revealing a distinct scar. Could it be that he had bled for her? Meeching speculated in her heart. There's salt here. Now was not the time to dwell on that. The priority was to remedy her physical state. Salt? What is that? Sebastian was perplexed by Meeching's mention of salt. What has happened to you? You fainted twice in a single day. Clearly, this indicates illness. Salt. Her body must be reacting to the lack of it over the past few days. Sebastian, I need to eat salt. Please take me back to the tribe. Without salt, one could truly perish. That Meeching's thoughts were consumed by the hope of finding saline fruits in the nearby forest. Meanwhile, Sebastian's expression had darkened. She wished to see that fox beast named Xiar, didn't she? With a cold demeanor, Sebastian declared, no way. Xiaomi, you are mine. Do not even think of other males. The dragon clan naturally stood above all beast tribes, with females being a scarce commodity. Female dragons were even rarer, and a male dragon would only ever have one female. Once she bore offspring, his duty would be fulfilled. The dragon clan was known for its coldness, and few offspring survived, leaving them with little understanding of emotions. Since Sebastian recognized his feelings for this little female and resolved to spend his life with her, he was determined not to share her with other males. I speak the truth. I need the salty fruit to survive. That Meeching's urgency mounted as Sebastian continued to stubbornly fixate on other matters. The salty fruit, a white-skinned fruit the size of a snake fruit, was not favored by the beastmen, as it only intensified thirst. However, it was rich in salt, and Xiar often returned to provide Meeching with it as a cooking ingredient. Salty fruit? What is that? Sebastian was again confused. It sounded like some kind of fruit. It is a white fruit the size of a fist. Meeching fervently explained, hoping to convince Sebastian, if a female did not consume salt-rich food for an extended period, her body would weaken, leading ultimately to collapse and death. Meeching continued to elaborate, and Sebastian seemed to grasp the situation, furrowing his brow as he regarded her. After a moment, Sebastian stood up and, leaving a terse remark, strode outside. I will fetch it for you. Meeching reached out to grasp Sebastian's arm, her eyes gleaming with hope. That I will go with you. Fearing his refusal, she quickly added, you don't even know what the salty fruit looks like. I can help identify it. Sebastian looked at Meeching's wide, hopeful eyes, and with a furrowed brow and thin lips, he uttered softly. That he bent down, scooped Meeching in his arms, and transformed into his dragon form, allowing her to sit upon his back as he unfurled his wings and soared down the cliff. Below them lay a lush forest, thick with underbrush. The air was filled with freshness, and birds chirped melodiously among the trees. With a mighty dragon's roar, the forest fell into an immediate hush, silence enveloping it as if grasped by a chokehold. The wind rustled through the grass as a massive dragon landed gracefully on the verdant ground. Meeching slid slowly off the dragon's back, surveying her surroundings. They had entered a vast valley surrounded by mountains, abundant with trees and sprawling forests. Sebastian transformed back into his human form and approached Meeching. What do you think? Is there any of that salty fruit? His voice, cool yet tinged with anxiety, reflected the gravity of the situation, a matter of life and death for the little female. Meeching sensed the tension in Sebastian's tone and, momentarily taken aback, realized she had forgotten to respond. By the time she collected herself, the concern in Sebastian's eyes had vanished without a trace. That you No. Meeching glanced around, failing to spot the fruit she remembered. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sebastian's face as he clenched his fist. He was not one to give up easily. Grabbing Meeching's hand, he ventured deeper into the forest. With a variety of trees present, they were bound to find it. Sebastian stubbornly pulled Meeching along, his pace quickening as unease gnawed at him, causing Meeching to stumble behind. She sensed his suppressed emotions, but could not fathom the reason behind them. They had known each other for only a few days. If she were to perish, he could simply claim another female. Why did he care so much? In the days they had spent together, Meeching realized she was not the first female Sebastian had rescued. 3 others had come before her, yet they had all perished shortly after. She considered herself the longest surviving among them, but now her time seemed to be running out. After searching the forest, they found plenty of vegetables, yet not a single tree bearing the salty fruit. Just as Meeching was about to give up, she spotted a solitary, snow-white, round fruit hanging forlornly from a withered tree branch. This tree appeared lifeless, as if it had exhausted its last breath to nurture this final fruit. Xiaomi, is this it? Sebastian's heart tightened as Meeching's gaze fixated on the fruit, unable to wait for her response. He sprouted wings and soared toward the branch, carefully plucking the last fruit from the dead tree. The pristine fruit barely filled Sebastian's large hand, seeming as if it could be crushed with the slightest pressure. Clearly, the environment here was unsuitable for such trees. Meeching sighed as she regarded the solitary salty fruit. After searching for so long, they had found only this tree, bearing just a single fruit, an obvious case of drinking poison to quench thirst. Consuming this one would not save her life. Sebastian, I may not be suited to this place. Please let me go back to the tribe. Meeching gazed at him with pleading eyes. There were many salty fruits surrounding the tribe, and she need not fear for her life due to lack of salt. She hoped for a final ounce of compassion from Sebastian, a chance for her to escape. She could sense that he did not wish for her to come to harm, and she resolved to take advantage of this to secure her salvation. That day, Sebastian said nothing, silently handing Meeching the salty fruit before lifting her effortlessly into his arms and soaring back to the cave. In the days that followed, Sebastian remained taciturn and withdrawn. After consuming the salty fruit, Meeching no longer experienced dizziness or difficulty breathing, yet she understood this was merely a temporary reprieve. Sebastian, the effect of the salty fruit is waning. Meeching's words caused the roasted meat in Sebastian's hand to tumble to the ground. The cave fell into silence as Meeching watched the meat blacken over the fire with a twinge of regret. Sebastian remained frozen in place, his fists clenched as he stared into the flickering flames, his expression turning cold and profound. Sebastian, please don't do this. Meeching observed him, sensing his turmoil. She understood he had feelings for her. Yet ultimately, their fates were not intertwined. That I will not let you go. The air grew dense as Sebastian finally uttered a statement. Following those words, he wore a stoic expression as he resolutely exited the cave. A dragon's roar echoed, and silence settled outside once more. Meeching collapsed on the ground, her heart a tumult of sorrow and pain as Sebastian's obsession was so profound that it seemed she would never escape this place. Sebastian was gone for half a day, and when he returned, he appeared haggard and despondent. Meeching had no inkling of his whereabouts, only that since that day, he had been flying out for longer and longer durations. Each day, he returned laden with ample food and water for Meeching, yet he looked increasingly wearied. Meeching's health continued to decline, and the symptoms of dizziness returned. Each time Sebastian returned, she found herself in a daze. Barely able to see his increasingly stooped form, Meeching often feels a chill coursing through her body, and she has an ominous premonition that her days are numbered. Xiaomi, someone envelopes her in an embrace. The warmth from behind beckoning her to draw closer. Perhaps, in their final moments, people's hearts are filled with kindness. She no longer holds a grudge against Sebastian for taking her away, for he too is lonely. Living alone in this lofty cave, devoid of conversation, he is indeed pitiable. What use is strength if one remains isolated? Meeching lacks the strength to respond, her gaze drifting towards the handsome man before her. His brow is furrowed, and his deep blue eyes are filled with worry and sorrow. Sebastian, I cannot accompany you any longer. If you seek a mate, do not pursue someone as picky as I. There are others who would be easier to sustain and could accompany you longer. In this beastly world, the females should not worry about salt, as they, like the males, live a life of raw flesh and blood, requiring no salt. Yet, she simply cannot bring herself to partake in the sanguine offerings. She would rather perish than do so. No, you cannot die. I will not allow it. Sebastian speaks through the pain etched on his face. Each word a reluctant admission. I will take you back to Xiar. After struggling to utter this, he lifts her gently and strides towards the cave's exit. That Meeching's consciousness is fading, and she can no longer discern what Sebastian whispers in her ear. She merely feels her body growing lighter. Am I to die? Within the tribe, Xiar's wooden hut is suffused with the pungent aroma of herbs. Severely injured, Xiar curls up in his true form within a nest of grass, having gone several days without sustenance. Xiar, just let go. Meeching has been taken by the divine dragon. And none wished for this. Sherry observed Xiar's persistent despondency since Meeching's departure, her own heart aching for him. There are other females in the tribe. Anna has always had feelings for you. Perhaps you should forget Meeching. This is the best comfort Sherry can offer. Lying still, Xiar seems to react to her words, just as Sherry believes her words have yielded some effect. He rasps, Sherry, Meeching has been branded in my heart. What? Sherry gasps, dropping the food in her hands in shock. The Beast Tribe's brand signifies a lifelong commitment. Immutable. He will love only her, just as she is branded in Esso's heart. Even if she cannot bear children, his heart will not waver. What can be done now? Must the younger brother simply wait for death? The loyalty of beasts to their branded ones is absolute. Yet in this world where females are scarce and males abound, encountering someone worthy of such a bond is exceedingly rare. Thus, when one does, it is love at first sight, and that person becomes a treasured possession. For her, they live and die. This unwavering devotion cannot be altered. While males can find females to propagate their lineage with difficulty, mutual affection is seldom found. However, once a pair is formed, betrayal by the male towards the female is intolerable. Esso, what should we do? Meeching is destined for Xiar. What leverage do we have against the divine dragon? I will ask Father what he might suggest. Eli is frantic, if not for reason, urging him to remain calm. He would have disregarded his father and brother's warnings and pursued the divine dragon long ago. Yes. Esso nods, recognizing this as their final glimmer of hope. This moment. Sherry is already teary-eyed, her voice choked as she implores. Xiar, eat something. Otherwise, how will you rescue Meeching? If she returns to find you in this state, it will surely break her heart. Upon hearing this, Xiar weakly opens his mouth, swallowing without chewing. Sherry is right. He must regain his strength to save Meeching. While Xiar and his companions are consumed with worry for Meeching, Anna and her friends gather, observing Eli rushing out from Xiar's hut. Exchanging cheerful banter, it is wonderful that Meeching is gone. Now Xiar belongs to Anna. Right, Anna? Remarks a female with an exaggeratedly protruding chest as she glances at Xiar's dwelling. Indeed, Kelly is right. Anna, you must be pleased now that a dark-skinned female wraps her arm around Anna's, echoing her sentiment. Anna tousles her coarse hair, pretending to be aloof. The male I, Anna, have set my sights on his mind. Anna, you'll be of age next year. Who will you choose as your first partner? Aside from Sophia, you're the most beautiful in our tribe. You have quite a few suitors. Have you decided on anyone? Kelly inquires with curiosity, and Anna does not shy away. I have a few candidates. Let us see how they perform. After chatting a bit more about which males are the most robust and skilled hunters, the group disperses. Once they leave, a figure emerges from behind the hut, a robust man cradling a beautiful woman in his arms. Sebastian glances at the departing females with deep-set eyes, contemplating the tribe of petite females. With a huff, he focuses on the pallid Meeching, his heart bleeding as he finally takes a step forward. Within the hut, Xiar has regained some strength after consuming a portion of the hunt, transforming back into his human form as he gazes at the prey Meeching has tended to so meticulously. A tinge of sorrow washing over him that moment. The door curtain is lifted, and the newcomer leaves everyone inside speechless. Sebastian coldly regards the three within the hut, his presence exerting a pressure that even Esso finds somewhat taxing. He cannot even sense the essence of this individual. The strength he possesses is so formidable that even the king of the jungle feels a twinge of fear. She requires salted fruit. Sebastian strides past the others, gently laying Meeching on the grass mat before issuing his command. Realizing that his little female has returned, Xiar is the first to react. He turns to search, only to belatedly discover that during Meeching's absence, their home has been stripped bare. There are no salted fruits left. I shall go gather some. Xiar recalls Meeching mentioning the consequences of not consuming salted fruits for an extended period and is about to rush out when Sebastian interjects. I will go. You don't know where they are? I will accompany you. Without waiting for Xiar's refusal, Sebastian seizes him and exits the hut, disregarding the gazes of the tribe, transforming to sprout wings and flying into the forest. Everything transpires so swiftly that Sherry, realizing the situation, is left in shock as the two soar away. Looking back at the figure on the grass mat, she sees Meeching, whom she has not seen for days. Now in a state of unconsciousness, her body somewhat swollen. Had it not been for her hallmark snow-white skin, Sherry would scarcely recognize her. Meeching, Meeching, what has happened to you? Sherry shakes her, but Meeching merely murmurs unintelligibly. Father, mother. Seizing the opportunity while Meeching remains unconscious, Sherry inspects her body, finding no visible wounds, merely a haze of delirium as she babbles strange words. Yet the fact that she has returned is a relief. Sparing Xiar from his morose existence, Eli embraces Sherry, reassuring her to remain calm, as both look upon Meeching, unsure of how to proceed, rendered helpless. Fortunately, Xiar soon returns, bringing back the salted fruits Meeching often consumes. Xiar carefully feeds Meeching the salted fruits before allowing his mind to wander elsewhere. Who is this man who returned Meeching? One who flies. Could he belong to the feather tribe? Thank you for bringing Meeching back. I am Xiar. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. It was merely a matter of convenience. Sebastian refrains from revealing the truth. He only wishes to confirm that Meeching is unharmed before departing. Once she awakens, I will leave. Sebastian's aloofness renders the atmosphere within the hut somewhat awkward. For the following days, he remains by Meeching's side. His feelings for her evident to all. Xiar is torn between joy and sorrow that he is glad that Meeching has returned safely, yet he worries that her escape might incite the divine dragon's pursuit. During these days, Xiar and Eli take turns hunting, and gradually, signs suggest that Meeching may awaken on the day she is to regain consciousness. Sebastian, who has been vigilantly watching over her, silently departs. In Xiar's wooden hut, Meeching groggily opens her eyes, a familiar sight flooding her with bittersweet emotions. Sebastian ultimately could not bear to return her. She ought to be grateful to him. Meeching, you're awake? Sherry quickly inquires upon seeing her consciousness return. How do you feel? Is your body unwell? It is worth noting that Meeching has been asleep for 3 days, causing great concern among them. Xiar rushes to her side, his eyes glistening with emotion. Meeching, are you all right? A gaunt face appears before Meeching, and her heart aches at the sight. Xiar's actions were motivated by his own interests, and she could no longer let him down. During her time on the cliff, Meeching often reminisced about the simple yet joyous moments she shared with Xiar. In contrast, her days with Sebastian were spent in the confines of a cave, waiting for his return like a stone longing for her husband. Humans are social creatures. She could not accompany Sebastian in the life of a caveman. She resolved to forget those days and continue living her life as an ordinary person. I am fine, just a bit hungry, Meeching said, gently shaking her head to avoid causing concern for Xiar and the others. I'll fetch you something to eat, Sherry replied, letting out a sigh of relief. Although Isao's cooking was not as delectable as Meeching's, it would have to suffice for now. After eating, Meeching scrutinized the humble little cabin once more, but failed to spot the presence of that stubborn and arrogant man, leaving her with an indescribable sense of disappointment or perhaps something else entirely. Who brought me back? Meeching asked casually. Upon hearing her question, Xiar replied nonchalantly, a male brought you back, claiming to have found you on the way. He inquired about your tribe and returned you. Xiar held little doubt regarding Sebastian's words, but Sherry was not convinced. In a world where females were scarce, it seemed unlikely that a male would not hide away a beautiful female like Meeching, but instead kindly return her. Observing Xiar, whose thoughts were consumed by Meeching, Sherry shook her head, thinking her brother was truly Navi, not at all like the clever and cunning fox tribe. Meeching nodded in response to Xiar's words, her strength returning as she sat up in bed. With Meeching back, Xiar's household resumed its previous rhythm. As time passed, summer began to wane, and autumn quietly approached. The beastmen in the tribe started preparing food for winter, with hunting becoming increasingly early and returns ever later. In the days since Meeching's return, she discovered that the mother rabbit, who was already pregnant, had inexplicably miscarried. Perhaps it was due to Xiar's inadequate care during her absence. Fortunately, the 2 hens continued to lay eggs, as usual, which Sherry had been diligently collecting for the rabbits. With some careful nurturing, they would likely become pregnant again. Meeching actively prepared for winter, having heard from Xiar that winters here brought heavy snowfall, capable of crushing even the wooden cabins. She wondered just how cold it could get. As someone who had lived in the south and never seen snow, she yearned to witness it with her own eyes. As usual, Meeching carried her small basket and led Sherry and Xiar, along with Eli, into the forest in search of edible vegetables and fruits. Thus, Meeching's simple little life began anew, continuing as it always had. At that moment, Meeching was in the forest with Sherry, while Tokay kept watch nearby, occasionally catching small animals. Xiar, when you hunt, be careful not to damage the animal skins. Otherwise, I won't be able to make clothes. Meeching called out as she struggled with a plant in her hands. Xiar, hearing her from a distance, let out a long call to indicate he understood, and Meeching continued her labor. Sherry, who was picking grass nearby, curiously asked, Meeching, what are you doing? Since earlier, Meeching had been fussing around in that spot, poking and prodding here and there, piquing Sherry's interest. This seems like sweet potato, Meeching said, observing the roots and leaves. Hoping her guess was correct. Sweet potatoes typically grew in clusters, and if this was indeed sweet potato, then beneath this lush greenery lay an immeasurable food source, a substantial haul for her that day. In this resource-scarce beast world, being picky was no longer an option. Any food found should be stored away. Sherry did not understand Meeching's obsession with these weeds, her eyes sparkling with excitement. However, she was always able to find edible items, and their flavors were quite pleasant. Thus, Sherry believed Meeching must have discovered something delicious again. After a struggle lasting several minutes, Meeching finally unearthed an oval-shaped object from the ground. Sherry, having never seen a plant that bore fruit underground, approached out of curiosity to this sweet potato. Can we eat it? Having spent so much time with Meeching, Sherry's thoughts were often centered around food. Meeching gently sliced off a small piece of the fruit with her bone knife, disregarding the dirt, and took a sniff before tasting it. It was sweet, reminiscent of modern sweet potatoes, albeit a bit larger. It's sweet potato. It really is sweet potato. How wonderful! Meeching exclaimed with excitement, shaking Sherry's shoulders. Dizzied by the vigorous shaking, Sherry pleaded for mercy. Sherry, stop picking those weeds and help me dig up the sweet potatoes, Meeching urged, handing her a bone knife and explaining how to unearth sweet potatoes. Sherry was quick to grasp the technique, though not as adept as Meeching. When she finally succeeded in excavating a large sweet potato, she felt a profound sense of accomplishment, her face radiating with a childlike smile. Although Sherry did not possess Sophia's beauty, as a female of the fox tribe, she had her own unique charm. Meeching felt greatly satisfied to see Sherry, who had always worn a frown from the worries of reproduction, finally break into a genuine smile. In this primitive society devoid of noise, females needed not lift a finger, yet were pursued and courted by males. They held no aspirations, merely waiting at home for the males to return from hunting and to bear offspring. The thought made Meeching feel a sense of sadness. Such a splendid time of life wasted on the mundane tasks of supporting a husband and raising children. She had no intention of living out a life of mediocrity. In her mind, she envisioned a future filled with possibilities while her hands remained busy. After spending the entire afternoon, the two had yet to unearth all the sweet potatoes from that patch of land. Meeching marked the spot for tomorrow's return. Xiar and his companions had gathered a bountiful harvest, and Meeching planned to return home to cure the meat with salty fruits, preserving it through drying. Although this method might compromise the taste, it was an effective way to store food. What delighted Meeching even more was that the salty fruits seemed to bear fruit year-round, alleviating any concerns regarding salt. The males carried their baskets, while Sherry and Meeching chatted and laughed behind them. At this point, they all gathered at Xiar's home for meals, partly because Sherry enjoyed Meeching's cooking, and partly because Meeching felt responsible for providing food for those who helped them hunt. Although they dined at Xiar's home, the Eli brothers and Tokay feasted on their own hunted game. Upon returning home, Meeching first fed the hungry rabbits and chickens before preparing to cook. After the meal, she discussed her idea of curing meat with Xiar. Curing? What is that? Is it something? Xiar asked, tilting his head in confusion. Not quite. Let me put it this way. The stouter the meat, the longer it can be preserved. So we won't have to worry about the meat spoiling in winter, Meeching explained, simplifying the concept for Xiar's understanding. So that's how it works. Can it really work? Eli pondered, realizing that if this method proved effective, They wouldn't have to worry about excess game spoiling before consumption. That I'm not entirely sure, but we have to give a try. Let's experiment with our game. If the food is still good after 10 days, we know it works. Despite her words, Meeching felt confident about the prospects of curing meat, believing that as long as they had enough salt, success was assured. She decided the next day she and Xiar would venture into the forest to gather salty fruits while searching for other possible salt substitutes. If they could find salt, that would be ideal. With 3 months to prepare, even failure would not be daunting. She had also learned that there was a sea nearby, and come spring, she could go to the seaside to dry seawater, which would yield true sea salt. Resolute in her plans, the very next morning, Meeching gathered all the baskets and containers in her home to collect salty fruits that a group of 6 then set off towards the gathering place of the salty fruit trees. Initially, Meeching had considered sending Sherry to dig sweet potatoes at yesterday's clearing, but upon reflection, she realized that as a novice, Sherry might not unearth many in a day. After all, the sweet potatoes would not spoil underground, and she could dig them up later after finishing with the salty fruits. Thankfully, foxes were adept at climbing trees. Xiar nimbly leaped among the branches, while Meeching and Sherry collected what fell below. Before long, their baskets were filled to the brim, prompting Xiar to take them back first before resuming his fruit gathering. The hours passed in repetition until noon, when Meeching felt that they had gathered enough and allowed everyone to take a break for sustenance. With the newfound methods of food preservation, Eli and the others intensified their hunting efforts, successfully capturing a considerable number of animals throughout the morning as they feasted on the boiled eggs Meeching had brought from home. Discussions arose regarding preparations for the winter ahead. Meeching, the winters in our tribe are exceedingly harsh. The snow can weigh down the branches until they break. You must be well prepared for the cold, warned Shelley, drawing from her past experiences as she cautioned Meeching, who knew all too well that every winter some orcs succumbed to the frost. Food and warmth were the primary concerns of the season, not to be underestimated. Yes, I understand. I have been diligently preserving the furs from the game that Xiar has hunted, and once we finish our task in the next few days, I will begin crafting garments. Meeching assured, nodding, as her home already had ample pelt stored to create several outfits. You are correct, Meeching. Starting today, you may also take the furs I have hunted for clothing. Eli concurred with enthusiasm, having recently given all his furs to his mother, who received additional pelts from her other mates. With enough clothing for her winter needs, he was more than willing to offer his furs to Meeching, especially considering the scarcity of Xiar's hunts. Thank you, Eli. My family's furs are rather limited. Meeching began to politely decline, but Xiar readily agreed, leaving her unable to refuse without causing offense. So she offered a faint smile of gratitude while internally grumbling about Xiar's magnanimity in accepting the goodwill of a rival. After a day spent gathering salty fruits and returning home, Meeching quickly ate a simple meal before embarking on the task of curing meat. The others lounged on grass mats, observing her as she busied herself, while Shelley instructed Isao to fetch the prepared furs to keep himself occupied. Meeching mentally reviewed the process of making tomato sauce, intending to use this method to coat the salted fruits evenly onto the meat. With a plan forming in her mind, she instructed Xiar to prepare the goat and rabbit meat, removing bones and cleaning it thoroughly. Meanwhile, she cleaned a portion of the salted fruits, peeling away the outer skin and placing them into a stone pot, beginning to roast them over a low flame. By the time Xiar meticulously finished cleaning the meat, the salted fruits had transformed into a paste. At this point, she required a vessel for the cured meat, and upon inspecting the stone pot, she decided to make a large vat. Fortunately, with ample labor around her, she described the general shape of the vat, and Xiar and Isao set out to find suitable stone materials nearby the tribe for its construction. One could truly be grateful that in this primal world, there were no rigid 9-to-5 commitments, allowing Xiar and his companions to assist her in her endeavors. Otherwise, she would have struggled to accomplish it alone. Intermittently stirring the sauce in the stone pot, she appreciated that it was crafted as a set of 3 interconnected units, akin to modern rural stoves, which could be used for cooking beneath them. Time seemed to fly when engaged in work, and after 2 hours, the sauce was finally a success. A steaming pot of fruit sauce emerged victorious, igniting a wave of excitement within Meeching. Her first attempt had succeeded, marking her as a genius. That moment, Xiar and Isao returned, carrying the large vat. With Isao even having meticulously crafted a lid, Meeching couldn't help but admire Isao's talent for creation, marveling at the strength of the orcs. As they had shaped such a substantial vat through sheer force, Meeching, we've cleaned this thoroughly. You can use it directly. They had selected this stone specifically for its convenience and practicality. Meeching inspected the vat closely, noting that the stone material resembled smooth pebbles, akin to porcelain, and water droplets clung to its surface, sliding off effortlessly upon contact. Xiar, you all are incredible. I was just contemplating how the absence of such a vessel would hinder the curing process. Yet you found one, Meeching exclaimed, her hopes of success rising further. She excitedly leapt into Xiar's embrace, eliciting a faint blush on his cheeks, prompting him to shift the topic. Meeching, has your sauce finished cooking? This reminded Meeching that it was time to begin curing the meat. She quickly washed her hands and began to evenly spread the salty fruit paste over the meat, applying 4 layers to ensure ample preservation. Now was not the time to worry about taste. As long as it could be consumed, even if it were excessively salty, she then placed the meat into the vat she had just crafted, pouring the remaining sauce from the stone pot over it, thickly covering the meat. The final step was to seal it tightly to prevent air from entering. Meeching specifically retrieved a large piece of animal hide to securely wrap the vat's opening and bound it with tree vines, finally placing the lid on top. Once everything was completed, Meeching exhaled a sigh of relief, silently praying for success. Phew, it's done in half a month. We shall see if it has worked. Is it really that simple? Shelley questioned, observing Meeching complete the task with such ease, her skepticism evident. Yes, indeed, it's that simple. I only remember these steps. I surely haven't overlooked anything, Meeching replied, confident in her recollection. How did you come up with this? Shelley's eyes widened as she scrutinized Meeching, astonished at how something so straightforward could preserve food effectively, something they had never considered that I merely pondered randomly. Do you not believe me? Meeching responded nonchalantly, recognizing that this was the accumulated wisdom of humanity over millennia. While they were merely primitive beings, Shelley instinctively shook her head at Meeching's retort, yet gazing at the peculiar items within Xiar's home. She couldn't help but admire Meeching's cleverness. Half a month passed swiftly, during which Meeching discovered numerous edible items, such as radishes, potatoes, and spinach. Though limited in variety, they were abundant in quantity. Now, aside from gathering grass for her rabbits and chickens, Meeching spent her days digging up sweet potatoes and potatoes, crafting numerous baskets to transport her bounty home. To avoid raising suspicion, she carefully layered thick grass on top of her haul, while unbeknownst to others, they mocked Xiar, believing he would struggle to provide for this beautiful female during the winter. The males in the tribe eagerly awaited to see Xiar's misfortune, some even attempting to curry favor with Meeching, only to be politely rebuffed. The females, envious of Meeching, secretly wished for her demise during the winter, hoping that would eliminate competition from mates. Among those who harbored deep resentment towards Meeching were her rival Anna and the most beautiful female, Sophia. It is said that where there is no love, there can be no hate. Yet, as long as emotions exist, jealousy and desire will be intertwined with their thoughts. During this time, Meeching's mother rabbit was fortunate enough to conceive again. Moreover, Meeching noticed that despite the mother rabbit being pregnant, the male rabbit still sought intimate encounters, likely the reason for the previous miscarriage. Thus, upon discovering this occurrence, Meeching promptly separated the 2 rabbits for breeding. Aside from the initial days of the male rabbit frantically banging against the cage, they adapted without issue. Given the short gestation period of rabbits, lasting merely a month, she calculated that by the time winter arrived, her home would welcome a new litter of baby rabbits. If food truly became scarce during the winter, these young rabbits could serve as a source of sustenance. Poor little ones still nestled in their mother's womb were oblivious to the fact that they had become mere food in Meeching's eyes. Of course, this was only a last resort in a dire situation, where one would have to resort to consuming what they had. One day, after feeding the rabbits, Meeching prepared to lift the lid and check on the progress of the cured meat. To her surprise, although the lid appeared light, it proved difficult to lift. She had to call upon Xiar to assist her in removing the cover, her heart racing with anticipation, uncertain if it had been successful. Moving slowly, She untied the vine securing the animal hide. The salty aroma wafted towards her, and upon inspection, the meat showed no signs of mold, indicating it had not spoiled. Xiar, can you check if it has gone bad? Meeching requested, holding out a piece of meat thickly coated in salty fruit paste for him to sniff. With a keen nose like a dog, she trusted the fox's ability to discern it doesn't smell foul. It should be fine, Xiar replied earnestly after examining it. Meeching couldn't help but chuckle at his serious demeanor. Then let us taste it tonight. If the flavor is satisfactory, we can begin curing more meat. Sounds good. When the cured meat was ready to be removed from the vat, Meeching called upon Shelley and the others to join in the tasting, as the rich aroma of the meat wafted from the stone pot. Meeching knew they had succeeded. After adjusting the seasoning, it was ready to be served. After a few bites, Shelley was utterly captivated, nearly finishing half a plate of meat. The males were equally astonished, never expecting Meeching's methods to truly yield results. The meat has been successfully cured. Let's start preparing our stock from tomorrow. In 2 months, winter will arrive, and the animals in the forest will dwindle, Meeching proposed, to which everyone nodded in agreement. Following this, Meeching began to delegate tasks. Others were responsible for hunting, while Meeching took it upon herself to prepare salted fruit preserves and cured meats at home. Every day, Sherry would gather salted fruits and all the game caught, except for that which was consumed on the same day, was meticulously cured. Thus commenced this grand endeavor. However, the unusual actions of a few did not initially raise suspicions among the tribe as time passed. Envy began to brew among some who were eyeing the game being delivered to the home of the Xiar family, especially with winter approaching, when food became a matter of life or death. Some began to harbor ulterior motives, secretly observing and waiting for their opportunity, and on a particular day, only Meeching was at home, busy boiling fruit preserves and spreading fresh meat, when 2 furtive figures stealthily entered the wooden house of Xiar. Typically, each beastman's wooden house was a personal sanctuary, and no other beastman could enter without permission. However, the scent of Xiar was too faint for these 2 unscrupulous individuals to regard him with any respect. Meeching, with her back to the light, was engrossed in her work at the table, which featured a stone-cutting board crafted by Izuo a few days prior. It was uncomplicated yet exceedingly convenient to use. A shadow fell upon the cutting board, leading Meeching to believe it was Xiar returning, prompting her to turn and inform him that she was nearly finished with the meat and needed him to prepare another batch. To her astonishment, she turned just in time to see one of the intruders stealthily hoisting an unprocessed lamb onto his shoulders, while the other stood guard, attentively watching her movements. Upon sensing Meeching's gaze, the male holding the lamb froze, visibly embarrassed. "What are you doing?" Meeching scrutinized the 2 figures, recognizing them as the same 2 lecherous wolf beastmen from before. Little female, please do not misunderstand. With winter fast approaching, we thought you and Xiar might not have enough to eat, so we intended to bring you some food. The other wolf beastman, acting as lookout, quickly responded, his green eyes darting as he spoke. Unbeknownst to others, Meeching was far from swayed by their feigned benevolence. The skin had yet to be removed from the lamb, and the slightly yellowed fleece bore a green mark. This was a distinguishing mark to identify who had caught the game. Red for Xiar, green for Izuo, yellow for Alade, and no color for Tokay. Clearly, the wolf beastman was carrying Izuo's catch. Seeing Meeching's unwavering gaze on his brother, the wolf beastman nudged his companion, Saichi. "The little female seems to dislike lamb. We should take it back and wait until we catch something else to bring her." Saichi, realizing the situation, nodded and turned to leave with the lamb. Meeching was astounded by their audacity. "Hold it right there. You may leave, but first, set down the lamb. If you're not afraid of me reporting your theft to the tribe leader, then by all means, try to exit through that door." Though Meeching's voice was not particularly loud, it effectively halted the 2 wolf beastmen in their tracks. "What do you mean by that, little female?" The more astute wolf beastman turned to Meeching with a forced smile, clearly intimidated by her words in contrast. Saichi had a more volatile temperament. "Sito, why waste time with her? Let us just go." Saichi, still clutching the lamb, spoke defiantly, but Sito, noting Meeching's serious demeanor, hesitated. "Saichi, since the little female likes lamb, you should put it down. There is still time. We can hunt in the forest a bit longer." With that, Sito helped Saichi lower the lamb from his shoulders, and together they exited the wooden house, although Saichi remained disgruntled. Sito whispered something in his ear, and he suppressed his anger as they moved towards the tribe. When Xiar and the others returned in the evening, Meeching recounted the events of the afternoon. Elaid frowned upon hearing it. While Xiar wore a troubled expression, it appeared their unusual behavior had aroused suspicion. If the wolf beastmen had come once, they could very well return. Xiar's faint scent was insufficient to deter them. And with time, Meeching might be in danger. Having only a single male in the household was evidently inadequate. Elaid felt distressed, wishing Meeching would accept him so he could rightfully assist her. What Elaid pondered. Others were also aware of. The atmosphere during dinner was somewhat somber, and after the meal, Xiar beckoned Elaid outside. Elaid, given the situation, the household needs a strong backbone that I will do my best to persuade Meeching. This statement implied acceptance of Elaid's intentions. All right, if it's not me, then we must find a male with a strong presence. Elaid expressed gratitude for Xiar's support, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. The two conversed for a while longer before they noticed Meeching animatedly discussing something. Xiar, intrigued, observed as Meeching eagerly exclaimed, "Xiar, I've thought of another method for preserving meat. We can make smoked and dried meat." Dried meat. It sounds straightforward, but I wonder if it truly works. How do we go about making smoked and dried meat? Meeching replied, "We'll have to wait until winter when it gets cold. We can simply hang the meat outside and cover it with snow, and don't forget the sweet potatoes we dug up a few days ago. They'll last about 10 days. We can dry them into sweet potato chips for preservation. In modern towns, sweet potatoes are often made into chips, preserving both flavor and longevity." Xiar had no reason to doubt Meeching's words. Having such a devoted boyfriend made Meeching feel fortunate. Unbeknownst to her, through their time together, she had come to regard Xiar as her boyfriend. Previously, she felt guilty asking for his help, but now she was comfortable requesting his assistance. Treating this place as her home, the ordeal of being captured made her cherish every moment spent with the person she liked. Reflecting on her abduction, Meeching's mind drifted to the stubborn yet uncompromising man who had ultimately yielded for her sake. She wondered if he was still alone or if he had captured another female from a different tribe. Meanwhile, on the holy mountain, as Sebastian tore into his prey, an unusual sensation surged within him, prompting him to cease his brutal actions. Who was calling him? A soft female voice. Was it Xiaomi? Meeching's consumption of dragon blood had forged a bond between them, a connection of minds. The thought that Xiaomi was thinking of him filled him with excitement. During this period, he had refrained from transforming into his dragon form, striving to maintain his composure. Otherwise, he might have soared back to the tribe to reclaim her. Sebastian's crimson eyes glowed in the darkness, and he could no longer suppress his long-buried desire. He needed to see her. Ever since he returned Meeching to her tribe, regret had consumed him. All pride had to be cast aside. The notion of not sharing a female was meaningless. For Xiaomi, he had resolved against siring offspring, dismissing any concerns about the weak fox by her side, as long as he could be with her. Nothing else mattered. With this newfound determination, he transformed, soaring towards Meeching's tribe like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Night deepened. Meeching and Xiar had just settled down to sleep when two robust figures, hunched and stealthy, approached Xiar's room. The innate vigilance of beastmen alerted Xiar the moment the two intruders crossed the threshold into his territory. Xiar, who had been curled up in a fox form within his grassy nest, quietly rose and crept towards the door. As expected, he spotted the two figures entering with cautious steps. Recognizing the familiar scent, he realized it was the two wolf beastmen, Saichi and Sito, whom Meeching had mentioned earlier. Did they intend to repeat their failed attempt from earlier in the day? Xiar's fiery gaze illuminated the dark night as he launched himself at the first intruder, Saichi. Caught off guard, Saichi stumbled as Xiar's fox form collided with him, sending him crashing to the ground at the entrance. Sito, who followed closely behind, was initially startled to see his brother toppled by the seemingly weak fox. However, upon realizing there was no one else present, his fear dissipated. Saichi, using both hands to restrain the fox's neck and prevent its sharp teeth from reaching him, transformed into a wolf, engaging in a fierce struggle with Xiar. The sounds of wolf howls and fox cries echoed through the night. Fortunately, The remote location of Xiar's wooden house spared them from disturbing anyone else, though it did awaken Meeching, who rubbed her eyes and approached the door. Wondering what had happened to Xiar, what is going on? As she reached the entrance, she was met with the sight of Xiar in his fox form battling a wolf, while Sito stood nearby. Towering and imposing, Sai-Chi was challenging Xiar, wagering that if he won, Xiar would have to relinquish his catch. Sito kindly explained from his side. Hearing Sito speak to Meeching, Xiar, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with Seki, wanted to argue but could only emit a long string of fox howls. Distracted by this, Seki seized the opportunity to lunge at Xiar's exposed neck, his elongated wolf fangs glinting ominously in the moonlight. Xiar, be careful. Instinctively, Xiar dodged, but the sharp fangs landed on his shoulder. The blade-like teeth pierced into his scapula, causing Xiar to stiffen in pain. Noticing that Seki had already injured Xiar, Sito called out to his brother, who was still intent on attacking. Seki hesitated for a moment, then halted his advance, though he did not revert to his human form. Meeching rushed to Xiar's side, observing blood gushing from his shoulder. She quickly pressed her hand against the wound, soon staining her fair palm with his blood. Xiar was gravely wounded. He lay weakly on the ground, silently licking his injury. Seki had intended to kill, aiming to tear a chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Meeching looked at Xiar with deep concern, while Seki, observing the situation from the side, stealthily moved closer to Meeching. That he lifted his foot and, taking advantage of her unawareness, pounced on her from behind, his massive wolf head lowered, tearing at the fabric of Meeching's clothing. Seki, we are merely here to procure food. Do exercise restraint. Sito, understanding his brother's intentions, transformed into a wolf and rushed over. Meeching, gazing up at the wolfish Seki looming over her, felt a surge of despair and indignation, her hands and feet futilely pounding against the beast above her. Unable to budge him in the slightest, this moment, Sebastian felt a wave of frustration. Narrowing his eyes, he stepped onto the trembling shoulder of Sito, applying pressure, causing Sito to cry out in agony as his arms fell limp. Seki, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that this male had brutally broken his brother's scapula. Worse was yet to come. Sebastian repeated his earlier action, placing his foot on Seki's waist, causing Seki's face to pale in pain as the sound of cracking bones echoed. Sebastian had shattered Seki's tailbone in the distance. Footsteps approached, and Sebastian, who was about to continue his assault on the Seki brothers, heard a deep male voice call out, "Please show mercy. I am the chief of this tribe." A robust tiger approached from afar, positioning himself in front of Sebastian. It was Chief Ethan. These two males have forced a female. Should they not be punished? If it were anyone else, Sebastian would have been indifferent. But this was the chief. Males who rise to such positions are often favored by the beast gods, holding a certain esteemed status within the tribe. Rest assured, I shall ensure these two males are punished. Ethan assured solemnly, while Sherry, who had arrived, draped a beast skin from Xiar's home over Meeching. Eli was about to lift Meeching, but unexpectedly, the mysterious male who had been conversing with Ethan suddenly appeared and carried Meeching away. The chief's punishment better satisfy me. With that, Sebastian took it upon himself to carry Meeching into Xiar's wooden house. That a few individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Eli had yet to process the situation when his father, Ethan, called him. Eli, confine these two individuals to the wooden house and expel them from the tribe tomorrow in front of everyone. But Meeching, Eli expressed concern for Meeching, but was interrupted by Ethan's dismissive gesture. He understood his son's intentions, yet the sudden appearance of this powerful male, whose beast form he could not even discern, hinted at his role as Meeching's suitor. With such a formidable male present, Eli's attempts to ingratiate himself could lead to conflict. This decision was also made to protect his son from harm. Eli gazed deeply at the entrance of the wooden house, then bent down to drag the Seki brothers away by their shoulders. Ison also carried the gravely injured Xiar back to their dwelling, with Sherry and Toke following closely behind. That it was disconcerting to see Sebastian press his lacerated wrist against Meeching's lips. The three looked on in confusion, but dared not inquire due to Sebastian's overwhelming presence. Since Sebastian had saved Meeching, they had no concerns for her safety, supporting Xiar as he sat in the grassy nest. Sherry fetched water while Ison tended to Xiar's wounds. aside from the shoulder injury, which was severe and would take 10 days to heal. The other wounds were minor and would mend in 2 or 3 days. Fortunately, this mail arrived in time, allowing both Meeching and Xiar to retain their lives. "Thank you for your assistance." Sherry expressed her gratitude to Sebastian, who did not spare her a glance. His gaze remained fixed on Meeching's unconscious face. And then he stood and nonchalantly declared, "Meeching's injuries are not severe." With that cryptic remark, Sebastian exited the wooden house. The following day, when Meeching regained consciousness, she found Xiar in his fox form nestled across from her, with green herbs applied to his shoulder. Meeching's last recollection was of Seki pinning her down. She checked her body and found no abnormalities, relieved that she had escaped his grasp. Sherry entered with a basin of fresh water, greeting Meeching as she noticed her sitting up. "Meeching, you're awake?" Sherry's arrival led Meeching to mistakenly believe that Ison and the others had rescued her, so she refrained from mentioning the incident and simply thanked Sherry. "Thank you, Sherry." Sherry assumed Meeching was referring to her care and smiled, indicating it was of no trouble. Thus, a significant misunderstanding arose. Meanwhile, Xiar, unable to hunt due to his injury, left Meeching to forage for sweet potatoes during the day and return at night to cure meat. The 2 male wolves who had committed wrongdoings were expelled from the tribe by the chief, and their infamy quickly spread that it was unlikely that any tribe would take them in, as no one wished to harbor a threat to their females. Without the refuge of a tribe, they would be left to wander, uncertain of their fate when facing the ferocity of winter and large predators. The chief's decision effectively condemned the Seki brothers to a struggle for survival. And with one having lost an arm and the other a leg, their chances of survival dwindled even further. With matters settled, neither Xiar nor Meeching had much to say. The burden of their household now rested solely on Meeching's shoulders due to Xiar's injury. With just over a month until winter, the males of the tribe intensified their hunting efforts. Eli and Ison offered to assist, but Meeching declined, recognizing that hunting was becoming increasingly difficult. Nearby game had dwindled, necessitating deeper excursions into the forest, yielding at most 2 or 3 wild boars a day. And O family was thriving, especially with winter lasting a full 3 months rather than mere days. Meeching contemplated that Xiar would need at least half a month to recuperate, leaving them with a month to prepare food. During this half-month, she sought out sweet potatoes and winter vegetables like radishes. They had 6 barrels of cured meat prepared, prioritizing Xiar's needs while she subsisted on sweet potato leaves, which were filling. Whatever they could hunt in the following month would have to suffice. It might not be enough to sate their hunger, but it would prevent starvation. Meeching assessed their supplies at home, discovering that the earliest sweet potatoes they had dug up were starting to sprout, a troubling sign. Sprouting indicated toxicity, rendering them inedible. They needed to act quickly. Glancing at the sky, Meeching realized it was nearly time for everyone to begin hunting. While lost in thought, Sherry entered. Given the current dangers of venturing deep into the forest, Sherry had refrained from accompanying them, but came daily to help care for Xiar. "Sherry, the sweet potatoes we dug earlier seem to be sprouting. If they sprout, they can't be eaten," Meeching said, frowning as Sherry entered. "What shall we do? Hasn't all our effort been in vain?" Sherry exclaimed, surprised and quickly inquiring, "Is there any solution?" Meeching considered and replied, "There is a way, but I need your help right now." She had thought of drying the sweet potatoes or grinding them into powder. Tasks not overly complex, but time-consuming. Is there any need to say that between us? Sherry expressed her mild discontent at Meeching's perceived distance. Since Xiar had chosen Meeching, their bond was evident. Moreover, Meeching's actions were not solely for herself, but also for her brother, Xiar, and she was more than willing to lend assistance. "Thank you, Sherry." Meeching was deeply grateful for Sherry's thoughtfulness. In the beast world, females typically did not engage in such labor, as males handled all but eating and childbearing. Thus, Meeching appreciated Sherry's help immensely. Aesop treated Shirley like a precious gem. Yet now she finds herself here assisting Meeching, leaving her at a loss for words. The sweet potatoes must be thoroughly washed and then sliced thinly with a knife. Afterward, they should be spread on animal skins and placed in a sunlit area to dry. Meeching first demonstrated the process by taking a sweet potato, washing it, and slicing it. Shirley observed attentively, and after watching once, she began to slice herself. Initially, her technique was unrefined, resulting in uneven slices. However, after several attempts, she gradually mastered the art of achieving the desired thickness. Surely, be extremely careful not to cut your fingers. When selecting sweet potatoes, opt for the larger ones, as they are easier to handle that if you feel tired. Take a break. I have boiled some sweet potatoes in the pot. If you're hungry, feel free to eat. There's also food prepared for Charles over there. Remember to remind him to eat once he wakes up. After conveying her instructions, Meeching confidently set off with her basket and backpack. Upon reaching the entrance of the tribe, she reunited with the Eli brothers, and together they ventured deep into the forest for hunting. In truth, the tribe has an obligation to support the females. Individuals like Meeching, who are alone without parents or siblings and are still minors, receive daily food rations assigned by the chief. Females are the foundation of the tribe, and they will never suffer from hunger. However, Meeching had declined this assistance. As winter approached, everyone's circumstances were dire, and she did not wish to burden others. Besides, she had her own hands and feet. Along with the support of her friends, she believed her life would not be too difficult, albeit a bit strenuous. While Eli and the others hunted nearby, Meeching searched for edible vegetables in winter. Vegetables are scarce, especially in this primitive beast world where some vegetables have yet to make an appearance. The sweet potato field she discovered previously was already harvested yesterday, so today she could only wander around in hopes of finding something new. During her exploration, she stumbled upon a good amount of spinach, which is the most common vegetable in winter. However, being autumn, it is not abundant, and it can only be used for cooking rather than filling one's stomach. Meeching merely gathered a few large spinach leaves before stopping. As she wandered through the forest, her eyes finally landed on a green shoot. It was a potato. Meeching gazed at the patch of foliage. Recognizing it as potato leaves, potatoes yield more than sweet potatoes, capable of sustaining hundreds of millions in China each day. Meeching widened her eyes and carefully examined the area, digging slightly beneath the leaves. 5 minutes later, she unearthed a round, plump potato. Delighted by the familiar hue of the fruit, Meeching broke into a broad smile. Her joyful expression caught the attention of someone hidden in the shadows. There was both joy and anger. The joy stemmed from seeing Xiaomi so elated, a sight he had not witnessed in ages, not even during their long stay in the cave. Yet now, she was beaming simply because she had unearthed an unknown fruit. His anger arose from the fact that Charles, this male, had allowed Xiaomi to venture out to toil for food. His Xiaomi ought to be cherished and pampered, yet here she was, struggling for sustenance. While this useless male was merely a bystander, Sebastian silently committed this location to memory, planning to return at night to excavate the fruits and deliver them to Meeching. Meanwhile, Meeching remained oblivious to the intense gaze fixated upon her. After a short while of digging, Meeching's basket and backpack were filled to the brim with potatoes. She tilted her head to glance at the sun and realized it was already approaching noon without her noticing. Suddenly, Eli's voice echoed in her ears. Meeching, where are you? Here, I'm over here, Meeching called out, relieved that Eli had come to find her just as she was pondering how to carry her load back. Upon hearing her, Eli quickened his pace towards her. Meeching waved happily at Eli, but Sebastian, lurking in the shadows, felt a pang of displeasure at the sight of Eli's face. Xiaomi had never smiled at him, but was now smiling at this male. Did it signify that she favored him? Sebastian discerned that Eli was a formidable male from the tiger tribe, and jealousy surged within him that it seemed Xiaomi's affections were not solely reserved for the weak fox, but rather excluded him entirely. Consumed by frustration, he exuded a menacing aura, which Eli instinctively sensed, immediately positioning himself protectively in front of Meeching. After a tense moment with no further incidents, the group proceeded, with Eli carrying the basket and Meeching by his side. Since their hen began laying eggs, Meeching had been boiling a few eggs daily for her midday nourishment. After consuming the eggs and taking a brief respite, Meeching resumed her potato digging until sunset. Eli and his companions made their way back to the tribe, each male burdened with baskets filled with potatoes and wild grasses and leaves collected by Meeching for the rabbits. Their mother rabbit was soon to give birth, and it was essential to ensure she was well fed during these days. Throughout their journey, An unspoken tension loomed over the group until they neared the tribe's entrance. The usually serious Aesop hesitated, biting his lip before finally speaking. Meeching, I wish to discuss something with you. He paused, his demeanor grave. The other two seemed to understand the subject at hand, simultaneously chiming in, You two chat, Eli, and I will head home. With that, they took the game from Aesop's hands and made their way into the tribe, where the evening was just beginning, and the hunters returned with their catches. Aesop led Meeching to a secluded spot and cautiously articulated his suggestion. Meeching, Charles is injured and will require some time to recover. Even when he does, he will likely struggle to hunt effectively for a while. With winter approaching, this predicament could spell disaster for both of you. Since you have refused assistance from the tribe, perhaps it would be wise to consider choosing another partner. I will not abandon Charles. Meeching interjected firmly as soon as Aesop finished speaking. Charles was the first person she encountered upon her arrival in this beast world. The first to show her kindness, he had bravely fought against the divine dragon for her sake, sustaining severe injuries in the process. How could she possibly forsake such loyalty? Meeching, you misunderstand. I am not suggesting you abandon Charles, but rather to find another male to better care for you. Aesop urged, gesturing for her to remain calm and listen carefully. Let me speak plainly. The males in the tribe are aware of Charles's condition, and some have already approached my father about it. After discussions with several elders, it has been decided that you should choose another partner, that if you are unable to make a choice, they will select a suitable match for you. It was astonishing that such a beautiful young female like Meeching had chosen only Charles as her partner. While it was her decision, the chief and the elders could not voice objections, with Charles incapacitated and unable to care for Meeching. And with winter looming, the potential loss of a female would be a grave matter for the tribe. Thus, the chief and elders made this decision, seeking to provide opportunities for their own offspring. After all, the future of the tribe depended on the females, and ensuring the continuation of their lineage was paramount. How could this be? Panic welled within Meeching at the thought of sharing a roof with an unfamiliar male. The fear was inexplicable, akin to the anxiety of facing an interviewer. Actually, you have another option, Meeching, Aesop said, noticing her distressed expression, his heart aching for her. What? Meeching clung to the last thread of hope, her eyes filled with anticipation. Eli likes you. You are aware of his hunting skills, and he will certainly be able to provide for you. Moreover, you are familiar with each other and have a mutual understanding. Aesop intended to play matchmaker for his brother. Having observed Eli's recent efforts and wishing for him to find happiness, that Meeching's mind buzzed, overwhelmed with thoughts as she stumbled back home. Aesop followed closely, anxious to know her decision. After their departure, a figure concealed among the towering trees gazed wrathfully at the direction of Charles's cabin. They would not allow the tribe to impose a male upon Xiaomi. Since Aesop had spoken with Meeching, her thoughts had been consumed by that conversation, leaving her somewhat distracted during dinner. Charles noticed her absent-mindedness and grew concerned. He was aware of Aesop's visit to Meeching and the reasons behind it. Regret gnawed at him. If only his abilities were sufficient, Meeching would not have to toil daily in the forest for sustenance. In the tribe, which female needed to struggle for food, Charles felt a profound sense of guilt. However, if Meeching could accept Eli, he would find solace in that. After dinner, Meeching gathered the sweet potato chips that Shirley had sliced and dried, storing them away. Then, having sliced some sweet potato chips, she tended to the chickens and rabbits for a while before feeling assured enough to rest on the grass mat. Throughout this time, Charles observed Meeching's actions. And when she finally settled down, he spoke softly. Meching, Eli is a commendable male. His hunting skills are quite impressive. We shall discuss this matter tomorrow. You should retire early. Before Charles could finish his words, Meeching interrupted him. Without engaging in further discussion, she turned over and faced away from Charles to sleep. With a sigh, Charles transformed into his fox form and closed his eyes to slumber. The autumn air carried a slight chill, and Meeching tugged at her blanket, listening to the gentle sound of Charles' breathing wafting through the room. Such a tranquil night, however, did little to lull her into sleep. Today's word from Iso struck her like a thunderclap, stirring her emotions. For reasons unbeknownst to her, thoughts of that domineering yet inadvertently tender Sebastian filled her mind. If she truly had to choose a male, she would willingly select Sebastian. Yet she was acutely aware of the impossibility of this. After spending several days with him, Meeching understood that, as a proud dragon, Sebastian would never share a female with another male. Such an arrangement would be a grave insult to him, as well as unfair. Tossing and turning until the moon perched atop the treetops, Meeching finally succumbed to a deep slumber, which lasted until the next morning. On the following morning, after washing up, Meeching opened her door to fetch water, only to be left in shock at the sight before her. Today, Xiar's injuries had dulled considerably, and he had risen early. Upon seeing Meeching frozen at the entrance, he inquired, "Meeching, what is the matter?" Males possess remarkable recuperative abilities, and Xiar's minor wounds had already healed, save for a prominent bite mark on his left shoulder, left by Seki. Xiar approached Meeching, following her gaze. "What on earth is this? There's a pile of stones at our doorstep. Whose prank is this?" Xiar furrowed his brow, voicing his displeasure. Who could have piled such a large mound of stones at our entrance? At this, Meeching snapped back to reality. "Xiar, these aren't tea stones. They're potatoes." Potatoes? Xiar was unfamiliar with the concept, mistaking their color for that of stones. "Yes, they are edible." With that, Meeching set down her basin and retrieved a basket from inside. Preparing to transport the potatoes that had entirely blocked the door, Xiar attempted to lend a hand, knowing that if they did not act swiftly, they might find themselves unable to leave today. However, given Xiar's injuries, Meeching deterred his efforts, instead requesting that he assist by dragging the basket. As the two worked in tandem to move the potatoes, the Alai brothers, anxious, awaited at the entrance of the tribe. After exchanging a few words, the three of them made their way to Xiar's wooden abode. "Meeching, Xiar, are you both well?" Alai's voice rang out as they approached. Meeching halted her actions upon hearing his voice, while Xiar, unaware of her pause, called out, "We are fine, merely trapped inside due to this blockade. Do not worry. We will help you clear the stones." Alai responded loudly, "We'll assist you in removing the stones." Soon thereafter, the sound of vigorous digging echoed from outside. At this point, Meeching could no longer remain silent. With such fervor, the potatoes would surely be reduced to mashed potatoes. Would they still be edible? "I saw, please be gentler. These are food items, don't mash them," Meeching shouted, her voice cutting through the noise, and upon hearing her, the commotion outside subsided. In less than 10 minutes, they had cleared the potato pile and moved the tubers inside. Though Meeching harbored doubts, she accepted this sudden bounty of potatoes. After tidying up the potatoes, Meeching and Xiar continued their expedition into the forest, while Xiar remained at home with Shelly, who was preparing more sweet potato slices. That day, Meeching discovered another patch of sweet potatoes in the forest, although many had been ruined by wild boars. The remaining quantity was limited, and Meeching spent the day harvesting the best of what was left to take home. As evening fell and Meeching finished her chores, she prepared to rest. Suddenly, she heard a commotion outside, piquing her curiosity. Rising to investigate, she found several wild bulls appearing at her door. What on earth is happening? Meeching thought, perplexed by the unexpected arrival of both potatoes and wild bulls. Was there a windfall from the heavens? Just as her mind raced with confusion, a towering shadow loomed over her. Looking up, she was met with the sight of a man she never expected to see here, Sebastian. His face appeared haggard, with stubble shadowing his features, exuding a weariness that was palpable. His eyes were bloodshot as he breathed heavily. Gazing intently at Meeching, he had spent the day contemplating his feelings. Pride meant little if it kept him from being with her. Everything else paled in comparison. "What are you doing here?" Meeching's voice trembled, laced with excitement and disbelief. How could Sebastian have arrived? Was he here to take her back, or was he here to claim another female from the tribe? The thought stirred a pang of jealousy within her. Sebastian, entirely focused on Meeching, remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. "Little me, I have come to care for you," he said, his voice hoarse, as if he had not had water for days. Meeching's mind raced, a flash of realization illuminating her thoughts. What did he mean by that? Before she could fully process his words, Sebastian's imposing figure advanced toward her. Meeching gasped, startling Xiar awake. He emerged to witness Meeching being pinned to the ground by a male. Seeing Xiar, Meeching quickly beckoned for his help to lift Sebastian inside. And without further inquiry, Charles aided her in dragging Sebastian back into the house. Meeching settled Sebastian onto her sleeping area and fetched a small piece of beast skin, dampening it to wipe his face. Throughout this, Charles quietly observed Meeching's diligent care for the male he recognized. It was the same male who had returned Meeching to their home before and had saved both her and himself. Charles surmised that Sebastian's reappearance was likely motivated by his feelings for Meeching. Watching Meeching's demeanor toward Sebastian, Charles began to understand the situation. Although a pang of disappointment struck him, he did not oppose it. This male exuded a strong aura, sufficient to care for Meeching, and as long as that was the case, he would accept it. Once Sebastian was settled, a new dilemma arose regarding their sleeping arrangements. The hut contained only 2 resting spaces, one belonging to Meeching and the other, a grass mat for Charles. With Sebastian occupying Meeching's spot, it seemed inappropriate for 2 males to share space. However, it felt equally troubling for her to share with Sebastian. After much deliberation, Meeching decided to sleep in Charles' grass nest while he would take the floor. Having made her decision, she approached the door, prompting Charles to inquire, "Meeching, do you need anything else? Sebastian brought several wild bulls. I'll drag them inside to prevent any rumors from spreading tomorrow." After conversing with Xiar, Meeching finally understood the fear of gossip. Whether in ancient times or in their beastly world, "I will assist you," Charles affirmed, nodding as he used his uninjured hand to help lift one of the bulls, dragging it inside alongside Meeching. Once they completed the task, the fire in the hut was extinguished and the 2 settled down to rest. Nestled in the grass nest, Meeching found herself unable to calm her tumultuous thoughts. Sebastian's sudden visit had stirred something deep within her. Xiar's words had left a profound impact, and she gradually came to realize the intentions of the tribe leader. If she must choose a male, she hoped it would be Sebastian, within the hut. The 3 of them lay like dreamers in a shared slumber, each lost in their own thoughts. As dawn broke the next day, Sebastian awoke to find Meeching, the female he had longed for, sleeping in the grass nest across from him. Glancing around, he recognized this as the humble abode of the weak fox. Constructed from rudimentary wood, the structure appeared so frail that a gust of wind could easily topple it. How could such an environment be suitable for little me to dwell in? It was far less warm than his cave. Treading lightly, Sebastian approached Meeching, gently caressing her milk-white complexion in that moment as Sebastian stirred to wakefulness. Charles, in his fox form, also opened his elongated eyes. Noticing Charles, Sebastian turned to meet his gaze, and an unspoken tension settled between the 2 males, each with their own intentions, stepping outside the wooden hut. Sebastian declared, "I intend to be little me's mate." His purpose was clear from the outset. "You cannot refuse, nor do you possess the right to do so." The aura of a king radiated from him, causing Charles to instinctively lower his head. Yet he would not yield easily. If Sebastian mistreated Meeching, he would not hesitate to confront him, regardless of whether he was a worthy opponent. "I respect Meeching's choice. If you are unkind to her, I will fight you." With that, Charles strode back into the wooden hut, where Meeching had already awakened. She craned her neck to observe the 2 individuals conversing outside. Utterly oblivious to the content of their discussion, a sense of dread gripped her as she feared that Sebastian's wrath might once again be unleashed upon Charles, potentially inflicting further harm. Upon witnessing Charles return unscathed, Meeching felt a weight lift from her heart. Finally at ease, she could turn her attention to preparing breakfast, especially since Sebastian had delivered several buffalo the previous day, making today's morning meal particularly lavish. Upon entering the cabin, Sebastian found Meeching already placing 2 large chunks of meat into a pot to boil. The enticing aroma wafting from the pot filled him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He decided it was time to lay bare his feelings, no longer wishing to conceal his true intentions. "Meeching, I want to be with you." His tone brooked no refusal. It was a declaration of need rather than desire. Meeching's movements froze at his words, and she cast a furtive glance at Charles, who regarded her with a gentle smile, his eyes sparkling with warmth. "Sebastian, Meeching stammered, at a loss for how to respond. Sebastian quickly interjected, "Meeching, please, allow me to speak." He feared hearing a rejection from her, having finally set aside his pride. He could only afford success, not failure, I will remain here to live with you. I will even permit that weak fox to stay by your side. But in your heart, my place must be more significant than his, he proclaimed, his expression resolute and unyielding, though the flicker in his eyes betrayed his anxiety. What would he do if Meeching turned him down? Meeching's mind was in a whirl. Sebastian was professing his desire to be with her. He spoke of living together and showed no aversion to Charles. Was she dreaming? By the time she regained her composure, she felt both men's gazes fixed on her, an uncomfortable awareness settling in. She cleared her throat awkwardly. Let us eat. This was a veiled agreement, and Sebastian understood that Meeching was simply shy, with his eyes gleaming. He moved closer to her. After the three finished their meal, Meeching went to gather with Xiar and the others, informing them that she would not be hunting with them today. Xiar, misunderstanding the situation, frowned and said, Meeching, we are doing this for your own good. If you are unwilling, I can speak with Father and the elders again. Meeching, sensing Xiar's misconception, shook her head with a smile. It's not because of that. The sweet potatoes we dug up previously are about to spoil, so I want to sort them out in the next few days. That's good. That we will return home this evening to help you. Xiar replied, no longer doubting her words, as he recalled that Shirley had been assisting Meeching with slicing the sweet potatoes. He was eager to return early to aid her, considering the considerable quantity they had brought back before. Thank you, Meeching said with a light smile, leading Shirley back to the cabin. Upon their return, Shirley spotted a tall male figure standing at the door, gazing outside. Upon seeing Meeching, Sebastian's eyes lit up with delight as he approached her. Meeching, you're back. Who is this male? Shirley asked, recognizing Sebastian as the one who had rescued both Charles and Meeching last time. Why was he here again? Meeching did not specifically introduce Sebastian to Shirley. She merely acknowledged him lightly before guiding Shirley inside. Charles, nearly recovered from his injuries, was inside washing the dirt off the sweet potatoes. He looked up upon Meeching's return, his face adorned with a gentle smile, reminiscent of a tender husband awaiting his wife's homecoming. Meeching felt warmth in her heart, realizing how fortunate she was to have encountered such a kind man as Charles in her life. However, her gaze fell upon the bite mark on Charles's left shoulder, stirring a pang of sorrow within her. Charles, you still have injuries. You shouldn't move around too much, she admonished, though her face was filled with concern. It's nothing. My wounds are nearly healed, and I will soon be able to hunt, Charles replied, insisting he was fine, though he hesitated to move his injured left arm, only to be met with a disapproving look from Meeching. It's autumn, and the water is cold. I'll help you wash the sweet potatoes. You and Shirley can handle the slicing, she said, her heart warmed by Charles's thoughtfulness, then turned to Sebastian. Sebastian, Charles cannot hunt due to his injury. You will have to work hard these next few days. Having accepted Sebastian, Meeching felt at ease giving him instructions. All right, I will go hunting now. You stay at home and don't tire yourself out. I want to let you go hungry, Sebastian replied, nodding as he moved closer to Meeching, affectionately ruffling her soft hair. Without regard for others, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead and then turned to leave the cabin. Shirley observed Sebastian's retreating figure, then glanced at her brother, who appeared unfazed. It was evident to her that Meeching had accepted Sebastian. However, Meeching did not neglect Charles. She paid him attention, and he was not being overshadowed by Sebastian, which reassured her that Sebastian's sudden assault had caused Meeching's cheeks to flush with warmth. Stealing a glance at Charles, she noticed he displayed no reaction, prompting her to feign composure and begin slicing the sweet potatoes that Charles had cleaned. After a morning spent slicing sweet potatoes, Meeching gathered the dried pieces and placed the freshly cut ones in the sun to dry, or wide as she considered how to grind them into flour. She recalled that the cornmeal in her childhood home was made using a stone mortar, and she thought sweet potato flour could be made similarly. When Sebastian returned, she would ask him to construct a mortar for her. That morning, while Meeching was still lost in slumber, she heard Charles's gentle voice by her ear. Meeching, wake up quickly, it's dawn. Charles had been alerted to unusual movements from the mother rabbit in their home. Knowing that Meeching was most concerned about the mother rabbit, which she meticulously cared for, fearing any mishap while it was pregnant, he hurried to inform her of its unusual behavior. Meeching, still in a deep sleep, was somewhat displeased by the disturbance. She mumbled and turned to continue sleeping. However, Sebastian, who lay closest to her, opened his ice-blue eyes at the first sound she made, emanating an air of authority. His voice was cold. "What are you doing?" This was clearly directed at Charles. Charles, unafraid, gently brushed Meeching's face, his tone even softer. "Meeching, I think the mother rabbit is about to give birth, and aren't you going to take a look?" Sebastian furrowed his brows. His gaze fixed on Charles's hand, filled with reluctance and myriad calculations. Yet he knew he could not voice his thoughts, as any hint of discontent might jeopardize the happiness he had fought so hard to attain. "The mother rabbit is about to give birth." Meeching's mind jolted awake at the mention of these two crucial pieces of information. She sprang from the blanket, her eyes darting to the mother rabbit in the opposite corner of the room. Its large belly was moving restlessly within the cage, indicating its unease. Meeching quickly dressed and hurried to the rabbit cage. Sebastian, unsure of Meeching's sudden excitement, followed suit. Upon seeing Meeching approach, the mother rabbit ceased its movement and nestled down. Meeching realized it was frightened and would not give birth after all. "Charles, be gentle and don't startle the mother rabbit. This is a critical moment. She's on high alert. If we frighten her, the little ones inside her could be in danger. This morning, we will eat outside. To avoid any noise from footsteps or cooking that might disturb the mother rabbit." Meeching decided to prepare breakfast outdoors. They would roast the 2 buffalo Sebastian had brought back the night before. During breakfast, the trio moved cautiously, mindful not to disturb the mother rabbit in labor. When Meeching returned to the cabin, she found that the mother rabbit had given birth to 8 tiny, bright red bunnies. Overjoyed at the sight of the newborns, who had yet to open their eyes, Meeching quickly called Charles in to help her transfer the mother rabbit to another cage she had prepared to prevent any accidental harm to the little ones. Once everything was settled, Meeching gently placed each bunny into Sebastian's large hands. She then retrieved a piece of animal hide, perfectly sized for the cage, to keep the bunnies warm, for although the days were still warm in early autumn, the nights could be quite chilly. "Charles, Sebastian, remember to gather extra grass while hunting today. The mother rabbit needs to eat well to produce milk for her young. The little rabbit has just been born, and nursing is of paramount importance. With the arrival of autumn, the newborn requires care at home, and preparations for winter clothing must also commence. Additionally, blankets and other necessities need to be made, prompting the decision to refrain from foraging in the forest. Xiar, please bring back some vines. I wish to weave a mat for you both, to ensure warmth during the winter nights," she expressed. Xiar nodded in agreement, feeling a warmth in his heart. Meeching did not regard him with disdain, simply because Seabass was a powerful male, which deeply moved Xiar. "Meeching, we shall take our leave now," Seabass quietly observed from the side, and when he deemed the time appropriate, he spoke. "Very well, take care." The prey was becoming increasingly scarce and difficult to hunt. Leaving Xiar and Seabass to contend with larger, more aggressive animals like bison and tigers, Meeching watched the 2 depart from the wooden cabin. She offered cautious reminders, feeling a profound sense of contentment in her life, blessed by the love of 2 devoted men. Since Meeching ceased her excursions into the forest, she devoted her days to caring for the baby rabbits and sewing clothes with Shweli at home. Aesop lugged in a hefty bundle of furs, which had been carefully processed over time and were intended for Shweli's winter garments. Daily, Meeching cradled the mother rabbit, ensuring it was nourished, allowing the 8 little ones to feed well. 3 days had passed since the rabbits were born, and they were beginning to sprout a sparse layer of fuzz. The crisp autumn air had settled in, and one afternoon, with sunlight streaming at the entrance and a gentle breeze caressing their faces, Meeching and Shweli sat stitching garments at the door. In the primitive world they inhabited, clothing styles remained rather simplistic. During summer, the females donned merely basic bandeaus, paired with skirts made of animal hides similar to the males. In winter, the upper garments were slightly longer than bandeaus, resembling women's camisoles, while the lower garments were knee-length, closely sewn skirts. In this backward tribal society, the primary concern was warmth, especially as females typically remained indoors during the colder months. Survival through the harsh winters was of utmost importance, for even the males could succumb to the frigid temperatures. "What are you making, Meeching?" Shweli inquired curiously, examining the garment in Meeching's hands, which appeared to have 2 elongated additions. Meeching glanced at the outfit Shweli was crafting and felt a surge of pride. realizing she was at the forefront of fashion. This is clothing. These two are sleeves meant to protect the arms from the cold during winter. Meeching explained, demonstrating how to wear it. Xueli admired it greatly and eagerly requested Meeching to teach her how to sew. Xueli's sewing skills were among the finest in the tribe, and under Meeching's patient guidance, she quickly grasped the techniques. When it came time to sew the sleeves, Meeching assisted her hand in hand. Having been a fashion designer, Meeching found crafting these simple garments to be a delightful task. By the end of the day, she had created 3 thick outer coats and 5 camisole-like tops. Surveying the array of garments strewn across the floor, Meeching felt content. These were genuine furs, not the modern-day imitations that mixed authenticity with counterfeit. A wool vest paired with a tiger-striped coat would protect her from even the heaviest snowfall. As the day's handiwork came to a close, Xueli had also completed a garment and 3 vests. The 2 women, noting that the sky was darkening, began preparing food for their returning companions. With Seabass and Xiar hunting together, Meeching no longer worried about their winter provisions. Her focus shifted to ensuring that they both had ample nourishment to sustain their strength. While cooking, Xueli suddenly heard Meeching emit a muffled groan. Turning to see Meeching curled up on the ground, clutching her abdomen and appearing pale, Xueli rushed to her side with concern. "Meeching, what is wrong?" she asked, her heart racing as she noticed that Aesop and the others were absent, causing her to feel a pang of anxiety. Meeching, in pain, found herself unable to articulate her distress. But she had a sinking feeling about the cause, that a subtle heaviness in her lower abdomen and the chilling sensation in her legs suggested that her menstruation was imminent. This was evidently a precursor to her monthly cycle. And given her recent use of medication to suppress it, this occurrence was particularly intense. It seemed her secret could no longer remain concealed, and the pain radiating from her abdomen rendered her incapable of coherent thought. Just as darkness enveloped her vision, her consciousness faded away. When Meeching next awakened, she found herself surrounded by concerned faces, Eli and his brothers, Toke, Seabass, and Xiar, all appearing tense and anxious. Among them was a male she did not recognize, but she quickly surmised his identity. Opening her bleary eyes, she saw Xiar rush to her side. "Meeching, you are awake." "Borun, come quickly to see Meeching," Xiar called out, gesturing to the tribal healer, Seabass, with worry etched across his face. Bor's serious demeanor, exuding an aura that could chill to the bone. Borun, feeling intimidated, lowered his head, hesitant to approach. Noticing this, Xiar urged, "Borun, Meeching's condition is urgent." Upon hearing this, Seabass's expression softened slightly, and his intense aura diminished. Only then did Borun muster the courage to step forward, recalling the terrifying sight of Seabass tightly clutching Meeching earlier. Meeching lay in a pool of blood, her complexion ghostly pale. Seabass, convinced Meeching was beyond saving, displayed an agonized expression that no one could breach. Eventually, it was only when Seabass's grip loosened that Meeching could receive medical attention. Although Borun assured them that Meeching was not in mortal danger, but merely experiencing her cycle. The others remained skeptical, and even Borun harbored doubts about his own assessment. Had he not detected the distinct scent of a female in heat, he might have been alarmed by the sight of her blood. In reality, they were unaware that Meeching was a modern woman, not one of the beast-men in this primitive world. A female's monthly cycle typically lasted only 2 to 3 days, with a considerably lesser blood flow. However, Meeching, accustomed to modernity, could experience a cycle lasting up to 7 days, with an immeasurable volume of blood. After Borun conducted his examination, Meeching attempted to sit up. Xiar rushed to assist her, but Seabass swiftly crossed the bed and enveloped her in his embrace. "Seabass, I'm fine," Meeching reassured him, gently patting his arms to soothe him. She then turned to Xiar, offering him a faint smile and a nod to indicate her well-being. Xiar gazed at her tenderly, remaining silent. With Meeching's assurance, Borun was able to take his leave, cautioning her to avoid overexertion and refrain from cold water. Seabass and Xiar took his words to heart, and afterward, Xiar escorted Xueli and the others out, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Seabass maintained his hold on Meeching, and sensing his distress, she whispered softly, "It's all right, Seabass, I'm not in danger. You need not worry." Seabass relaxed his grip slightly. lowering his head to rest against hers, his voice imbued with a deep, magnetic timbre. Xiaomi, I was so afraid you would leave me. When I saw you, there was so much blood. Your body was ice cold. I was terrified. His words were heart-wrenching, akin to a child pleading with his mother not to abandon him. Overflowing with helplessness and sorrow, Meeching felt a warm tear fall upon her neck. Was it his tear? This proud and formidable man, reduced to tears by the fear of losing her. In that moment, Meeching resolved never to let this man go. She, too, could not bear the thought of being without him. A searing kiss landed upon her neck, causing her heart to race as she wrapped her arms around Seabass's robust frame. With the onset of her cycle, Meeching had become the focus of protective attention at home. The two males would not allow her to lift a finger, fearing she might strain herself. They might have even wished to take her place at mealtime and during her bathroom visits if they could. The arrival of her cycle indeed troubled Meeching, as the medication had left her abdomen cramping painfully, and her legs felt numb. This was likely a side effect of the drugs, and Meeching decided to cease their use. After all, the truth had come to light. Xiar believed she had simply reached maturity, thinking she had become of age. Previously, Xiar had mentioned that upon reaching adulthood, he would engage in certain activities, uncertain if he would still adhere to that. Meeching cast a somewhat guilty glance at Xiar, who was bustling about in the kitchen. She was not ready to have children just yet. Her aspirations of achieving a modestly prosperous life had yet to materialize. Perhaps it would be prudent to discuss delaying childbirth with Xiar and the others for a couple of years, or perhaps to have one child first. Meeching pondered quietly. While Meeching was lost in thought, Xiar and Sebastian remained oblivious to her internal musings. In their minds, Meeching's health was of paramount importance. Just as Meeching contemplated the matter of childbirth, she found herself fretting over the lack of sanitary pads. Watching Sebastian carry out a blood-stained piece of hide for cleaning made her flush with embarrassment. These past few days, Xiar and Sebastian had seen her in various states of undress, both having taken it upon themselves to wash her back under the pretext of cleanliness, which felt quite compromising. Meeching now realized that despite Sebastian's seemingly aloof demeanor, his gaze burned with intensity every time he helped her bathe. One might mistakenly believe he was using his eyes to cleanse her. Meeching sighed inwardly, recognizing that Sebastian was indeed a proud yet secretly passionate man. Clearing her throat softly, she vigorously shook her head to dispel further errant thoughts to Xiar. Noticing her slight cough, turned his attention to her, and, seeing her shake her head, quickly asked, Meeching, is something the matter? Are you unwell? The level of concern Xiar and Sebastian showed for Meeching had reached an extreme. Even the slightest furrow of her brow prompted endless inquiries. Xiar, I'm not made of clay. It's merely a fleeting moment of discomfort. There's no need for concern. I shall be fine in a few days. Meeching interjected earnestly, hoping to halt Xiar's persistent questioning. Very well, I understand, Xiar replied, reassured by her composure, and returned to his cooking. After breakfast, ISC and Shelley arrived. Meeching reiterated that she was perfectly fine, allowing Sebastian to accompany ISC on a hunting expedition, but insisted that Xiar remain at home to look after the two females. While observing Xiar fashioning garments, Meeching contemplated how to create sanitary pads. Knowing that this would be a monthly concern, she wondered how a modern woman could manage without them. In her mind's eye, she recalled the components of sanitary pads. 3 materials were essential. She needed to find substitutes. Waterproof fabric, cotton, and a top layer of fabric at well-tanned cowhide was ideal for waterproofing, serving as a base to prevent leaks. With an abundance of animal hides at home, rabbit fur or sheep wool could easily replace cotton for absorption. The final layer needed to allow liquid to permeate while maintaining structural integrity. This posed a challenge, but as she watched Shelley handling the hides, inspiration struck her. The outer layer of the hide could be retanned and polished, rendering it both thin and durable. Moreover, such sanitary pads could be washed and reused. After devising her plan, Meeching enlisted Shelley to help her shear the rabbit fur and sheep wool from the hides, while she had Xiar thin the inner side of the rabbit hide. Meeching herself cut the cowhide into appropriately sized pieces, managing to create 50 uniform bases. Once Shelley and Xiar had finished with the rabbit fur and hide, Meeching began sewing the 2 layers of hide together, leaving one end unstitched. She then filled the pouch with the rabbit and sheep wool until it was brimming. Finally, she sealed the last end, gently patting the solidified wool to ensure it was soft and even. Thus, a sanitary pad was successfully crafted. The technique was straightforward as long as the stitching was tight enough to prevent the wool from escaping. Shelley quickly grasped the method after observing it once. And together they spent the morning creating all 50 pads. After using up all the rabbit and sheep wool, Meeching gifted 20 of the pads to Shelley, along with a modern pair of underwear as a token of her gratitude. Seizing the moment while Xiar was away, Meeching swiftly prepared a pad and donned her trousers. Just as she contemplated discreetly cleaning the stained hide, Xiar suddenly appeared, assertively snatching the soiled hide from her hands. "I'll take care of this. You should rest inside," he instructed, squatting down to wash the hide. Meeching, touched by Xiar's thoughtfulness and gentleness, felt that sometimes being a delicate and dependent woman had its merits. With this thought, she returned to the cabin, her face aglow with a smile. Seeing Meeching's radiant expression, Shelley grinned and teased. "Meeching, it seems you too have caught the fever. In a few days, you may find yourself in a different situation. Have you thought about whom you might choose?" Meeching, caught off guard by Shelley's directness, felt her cheeks flush crimson, even the tips of her ears tinged with red. "I haven't decided yet," she stammered, recognizing Meeching's shyness. Shelley gently reassured her, "Don't be embarrassed, Meeching. This is our duty as females and a privilege." That moment, Shelley radiated an aura of maternal warmth, while Meeching felt a chill run down her spine. She was no mere vessel for reproduction. She had her own ambitions and plans. "Shelley, I am not yet ready to have children." Meeching finally articulated her thoughts after much contemplation. Shelley paused, surprised by Meeching's reluctance. Though she did not understand Meeching's reasoning, she did not oppose it. "If you wish to wait, then do so. However, it is essential that you establish a bond with Xiar and Sebastian to bond. Isn't that just a change of form without any real difference?" Meeching blinked, questioning Shelley's intentions. Realizing Meeching misunderstood her, Shelley continued. "Meeching, once a male has imprinted on a female, if they do not establish a bond, he will feel like a tree without roots, forever anxious about being abandoned and facing loneliness in old age." Meeching was taken aback by Shelley's words. After careful consideration, she recognized that she ought to reassure Xiar and Sebastian, who said that engaging in intimacy would inevitably lead to pregnancy. One should save her life during its prime. Was this not what she had always believed? Yet, the dilemma of choosing who to be with first presented itself. Both were dear to her, and selecting one would inevitably hurt the other, after much internal conflict. Meeching resolved to leave it to fate, allowing things to unfold naturally. When emotions ran high, one could scarcely predict the outcome. During the days Meeching spent recuperating at home, the little rabbits gradually opened their eyes, their fur thickening, and they appeared robust and healthy, filling her with joy. Amid these days, subtle changes began to occur within the tribe. One day, feeling refreshed, Meeching was at home sewing when Ise and Sebastian returned earlier than expected. "You're back so soon? I haven't prepared any meals yet," she remarked, surprised. Xiar, noticing their arrival, immediately rose to prepare food, but Ise interrupted Xiar. "Hold off for a moment. Tonight, there will be visitors to the tribe. The chieftain has called for a bonfire gathering in a clearing." This was why they had returned early. The rarely seen deputy chieftain of the Snow Wolf tribe had come. Unlike the greedy and brutish Sand Wolf tribe, the Snow Wolf tribe's warriors were known for their pride and integrity. Never engaging in petty theft, they were renowned among beastmen and had a natural prowess for combat and hunting, making them highly sought after by females, members of the Snow Wolf tribe. The males seldom struggled to find mates. If they possessed superior abilities and good looks, they could even select from among several females. This privilege was unique to the Snow Wolf males and often sparked envy among others. Meeching reflected on this information, recognizing the truth that appearances mattered, regardless of the location. Fortunately, she did not fare poorly in the looks department among the tribe's females. Otherwise, she would be in a dire situation. Tonight, there's a bonfire gathering. "Meeching, will you attend?" Xiar inquired, to which Meeching nodded. Since her arrival in the tribe, she had seldom participated in social events and felt a thrill of anticipation. Noticing the eager expression on Meeching's face, Sebastian ruffled her hair affectionately before turning to tend to the freshly caught game. Xiar also assisted in the tidying up, for since Meeching was set to depart, Cheryl naturally wished to accompany her. By evening, a significant number of families had congregated in the central clearing of the tribe. Each household brought along their kin, from elder males to freshly born little orcs, amongst familiar young orcs. Playful antics ensued as they chased one another across the open space. By the time Meeching and her companions arrived, many families had already kindled bonfires. Xiar borrowed fire from a known orc to ignite the firewood they had brought. While Meeching settled by the blaze, observing Xiar as he grilled meat, she took out the spices she had collected over the past 2 months to season their meal, with Meeching's flavorful touch. The air quickly filled with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, carried by the evening breeze. Present orcs could be seen sniffing the air, clearly enticed by the delightful scent. Some males even shamefully drooled, and Meeching could distinctly hear the sounds of others swallowing in anticipation. Yet Sebastian appeared oblivious to the envious gazes surrounding him as he meticulously sliced the cooked meat and offered it to Meeching. She felt acutely aware of the scrutiny upon her, making her hesitant to partake in a meal that felt as though it were stolen, despite being her family's food. Frustrated, she took a deep breath, preparing to bite into the meat at her side. Suddenly, a hearty voice broke through. "Xiar, would you be so kind as to share some of your meat with me? I promise I won't take it for free. I can trade you something in return." Recognizing the familiar voice, Meeching looked up to see it was Buck, the bear orc she had first encountered in the tribe. His robust physique loomed before her like a great mountain. Upon catching her gaze, Buck awkwardly smiled, wiping drool from his mouth. Indeed, bears were known for their hearty appetites. Sebastian, without a moment's hesitation, declined, deeming it fortunate that he had not chased Buck away for daring to steal a glance at Meeching. Hearing Sebastian's words, Buck's face fell in disappointment. Meeching, feeling a pang of sympathy, interjected, "Xiar, why not give Buck a piece? Let him savor the flavor." Upon hearing this, Buck perked up, eagerly watching Xiar slice the meat. Sebastian cast a disapproving glance at Meeching, who simply smiled in response. "Buck, we don't have much to spare. We've only cooked this amount. Please keep your food for yourself." Her words effectively dissuaded other males from seeking a trade. And she added, "If you enjoy it, bring back some seasoning, and I will teach you how to roast it." This final remark offered hope to the others, ensuring no offense was taken as the families dined. Chief Ethan and several elders approached, accompanied by a few young males. Their arrival drew the attention of many present. When Meeching raised her head, she found the group passing right in front of their bonfire. A striking figure with long, silver hair cascading down to his waist caught her eye, appearing remarkably smooth and silky. His physique was nearly perfect, long and well-proportioned, reminiscent of a modern male model. This male exuded an undeniable charisma. Even the simple animal skin skirt he wore accentuated his wild, primal beauty. Meeching scrutinized the silver-haired male with a designer's eye, assessing him objectively. As a designer, she had encountered numerous male models in various states of undress, and her initial astonishment had faded into familiarity over time. While she appraised him, the silver-haired male was also observing her with a curious gaze. Ethan, standing in the center of the clearing, announced loudly, "This is Anthony, the young chieftain of the Snow Wolf clan. His purpose for visiting our tribe today is to offer us labor." Upon Ethan's proclamation, whispers erupted among the surrounding males that he allowed their chatter to continue before resuming. "These are the most valiant and robust males of the Snow Wolf clan, and they have brought an abundance of food. Should any female choose to accompany them, that food shall be shared among their families." This declaration stirred excitement, as the males began to murmur amongst themselves, glancing at their partners, awaiting their decisions. In the center of the clearing stood 5 strong and handsome males, while some females discreetly assessed them, as well as the young chieftain standing beside the chief. "Chief, perhaps we should allow them to choose the females they prefer," Anthony suggested confidently, crossing his arms. Though Ethan felt somewhat disinclined, he understood the pride inherent in the Snow Wolf clan. The elders had consented to a union with them because Anthony had promised that should the winter prove harsh or calamity strike, they would lend their aid. The Snow Wolf clan valued their promises, and once spoken, they would uphold them to the death. "Very well, let it be as Anthony suggests. You may each select your preferred female." Anthony, the young chieftain with his captivating silver hair, indeed possessed a pleasing name. It seemed today was an arranged matchmaking banquet. Had she known, Meeching would have refrained from intruding. Feeling detached from the proceedings, Meeching lowered her head and continued to eat her food, oblivious to the quiet delight shared between Xiar and Sebastian at her indifference. Several males from the Snow Wolf clan nodded to Ethan before making their way toward the females they had just noticed, naturally gravitating toward the more attractive members of the tribe. As Meeching struggled with her meal, a shadow enveloped her. She sensed the air around her grow cold, as if frost might form. Turning her head, she found Sebastian's icy blue eyes fixed on her, emanating an intimidating aura. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Ethan cleared his throat. Ahem, Sebastian, Anthony has caught wind of your delicious grilling and wishes to sample your food, as the tribe's guests were always accompanied by Ethan. Encountering the stoic Sebastian left him feeling quite put upon. Our food has run out, Sebastian stated flatly, glaring at the pot brimming with meat that had been overlooked. Anthony raised an eyebrow at the abundance of food, while Ethan offered an awkward smile, secretly cursing Sebastian for being jealous and making things difficult. Fortunately, Xiar could not stand by and scooped a bowl of meat, offering it to Anthony. Throughout Anthony's meal, he kept stealing glances at Meeching, which only served to aggravate Sebastian further. Frustrated yet unable to act, he exuded an icy demeanor, prompting Meeching to notice his displeasure and subtly shake her head. She lifted a piece of meat from her bowl and offered it to Sebastian, who had been fixated on Anthony. Sebastian, have some meat. Sebastian, did she just call me that? Sebastian's eyes sparkled with delight. Since moving in with Xiar, he had often expressed his feelings through actions, while Meeching had never explicitly stated her affection for him. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment, he was still content. Today, when Meeching affectionately called him Sebastian, did it not signify something? What's wrong? Don't you like me calling you that? Meeching, noticing Sebastian's intense gaze, assumed he disapproved. Sebastian shook his head, grasping Meeching's hand. No, I like it when you call me that. With that, he reached forward, taking the meat into his mouth. His eyes blazed with warmth, causing Meeching to shyly lower her gaze. Ethan watched their intimate interaction with a pang of jealousy, feeling like an outsider in their bond. Young chieftain, a melodic voice resonated from above, belonging to a male from the Snow Wolf clan. Meeching looked up to meet his dark eyes, feeling a bit awkward as she offered him a polite smile. The male flushed crimson, leaving Meeching even more bewildered. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, "Little female, I'm Giala. Will you be my mate?" Struggling through his confession, Giala ran a hand through his short white hair. Startled by the sudden proposal, Meeching nearly dropped her bold "I" in an instant. The attention of several surrounding males turned towards her, filled with tension, expectation, hope, and curiosity. Meeching's expression turned apologetic as she replied, "I'm sorry, but I already have partners whom I love dearly, and I do not intend to accept any other males." Her words elicited a variety of reactions, some disappointed, others resigned, but for Xiar and Sebastian, it was a moment of profound emotion. This was the first time Meeching publicly acknowledged them as her partners, bringing a long-awaited tranquility to their hearts. Giala glanced at the two males beside Meeching, one handsome, the other strong, and felt overshadowed by their presence. Undeterred, he continued, "Little female, I promise to work hard at hunting and compete with them, all right?" His eyes held a glimmer of hope, but Meeching averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. Xiar interjected with a polite smile, "I'm sorry, Giala, but please do not put Meeching in a difficult position." Giala, dejected, lowered his head and muttered, "I understand," before departing. This minor incident cast a slight awkwardness over the atmosphere, leaving everyone in silence, save for Anthony, who gazed at Meeching with an inquisitive look. "Meeching, do you not find the males of my Snow Wolf clan appealing?" Anthony suddenly inquired, causing Meeching to pause in her movements. Eli was taken aback as well. He was aware of the pride of the Snow Wolf clan and doubted that Anthony would reject Giala merely for Meeching's sake. Meeching forced a smile, silently cursing Anthony for his swift change of demeanor. Moments ago, he had relished the meat from his own kin, and now, upon her rejecting one of their males, he wore a frosty expression. One might think she had wronged him in some way. After all, she had merely declined an offer. Anthony, Meeching is a female brought back by Xiar from outside the tribe. It is understandable for her to have different perspectives. Jialu is robust and courageous. I'm certain there are more suitable choices for him among the females, Eli hastily explained, aiming to placate Anthony and prevent this matter from jeopardizing the union between their clans. That so? It is not because Meeching looks down upon the males of my clan. Anthony narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Meeching's face, struggling to suppress her irritation. Meeching managed to smile. You misunderstand. Jialu is quite admirable. However, I already have a partner, and my heart is wholly devoted to them, leaving no room for other males. Even as she uttered such words, Meeching felt a shiver run down her spine. If not for Anthony's pressure, she would never have spoken so openly in front of so many. That so? You would do well to remember your words, Anthony cryptically remarked before standing up and departing. Meeching was left perplexed, pondering the meaning behind his words. Among the three, only she felt frustrated, while Xiar and Sebastian were too preoccupied with her declaration to grasp the implications of Anthony's statement. Just as Meeching was wrestling with her thoughts regarding Anthony's words, an unexpected sensation below caused her to furrow her brow. Oh no, my aunt has arrived, she thought, losing her appetite for food. Shall we head back? She suggested to Sebastian, though Sebastian was not fond of lively gatherings. He reluctantly remained out of consideration for Meeching. Otherwise, he would have long since departed, unable to endure the ravenous gazes surrounding them. All right, I'll tidy up with Xiar, and then we shall leave. Sebastian nodded at Xiar, who began to clean up the dishes. Meeching felt a sense of urgency. She had thought her aunt had departed, and today she had not prepared any supplies. Now, with her aunt's arrival, she faced the risk of embarrassment in public. Finally, after Sebastian and Xiar finished tidying up, Meeching hurriedly headed home. Like a tea that moment, several figures obstructed her path, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was Anna, her rival. What chaos was she attempting to sow now? Meeching had no time to waste on her. As she attempted to sidestep Anna, the latter, clearly seeking confrontation, blocked her way, flanked by several males who seemed to be her followers, forming a tight circle around Meeching. Anna, what do you want? Meeching asked, apprehensive, wondering if Anna intended to confront them publicly. That would indeed be a display of astonishing foolishness, she thought, rolling her eyes inwardly at Anna's audacity. What do you think? Today, I will unveil your vile nature to everyone and prove to Xiar that only I am truly sincere toward him. But Anna's eyes widened as she glared at Meeching, who remained silent, enduring her discomfort while listening to Anna's tirade. Sebastian, sensing Meeching's displeasure, was poised to intervene, but was restrained by Xiar, who shook his head. A female. Anna was beyond their reach. Sebastian unclenched his fists, recognizing the need to avoid conflict while they still resided in the tribe. Xiar, Meeching once swore that you would be her only partner. Yet here we are, barely any time has passed, and she has already accepted another male. Her words were all lies. Do not trust her any longer, Anna proclaimed with a self-righteous demeanor, causing Meeching to feel a twinge of anxiety. Although it was inappropriate for Anna to leverage this situation, she had indeed made such a statement in the past. Since Sebastian had moved in, Xiar had never voiced a single complaint. Yet, what he truly thought remained a mystery to her. Xiar, once this winter is over, I will be able to mate, and next year, I might bear you a litter of adorable little foxes, perhaps even a charming female. Will you be my first partner? You know how I feel about you, Anna said, her expression pleading as she turned to Xiar. Completely oblivious to the gloomy mood of the surrounding males. I apologize. Anna, I love Meeching. As long as I can remain by her side, I am content. Tea matters not if she has other partners or if she develops feelings for someone else in the future. As long as I can hold a small place in her heart, I will be happy. Xiar spoke earnestly, casting a glance at Sebastian. Sebastian is wonderful and capable. He can take care of Meeching even better. I am grateful that he has joined our family. Meeching listened intently to Xiar's declaration, touched for the first time by his perspective on her acceptance of Sebastian. His thoughtfulness and gentle nature made it impossible for her not to like him. Xiar, why can't you see through this duplicitous female? Anna remained undeterred, intent on persuading him. Realizing Xiar's sentiments, Meeching would not allow Anna to undermine her in front of him. Anna, some females are simply oblivious to the blessings they possess. You are surrounded by so many males who love and protect you, yet you fail to cherish them. always yearning for what you cannot attain. Meeching's gaze swept over the faces of the males surrounding them. Some appeared bewildered, others sorrowful, and some even desperate. You exploit them, yet before their very eyes, you choose another male. Have you ever considered their feelings? Anna's face flushed with anger at Meeching's words, and their encirclement began to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, Meeching hurriedly slipped through the gap and hastened toward home. The further she walked, the more urgency she felt, almost breaking into a run. She distanced herself from Sebastian and Xiar, acutely aware of a liquid trickling down her legs. Xiar and Sebastian, puzzled by Meeching's sudden speed, could only silently follow. As Meeching passed a bonfire, a male caught a whiff of her scent, his nose twitching that a look of ecstasy spread across his face as he followed the aroma, which led him to Meeching. How delightful, he murmured, inching closer to her, inhaling her scent. Meeching's expression shifted. Could it be he had caught a whiff of blood? Though beastmen were indeed human, they still retained their primal instincts. Surely, they would not lose control upon detecting blood and transform to devour her. Meeching stood frozen, awaiting rescue from Xiar or Sebastian. The tiger males grew increasingly brazen, pressing their bodies against her, but upon realizing they did not intend to harm her, Meeching relaxed. Observing the expression of one, she pondered if he had perhaps lost his mind from sheer delight. Unbeknownst to her, the source of this frenzy was her own presence. The wind carried her scent, intensifying it, and some of the younger males, unable to control their instincts, began to transform into tigers, drawn to the allure. Just as Sebastian and Xiar, burdened with their pots and utensils, noticed the male's peculiar behavior. They finally spotted Meeching surrounded by 3 enormous tigers and a male, unable to move. What in the world is happening? Xiar exchanged glances with Sebastian, placing their burdens down and sprinting toward Meeching. At that moment, a tiger leaped, seemingly about to pounce on her. Out of nowhere, a black panther appeared, tackling the tiger and saving Meeching from danger. She exhaled in relief as Sebastian enveloped her in his embrace. Xiar, baring his teeth and growling, attempted to fend off the surrounding tigers and males, but as soon as he pushed them away, they drew nearer again. Xiar, what is going on with them? Meeching asked, observing the frenzy of the males and tigers closing in on her. The scent of your heat has attracted them. They're still young and struggle to control their instincts. A weary male voice interjected, revealing a male standing nearby, missing an arm. Boya, I must thank you. Xiar expressed his gratitude, realizing that had it not been for Boya's intervention with the tiger, Meeching might have been harmed. Boya, a member of the Panther clan, had remained in the tribe after losing an arm during a prior attack. Residing in a dilapidated wooden cabin, she spent her days hunting in the forest. Upon hearing Boya's words, Meeching felt a wave of frustration. It turned out that the root of all this chaos was none other than the dreaded monthly visitor. Previously, she had only witnessed a pack of male dogs obsessively sniffing around a female in heat, and now, that role had inexplicably shifted to her. Did this mean that every month she would have to endure such a spectacle? She certainly hoped not. What should I do? Meeching exclaimed, anxious at the thought of being followed around by a horde of amorous males. As long as your companion's aura is strong enough, they will be able to deter them, Sebastian stated, and before Meeching could respond, he unleashed his formidable presence, causing the surrounding males to gradually regain their human forms. However, they stood there completely exposed, their lower bodies bare, glistening droplets of moisture adorning them. Meeching felt her cheeks flush and quickly turn away, while Sebastian positioned himself in front of her to shield her from their gaze. Do not worry. Next year, when you are in heat, simply keep one companion by your side, or remain at home and refrain from moving. Boya reassured Meeching, observing her embarrassment. Meeching nodded in acknowledgement, yet internally she cried out, who knows what I will have to endure? After all, she was accustomed to her monthly visitor arriving without fail. Back at home, Meeching realized she needed to clarify today's events with both Xiar and Sebastian. She paced the room, pondering how to broach the subject. Xiar, sensing her apprehension regarding the previous night's events, comforted her. Meeching, do not be afraid. Both Sebastian and I will be by your side during your heat each year. Meeching shook her head and gazed at them intently. Do you trust me? Though Xiar did not understand her inquiry, he nodded emphatically. Meeching felt a warmth in her heart. As long as they believed in her, that was sufficient. I can go in a heat every month, she stated, fully aware of the incredulity her words would evoke. Yet she felt compelled to share. Indeed, Xiar's eyes widened in shock, while Sebastian maintained a serious expression, his lips pressed tightly together. Meeching assumed he was skeptical and wished to explain, but it was Sebastian who spoke first. Xiaomi, you haven't disclosed this to any other beastmen, have you? Xiar, suddenly recalling something, interjected, Yes. Meeching, you must never mention this in front of other males. Not even Aishu. It is rare for females to go in a heat once a year. If others learn of your unique condition, it could lead to trouble. Meeching shook her head. No, I've only shared this with you too. She had not anticipated Xiar and Sebastian would so readily choose to believe her. Now that the matter was out in the open, Meeching decided to reveal her previous intentions to them as well. Xiar, I do not wish to have children just yet. Could we wait another 2 years? The propagation of offspring was of utmost importance to beastmen, and Meeching felt it necessary to convey her thoughts to Xiar. All right, I will heed your wishes, Xiar replied without hesitation, and Sebastian nodded in agreement. Finally, having expressed everything, Meeching felt an unprecedented sense of relief as she drifted off to sleep. The following day dawned quickly, and before Meeching had fully awakened, she was stirred by commotion outside. It was several male tigers from the previous night, all bearing an abundance of food. Rubbing her eyes to adjust to the light, Meeching stepped outside. Upon seeing her, the males gawked, some even sporting early signs of excitement beneath their animal skin skirts. Meeching felt a wave of embarrassment and shyly inquired, What brings you here? The males exchanged glances, then shifted their eyes to the stern Sebastian, feeling somewhat sheepish. Finally, one male gathered his courage and stepped forward, presenting his offering. Little female, my name is Paro. These provisions are for you. May I be your companion? Paro inhaled deeply, captivated by Meeching's refreshing scent, free from any male odor. He hoped to be her first mate. Sebastian scowled at Paro's actions, his brow furrowing in displeasure. But he chose to wait until Meeching made her decision before removing the males one by one. Meeching's eyebrows twitched, so that was the reason these males had gathered so early. She had not anticipated that her allure would draw them in this way, effortlessly prompting suitors to arrive with their metaphorical dowries. But a sense of pride swelled within her, though she quickly tempered it upon observing Sebastian's less-than-pleased expression. Clearing her throat, she smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. Just then, a gust of wind sent several males flying backward. Meeching's eyes widened. It was clear that Sebastian was behind this, that a pair of large hands enveloped her shoulders, guiding her back inside the cabin. Meeching cast a concerned glance toward the door, wondering if Sebastian's actions had caused any serious harm. They won't die, Sebastian reassured her with a simple statement, finally allowing her to relax as she followed him indoors. After breakfast, Sebastian ventured out to hunt while Xiar stayed home with Meeching. As he left, Meeching handed Sebastian 2 woven baskets. Sebastian, could you bring back some firewood? Winter is approaching, and we need to stockpile it so we won't have to go out to gather it when it gets cold. We can use it to keep warm. Sebastian slung the baskets over his shoulder, kissed Meeching goodbye, and departed. Once he was gone, Meeching tended to the little rabbits that could now walk before stepping outside to see what Xiar was up to. As she exited, she found Xiar digging energetically into the ground with his clawed hands, a small pile of dirt already accumulating beside him. Confused, Meeching wondered aloud, Xiar, what are you doing? Sharpening your claws. Given that beastmen retained many animalistic traits, it was not unusual for her to make such an assumption. Xiar paused, chuckling lightly at her question. Meeching, how could you think that? I'm digging to prepare for the upcoming chill. The cabin has some drafts, and I worry you might catch a cold while sleeping at night, so I want to seal the gaps. After hearing Xiar's explanation, Meeching nodded in understanding. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Perhaps they should consider building a new house. After all, the current structure was hastily built from wood and animal skins, and its safety would be compromised during winter. She certainly did not wish to become a modern individual crushed beneath a heavy snowfall. The more she contemplated it, the more resolute Meeching became about constructing a new home. Xiar, how long would it take to build a new house? If you wish to build a new one, it shouldn't take too long. If we work day and night, it could be completed in about 5 days, Xiar replied thoughtfully. Currently, the small cabin was suitable for one person, but with Meeching's presence, it was no longer adequate for the winter. This concern was precisely why he wanted to make repairs. He did not want any dangers to befall Meeching. Given the relatively short time frame, Meeching decided it was prudent to proceed with the new construction, as their livestock would only increase, presently consisting of 2 hens and a few rabbits. It would suffice through winter, but the summer heat would present challenges if proper sanitation was not maintained. Xiar, let us go ahead and build a new house. Xiar nodded in agreement, adding, I'll discuss the building plans with Sebastian when he returns. No, let's find other males to assist us, Meeching suggested. Sebastian was an exceptional hunter, and even in times of scarcity, he managed to catch 2 or 3 animals daily. She reasoned that it would be a waste of his valuable labor to have him build. Instead, they could enlist the help of other males and offer them food as compensation. Yes, let us have him help us build, and we can provide him with 1 hunting prize each day. That way, we can stockpile food more efficiently. It's a win-win, Meeching explained her plan to Xiar, whose eyes lit up at her cleverness. Meeching, you're brilliant. Let us ask Boya to help us with the construction. Although he has lost an arm, he still possesses considerable strength. Xiar was aware that Boya was currently enduring a difficult life. Having previously assisted Meetsai, Xiar's first thought was of him. Meetsai nodded, expressing uncertainty about whether Boya had ventured out to hunt. His home is nearby. I shall go seek him now. After uttering these words, Xiar earnestly cautioned Meetsai to remain at home and not to venture outside. With a smile, Meetsai acquiesced, watching as Xiar hurriedly dashed off into the distance. Before long, both Xiar and Boya returned. Xiar, panting heavily, struggled to catch his breath while Boya gazed at Meetsai in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Xiar and the others were constructing a house and required his assistance, promising him a daily game as remuneration. Ever since his recovery, he had scarcely managed to hunt any large prey, typically subsisting on rabbits and wild chickens, meager fare that barely staved off starvation. However, with a dwindling population of small animals in the forest, his food supply had diminished significantly. In fact, he had not eaten for 2 days. Though leopards are capable of regurgitating, he had no sustenance left in his stomach to bring forth again. When he heard Xiar approach with news, he was initially incredulous, only beginning to believe when Xiar pulled him along to this place. Boya, it is truly wonderful that you can come lend a hand, Meetsai exclaimed, presenting a large bowl of meat to Boya. Surprised, Boya accepted the bowl, its aroma tantalizing. He had never before experienced food that smelled so delightful. What are you waiting for? Eat up, there's a whole pot more, and once you've finished we can get to work. Meetsai chided Boya, who, coming to his senses, felt a bit embarrassed. Meetsai, let me finish my work first before I eat. Though immensely grateful for Meetsai's kindness, Boya was acutely aware that he was left with only 1 arm and uncertain if he could be of any real help. How can you work on an empty stomach? I certainly don't want to be accused of mistreating you, Meetsai teased while Xiar, recognizing Boya's embarrassment, chimed in. Boya, just eat. Don't waste Meetsai's good intentions. Very well. Thank you both. Boya finally relented, quietly beginning to eat from a bowl. Boya feasted. Meetsai and Xiar discussed the house-building plans. Xiar, should we inform the clan leader about our construction? I wonder if there is such a thing as a property deed in this beast world. No need. As long as we find an unoccupied plot of land, we can build. Once completed, we will cover it with the scent of males, indicating that the house has an owner and deterring intruders. Hearing this, Meetsai felt reassured and proceeded to share her thoughts with Xiar. Xiar, I wish to construct the house from stone, as such a structure would be sturdier and more durable, with the strength of males. Building with stone should not present much difficulty. The challenge lies in what to use for binding that it is possible, but no one has ever built a house from stone before, so I'm unsure of the method. It may take some time. Xiar scratched his head thoughtfully. You need not worry. We simply lack one essential component. The most crucial elements for house construction are lime and sandy soil. While sandy soil is abundant, lime poses a significant problem. Without it, the house would lack stability. Xiar, do you know of any soil with good adhesive properties? I don't have lime. Meetsai thought of clay, unsure if it existed in this beast world. After contemplating Meetsai's words, Xiar stood and stepped outside, returning with a handful of soil. Meetsai, is this what you referred to as clay? Examining the clay in Xiar's hands, Meetsai touched and kneaded it. finding its viscosity and hardness quite suitable, perfect as a substitute for lime. This is the very soil. Xiar, where did you find it? Meeching's face lit up with joy, relieved that she no longer needed to ponder. I dug it up this morning right at the entrance. It's quite common and easily found. Xiar shrugged. Meeching felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. The problem that had vexed her for so long had been solved effortlessly. By the time Meeching and Xiar had finalized their plans, Boya had finished his meal. Meeching, I am full now. It's time to start working, Boya declared, straightening his back, his eyes brimming with determination, standing outside. Meeching surveyed the surroundings. That Xiar's small wooden cabin stood at a considerable distance from the heart of the tribe. Perhaps due to Xiar's strained relations with the tribespeople, he was left to dwell there alone. The solitary cabin stood amidst the wilderness, affording ample space around it. After careful consideration, Meeching finally chose a location that faced south, surrounded by mountains to the north and south, with the site determined. The next step was to excavate the foundation. Meeching estimated that they would need to dig a foundation measuring 20 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 5 meters in depth. Fortunately, there was no need for monetary expenditure in this endeavor. In the current era, a 200 square meter house would fetch a price in the millions. Meeching mused, appreciating the simplicity of primitive society. After sketching a rough outline, she explained how to dig the foundation. Xiar and Boya transformed into their animal forms, swiftly excavating the earth. Since clay was abundant, the soil they unearthed consisted largely of it, which saved them half the effort. The labor force in this beast world was indeed formidable. Within just one morning, Xiar and Boya had dug a pit approximately 3 meters deep. When noon arrived, and Meeching prepared a meal, the two remained diligently at work. All right, you two, come up and have a bite to eat. Take a break, Meeching smiled, finding their tireless work amusing. Okay, Xiar, in his human form within the pit, wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled faintly. However, a problem arose. In their eagerness to excavate, they had forgotten to leave a path to climb out. Ultimately, Xiar stood on Boya's shoulders, managing to leap out of the pit, and use vines to pull Boya up as well. During the meal, Meeching began to ponder other issues. Xiar, besides the central lake, are there other water sources in the tribe? There is one lake in the tribe where everyone collects water daily. However, since we are building a house and it lies so far from the lake, the demand for water will be significant, making the task of carrying water back and forth tedious and laborious. Water source? None. Xiar shook his head, pausing his chopsticks. Meeching felt a pang of disappointment. Transporting water for such a grand project would prove challenging. Isn't there a waterfall on the back mountain? Boya interjected suddenly, offering Meeching a glimmer of hope that a waterfall. Is it far? Meeching asked, eager to know if it could facilitate their water needs. Not far. It's right behind your new house. Meeching's eyes sparkled with delight. As long as it was nearby, it would be perfect. Xiar, we shall use the water from the waterfall. Meeching gleefully tugged at Xiar's arm, who chuckled and ruffled her hair in agreement. In the afternoon, Meeching and Xiar ventured to the back mountain to inspect the waterfall, leaving Boya behind to continue digging the pit. After walking for about 10 minutes, they heard the sound of cascading water, and the air grew noticeably humid, indicating their approach to the waterfall. Upon reaching the waterfall, Meeching was filled with joy. The water flowed abundantly, suggesting that channeling it to their new home would pose no issue. Xiar then began to dig a trench 50 centimeters wide at the water's edge, allowing the water to flow in the desired direction. That he placed stones along the sides to compress the soil. The clear water gently flowed into the trench as Xiar continued digging, while Meeching assisted in monitoring the direction and gradient. After approximately 2 hours, they succeeded in directing the water to the new house. Meeching then instructed Xiar to dig a large pit nearby to collect the water, ensuring that they could access it easily in the future. Watching the gentle stream of water flow into the artificial creek, Meeching felt a profound sense of satisfaction. She was truly remarkable. How could she be so capable? After resting for a while, Xiar returned to the pit to continue digging the foundation, with Xiar's assistance. The two completed the remaining foundation by the afternoon. Meeching also reminded them to compact the soil thoroughly with large stones to ensure stability when constructing the house. They worked diligently until dusk. When Sebastian returned with 3 game animals slung over his shoulder, true to her word, Meeching shared one of the animals with Boya. Though he initially declined, he ultimately accepted it after Meeching insisted. The task of building the house remained incomplete. Starting the next day, Sebastian would transform into a dragon under the cover of night to gather timber from the forest, under Meeching's astute guidance. The new house was completed in just 10 days. Moreover, it is a 2-story small villa, a true paragon within the tribe. The house is complete with all the necessary rooms, bedrooms, a kitchen, and even a bathing area. On the day that Meeching's home was successfully constructed, many members of the tribe came to behold it. Even the chief and the elders arrived, showering praises upon Meeching's new abode. Meching, however, did you conceive of this design? The house is not only spacious, but also remarkably lofty and luminous, capturing the attention of all who gaze upon it. Furthermore, it has been constructed from stone, providing excellent protection against the elements. If all the houses in the tribe were to be transformed in such a manner, then during the winter months, when snow falls, they would no longer need to worry about the cold causing illness among the females. This is not a lesson that can be imparted in just a few sentences. Meeching sought to evade the matter, yet she overlooked the chief's fervent desire to benefit the tribe. Time is not an issue. I can wait for you to elaborate, Ethan said with a serious expression, prompting Meeching to let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, Meeching, please enlighten us on how to construct such a house. We too wish to build one for our families. Several robust males bellowed. Observing the scene, Meeching sensed that they would not relent unless she provided an answer, and she contemplated her response. Ethan, noticing her hesitation, continued, Meeching, if you share your method with me, I shall reward you with a piece of game. The notion of a reward for knowledge surprised Meeching. It seemed she could collect a form of knowledge protection tax even in this beastly realm. Thus, an idea blossomed in her mind. Chief, building a house is not something one can learn in just a few words. How about this? Xiar and Boya already possess experience. Anyone wishing to construct a house may seek their assistance, offering a piece of game per day as compensation. Meeching proposed, thereby also enhancing her family's income. Ethan pondered her suggestion and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is an excellent idea. It will save labor. I, too, wish to build a house. Upon hearing that house construction would require 2 pieces of game daily, some tribe members hesitated, and those without companions promptly abandoned the idea. Meanwhile, those already in pairs discussed among their family members and ultimately reached a decision. In the end, only families with females chose to build new homes, and the number was not substantial, totaling merely a dozen. Meeching was taken aback by how many were troubled by the issue of manpower. Ultimately, the chief suggested that some of the older males could also assist in the construction. Although their hunting skills may have diminished, their strength remained intact. Thus began the vigorous housing endeavor of the tiger tribe. With Meeching assigning tasks, Xiar and Eli assisted the chief's family, while Boya aided another household with fewer males. Ethan insisted on providing Xiar and Meeching with game as remuneration, but after several rejections, Meeching finally made a request that the vacant land adjacent to her home be entirely allocated to her family. Ethan considered the secluded area where few other males resided and consented. The construction of the houses commenced, and Meeching specifically selected 3 strong older males to quarry stones from the mountain, along with several others nimble enough to fetch water for the various households. There were also individuals designated for lumbering. And with clear divisions of labor, the process was significantly expedited. Aside from the chief's 2-story stone house, the other families constructed single-story dwellings. Due to the ample workforce, most houses were completed in about 5 days. Just as the chief's house was finished, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was none other than Anthony, the young sub-chief of the Snow Wolf tribe. It seemed that the commotion from the Tiger tribe's housing project had drawn attention from neighboring tribes, prompting him to investigate. Upon witnessing the chief's house in pristine condition, a glimmer of admiration sparked in Anthony's eyes. Chief Ethan, may I inquire who the valiant soul was behind such ingenious designs? This stone house is truly remarkable. Might you take me to meet this male? It was conceived by Meeching, a young female, and I am equally astonished, Ethan replied, feeling a swell of pride for the brilliance emerging from his tribe. Anthony was somewhat taken aback, not expecting such an idea to stem from a young female. Meeching had piqued his curiosity even further. Following Chief Ethan's directions, Anthony made his way to Meeching's secluded home and soon spotted her two-story small villa from a distance. Meeching's small villa was more exquisite than the village chief's residence, further intensifying Anthony's interest in her tea that moment. Meeching was inside her modest wooden house, tending to a few livestock. 2 hens had grown quite plump, now laying nearly 2 eggs each day. Given the cold winter weather, the eggs could be preserved well, and Meeching had already gathered approximately 20. Observing the lively rabbits in their cages, Meeching felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment. The young rabbits had reached a stage where they could graze independently, no longer requiring their mother's milk, and the mother rabbit, having recuperated, could breed again. However, Meeching had no intention of allowing her to do so. The reasons being the low survival rate of young rabbits born in winter and the scarcity of forage during this season. Anthony, sensing Meeching's presence, entered the wooden house and unexpectedly found her lost in thought before the rabbit cage. "Are these your pets?" Anthony's deep voice startled Meeching as he stood behind her. Turning around, she was taken aback to see Anthony, prompting her to furrow her brow. Noticing her expression, Anthony was not offended. Instead, he smiled and said, "These little creatures are unlikely to survive. You might as well consume them soon." Anthony meant well. Previously, his tribe had attempted to rear similar animals, but they had perished within days, leading to their abandonment of the endeavor. They were unaware that their methods had disrupted the proper nurturing of the young. "What brings you here? This place is quite remote. Had you not sought it out deliberately, you might have struggled to find it." Today, Xiar and Sebastian had gone hunting, and while males in this beastly world typically did not harm females, exceptions existed, as evidenced by the previous wolf-beast incident. Meeching cast a wary glance at Anthony, who found her caution amusing. As the young sub-chief of the Snow Wolf tribe, he was not only handsome, but also a skilled hunter, garnering admiration from females wherever he went. Yet, this young female before him seemed entirely unfazed by his charm. Perhaps her eyesight was poor. Meeching, feeling increasingly uncomfortable as Anthony continued to scrutinize her, hastily issued an invitation for him to leave. "If you have no business here, I kindly ask you to go." Anthony, unperturbed, smiled even more warmly. "Dear young female, do not be upset. I simply wish to inquire how you constructed this stone house." So, it was the house construction he was interested in, and Meeching could only sigh inwardly. She had merely sought a comfortable living space, yet had spiraled into such a myriad of complications. Why were the inhabitants of this realm so eager to learn? The chief was like this, and now Anthony was too. Meeching forced a smile. Could she truly refuse? Anthony, well aware of her thoughts, continued, "This is a matter that benefits the tribe. I implore you to share your knowledge, and I can offer you 10 pieces of game in exchange." The mention of food made Meeching's initial reluctance vanish without a trace that it was not greed. Rather, in this beastly world, game represented capital. "Very well, it is a deal." Meeching then carefully detailed how to lay the foundation and build the house, even providing a simple demonstration on how to construct with stone. Anthony, being quite astute, quickly grasped the underlying principles. "Thank you. I shall have other males deliver the game in 3 days." Anthony's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to return to his tribe and put Meeching's instructions into practice. "That is acceptable, but I kindly ask you to keep this a secret. If anyone inquires, please say it was your own idea. I would prefer not to be bothered again." Having exhausted her energy assisting the chief with house construction recently, she did not wish for others from neighboring tribes to come seeking her guidance on building houses every so often. Anthony nodded earnestly. "I promise, rest assured." True to his word, 2 days later, Anthony sent 10 pieces of game, including 2 formidable black bears. These bears were nearly as tall as a man, proving that the males of this world were not just brave enough to hunt tigers, but could also tackle bears. The commotion caused by Anthony's delivery of game created quite a stir within the tribe, with many speculating that he had developed feelings for Meeching and was attempting to win her favor. When Xiar and Sebastian returned from their hunting expedition and beheld the substantial hall occupying nearly half of the living room, they were taken aback upon discovering that the delivery was from Anthony. Charles exhibited little reaction. Instead, it was Sebastian who remained fixated on the 2 bears among the spoils, his expression shrouded in silence. Even during mealtime, he refrained from uttering a word. After finishing his meal, Sebastian departed without a word, while Charles simply smiled at his retreating figure. Meetsai was engulfed in a whirlwind of questions, uncertain of Sebastian's whereabouts, and felt a tinge of worry. Meetsai, I've prepared the hot water. You should go take a bath, Charles said. Aware of Meetsai's penchant for cleanliness, he made it a routine to boil a bucket of hot water for her every evening after dinner, ensuring she could indulge in a soothing bath. As the steam rose, Meetsai shed her garments and stepped into the bath that Sebastian had fashioned for her days prior. The tub had been carved from a large, smooth stone, its edges meticulously polished to prevent any sharp corners from grazing Meetsai's delicate skin. She picked up a nearby piece of animal hide and gently wiped her body, relishing the comfort of a warm soak after a long day. Meetsai sighed contentedly, her soft murmur eliciting a response from Charles, who was in the living room tending to the prey. Unbeknownst to her, her nightly baths were the most torturous moments for both Charles and Sebastian. The sound of water splashing accompanied by a faint trace of her fragrance reached Charles's ears, causing his cheeks to flush. He felt an involuntary stirring within him, a peculiar sensation igniting in his mind. Suddenly, he found himself ablaze with heat, and his red foxtail, uncontrollable, emerged from beneath his animal skin skirt. As the sound of flowing water ceased, Meetsai emerged from the bathing area. Upon spotting Charles sitting in the living room with his foxtail on display, she approached with curiosity, her delicate fingers reaching out to touch the swaying crimson appendage. In an instant, Charles's red eyes transformed into slits, and his tail stiffened upright. Before Meetsai could react, Charles swiftly flipped her onto the ground. Meetsai gasped, staring up at Charles, whose eyes sparkled with an intensity she could not comprehend. A wildness mingled with something else entirely that moment. Meetsai was clad only in a piece of animal hide, her hair still damp. Charles, what is the matter? Please get off. You're quite heavy, Meetsai protested, pushing against him, feeling his body radiate warmth. Internally, she pondered whether Charles had contracted rabies, recalling a neighbor's dog that had exhibited similar symptoms. If Charles knew of Meetsai's thoughts, he might have been tempted to pry open her head to discover what lay within. Poor Charles was mistakenly perceived by Meetsai as a rabid patient. The air was thick with Meetsai's fragrant scent from her bath, igniting a fire within Charles. He leaned down slightly, gently inhaling the scent from her neck and shoulder, his warm lips brushing against her snow-white skin, causing Meetsai's heart to race. Instinctively, she called out, Sebastian. Upon hearing Meetsai's utterance, Charles detected the fear in her eyes, and the thrill coursing through him dissipated instantly. He rose slowly, gently helping Meetsai to her feet. It was only then, as Meetsai adjusted her animal hide and looked down, that she noticed the small tent formed beneath Charles. Suddenly, the nature of his prior actions became all too clear, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Charles, Meetsai attempted to voice something, but the atmosphere between them grew awkward, leaving her at a loss for words. I'll go dispose of the bathwater, Charles replied with a gentle smile. Turning to head towards the bathing area, Meetsai sat in the bedroom, absently drying her hair with the animal hide, her ears attuned to Charles's busy footsteps outside. Frustrated, Meetsai tapped her head, scolding herself inwardly. How foolish can I be? Utterly ridiculous. Just as she was steeped in regret, Charles's footsteps came to a halt, followed by his soft voice, Sebastian, you're back. The hot water is ready. You should freshen up, since Meetsai cherished cleanliness. She had insisted that both Charles and Sebastian bathe every evening after the bathing area was constructed in the bedroom. Upon hearing Sebastian's voice, Meetsai seized the opportunity to speak. Sebastian, make sure to rest early after your bath. Charles, don't busy yourself. We can dispose of the water together after Sebastian finishes. Meetsai clearly wished to make amends for the earlier incident, yet Charles simply responded, It's all right. Just 2 more buckets, and it will be done. With that, he returned to the bathing area to pour out the water, making Meetsai acutely aware that he seemed purposefully avoiding her, intensifying her guilt. After Sebastian finished bathing, he entered the bedroom and, noticing Meetsai deep in thought with a furrowed brow, softly inquired, Meetsai, what troubles you? Meetsai looked up at Sebastian, who had water droplets glistening on his dark hair, cascading down his back, his deep blue eyes appearing fathomless. His chiseled torso displayed defined abs, while his lower half was modestly wrapped in animal skin. He resembled a breathtaking depiction of a man emerging from a bath. leaving Meetsai momentarily entranced. It was only when Sebastian's large hand cupped her face that she regained her senses. Meetsai, what is the matter? He asked again, his voice gentle. Meetsai shook her head, pulling him beside her to sit down. She tenderly used the animal hide to dry his hair, while Sebastian's warm gaze remained fixed on her. Feeling her cheeks flush, Meetsai sought to divert the conversation. Sebastian, where did you go just now? He fell silent, not responding, and Meetsai refrained from pressing further. Sebastian's hair was quite short, barely grazing the nape of his neck. And soon Meetsai had finished drying it. He took the animal hide from her, clumsily yet assertively mimicking her actions as he gently dried her hair. Once Meetsai's hair was completely dry, Sebastian enveloped her from behind. His voice was low. I hunted a bear in the forest. A bear? We have ample food, Sebastian. You needn't exert yourself so. Meetsai replied with a light laugh. Recently, both Sebastian and Charles had managed to secure plenty of game, which Meetsai had been preserving in jars, ensuring they had enough for the winter. She wished to spare them from undue hardship. Whatever other males can provide for you, I can provide as well. Meetsai, please do not harbor feelings for Anthony. Sebastian's tone was akin to that of a child, revealing his vulnerability. After the hunt, upon returning to the tribe, he had overheard some females discussing Anthony's gifts of prey to Meetsai. Their words laced with envy and admiration for the man who could deliver 2 bears at once. Returning home, he indeed found 2 bears waiting for them, which left him feeling unsettled. Following dinner, he dashed back into the forest, determined to catch another bear. Wanting Meetsai to understand that he too could provide, Meetsai chuckled softly. So, you were feeling jealous tonight. Hearing her laughter, Sebastian tightened his embrace, holding her securely. He knew he had no right to demand that Meetsai refrain from liking other males, yet the thought gnawed at him. Love, after all, can compel even the proudest of individuals to abandon their dignity, humbling themselves in devotion to another, much like he did. Who said I had any affection for that wolf? I harbor no such feelings for him, Meetsai replied playfully. Sebastian remained silent, pressing his warm lips against Meetsai's neck. Leaving a searing kiss, his heavy breaths warmed her skin, igniting a mix of warmth and ticklish sensations. One kiss was evidently insufficient for him. He inhaled deeply, savoring her scent. So fragrant, he murmured, his voice hoarse, as if suppressing something within. Meetsai, clad only in a piece of animal hide, felt the smoothness of her back pressed against Sebastian's bare chest. She could distinctly sense the rising heat of his body. And having experienced such moments before, she understood his state. Her heart raced like a startled deer, a blend of fear and anticipation, her body tensing as if frozen. Noticing her unease, Sebastian chuckled softly. Meetsai, you seem nervous. No, don't say such things. I won't lose my composure, Meetsai retorted defiantly. Her chin held high. Meetsai, you smell so delightful. After speaking, Sebastian took a deep sniff once more. His little Meetsai always exuded such freshness, imbued with a dangerously alluring fragrance that captivated and drove him wild. His thin lips brushed against the smooth shoulder of Meching, causing her cheeks to flush and even the tips of her ears to turn crimson. Meetsai, your ears are red too. You're feeling shy, Sebastian remarked with a voice laced with temptation. Meching, overwhelmed by embarrassment, struggled to break free from Sebastian's embrace, yearning to escape the charged atmosphere. Yet, Sebastian would not allow her to slip away. His arms slid down to her slender waist, and with a swift movement, he placed her atop the thick, fur-lined bedding. Sebastian. Miqing attempted to remind him that Xiar was still at home, but before she could finish, Sebastian's body pressed down upon her. Her hands instinctively recoiled from the warmth of his skin, and then she sharply sensed another presence pressing against her, which left her wide-eyed in shock. Meetsai, do you like it? Sebastian whispered, kissing the corner of her mouth. His eyes glinting with a hint of desire, he no longer suppressed his true feelings. He had longed to act on these impulses, but had restrained himself, mindful of Meeching's fragile state. Today, however, he felt the dam of desire ready to burst. Gazing at the alluring curves of the female beneath him, enveloped in fur. No, Sebastian, Xiar is still. Before she could complete her protest, Sebastian silenced her with his lips. The bedroom was thick with an atmosphere of intimacy. While outside, Xiar, having finished tidying up, heard Meeching's startled exclamation and hurried to the bedroom door. He caught sight of Sebastian forcefully kissing Meeching, stirring a pang of bitterness within him. Disheartened, Xiar retreated to a corner of the living room, shouldering the 2 black bears he had caught, and walked despondently out of the stone house by a nearby pond. He began to prepare the bears, draining their blood, dismantling their bones, and skinning them. Inside the bedroom, Sebastian's warm tongue invaded her mouth, compelling her to dance with him. He restrained Meeching's still resisting hands with one hand while the other slid down to caress her ample form, wrapped in fur. The soft, warm sensation surprised him, and he gently explored, his lips trailing kisses along her neck, down to her collarbone, and into the depths of her cleavage. The exquisite view before him was tantalizingly obscured, and Sebastian could no longer muster the patience to play hide-and-seek. With a swift motion, he tore the fur from her body, revealing the full splendor of her beauty. He paused, savoring the sight. The rosy cheeks, flushed with shyness, exuding an enchanting allure. Sebastian, today is not the time. Xiar is still here. With her body fully exposed and her hands restrained, Meeching squirmed, attempting to evade Sebastian's gaze. Do not worry. He has already left and won't return until dawn. With that, Sebastian leaned down. In the beastly world, it was entirely normal for a female to have several males. If anything were to happen, there was no need for pretense, as they were all family. Upon hearing this, Meeching felt a twinge of guilt, but her discomfort was momentarily overshadowed by a sharp pain in her chest. She cast a displeased glance at Sebastian, who, with his striking blue eyes, commanded her attention. When you are with me, you are not permitted to think of other males. Meeching chuckled lightly. Ah, Sebastian, you remain that stubborn and domineering dragon. Sebastian did not rush to conquer. Rather, he slowly explored Meeching's body. Despite beads of sweat forming on his brow and his eyes growing feverish, he refrained from advancing further. Feeling the intensity of desire ignited within her, Meeching, despite her flushed cheeks, ventured to ask, Sebastian, what is wrong? Tonight, he felt different, reminiscent of the lonely, stubborn, and possessive dragon she had first met. Though he was on the verge of losing control, he hesitated, unsure of why. Sebastian, panting heavily, leaned close to Meeching's ear and hoarsely whispered, I am about to hibernate. Hibernate? Do dragons need to hibernate? Meeching mused, having never encountered a dragon in modern times. Dragons existed only in myths and tales, none of which mentioned that dragons required hibernation. My mother is a purebred bear, which is why I inherited the bear's hibernation trait. Sebastian explained. Meeching was taken aback, realizing that such interbreeding could lead to unexpected consequences. She wondered what their offspring would look like, perhaps little dragonlings with horns and scales. Shaking her head to dispel the unsettling thoughts, she felt a chill of fear. I fear you will forget me. Sebastian's voice trembled with an unspoken dread. Hibernation meant he would sleep through the winter until spring, and he feared that after such a long time, Meeching might forget him. He would rather not wake at all than face that possibility. Sebastian sat upright, gazing intently at Meeching, wishing to imprint her in his heart. How could I ever forget you? Meeching propped herself up, wrapping her arms around Sebastian's neck, whispering softly in his ear, Sebastian, I love you. His azure eyes widened in surprise, filled with delight. Sebastian leaned in to kiss Meeching's delicate lips, his large hand tearing away the fur that covered him, revealing his eager form. Without the barrier of fur, they laid bare before one another. Meeching's face burned with embarrassment as Sebastian's hand gently guided her onto the fur. His lips curled into a smile, satisfied as he pressed down to, it hurts. Meeching stifled her instinct to retreat, struggling to endure the pain that was hard to ignore. Sebastian paused, soothingly kissing her forehead, nose, and lips, allowing her to gradually acclimate to his strength, while glistening beads of sweat gathered on his brow. Once Meeching's expression of pain began to ease, he gently moved. Together, they traversed the heights of pleasure amidst the depths of pain. Reveling in the most primal form of happiness, they continued their passionate exploration until dawn, with Meeching dozing off several times, only to wake up again before succumbing to sleep once more. When Meeching awoke the next day, Sebastian was no longer beside her. She propped herself up, and Xiar, hearing the commotion from the bedroom, entered with a basin of warm water. Upon seeing Xiar, Meeching hastily covered herself with the fur. Xiar's gaze was somewhat dim, yet he managed to smile. "You're awake. This is freshly boiled water." Setting down the stone basin, Xiar intended to help Meeching wash. "I can manage myself, Xiar," she quickly replied, hastily retrieving her clothes from the floor and dressing under Xiar's watchful gaze. Blushing, she splashed water on her face, feeling refreshed. It seemed Sebastian had cleaned her up. The thought made her cheeks flush even more. "Xiar, where is Sebastian?" Not seeing him made her feel a twinge of disappointment. "Sebastian went hunting in the forest. You were exhausted last night, so I stayed to take care of you," Xiar explained, his tone gentle. Meeching's face reddened, resembling a newly risen sun, and Xiar, noticing her embarrassment, chose not to pursue the topic further. After resting for the morning, Meeching felt significantly better and had the urge to explore the forest. She hoped to find some vegetable seeds, as it was now the season when cabbages and other vegetables had matured and begun to flower, producing seeds. Drying these seeds would allow her to plant them come spring. Initially, Meeching had requested the piece of barren land in front of her home for the purpose of cultivating crops. However, she had yet to discover rice, wheat, and other agricultural products. The only seeds available were millet, which could only be planted in April or May. Thus, she thought to start with some vegetables, saving fruit trees for the following spring. Xiar could not dissuade Meeching from her desire to venture into the forest. So, reluctantly, he accompanied her after they had eaten lunch. Before they left, Meeching made sure to bring several large baskets, preparing thoroughly. In half a month's time, winter would arrive, and the forest would not be as lush and vibrant as in summer. Instead, it was filled with bare branches and solitary bird nests. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dry leaves, soft and yielding underfoot. Meeching wandered through the forest, hoping to uncover some vegetables. Today, Meeching ventured into the forest, having deliberately donned a pair of shoes, as she typically went barefoot at home. It had been quite some time since she last wore shoes, and the unfamiliarity left her somewhat uneasy. These shoes had accompanied her on her journey, and although they were summer flats, they proved quite suitable for her excursion into the woods, perhaps due to prolonged wear. The soles had begun to wear out, leading her to speculate that they might not endure many more outings. Meeching pondered when she might craft a new pair of shoes. As she was lost in thought, she heard Xiar's excited voice nearby. "Meeching, come quickly. Is this the herb you were searching for?" Xiar crouched not far away, pointing a cluster of green leaves at his feet. Upon closer inspection, Meeching confirmed it was indeed Chinese cabbage. She approached, crouched down, and parted the leaves until she uncovered something resembling a fragrant flower heart, adorned with plump black seeds, slightly larger than sesame seeds, yet smaller than mung beans. "This is it. These are the seeds of the cabbage," Meeching marveled, genuinely thrilled to have found them. She promptly gathered several surrounding cabbages. Although the leaves were somewhat aged, they could still be taken home to feed the rabbits. The demand for food for the rabbits at home was quite significant. If necessary, she could chop the cabbage to feed the 2 hens as well. Throughout the afternoon, Meeching also discovered some sprouting potatoes and sweet potatoes. Carefully excavating their roots and placing them into a basket to take home for planting, as dusk approached, Meeching and Xiar returned to the tribe. With ample time before dinner, Meeching instructed Xiar to till the soil in a plot of about 3 acres opposite the stone house. For Xiar, this was a trivial task. He merely needed to transform into his fox form in roughly half an hour. Xiar had turned the soil upside down across the entire area. Meeching meticulously planted the sprouted potato and sweet potato seedlings, covering them with a layer of soil and gently watering them, completing her task. She had successfully salvaged 4 or 5 potato seedlings and hoped they would thrive, considering they were in a primitive area devoid of modern vegetable greenhouses. Sebastian returned particularly early that day. Upon seeing Meeching hard at work outside, he set down his catch and embraced her. "Why aren't you resting inside?" he inquired, resting his head on Meeching's shoulder, a look of contentment gracing his features. Only after having Meeching by his side did he realize how mundane his life had been for over 20 years. Every moment of waiting was worthwhile for the presence of such a delightful female. "Why did you come back so early today?" Meeching asked, feeling the warmth radiating from behind her, which brought her joy. "I missed you. Those simple 3 words encapsulated Sebastian's feelings throughout the day, from the moment he stepped out of the house. She had occupied his thoughts, her lovely visage from the previous night, her bashful expression as she professed her love for him. "All right, you're back now. Let us get to work," Meeching said, shifting the topic to mask her shyness. Sebastian released her, stepping back, and indicated a pile of leftover wood from their house construction. "Now let's chop these logs into smaller pieces. I wish to enclose this area to prevent others from trampling the newly planted vegetables." Sebastian affectionately tapped Meeching's nose. "All right, you certainly have a plethora of clever ideas." With that, he turned to the pile of wood, transforming partially into his beast form, effortlessly splitting a log in 2 from the top down. He then divided 1 complete log into 16 equal pieces, assembling them into 3 sections. As Xiar observed Sebastian's vigorous efforts, he softly remarked to Meeching, "I'll go prepare dinner," before heading into the Stonehouse's kitchen. Meeching watched Xiar's retreating figure, sensing a change in the atmosphere. During dinner, Xiar remained silent, merely eating without speaking. Meeching felt a pang of guilt regarding Sebastian's situation. She picked up some stir-fried meat from the table and placed it into Xiar's stone bowl. With a gentle smile, she encouraged Xiar to eat more. Xiar tenderly ruffled Meeching's hair, gratefully taking a bite of the meat. This stir-fried dish was prepared solely by Meeching. Typically, both Xiar and Sebastian only enjoyed roasted meat, while Meeching's was distinctively cooked. Noticing a shift in the surrounding energy, Meeching quickly offered a piece of meat to Sebastian, hoping to quell his jealousy, although he still wore a stoic expression. Meeching playfully stuck out her tongue at Xiar, who affectionately shook his head, indicating he was unbothered. "Xiar, do you hibernate in winter?" Meeching suddenly inquired while eating. "Foxes do not hibernate in winter," Xiar replied, slightly bewildered by Meeching's question. Considering her usual intelligence, that's wonderful. Sebastian hibernates in winter. If you did too, I would be utterly bored alone, Meeching expressed, a hint of disappointment lacing her tone. Upon hearing this, Xiar turned to Sebastian with a questioning glance. Sebastian replied softly, "Yes, my mother is a bear tribe female. Thus I inherited the bear tribe's hibernation trait." Xiar nodded in understanding, recognizing that such instances could arise from the union of 2 different species. Males born from such unions might inherit characteristics from their maternal lineage, potentially resulting in increased strength or, like Sebastian, the need to hibernate during winter, with body temperatures deviating from that of typical males. "Sebastian, how long will you hibernate?" Meeching inquired. "10 days, he answered. The increasingly chilly weather had stirred a longing for hibernation within him, yet he restrained himself to spend more time with Meeching. The following morning, Meeching rose early, and after breakfast she, along with Sebastian and Xiar, ventured into the forest again. Today her intent was to gather more vegetable seeds or seasoning seeds, with the game on the forest's outskirts dwindling. Sebastian led them deeper into the woods for hunting, while Xiar accompanied Meeching, assisting her in her search for vegetables. As they walked, Meeching noticed a few green shoots poking through a pile of fallen leaves. Quite small, no longer than her pinky finger. Had she not looked closely, they might have been trampled. "What's wrong, Meeching?" Xiar asked, noticing her crouched position, staring intently at the leaf pile. Meeching pinched a small shoot, bringing it to her nose to inhale its faint aroma. It was familiar. She then tasted it and confirmed, indeed, it has the flavor of garlic sprouts. Ignoring her dirty hands, she continued to dig around the shoot. While Xiar hesitated, wanting to help, Meeching halted him with a gesture, appearing cautious. "I can manage this. It requires careful handling. Garlic can sprout in winter. One can string the sprouted garlic and place it in water without soil, and it thrives with remarkable vigor. If left in the soil for too long, it will grow into garlic sprouts, which are excellent for disinfecting, an invaluable asset in a world where medical hygiene is lacking, as a bit of garlic could help prevent colds." Carefully, Meeching uprooted the sizable garlic bulb, then continued her search, uncovering 3 more cloves in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Sebastian had successfully captured a wild buffalo and a young deer. Upon seeing the deer, Meeching suddenly had an idea. She could craft a pair of little boots from the deerskin, which would be both warm and stylish. With this thought, Meeching reached for a vine on a nearby tree to weave the shoe soles. However, the moment her fingers brushed against the vine, she felt a sharp sting, as if pricked by a needle. "Da-da!" she exclaimed, causing both Sebastian and Xiar to rush over. Sebastian tenderly examined Meeching's hand, noticing a red mark on her delicate fingertip. After a brief wait without any blood, he finally relaxed. "If you need to pull vines, just call for me." "Thankfully, you weren't harmed." His words, though slightly reproachful, were laced with concern. Meeching stuck out her tongue playfully and offered Sebastian a smile. He shook his head in exasperation, yet affectionately. He then set about pulling the vine himself, only to discover that he too had been pricked. Xiar approached the tree, scrutinizing the peculiar plant. The tree was not particularly tall, and its trunk was only as thick as Meeching's arm. Upon closer inspection, he noted that its branches bore numerous sharp thorns. Meeching, seeing Xiar gazing intently at the tree, asked, "Xiar, what is the matter? Is something wrong?" "This is a thorn fruit tree," Xiar replied, recalling having seen such trees before. "Thorn fruit?" Meeching inquired, intrigued. She wondered if the thorn fruit was edible. She approached the tree that had pricked her, inspecting it closely, her mind filled with questions yet unable to ascertain the truth. "Xiar, does this tree bear small fruits that begin green and later turn red?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiar replied, "Yes, its fruits are indeed red, but I cannot confirm if they are green initially. However, they have a spicy, numbing taste and are quite unpalatable." Xiar appeared to be lost in the recollection of its flavor, his face contorted in agony. Meeching chuckled, naturally aware that it was unpalatable. After all, this was Sichuan pepper, a seasoning used for stir-frying. Observing Xiar's expression, one could only wonder how much he had consumed. Truly, he was a fool. Subsequently, Meeching instructed Xiar to uproot the pepper tree, though instead of the original, they took a small sapling home. After all, uncertain of its survivability, it seemed wiser to leave the old tree intact. The three of them always found time to fly by while hunting together. As dusk fell, Sebastian and Xiar guided Meeching toward the forest's edge. They were deep within the woods now, where ferocious beasts roamed in packs at night. Even Sebastian dared not underestimate them, especially with Meeching present. So he and Xiar remained exceptionally vigilant. To the slightest rustle of the wind, they would instantly adopt a defensive stance, ensuring Meeching was shielded behind them. Perhaps Meeching had become somewhat oblivious while foraging for plants, as they had wandered quite far. After an hour, they still had not exited the forest, and the darkness deepened. Xiar, who was forging ahead, suddenly halted, causing Sebastian, who was guarding the rear, to become fully alert. Meeching, sheltered between them, could distinctly sense the murderous aura and the tension in their muscles. "Sebastian, what's wrong?" Meeching felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, sensing that they were facing formidable adversaries. "Oh, not worry. I am here," Sebastian reassured her with a comforting glance. In the event of dire circumstances, he could transform into his true form and carry Meeching to safety. However, he could only save one of them, and in that case, he would unhesitatingly choose Meeching, even if it meant facing her ire. Xiar assisted Meeching in ascending a tree. Sebastian calmly assessed their surroundings, while Xiar nodded, shifting into his fox form to allow Meeching to mount his back. He then grasped a few baskets in his mouth, leaping from branch to branch until he deposited Meeching on a high trunk. "Meeching, you must hold tightly to the trunk and not fall," Xiar earnestly advised, and Meeching, eyes wide with anxiety, clutched the tree with all her might. As Xiar prepared to descend, Meeching pulled him back, saying, "Xiar, you and Sebastian must be cautious." Xiar tenderly ruffled Meeching's hair, a gesture reminiscent of Sebastian's habitual kindness. Then, he leaped down, maintaining his fox form. Before long, while perched atop the tree, Meeching discerned several gleaming green eyes appearing before Xiar. They were wolves. She was all too familiar with those ominous emerald gazes. 1, 2, 3, a total of 10 wolves. But that was not the gravest threat. Suddenly, Sebastian moved, revealing several large beasts lurking behind him. In the dimming light, Meeching could no longer discern what they were, but the subsequent roars of tigers made her blood run cold. They were tigers. Although Sebastian had hunted tigers before, now he faced a pack of wolves and 3 tigers. Should they all attack, even their combined strength might be insufficient. Meeching clung tightly to the trunk, anxiously observing the standoff below. Neither side moved, merely glaring at one another. Just as Meeching anticipated a prolonged stalemate, a wolf leaped toward Xiar's head. Seizing the moment, the tigers quietly advanced, aiming to ambush, but Sebastian thwarted them with unwavering resolve. Thus began the fierce clash between the previously motionless adversaries. The wolf lunged for Xiar's throat, but he deftly evaded it. Xiar leapt to a higher branch, leaving the wolf to pace anxiously below. Meanwhile, the three tigers lunged at Sebastian, whose arm had partially transformed, now immensely powerful. With a sweeping motion, he knocked one tiger to the ground. Observing that Xiar was effectively cornered while Sebastian valiantly confronted the three tigers alone. The wolves devised a plan. 10 wolves surged toward Sebastian, concentrating all their might against him, and he began to struggle. Suddenly, a ravenous wolf lunged at Sebastian from behind, while he was preoccupied battling a tiger and unaware of the impending attack. From her perch, Meeching gasped. Sebastian, hearing her cry, Xiar, who had been grappling with two wolves in the tree, immediately turned his attention toward Sebastian. His pupils dilating with alarm, he dashed toward Sebastian, colliding with the ravenous wolf. Sending it off course, upon landing, he collided with a tiger, infuriated by the unexpected disturbance. The furious tiger, perceiving the weak wolf, sank its teeth into its neck, instantly killing it. The other two tigers, sensing the scent of blood, rushed to encircle the fallen wolf's body, roaring triumphantly before tearing into the unfortunate creature. Seizing the opportunity, Sebastian quickly uttered a command to Xiar. Xiar sprinted forward, while Sebastian held off the remaining wolves. Relieved to see Xiar disappear from sight, a dragon emerged from the depths of the forest, spreading its wings and soaring upward. It ascended high, capturing Meeching in its claws, along with the baskets beside her. Thus, Sebastian flew Meeching toward the direction of the tribe. Sebastian, where are we going? Meeching inquired the tribe. He replied. With the danger dissipated above, Sebastian flew slowly, careful that Meeching could withstand the chill of the night air. What about Xiar? Meeching questioned. Having lost sight of him amidst the chaotic battle, I instructed him to make his way back to the tribe on his own, Sebastian said, gradually calming his erratic breath. What if he were pursued by those beasts? Sebastian, fly lower. Let us search for him, Meeching urged, her concern for Xiar making Sebastian feel somewhat uneasy. He remained silent, but complied, descending slightly. Before long, they spotted a patch of fiery red and several ravenous wolves engaged in combat. With a few tigers lurking nearby, poised to strike, alarmed by the sight of Xiar in peril, Meeching exclaimed, Sebastian, Xiar is in danger. Please save him. Knowing that in his dragon form, Sebastian could unleash powerful, icy blue beams. She believed he could rescue Xiar. Meeching, Sebastian hesitated, but Meeching's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Xiar below. She watched as a tiger had already pinned Xiar down, its sharp fangs poised to sever his carotid artery. Xiar struggled helplessly, watching the massive tiger's head draw closer. In the next moment, a fearsome roar erupted. The tiger that had pinned Xiar collapsed atop him, and Meeching gasped in surprise, realizing that Sebastian had intervened at the critical moment. Immediately, several blue beams shot forth, targeting the beast that lurked menacingly. Xiar looked up in astonishment at the colossal creature before him, clutching Meeching in its claws. It's Meeching, the Eastern Divine Dragon. What is happening? Upon realizing his true identity was revealed, Sebastian no longer concealed it. He descended slowly, setting Meeching down before transforming back into his human form. Sebastian! Xiar exclaimed, shocked to find Sebastian was a divine dragon. Heavens, I can hardly believe my eyes. We can discuss it when we return home, Sebastian replied sternly, hefting the carcasses of several beasts, lamenting the loss of the day's hunt in his haste to escape. Still in shock, Xiar remained speechless. As they reached home, Meeching prepared to explain everything to Xiar when Sebastian, who had been silent throughout the journey, suddenly spoke up. Meeching, I must enter hibernation. Meeching stood frozen in place, processing his words. What did you just say? I have utilized the power of the dragon, and I need to hibernate early. I am sorry, Meeching, but I cannot accompany you. The sorrow and pain in Sebastian's eyes were evident. Meeching felt a wave of dismay wash over her, but forced a smile. When will this happen? I must prepare for you. After dinner, I shall enter hibernation. During dinner, Sebastian consumed a copious amount of meat. Once Meeching and Xiar finished their meal, Sebastian excused himself, carrying several game animals to a secluded spot beyond Meeching's view, where he transformed back into his true form and devoured the prey whole. As the food filled his belly, he shrank down until fully compressed, before reverting to his human form and re-entering the stone house. Upon entering the room, he found Meeching pacing, craning her neck toward the outside. Spotting him, Meeching rushed over to greet him. Sebastian gently ruffled Meeching's hair, a rare smile gracing his face. "Do not worry. I will awaken after winter. Would you like to eat something more?" Meeching's eyes were filled with concern. Though she understood the concept of hibernation, the thought of it meant sleeping through an entire winter without awakening filled her with dread. What if Sebastian did not have enough food to sustain him through the cold months? While he would not starve to death, the absence of nutritional supplements would pose a significant problem. Meeching felt a pang of anxiety to know, "Sebastian, you must eat more food. You did consume the 10 prey that Anthony brought, didn't you?" Sebastian chuckled lightly, finding Meeching's nervousness endearing. How could she be so charming? Her growing affection for him made it difficult to consider leaving. That he reached out, pulling Meeching into his embrace, holding her tightly. "There's no need for concern that I've been storing food within my body during this time. You needn't worry. I will awaken to accompany you." Since the onset of autumn, Sebastian had been consuming his kills during daily hunts, amassing sufficient energy reserves over time that he was not afraid of hibernation. Rather, it was the thought of being apart from Meeching that troubled him. "All right, it's time for you to sleep. That aren't you planting vegetables tomorrow?" Sebastian gently patted Meeching's head, as one might soothe a child. Yet, Meeching remained anxious. Sebastian leaned in, planting a light kiss near her lips. "Enough now. My dear, I shall keep you company as you sleep." He led Meeching to the bedroom. Lying down beside her, as they gazed into each other's eyes, though fatigue tugged at her, Meeching fought to keep her eyes open, fearing that if she closed them, she might lose sight of Sebastian. He made no attempt to rush her. Instead, he wrapped her in his arms, gently caressing her back in the familiar warmth of his embrace. With the comforting scent enveloping her, Meeching gradually succumbed to slumber. Her breathing steady, Sebastian slowly sat up, tucking the blanket around Meeching before quietly exiting the bedroom. At the doorway stood Xiar, who silently observed Sebastian as he emerged. Sebastian offered a single directive before turning to ascend the stairs. "Take good care of her." The following morning, when Meeching awoke and found Sebastian absent, she quickly jolted awake. "Xiar, where is Sebastian? Do you know where he has gone?" She rushed to the living room, where Xiar was setting food on the stone table. "Sebastian is hibernating on the second floor. You should eat first." Meeching that as soon as Xiar finished speaking, Meeching dashed toward the upper level. The second floor consisted of spacious living area she had yet to design, leaving it largely vacant. Upon pushing aside the grass curtains, she spotted Sebastian curled up like a dragon, peacefully sleeping with closed eyes. Approaching him and sensing his steady breathing, Meeching felt relief wash over her. Xiar followed closely behind, observing her expressions with keen interest. A sense of unspeakable disappointment lingered within him as they shared a meal, during which Meeching recounted her experiences with Sebastian, assured of Sebastian's safety. Meeching decided to join Xiar and the Ally brothers in hunting, given Sebastian's hibernation. However, Sherry had not come to keep Meeching company as usual. Upon inquiry, she learned that Sherry was in heat and unable to venture outside. After watching the four depart from the tribe's gates, Meeching made her way home, her heart racing with anticipation. Yet, as she walked, an unwelcome figure approached, one she particularly wished to avoid. "Oh, who do we have here? Is that not our Meeching? Where is Xiar? Are you wandering the tribe, hoping to entice the males?" The other females accompanying Anna chimed in, echoing her taunts. "Indeed, look at her sauntering about the entrance so early in the morning." As if we are unaware of her intentions, Culinary, with her slanted eyes, remarked with biting sarcasm. Outnumbered, Meeching had no desire to confront Anna directly. She merely smiled, choosing to ignore their mockery. Lowering her head, she attempted to pass by. But Anna and her companions interpreted this as a sign of fear. They obstructed her path, continuing their ridicule. "Why the rush? Aren't you clever enough to help everyone build houses? What are you afraid of?" Anna's anger flared at the thought of Meeching aiding others in constructing stone houses, a feat she had overlooked. Meeching had garnered praise from the tribe's leader and elders, and even some of the males had begun to take a liking to her, which fueled Anna's jealousy. Why didn't you help our family with building a house? Meeching. We are all part of the same tribe. Anna spat venomously. Meeching raised her gaze, realizing this was the crux of Anna's grievance. When Anna's father had approached Meeching earlier, she had considered assisting, but ultimately declined due to insufficient manpower. She had promised to help them build a stone house the following winter, but the matter had lingered unresolved. I was quite clear about my lack of manpower, Meeching replied, unwilling to engage in a quarrel with the unreasonable Anna. Now that you have enough hands, I see it time you build a house for my family. Anna's vanity had driven her to this obstinate request, determined to reside in a warm stone house come winter. Meeching found amusement in Anna's haughty demeanor. Was this truly how one beseeched assistance? Had the females of the beastly world become so spoiled? Anna, noticing Meeching's laughter, exchanged knowing glances with her companions, who swiftly surrounded Meeching. Meeching felt a sense of foreboding. She was uncertain of what Anna was plotting. With a malicious smile, Anna stepped forward, reaching for Meeching's hair. It was the typical scene of a catfight. Pulling hair, grappling, striking. Meeching felt a sharp tug as Anna seized her hair, a wicked grin spreading across Anna's face. Making Meeching uneasy. What do you intend to do? Meeching asked, noticing Anna brandishing a bone knife before her. Anna, don't you dare. Why not? Your glossy black locks disgust me. That Meeching's hair, well kept and flowing gracefully, contrasted sharply with the coarse, dull hair of the other females in the tribe, inciting Anna's envy. That I will cut your hair and wear it on my head and mar that unsightly face of yours, so you won't prance around before me. Anna's excitement was palpable as she advanced with the knife. Meeching's heart sank. She should have fled the moment she saw Anna, avoiding this humiliating confrontation altogether. Stop. A male voice rang out, and Meeching turned to see Boya. Boya's gaze fell upon the surrounding females. He had intended to hunt in the forest, but had paused upon hearing their quarrel. Recognizing the animosity between Meeching and Anna, he had initially remained a bystander. However, when he witnessed Anna's intent to harm Meeching, he could no longer remain silent. Anna, let Meeching go. It's wrong to bully her like this. Boya stepped into the circle, freeing Meeching's hair from Anna's grip. Anna glared at Boya, who had interrupted her plans, filled with disdain. What are you going to do? Control me with this worthless fool. Her words struck a nerve with Boya, who clenched his fists, remaining silent. Meeching was furious at Anna's cruelty. Anna, you should apologize to Boya. Boya pulled Meeching close, signaling her to avoid further conflict. Anna, witnessing their exchange, erupted into laughter. Meeching, how desperate must you be to cling to such a useless one? Anna regarded Boya with disdain, causing him to lower his gaze in embarrassment. Of course, only a peculiar female like you would settle for this good-for-nothing, so you must treat her well. Anna continued to mock Boya, who could no longer contain his anger. Taking a decisive step forward, Meeching swung her arm and delivered a sharp slap to Anna's face. The resounding sound echoed, and Anna stared wide-eyed at Meeching. Her hand still poised mid-air, her eyes reddened with fury, fixed intently on Meeching. You dare strike me? Bring it on. Anna let out a piercing scream, prompting several nearby females to join in the fray. Some tugged at meat-sized clothing, others yanked her hair, while a few even reached to twist her waist. Anna raised her arms high, intending to strike, but was swiftly restrained by Boya, who gripped her wrist with a single hand. With a glare filled with fury, Anna warned Boya, Boya, do you dare to assist her? Are you not afraid that I will inform the clan leader of your bullying, compelling him to expel you from the tribe? Despite Anna's threats, Boya did not release her grip, holding her hand firmly. Anna struggled fiercely, but could not break free. She had not anticipated that Boya, with only one hand, would prove so formidable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Meeching was engaged in a fierce battle with the three other females, yet she found herself at a disadvantage. After all, those three were beastmen, and she was merely a human, unable to contend with them. What are you doing? A gentle voice interjected, followed by the appearance of a male who intervened to stop Helen and Kelly from harming Meeching. Soon after, a slender female emerged before the crowd. She possessed an exquisite, pointed oval face, elegantly arched willow leaf eyebrows, and alluring, elongated eyes. Truly beautiful. Upon seeing her, Anna's expression soured. Sophia. Although Meeching seldom appeared in the tribe, she still remembered having met Sophia once. She was renowned as the most beautiful female in the tribe, admired by Eli. Rumor had it that she had recently accepted a male from the Snow Wolf tribe, and it seemed that the one before her was indeed that male. The males of the Snow Wolf tribe were exceptionally serious. Their lips pressed tight in silence. However, they were undeniably handsome, only slightly less so than Sebastian. Anna, Meeching is now part of our tribe. You must coexist peacefully, Sophia said in a tone that exuded sisterly concern and tenderness. Humph, Anna huffed, shaking her head in silence. Harry, release Helen and Kelly, Sophia commanded, raising her hand. Harry nodded and let go. Meeching, you should return home. I will handle things here, Sophia advised, to which Meeching cast her a grateful glance before turning to head home. Sebastian was hibernating. While Xiar was out hunting, as usual, at tea home, Meeching was crafting her cherished leather boots from cowhide and deerskin. Life had been as tranquil as still water until that fateful morning. After seeing Xiar off, she was grappling with the thick cowhide when hurried footsteps approached. Before the figure even appeared, a male voice called out, Meeching, something terrible has happened. Anna's father, Jimmy, has come with the clan leader and several elders to capture you. As the words fell, Boya appeared within the stone house. Capture her? Meeching was filled with confusion. What had she done to warrant the clan leader's involvement? She had merely exchanged a few heated words with Anna and engaged in some minor scuffles. Surely it could not be that serious. Meeching, what are you dawdling for? Xiar is stalling the clan leader and the others. He told me to take you and flee quickly, Boya exclaimed, grabbing Meeching's hand and attempting to pull her outside. No, I cannot abandon Sebastian, Meeching protested. Sebastian was still hibernating upstairs. If the clan leader and his company searched for people and discovered Sebastian in his true form, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Additionally, she was uneasy about Xiar facing the clan leader alone. What are you still thinking about? Come with me, Boya urged, his face filled with urgency. The clan leader is coming. Let us go. Boya, why does the clan leader want to capture me? Given the affection beastmen held for females, it was inconceivable that they would harm a female, no matter how unreasonable she might be. Why then was the clan leader after her? This left Meeching utterly perplexed. It related to Anna. Boya recounted what he had heard that morning. Anna is poisoned? Meeching was taken aback. She had thought Anna was merely slandering her before the clan leader, never suspecting that she had actually been poisoned. Yes, she claimed that ever since you slapped her that day, her face began to itch and swell after she returned home. Even the clan healer couldn't cure her. Boya nodded, recalling Anna's appearance. What had once been a beautiful visage was now half swollen, resembling someone stung by a bee. Anna also said you were cursed by the beast god, that your heart is wicked and the clan leader should burn you alive, Boya added, astonished by Anna's venomous demeanor. He had never encountered such a malicious female before. Though females were often willful and headstrong, they were typically kind-hearted and would not wish harm upon others. Anna's desire for Meeching's demise, driven by jealousy, had indeed reshaped Boya's perception of females. Burn me alive? Meeching laughed lightly. It seems she truly despises me. Let us go meet the clan leader. Given that Anna's face was ruined and she still sought her death, it was clear that this matter was far from simple. Meet the clan leader? Boya expressed concern, but Meeching wore an expression of fearless determination. Meeching and Boya made their way through the tribe. They soon encountered Anna, her father Jimmy, the clan leader, several elders, and Xiar. Meeching, Anna accuses you of poisoning her. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Ethan, the clan leader, remained silent while a tall, slender elder spoke first. Elder Quark, Meeching would never poison Anna. She is innocent. Boya stepped forward to defend Meeching. Anna, unwilling to relent, raised an eyebrow at Boya. How do you know she didn't poison me? I am the victim. Not you. Don't let this little wench deceive you and blur the lines of right and wrong. Upon hearing Anna's brazen words, Meeching's gaze darkened. I did not harm you. You know best how things truly are. Seeing Anna's demeanor, which showed no concern for her disfigured face, Meetsai realized that the poison afflicting her was self-inflicted. Having watched countless palace dramas in modern times, Meetsai felt she had wasted 2 decades in ignorance. Who poisoned you? Naturally, it was you who did it. Meetsai's sharp eyes locked onto Anna's. Observing her growing fears, her gaze faltered. Anna stubbornly replied, I didn't do it, her voice resolute despite her evident anxiety. Meetsai stepped closer, gently brushing her fingers against the swollen half of Anna's face. Caught off guard, Anna froze, then quickly swatted Meetsai's hand away. Meetsai, what are you trying to do? Haven't you harmed me enough? Anna's eyes widened in terror. Little female, I advise you to hand over the antidotes soon. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Jimmy interjected, swiftly shielding his frightened daughter behind him, glaring at Meetsai with a serious demeanor. Meetsai merely chuckled, unfazed by Jimmy's display. Boya stood beside Meetsai, defending her. Jimmy, Meetsai did not poison anyone. I was present that day, and she certainly did not poison Anna. If you say so, then Anna is framing Meetsai. Why would she do such a thing? Jimmy's expression turned fierce, exuding a menacing aura. Boya braved the atmosphere, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Xiar, say something, Boya urged, turning to the silent figure of Xiar. Xiar's expression was complex. He opened his mouth but remained silent. Meetsai's gaze shifted to Xiar, sensing something unusual about him today. Why was he not speaking? With a smug smile, Anna revealed, Oh, I forgot to mention. Xiar has agreed to accompany me. Meetsai could hardly believe her ears, while Boya also appeared stunned. What was happening? Wasn't Xiar Meetsai's partner? Anna continued, undeterred by Meetsai's shocked expression. Meetsai, if you hand over the antidote, I will spare you for Xiar's sake and prevent the clan leader from burning you alive. Anna lifted her chin, reveling in her triumph over Meetsai. Xiar, what is wrong with you? Don't you love Meetsai? Boya questioned the silent Xiar. Xiar's complex expression remained as he looked at Meetsai before lowering his head in silence. Boya could hardly fathom it. Xiar was abandoning Meetsai at such a critical moment. Xiar, you scoundrel! Boya attempted to confront Xiar, but Meetsai held him back. I did not poison her, nor do I possess the antidote. Meetsai fixed her gaze on Anna, adding, however, I have seen this kind of behavior before. In the tribe, when females envy one another's beauty, they poison each other to ruin their faces. Given your current state, it seems that in 3 days, you will be unbearably itchy and ultimately disfigured. You should seek out the one who poisoned you. Soon a flicker of anxiety and fear flashed in Anna's eyes at Meetsai's words, but she was not one to concede easily. Clan leader, it was Meetsai who poisoned me. If she continues to deny it, I suggest we capture her and whip her until she confesses the truth. Ethan furrowed his brow in contemplation, and Anna, noticing this, exchanged a knowing glance with her father. Jimmy immediately seized the moment and continued, Chieftain, what are you still hesitating for? Today, Meching, the young female, resorted to poison merely due to a quarrel with Anna. Tomorrow, who knows what conflict with another female might provoke her to do the same? Over time, our tribe could find itself in peril. Jimmy's remarks were astute, subtly urging Ethan to consider the greater good and safeguard the entire tribe. Otherwise, Ethan might unjustly show leniency toward Meeching due to personal feelings. Ethan, I suggest we confine Meeching to the small cabin for now, so we may question her further before making a decision. The elders were fond of the beautiful and clever Meeching, and with a little persuasion, they might coax her into surrendering the antidote, preferring a minor reprimand over severe punishment. Elder Saren, Xiar, this is a matter concerning Meeching. You must refrain from intervening any further, just as Xiar was about to plead on her behalf. Anna narrowed her eyes at him, silently warning him to hold his tongue. Ultimately, Meeching was escorted to the tribe's prison, a small wooden cabin, by 2 young males who stood guard over her in the dimly lit cabin. Meeching sat quietly in a nest of straw, gazing toward the door, pondering whether Sebastian was safe and if Xiar had returned home. She did not harbor any doubts about Xiar, due to Anna's words. She believed that Anna must have employed some means to coerce Xiar into silence. Meeching, are you all right? Came Eli's voice from outside, followed by the rustling of the grass curtain as it was lifted. Eli entered, cradling a stone bowl, and upon seeing Meeching curled up on the straw, his heart swelled with compassion and sorrow. Having just returned from a successful hunt, he had overheard the tribe discussing Anna's poisoning at Meeching's hands. Unable to believe what he heard, Eli rushed home to inquire with his father. Upon learning from Ethan that Meeching was confined in the cabin, he hurriedly brought her some roasted meat. When Meeching saw Eli enter, a faint smile graced her lips, embodying her unique resilience, which only deepened Eli's concern. Such a fragile female should not have to endure this, to Eli, and his poisoning seemed merely a coincidence or perhaps a scheme of her own making. He could not fathom Meeching resorting to poison. "It's so nice to see you," Meeching said, feeling overwhelmed by negative energy, grateful for the presence of a good friend. "How are you holding up?" Eli's words were laced with concern and worry. Meeching shook her head, offering a self-deprecating smile. "I'm fine, just a bit uncomfortable regarding certain necessities confined to the small cabin. She had to manage all her needs within its confines." Feeling embarrassed to act freely with guard stationed at the entrance, "Here is some roasted meat. Though it may not be as delicious as what you make, please eat some. I'll have them step away when you need privacy." Meeching nodded gratefully at Eli and then lowered her gaze to begin eating from the stone bowl. "Please don't blame Xiar. He only acts to help you," Eli said, observing Meeching as she ate. He opened his mouth, hesitating before finally speaking. Meeching paused her chewing, her hands tearing at the piece of roasted meat. "I understand. He has tried to protect me in his own way. Xiar, though lacking influence and strength, sacrificed himself to assist her, a fact Meeching was fully aware of. Yet, it saddened her that Xiar made decisions without consulting her. They should be united as a family, facing challenges together. She wished that neither Sebastian nor Xiar would suffer harm in their efforts to protect her. "Eli, could you do me a favor?" Meeching whispered a few words into Eli's ear, and he nodded in understanding. Once Meeching finished her meal, Eli took the stone bowl and exited the cabin. Meeching fully departed. Two figures emerged from behind a nearby tree. One tall, one short. "Sophia, you don't like that young female, do you?" inquired a young male with a gentle, deep voice. "That I find her utterly detestable," replied Sophia, her voice frigid, like the chilling autumn wind. Her crimson eyes fixated on the small wooden cabin where Meeching resided, while Harry, pursing his lips, observed the young female beside him, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with her usual self. From the moment he laid eyes on her at the bonfire, he had been enamored with her delicate features and gentle smile. During the gathering, he had approached her with a bounty of game. Surprised when she accepted his advances, in that moment, he felt ensnared in a tender vortex of happiness. The following morning, as Meeching remained in a drowsy haze, a sharp female voice pierced the air, causing her to perk up. Indeed, it was Anna. "Chieftain has decreed that no tribe member may approach Meeching," a rugged male voice interrupted, blocking Anna's attempt to enter the cabin. Another male gestured for her to refrain from entering. "I am not here to trouble her. I simply wish to inquire about the antidote," Anna insisted, pressing her swollen face closer to the stern male, her fingers lightly grazing his chest. His serious expression softened, his cheeks flushing as he stammered. "But," the chieftain said, not to let anyone near Meeching. This male was an unattached youth, experiencing a rush of excitement at Anna's overtures, despite his hesitation. Anna smirked inwardly while maintaining a gentle facade. "It's fine, as long as you keep quiet. The chieftain will never know. Look at my face, ruined by Meeching. You surely want me to restore my beauty, don't you?" The male hesitated as Anna continued to entice him. "Once winter passes, I will come of age. I cannot let my coming-of-age ceremony be marred like this." Coming of age signified a female's first heat, an essential milestone. The male, no longer hesitant, quickly instructed Anna to say her piece and then leave. The other male, who had remained silent, tried to obstruct her, but was pulled aside, allowing Anna to fulfill her desire to enter the cabin. "You little wretch, I've come to see you." Upon entering, Meeching had already sat up from the straw nest, adjusting her clothing and hair to greet Anna. "You are here to gloat over my misfortune, aren't you? Just to relish in my disarray." Meeching remained unfazed, her demeanor calm, as though a heavy punch had landed on cotton, causing no effect. Anna's teeth ground together in frustration. An idea struck her, and she suddenly exclaimed, "Meeching, I've come to tell you that I've bonded with Xiar. He belongs to me now." What is yours is yours. No one can take it away. What is not yours, no matter how much you desire it, will always belong to another. Meeching's eyes flickered with a hint of defiance, clearly dismissive of Anna's proclamation. Seeing Meeching's lack of reaction only fueled Anna's irritation, leading her to strike Meeching's left cheek. Caught off guard, Meeching felt a sharp pain as her cheek swelled, realizing Anna's strength as a female of the tiger tribe was formidable. Dazed, Meeching wondered if she might have suffered a concussion. Meeching, do you think I've ruined your face? Do you believe the chieftain will still favor you? Or perhaps I should just kill you? They wouldn't care about a dead female, not when I'm still alive. Recalling Xiar's attitude from the previous night ignited a flame of anger within Anna. She had exhausted every effort, and even standing before Xiar in disarray had not swayed him. Her resentment toward Meeching deepened, as she felt that since Sophia was the most beautiful among them, the males should cater to her whims. Yet Xiar remained merely polite on the surface. Ever since Meeching's arrival in the tribe, Xiar's demeanor toward Anna had become dismissive. He either averted his gaze or turned away entirely. During the last bonfire gathering, Meeching's effortless words had turned several males, who had once pursued Anna, to her side. Every grievance Anna bore was rooted in Meeching's presence, which incited a growing madness within her, leading her to believe that if Meeching were to vanish, everything would return to the way it once was. Anna, do you not care about your own face at all? Meeching's sudden query broke through Anna's rage as she prepared to lunge at her. What? Haven't you noticed how your face has become increasingly itchy? That's a sign of impending decay, Meeching offered, her tone laced with a hint of concern that I previously mentioned that the poison coursing through your veins will mar your visage. What nonsense are you spouting? Anna's eyes widened in terror as she vaguely sensed an itch forming on her face. Whether it's nonsense or not, you are well aware in just 2 days. Your face will be utterly ruined. You ought to consider your predicament. Just as Anna was about to inquire further, a commotion at the doorway broke the tension, accompanied by a rugged, masculine voice. Anna, Eli has arrived. Upon hearing Eli's name, Anna rushed out in a flurry. Meeching finally released a sigh of relief, feeling saved. Witnessing Anna's ghastly appearance moments ago, Meeching had feared for her own life. Anna, what are you doing here? As Anna stepped outside, she collided directly with Eli. Eli scrutinized Anna, clearly skeptical that she had come to visit Meeching out of benevolence, given their rivalry. I came to ask Meeching for the antidote. Anna maintained her haughty demeanor, though anxiety gnawed at her insides. The clan leader decreed that no one may approach the wooden cabin. How did you manage this? Eli's gaze shifted between the two male guards. One of the burly males hastily explained. Anna merely exchanged a few words with Meeching. She did nothing else. The other male remained silent, his lips twitching but ultimately choosing to say nothing. Eli, Meeching, having overheard Eli's voice, approached the entrance and lifted the grass curtain. Upon seeing the 5-fingered imprint on Meeching's left cheek, Eli spun around. Locking his fierce gaze onto Anna, he exuded an aura of dominance, akin to a tiger ready to pounce. His eyes suffused with a crimson hue, his voice, charged with fury, reverberated, "You struck her." Anna instinctively recoiled at Eli's menacing demeanor, even hearing the sound of his teeth grinding. The male infatuated with Anna quickly shielded her behind him. Interjecting, "Eli, Anna didn't mean it. She was merely anxious." Eli, however, grasped the male's intentions to defend Anna. With narrowed eyes that conveyed royal authority, he declared, "Bassa, if you allow Anna to harm Meeching, I shall inform the clan leader. You are no longer needed here." The male named Bassa bowed his head, silently enduring Eli's wrath. Meeching had never witnessed Eli in such a light, radiating an aura of a king, truly formidable in her heart. Meeching silently applauded Eli, while feeling a pang of sympathy for Bassa. It was indeed pitiable to fall for the wrong person. How unfortunate that he had yet to realize Anna's true intentions of manipulation. "Bassa, is it truly worth it for Anna?" Meeching questioned, observing Bassa's dazed expression. Bassa hesitated, his eyelids fluttering before lifting his gaze to meet Meeching's. "Meeching, I am sorry." With that, Bassa took Anna away, and as they departed, Meeching caught a glimpse of Anna's triumphant expression directed at her. Once Anna and Bassa were gone, Eli quickly assessed Meetsai's condition. Meetsai, are you unharmed? Where else are you injured? Witnessing the urgency and concern in Eli's eyes, Meetsai felt a sense of comfort and smiled faintly. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. No, it is my fault. Had I come sooner, you would not have been struck by Anna. Eli gazed at Meetsai's swollen face, his heart heavy with guilt. His hand instinctively reached toward the injured side of her face, but the gentle touch made Meetsai wince in pain. Eli quickly withdrew his hand, grasping Meetsai's instead. No, Meetsai. I shall seek my father's aid to free you at once. The atmosphere between them grew awkward as Meetsai forced a smile, pulling away from Eli's grasp. Not yet. We lack sufficient evidence. If the clan leader releases me without justification, it will undermine his authority. And I do not wish to place him in a difficult position. Anna will soon reveal her vulnerabilities. Keep a watchful eye on her. Her words today have already provoked her, and with her face growing increasingly itchy, it won't be long before she uncovers the antidote. All we must do is await that moment to vindicate my name. A day passed, leaving just one more day. Inside her room, Anna paced anxiously, her face itching more than ever. Particularly today, she found it increasingly difficult to resist the urge to scratch. Glancing outside, she noted the night had deepened, with only the moon casting its glow upon the earth. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. Gritting her teeth and deciding to venture out, Anna's residence lay at the heart of the tribe, surrounded by several neighboring homes. She tiptoed out of the wooden cabin, making her way to her intended destination. Arriving at a secluded corner, she paused in front of a tree, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before softly calling, "Harry." "Harry." No sooner had her voice faded than a rustling sound emerged from behind the tree. A look of surprise lit up Anna's face as she quickly turned to the source. "Harry, please give me the antidote," she implored urgently, unable to bear the relentless itch on her face. "I asked this what you summoned me for in such a frantic state." Harry's expression was grave, clearly displeased. "The clan leader has yet to punish Meetsai, and you are already so eager to retrieve the antidote. Are you not revealing that everything is your doing?" Harry, unimpressed by Anna's thoughtless actions, opted not to comment further. Seeing that Anna had nothing of utmost importance to discuss, he turned to leave. Anna interpreted Harry's cold demeanor and stern tone as a sign of guilt. Could it be that what Meetsai claimed was true? That Sophia had poisoned her out of jealousy for her beauty, ensuring that no one in the tribe could surpass her? Forgive Anna's ignorance. Indeed, fate is fair. While she was bestowed with beauty, she was deprived of intellect. Intelligence, in Anna's case, was non-existent. Harry, please just give me the antidote. Once the clan leader has dealt with Meetsai, I will use it then," Anna pleaded, tugging at Harry, attempting to maintain a smile. Harry shot her a sidelong glance, scoffing, "Do not think I am unaware of your intentions." He had no desire to indulge Anna, pulling his arm free to depart. Just then, Anna called out loudly, "Harry, if you do not give me the antidote, I will inform the clan leader that it was Sophia who poisoned me." Upon hearing this, Harry halted in his tracks. Remaining still, he produced a small scale from somewhere and tossed it to Anna. She caught it eagerly, her spirits lifted as Harry uttered a parting remark before striding away. Elated, Anna turned to head home, only to find Eli glaring at her with fury, flanked by the clan leader and several elders. "Anna, can you explain why you are here at such a late hour?" Initially, Eli had not understood Meetsai's request to keep an eye on Anna, for it seemed implausible that a female would jeopardize her own beauty to harm another. However, that evening as he and Boya stood guard outside, Eli had witnessed Anna stealthily leaving her dwelling alone. What could she possibly be up to at this hour? He and Boya followed her, and upon discovering Anna engaged in conversation with a mysterious male, he hurried back to the tribe to fetch his father, leaving Boya to watch over the situation. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I would take a walk." Anna attempted to conceal her intentions, hoping to evade scrutiny. "Then tell me, what is it you are holding?" Eli pressed, stepping closer and seizing her hand. "In nothing," Anna stammered, clenching her fists tightly. Eli was not to be deceived. With a firm twist of her wrist, Anna gasped in pain, her palm opening to reveal the scales that fell to the ground. Boya bent down to retrieve the fallen scales, while Anna rushed forward to reclaim them. only to be stopped by Eli's outstretched hand. Boy, give it back to me. Anna was genuinely frantic. Tomorrow marked the final day, and if she failed to use the antidote, her face would indeed be ruined. I shall return it once you clarify why you are here. You will remain confined for another 2 days until you speak in the clan leader's hall. Anna stood in the living room, facing the clan leader and several elders seated on the ground. Acknowledging that her actions had been exposed, Anna ceased her pretense and recounted the entire story. You mean to say that the poison was given to you by Harry? Eli questioned, his skepticism evident in response to Anna's confession. Yes, Harry, the male from the Snow Wolf tribe, the one who recently paired with a female and chose to remain in the tribe. Regarding Harry, the male of the Snow Wolf clan, Eli did not harbor a significant impression of him. He only knew that he had bonded with a female within the tribe. The image of male snow wolves has always been one of integrity and trustworthiness. And Eli could not believe that he would commit such an act. He was not acquainted with Meeching. Why would he wish her harm? This was the crux of the matter. Meeching and he were complete strangers. And he had no motive whatsoever to ask for what I do not know. I've already said all that I can. Should the antidote not be returned to me, she was indifferent to the question of why Harry would wish to harm Meeching. Her sole concern was her appearance and the antidote. Eli glanced at his father, Ethan, who nodded in acknowledgement of the situation. Anna had falsely accused Meeching. Now that her innocence had been established, it was only right to release her. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed elders? The truth was evident before them, and the elders, seeing the facts laid bare, nodded in agreement with Ethan's assertion. Eli, return the antidote to Anna. Yes, father. Eli handed the scales in his possession to Anna, who eagerly consumed them, fearful that someone might snatch them away in the next moment. After taking the antidote, she still felt an itch on her face. She instinctively reached to scratch it, but struggled to restrain herself. Presenting a rather comical sight, Eli watched Anna's antics, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Perhaps you should wash your face." Meeching assured me it would be effective. With that, he left Anna, who was left in a daze in the hall, and strode away from the stone house towards the little wooden cabin that occupied his thoughts. Inside the little wooden cabin, darkness enveloped everything upon Eli's entry. After a brief moment of acclimatization, the golden hue of his eyes illuminated the dimness. He spotted Meeching huddled in a corner, curled up in a grassy nest with her eyes closed in slumber. Quietly, he approached her, gazing at her serene, sleeping face. Her lovely brows were slightly furrowed, and her arms were tightly wrapped around herself. The autumn night was biting cold, and the little wooden cabin was rudimentary, riddled with holes, allowing the cold wind to sweep through. Eli gently lifted Meeching into his arms, using his warm chest to envelop her in warmth in her dreams. Meeching sensed the heat beside her and instinctively draped her arms around Eli's neck. Finding a comfortable position to continue her slumber, Meeching's actions caused Eli's shoulders to stiffen momentarily, his body heating uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Eli carried Meeching out of the little wooden cabin, walking steadily towards her home, cautious not to jostle her awake. After Eli departed, a lithe female emerged from behind a tree adjacent to the little wooden cabin, her red eyes glowing in the night as they fixed intently on Eli's retreating figure. Sophia's predicament had been unveiled. Harry appeared behind Sophia, his head bowed in deep remorse. "Useless," she muttered, narrowing her eyes as she glared at the little wooden cabin. "I'm sorry." "Humph," Sophia scoffed, turning away without a backward glance. Harry followed behind, his heart aching as he watched Sophia walk away, filled with guilt. The following day, Meeching awoke on her warm, fur-covered bed. Observing her familiar surroundings, she exhaled in relief. IT had worked on the day she and Boya had left. She had applied a sap that caused itching to her hands, a discovery she had made while wandering in the forest. When she encountered Anna, she had deliberately touched Anna's face to smear the sap onto her. This liquid would not take effect immediately. It would gradually intensify over time, becoming increasingly itchy. However, the remedy was simple, a thorough wash with clean water. Unbeknownst to Anna, she had fallen victim to Meeching's clever scheme. How adorably naive she was. "You reawake. Breakfast is ready. Come eat," came the slightly hoarse voice of Xiar, pulling Meeching from her reverie. All right. Meeching sat up, and Xiar brought over warm water for her to wash up. During breakfast, neither spoke, both silently consuming their food. The atmosphere was palpably awkward, with Xiar stealing glances at Meeching, only to avert his gaze when she looked up. After finishing breakfast, Meeching went to check on Sebastian, who was hibernating on the second floor. Shortly after, Eli came to find Meeching, and they proceeded together to the chief's home. In the grand living room of the chief's residence, Harry stood rigidly inside. The chief and several elders were seated, and when Meeching and Eli arrived, Harry merely cast a fleeting glance at her, his face betraying little emotion. "Meeching, I apologize for the distress you have endured these past few days," Ethan began, expressing regret over the incident that had transpired within the tribe. Acknowledging it as his fault as chief, "It's all right. As long as my innocence is proven, I do not mind," Meeching replied, aware that her successful deception of Anna had been facilitated by the chief's tacit approval. Had he not issued orders to keep others away from the little wooden cabin, fearing for her safety, she may not have lived to see the truth come to light. The mastermind behind the plot clearly intended to bring her to ruin, yet she did not recognize Harry. She wondered why he would wish her harm. "Harry, Anna claims you wish to harm me." Meeching scrutinized Harry, certain she had not wronged him and did not even know him. "Yes," Harry replied curtly. "Why?" "Because you rejected Jala." Meeching was taken aback. What kind of absurd rationale was this? Was it truly that simple? If merely rejecting a male could incite such animosity, would she be obliged to accept every confession from males henceforth, lest she invite peril? Meeching felt a headache coming on. Surely males in this beastly world could not be so thin-skinned. Our Snow Wolf clan possesses an innate pride. Your actions insult the males of our clan. So this was about tribal dignity. How fascinatingly she now viewed the males of the Snow Wolf clan. "Father, since Harry has admitted to his wrongdoing, how shall we deal with him?" Ethan pursed his lips and conferred with several elders beside him before reaching a decision. As Harry is not yet truly bonded with Sophia, he remains a male of the Snow Wolf clan. I shall notify the chief of the Snow Wolf clan to make a determination. For now, he will be confined within the little wooden cabin. Ethan then glanced at Meeching and, regarding Anna, decreed that she would remain at home for 10 days without venturing out, and instructed Jimmy to deliver 2 prey to Meeching as an apology. "Thank you, Chief." Given the male's penchant for pampering females, Meeching held no illusions that the chief would punish Anna. Being gifted 2 prey was already a source of great satisfaction for her. After resolving matters there, Meeching made her way home. Upon returning, she found Xiar seated despondently in their room, having refrained from hunting. Seeing Meeching enter, his beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of brightness as he stood to greet her. However, upon observing Xiar's dejected demeanor, Meeching felt a surge of frustration. "Xiar, I cannot partner with you anymore." Meeching sat anxiously in the room, her gaze fixed on the door. Today marked the 3rd day since Xiar had left home. Ever since she had uttered those words, he had been absent for 3 days, lost in sorrow. During this time, Anna's father had sent 2 goats as an apology. The young deputy chief of the Snow Wolf clan, Anthony, had also paid a visit, bearing the chief's decision regarding Harry's punishment. Banishment from the tribe, rendering him a wandering beast, absolving the clan of responsibility for Harry's actions, and sending a black bear as compensation for Meeching's grievances. The tribe buzzed with rumors that the young deputy chief of the Snow Wolf clan had developed affections for Meeching, especially after sending her a black bear. Meeching. Hearing her name called, Meeching's eyes brightened. But disappointment washed over her upon seeing Boya enter. "Boya, what brings you here?" "It's about to snow. I brought you some branches," he replied, placing the bundle he had carried on his back down. "You're so kind." "Thank you." Meeching then glanced outside, noting the murky, gray sky. Snow was indeed imminent. Time flew. Winter had arrived swiftly. Noticing the worry etched in Meeching's eyes, Boya cautiously inquired, "Meeching, are you concerned about Xiar?" He was aware of Xiar's departure from home and had tried to search for him over the past few days, yet to no avail. "Xiar, where are you?" Meeching's heart ached with worry, regretting her hasty words. Thus, Meeching sat in the room, her mind elsewhere as she sewed clothing, waiting from dawn until dusk. Until drowsiness overcame her, she fell in a slumber upon the grass mat. Outside, Xiar, I noticed Meeching had drifted into a deep sleep and quietly entered the room. Meeching reclined at an angle on the grass mat, still clutching the unfinished fur garment. The Xiar gazed longingly at the sleeping Meeching, after hearing her express the sentiment that they could not be companions. He had left home that he bore no resentment towards Meeching. It was his own inadequacy that had led to her disappointment. That day, after intercepting the clan leader, several elders, and Anna had told Jimmy that Meeching harbored malicious thoughts, cursed by the beast god, and that the clan leader must burn Meeching alive. His own weakness prevented him from persuading the clan leader and the elders. It was Anna who proposed that if he agreed to accompany her, she would spare Meeching tea that moment. He had no choice between happiness and Meeching's life. He could only choose to protect her. He understood that this was not the best course of action, yet it was the most effective for him. He acquiesced to Anna and became her partner. If only Sebastian had been present, he would never have acted in such a manner. Sebastian was so strong. He would not allow Meeching to suffer and would have whisked her away. But he could not. He was too weak and could not provide Meeching with the sense of security she deserved. That it was only natural for Meeching to voice such sentiments. She was suited for someone better, someone stronger. After all, she was simply remarkable. The Xiar gently arranged Meeching on the grass mat and covered her with a thick bear skin blanket. Snow was certainly on its way tonight, and Meeching, who was so afraid of the cold, must not be allowed to catch a chill. After completing these tasks, Xiar turned to the mottled moonlight that streamed in, took one last earnest look at Meeching, and turned to leave the stone house. As he stepped outside, Xiar transformed into his fox form, leaping gracefully into the nearest large tree. Finding a sturdy branch, he nestled comfortably upon it. His chosen vantage point was perfect, with a slight glance downward. He could see the stone house. Though obstructed by the fur and stone, he knew his heart resided within, warm and blissfully asleep. The first snowfall since Meeching's arrival in the beast world began to fall silently under the moonlit sky. Delicate snowflakes landing on Xiar's fiery red fur, melting almost instantaneously. Xiar sniffed the damp air, lifted his eyelids slightly, curled his body tighter, and continued to rest. Snowflakes fell one by one, gradually transforming into a heavy snowfall. And by the time he realized it, everything was draped in silver, a blanket of white covering even the branches of the trees. As night passed, Meeching awoke the next morning, roused by the cold. Upon seeing the bearskin blanket draped over her, she was momentarily taken aback. She distinctly recalled falling asleep while sewing the previous day. Unaware of the additional blanket, she glanced at the blanket and then at the neatly folded fur garments at her bedside. In an instant, her mind erupted with realization. It was Xiar. He had returned. Only he would be so attentive, and his method of folding clothes was something she had taught him. Unmistakably, Meeching hurriedly donned her clothing and stepped outside. As she lifted the grass curtain, she was greeted by a world blanketed in white snow. Stepping out of the stone house, she looked around and called out, "Xiar, Xiar." The only response was the endless, chilling wind, and the snow continued to fall, slicing against Meeching's face like sharp blades. She was still searching, hoping to catch sight of Xiar. With the snow falling so heavily, where could he possibly be? Reflecting on the past few days, it struck her that she seemed to have overlooked something. That a sudden flash of insight crossed Meeching's mind. Had Xiar never truly left, but rather remained by her side? "Xiar, Xiar," she called again. Just then, she heard a soft thud, as if something had fallen to the ground. Following the sound, she spotted a large tree directly opposite the stone house, with snow cascading down from its branches. Just as Meeching was about to turn away, she caught a glimpse of fiery red amidst the falling snow. Her eyes widened in horror, and she dashed towards a tree. The snow on the ground was already quite deep, and with each step, her legs sank halfway up to her calves. The short distance felt like an eternity. Upon reaching the base of the tree, Meeching confirmed her suspicions. It was Xiar, truly Xiar. He lay nestled in the snow, his body frozen stiff, with only his slightly parted sharp muzzle emitting wisps of white smoke, a testament to his continued existence. Seeing Xiar like this, Meeching's tears flowed uncontrollably. She could no longer afford to hold onto her grievances. Notions of weakness and cowardice faded away. As long as Xiar could remain by her side, alive and healthy, she would cast aside all else. In that moment, she understood that what she needed was not a powerful ruler, but rather a companion who would always be by her side, one who spoke little yet was incredibly attentive. He would remember every word she spoke, share in her joy, and her every being would be his world. Xiar, Xiar. Meeching reached out to touch his fiery red fur, which was chilling to the touch. Every strand coated in frost, it resembled the ethereal red blossoms blooming amidst the snow. The vivid crimson seemed to release its last vestiges of vitality. Meeching could distinctly feel Xiar's life force diminishing. She could not and would not allow it. Cradling him in her arms, she began the arduous journey back to the stone house. Upon returning, Meeching placed Xiar on the grass mat, covering him with a thick bear-skin blanket. Then, in a frenzied attempt, she began to gather firewood, her hands trembling as she grasped the flint. With a spark here and a spark there, the smooth stones clashed, igniting a few flickers, yet the firewood refused to catch. Outside, a voice called out, "Meeching, Meeching, are you awake?" Eli. Meeching's voice trembled with emotion, prompting Eli to hurriedly push aside the grass curtain and enter. Meeching's hand was still struggling to strike a fire, but due to her trembling, the flint slipped from her grip and fell to the ground. Eli, seeing her distress, felt a pang of confusion. When Meeching lifted her gaze towards him, he felt as though his heart had been pierced. Her eyes were red and filled with tears, radiating a sense of helplessness. Eli crouched down to meet her gaze, his voice gentle. "Meeching, tell me what's wrong." Meeching could only forcefully stifle her tears as she glanced towards the bedroom. Eli suddenly realized that there was another male presence in the room. Xiar. Meeching had found him. Connecting the dots with the heavy snowfall outside and Meeching's current state, Eli began to understand Xiar's situation. "Eli, help me." Meeching's voice cracked, revealing her realization of her own helplessness. Xiar's life was hanging by a thread, and yet she was unable to even start a fire, despite being a modern individual with a wealth of education. She now recognized that aside from her vast knowledge, she lacked any survival skills in the wilderness. Eli, equally concerned for Xiar, picked up the fallen flint and gently struck it. Sparks landed on the pile of firewood, igniting one after another, gradually producing smoke. Success! The fire flared to life. Meeching watched in excitement as the small flame began to rise, her eyes shining with delight. Once the fire was fully ablaze, Meeching returned to the bedroom, carrying Xiar along with the bearskin blanket to the warmth of the hearth. She cautiously used the fire to warm Xiar's stiffened body, knowing that he had been chilled and could not be exposed to intense heat immediately. Thus, she sat at a distance from the fire, holding him close, patiently waiting for his body to regain warmth. Meeching's gaze remained fixed on Xiar, and Eli sighed. "Meeching, I'll boil some hot water for Xiar to warm him up." "All right, thank you, Eli." Eli gathered firewood and placed it over the stone pot to heat water, then quietly sat beside Meeching by the fire. The bubbling of the water resonated softly, and Eli occasionally added more wood to the flames. The large living room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the sounds of boiling water and the crackling fire. Xiar's icy body began to soften, the bearskin blanket becoming damp. Eli brought over a pot of appropriately heated water, and Meeching gently placed Xiar into the basin. The warm water enveloped him, providing a sense of comfort. His elongated fox eyes blinked slightly, slowly opening. "What is this?" he thought, gazing at the little female, Meeching before him. "Am I to die?" Xiar, you're awake." Just as Meeching's smile blossomed, Xiar heavily closed his eyes once more. Meeching quickly lifted him from the warm water, using a clean piece of fur to dry his body. She then took Xiar back to the hearth to continue warming him. His body gradually regained warmth, and his breathing steadied. Meeching finally felt relief wash over her. Eli observed as Meeching focused solely on taking care of Xiar. Neglecting her own breakfast, he said nothing to her, instead retrieving a large piece of cured meat from the stone jar. After rinsing it in clean water, he placed it into the stone pot with some water to cook. "Meeching, you ought to eat something," Eli said, squatting down in front of her, the steam from the fragrant meat soup swirling in the air. Enticed by the tantalizing aroma, Meeching appeared oblivious, her gaze fixed on Xiar, filled with concern. "Meeching, the more you worry about Xiar, the more you must take care of yourself. Otherwise, by the time Xiar awakens, you may find yourself exhausted." Should I care for you or for Xiar? Upon hearing Eli's words, Meeching moved her lips, accepting the food from his hands, hastily consuming it before returning her attention to Xiar. As the day waned into evening, Xiar remained unresponsive. Eli cast a worried glance at Meeching, sighed, and lifted to exit the stone dwelling. After Eli departed, Meeching cradled Xiar and returned to the bedroom, laying him on the fur-covered grass mat before shedding her clothing to lie beside him. She embraced Xiar, using her warmth to comfort him in the dead of night. As Xiar regained consciousness, he found himself able to transform into his human form. Opening his eyes, he beheld Meeching's delicate visage before him. Blinking in disbelief to confirm he was not dreaming, he was truly at home. He had been conscious when he had been frozen, initially indifferent to the snowfall. He had merely shaken off the accumulating snow from time to time. However, as the snowfall intensified, he grew increasingly cold, his limbs stiffening, rendering him immobile, allowing the snow to engulf him until he was buried completely. The snow had been so heavy that he had thought he would perish, yet had not expected Meeching to find him, bring him home, and revive him, gazing at Meeching in his arms. Xiar was uncertain how to process his emotions that it was his inadequacy that had caused Meeching distress. It was only natural for her to be angry and resentful, that it was to be expected that she would not wish to accompany him. Yet how could he let go of someone as kind-hearted as Meeching, stealthily extricating himself from her embrace? He stepped down from the grass mat. Xiar cautiously glanced back at Meeching before wrapping himself in fur and curling up in the corner of the bedroom's plush grass nest. The following morning, Meeching awoke from her slumber, reaching out to feel the blanket, startled as her drowsiness dissipated. Sitting up, she threw off the covers and looked around Xiar. "Where have you gone?" Just as she was about to don her deerskin boots to search for him, she spotted a fiery red fox rising from the grass nest in the bedroom, padding towards her. Seeing Xiar safe and sound filled Meeching's heart with joy, and she scooped the fluffy fire fox into her arms. Xiar was momentarily stunned by Meeching's sudden embrace. "Xiar, I'm so relieved you're all like a tea that moment." Meeching was clad only in a thin nightgown, and Xiar's front paws rested gently against her chest, oblivious to the intimacy of the gesture. The soft contact made Xiar blush, grateful for his fox form, which concealed his shy crimson face. Feeling bashful, Xiar shifted slightly, while Meeching, blissfully unaware, nuzzled against him and tightened her embrace. For reasons unknown, Xiar found himself reluctant to revert to human form. As long as he could remain in Meeching's arms, he was indifferent to never transforming back. Meeching devotedly prepared breakfast, and Xiar followed her, his fiery tail swishing back and forth like a clingy little dog. Utterly adorable, cooking and kindling the fire presented a challenge. Meeching, with flint in hand, glanced between Xiar and the firewood. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Xiar tilted his head in thought. He lifted a front paw, revealing sharp claws, and lightly scraped them across the smooth stone, producing a spark. Meeching's eyes lit up as she reached out to ruffle Xiar's fur. "Xiar, you're so clever." It was her first time witnessing such a use for a fox's claws. It was truly remarkable. Seeing Meeching's eyes crinkle with joy, Xiar felt a surge of happiness. Clearly, Meeching preferred his fox form, but hunting was somewhat difficult in this shape. "Xiar, since you are in fox form, I cannot understand your speech. I will ask you questions, and you need only nod or respond with yes or no. Understood?" Meeching squatted before Xiar, presenting a bowl of cooked meat. Xiar blinked, nodding to indicate his comprehension. Meeching gently stroked his head, smiling tenderly. "This is meat I prepared. It's been stewed until tender, perfect for your recovering body. Please try it, and let me know if it tastes good." Setting the stone bowl on the ground, Xiar lowered his head and took a bite, then lifted it again to lick his lips, as if savoring the flavor, before nodding at Meeching. Pleased that the food suited Xiar's palate, Meeching felt reassured. They both began to devour the meat heartily, and by the time Eli arrived, Meeching and Xiar were sated, strolling around the living room to aid digestion. "Xiar, you're awake," Eli exclaimed as he entered, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Xiar trailing behind Meeching. Yesterday, Xiar had appeared half dead, and Eli had been deeply concerned, never anticipating his resilience in waking from such a state. "Eli, you're here." Meeching greeted him briskly, ushering him into the living room. "Xiar awoke last night." Thankfully, it was without peril. I must express my gratitude. It was your assistance that made a difference. Meeching's thanks were sincere. Without Eli's presence, she might not have managed to start a fire, potentially delaying Xiar's recovery. Not at all. We are all part of the same tribe. Though Eli felt a twinge of disappointment seeing Meeching's rejuvenated spirit, it quickly dissipated. What about Xiar? During their conversation, Xiar, in his fox form, sat beside Meeching, gazing up at them, his ears perking at the mention of his name. I have no idea. He woke up like this. Perhaps the freezing has temporarily hindered his ability to change back, Meeching said, affectionately stroking Xiar. Should we call the tribe's healer? Eli raised an eyebrow, having never heard of anyone being unable to transform after being frozen. Xiar, hearing Eli's suggestion, quickly stood up. He could not see the healer. If Barun, the tribe's healer, discovered his ruse, it would spell disaster. Xiar stood, wrapping his front paws around Meeching's thigh, his eyes filled with hope. The Meeching was utterly charmed by Xiar's actions. Xiar, how could you be so adorable? She bent down, softly asking, what is it, Xiar? Are you feeling unwell? The little fox shook his head, indicating he was fine. He glanced at Eli, then shook his head again. Meeching tentatively inquired, you don't want to see the healer, do you? Upon realizing Meeching understood his intent, Xiar joyfully nodded, emitting delighted fox sounds as his tail wagged fervently. This cannot be. Eli stammered, unsure of how to respond. It was rather unbecoming for a male to be so affectionate toward a female. Very well, if Xiar does not wish to see the healer, we shall let it be. He should be fine. Relieved at not needing to see the healer, Xiar nuzzled closer to Meeching, discovering she appreciated this display of affection. By the way, I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. Where is Sebastian? Eli had not seen Sebastian during his previous visits to Meeching's home, initially assuming he was out hunting. However, it now struck him that Sebastian had not appeared when Meeching had been in trouble. The news of her predicament had spread like wildfire through the tribe. He could not possibly be unaware. The only plausible explanation was that Sebastian was not in the tribe. Yet, since Sebastian and Meeching had been a pair, it was inconceivable for him to abandon her. Had something happened to him? Upon mentioning Sebastian, Meeching's smile faded slightly as she replied softly, he is hibernating. Hibernating? Eli inquired, perplexed. Yes, he is a male of the bear tribe. He began his hibernation some time ago. Oh, I see. Eli was astonished that Sebastian, a formidable presence, could conceal his true form while hibernating. It was remarkable indeed. He regarded Sebastian, who typically bore a serious demeanor, with newfound respect. After engaging in conversation with Meeching for a while longer, Eli took his leave. Only Meeching and Xiar remained in the home, while the heavy snow continued to fall outside. Fortunately, their food stores were ample, and she felt no concern about enduring the winter, although the firewood was running low. Eventually, 5 days later, the snow ceased. Meeching rose early that day and lifted the as soon as the grass curtain door was lifted. A flurry of snow cascaded through the crack into the room. Meeching was startled and raised her eyes to gaze outside. The earth was blanketed in a thick layer of white snow, estimated to be as high as her calves. Seeing Meeching frozen in the doorway, Xiar tiptoed over, and upon observing the snow outside, he displayed little reaction, for such snowfall was a familiar sight from her childhood. Devoid of any curiosity, Xiar gently tugged at Meeching's pant leg with his mouth, urging her to step away from the snowdrift, and Meeching snapped back to reality. She turned and walked to the corner of the room, retrieving a broom made of slender vines that stood there, and proceeded to the entrance to sweep away the snow. Xiar, watching Meeching busy herself, glanced around before darting into the house to fetch a trash bin, also woven from vines, and placed it at her feet. Thank you, Xiar, Meeching said as she began to sweep the snow, while Xiar busied himself in front, using his limbs to dig through the surrounding snow. The pair, a girl and a fox, worked together, clearing a path. Yet after an entire morning, they had merely managed to clear a small section. Exhausted and breathless, Meeching surveyed the vast expanse of white. If it were the modern day, a snowplow would have resolved the matter effortlessly, sparing them this tedious labor. She wiped her forehead and looked up at the sky, which was clear and cloudless, hoping it would not snow again. Realizing the firewood at home was insufficient, Meeching thought it prudent to gather more in the coming days to ensure the house would remain warm. After a morning of toil, they finally cleared the path from the stone house to the wooden cabin. Meeching hurriedly lifted the grass mat at the entrance of the wooden cabin and stepped inside. She had come yesterday to feed the rabbits and hens, wondering if they had consumed their meals. Upon entering, the two hens immediately began clucking, and a nest of rabbits scurried back and forth in their cage. As Meeching approached, she noticed there was still some food left for the hens, though quite a bit had spilled outside the cage, but not much remained. Looking at the rabbits, there were 10 in total, which Meeching had separated by gender. The food in the 2 larger rabbit cages was entirely gone. Devoured completely. Based on their dietary needs, Meeching replenished the food for both the hens and the rabbits. She then cleaned up their droppings, taking the waste outside to dispose of it in a designated pit. This pit was dug by Sebastian for the purpose of composting chicken and rabbit droppings into rich fertilizer for her vegetable garden. After tidying up, it was close to noon. Meeching made her way toward the stone house, where Xiar had already kindled a fire in the kitchen, placing branches beneath the stone pot. By the time Meeching returned, the pot was heated. She poured clean water into the stone pot and glanced at a large beast-hide bag and a pile of potatoes beside the woodpile. After contemplating briefly, she said to Xiar, "Let us have noodles today, that I wonder how sweet potato noodles will taste." Xiar, not knowing what noodles were, readily agreed to whatever Meeching suggested. With a delightful nod, Meeching took a piece of cured meat, washed it and placed it into the boiling stone pot to cook. She then began kneading the dough, shaping it into a ball on the stone countertop. After a while, Meeching found a clean, thick stick and wiped it with beast hide before starting to roll out the dough. She rolled, then kneaded again, until the dough had a good elasticity. Once more, she flattened it and used a bone knife to slice it into thin strips. At last, the meat in the stone pot was cooked, and the noodles were ready. Meeching fished out the meat, added the fragrant broth, and submerged the noodles into the pot to cook. Xiar, standing by the pot, tended the fire, occasionally adding more wood to maintain the heat. While Meeching stirred with chopsticks, about 10 minutes later, the noodles were cooked. Meeching dished out 2 bowls of noodles, slicing the cooked cured meat into strips, taking a small portion for herself, and placing the remainder in a Xiar's bowl. The girl and the fox began their meal, the sweet potato noodles appearing somewhat dark, reminiscent of the black bread eaten by the impoverished in the past, yet they tasted delightful, a tea the very least. It was the first decent noodle dish Meeching had enjoyed in this beastly world. Meeching felt a surge of happiness. She had harvested plenty of sweet potatoes initially, and later Sebastian had brought more from Sweet Potato Mountain. Thus there was an ample supply at home that, if rationed wisely, it could last them a month, and just the thought of it filled her with joy. After lunch, Meeching and Xiar resumed their unfinished task from the morning, when suddenly Eli appeared, shouldering a deer. Eli was tall and robust, the snow only reaching his ankles, while Meeching's calves were submerged. "Eli, what brings you here?" Meeching asked, noticing Eli had gone hunting early in the morning. Eli was indeed an industrious young man, setting off to hunt as soon as the snow had ceased. Unbeknownst to Meeching, all the males in other families ventured into the mountains to hunt as soon as the snow stopped. For food was a precious resource in winter. With the recent heavy snowfall, there were likely many frozen prey in the forest. Some animals, having gone without food for days, would be easier to catch due to their weakened state. Today, I took a stroll in the forest and was fortunate enough to spot a stag out foraging. So I brought it back to its rare to enjoy fresh meat in winter, and I thought to share some with you. Eli said with a simple smile, his upper body exposed to the cold while Meeching shivered at the sight. Eli, however, was sweating profusely. Meeching admired the strong physique of the beastman as Eli carried the deer toward the stone house. Meeching quickly followed him into the kitchen. "Eli, I have food here. You should take it back home to share with the chief and the others." She felt it inappropriate to frequently accept Eli's offerings without reason. As she had no intention of accepting him as a mate. One should not take advantage of others. Eli shook his head. "It's fine to why father also hunted a wild bull. Drinking some warm blood in winter helps to keep the body warm." Saying this, Eli placed the deer on the ground and, using a bone knife, made a swift cut at the deer's neck. Allowing the blood to flow, he filled 2 stone bowls with blood, gulping one down and wiping his mouth with his arm before offering the other to Meeching. Meeching, you should have some as well. Meeching's eyes widened as she stood frozen, gazing at the steaming blood in Eli's hand. If her memory served correctly, deer blood had invigorating properties, as did the meat itself. She stepped back, recalling that Eli had just downed a large bowl. What if his beastly nature took over, and he sought her out? She was alone at home, accompanied only by a fox that could not transform. Meeching cast a dismal glance at Xiar, who was also staring at her. Beastmen, at their core, retained wild instincts. The scent of blood would stir their primal urges. Thus, they had a tendency to drink blood, but Meeching did not favor Xiar and Sebastian consuming raw blood, so they had refrained from it for a long time. The enticing aroma of the deer blood piqued Xiar's interest. His delicate nose twitching. "It smells so good. I want to drink some." No, I'd rather not. Meeching waved her hand in refusal. Eli, seeing this, ceased his persuasion, lifting the bowl to finish the deer blood himself. But Meeching quickly interjected. "One bowl was sufficient." She feared that two might push Eli to lose control, like a famished wolf. "Eli, could you help me clear the snow outside?" Meeching noticed Eli's flushed face and promptly urged him outside to cool down. Eli, unaware of Meeching's thoughts, placed the stone bowl on the stone slab and stepped out of the kitchen. "Here, the broom for you." Meeching handed the broom to Eli, while she herself took the vine-made trash bin and began scooping snow. Piling it up, with Eli's considerable strength, the task of clearing the snow became significantly easier. The two swiftly gathered the snow into a heap and even built a large snowman in front of the stone house. Meeching fetched 2 potatoes from the kitchen to serve as the snowman's eyes. Standing before the 2-meter-tall snowman, Meeching beamed with joy, and Eli smiled too. The warmth from drinking the deer blood made Eli feel invigorated. And after an afternoon of shoveling snow, he felt quite satisfied. "That I feel completely refreshed," Eli remarked contentedly. Seeing that Eli showed no signs of distress, Meeching sighed in relief, grateful that he seemed to have released his pent-up energy. Meanwhile, Xiar, noticing the jovial exchange between Meeching and Eli outside, had not paid attention to the kitchen. He gently leaped onto the stone slab, his eyes fixated on the bowl of deer blood, inching closer to lick it with his delicate tongue. A trace of blood clung to his agile tongue, tantalizing his taste buds. It had been a long time since he had tasted fresh blood, and the fragrant scent set him on edge. Xiar glanced toward the kitchen door, confirming Meeching was preoccupied, then stealthily licked again. The alluring aroma of the blood enveloped him, drawing him deeper into the delicious experience. Before he knew it, the bowl of deer blood was entirely consumed. And Xiar licked his tongue, reveling in the exquisite flavor. As Xiar reveled in his secret delight, he remained oblivious to the silent transformations occurring within his body. When Meeching and Eli entered the kitchen, they found the fox-like Xiar rolling back and forth on the floor. Eli hurried over to inspect, while Meeching glanced around and noticed that the bowl of deer blood Eli had set on the stone slab had been completely drained. Meeching thought to herself, "This is problematic." After examining the situation, Eli could not discern the cause. "Xiar, he drank the deer blood." "Deer blood? Is it the deer blood that's the issue?" Eli expressed his confusion at Meeching's words, noting that the deer blood was fresh and he had consumed it as well, without any problems. "Well, let's set that aside for now. I'll carry him back to the bedroom." Meeching bent down to lift Xiar into her arms and instructed Eli, "Please bring a basin of snow to the bedroom." "All right." Meeching placed Xiar on the grass mat bed, and Eli soon returned with a basin of snow. Meeching began to rub a handful of snow, preparing to apply it to Xiar's body. The fox-like Xiar transformed into a human shape under her gaze. It was then that Eli finally noticed something amiss. Xiar's lower body was propped up beneath the fur blanket. Meeching also witnessed this scene, her face flushing crimson, unable to conceal her embarrassment. Given Xiar's condition, mere ice packs would likely prove ineffective. Aware that Eli was still behind her, Meeching found herself at a loss for words. "Meeching, Xiar," Eli awkwardly began, unsure of how to proceed. Meeching shook her lips, conceding to the embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, she confessed, "I understand." "Eli, you cannot stay here for dinner tonight." "I apologize." Meeching spoke over her shoulder, her face still flushed. "It's fine. I'll take my leave now. Please take good care of Xiar." Meeching's face reddened even more, resembling a boiled shrimp, and she did not rise to see Eli off until he had turned to leave. Once she heard Eli's footsteps fading away, she sighed in relief. Her gaze shifted to Xiar on the bed, who, tormented by the heat, was tugging at the fur blanket draped over him. The intensity of his condition was evident to Meeching, causing her heart to race with trepidation. Although Xiar's hunting skills were not particularly remarkable, he was not inferior to his companion, Sebastian. Xiar squinted his elongated fox eyes at Meeching by the bed, struggling to mumble, Meeching, that's so hot, so hot. His hands clawed at his neck in a futile attempt to alleviate his discomfort. However, the heat surged uncontrollably, radiating towards his lower abdomen, and he could distinctly feel his own struggles, accompanied by a twinge of pain. With a pleading look in his eyes, Xiar gazed at Meeching, his azure orbs shimmering like a beautiful lake, drawing her and, Xiar arched his body, moaning in distress, his hands instinctively moving downward. Seeing this, Meeching no longer hesitated. She reached to unfasten her clothing and slowly shed her garments, pulling the blanket over both herself and Xiar. Meeching nestled under the blanket, her cool body pressing against Xiar's heated form, offering him a moment of comfort, prompting him to instinctively embrace her. Then he turned, positioning himself over Meeching in a manner that left them face to face. Xiar's dazed eyes lacked focus, only aware of the comfort of the moment. He clung to Meeching, nuzzling against her, reminiscent of his fox-like nature. Meeching, with her wide-open eyes, watched Xiar, who was blissfully unaware of his actions. Xiar truly resembled a dog. How adorable! As he snuggled against Meeching, he unconsciously called her name. Meeching began to wonder if Xiar even recognized her or understood who was in his embrace. Xiar, do you know who I am? Meeching gently pushed against Xiar's body, testing his awareness, without the softness of her body. Xiar's brows furrowed, his arms bracing against her sides, his gaze hazy, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. All he could do was call out Meeching's name, and seeing this, she decided not to press further. She wrapped her arms around Xiar's neck, tilting her head to plant a kiss near his lips. If you dare to act on your own accord again, I will kick you, with a vow-like assertion. She bit down on Xiar's thin lip, only releasing him when her mouth tasted blood. This kiss ignited a fire within Xiar's body, akin to a spark that could set ablaze an entire field. Following his heart's true desire, Xiar moved, joining with Meeching. They both gasped simultaneously, Meeching arching her back in pain, exclaiming, "Damn, it hurts so much," even for the second time. Xiar's face was filled with restraint, hesitating to move further. He felt as if he were exploring a mystery, a sensation that drove him wild, yearning to charge forward, yet reason cautioned against it. The clash of desire and rationality intertwined within him. After a moment of adjustment, Meeching's hand slid down to Xiar's waist, embracing him, which seemed to encourage Xiar, who instinctively began to move. This exquisite sensation compelled him to seek more. Thus, he pressed on, while Meeching endured the delightful pain Xiar brought her. Meeching. His repeated calls struck Meeching's heart like heavy blows, contrasting Xiar's usual tenderness with his current fervor, causing her eyes to well with warmth. The atmosphere in the room grew warmer with their movements, the sounds of Xiar and Meeching echoing back and forth. Outside, the winter wind howled fiercely, but inside, it felt as warm as spring. That a night of bliss infused the air with a masculine scent. Due to Xiar's consumption of deer blood, they engaged in a night of vigorous activity. Xiar awakened first, noticing Meeching beside him and the scent that lingered in the air, a reminder of the events of the previous night. His gaze fell upon Meeching's sleepy visage, and a wave of happiness washed over him as he reached out to pull her into his embrace, a smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes. When Meeching was roused by the grumbling of her stomach, the daylight had already brightened the room. The warm air in the bedroom made Meeching feel faint, and she silently resolved to keep Sebastian and Xiar away from deer meat and blood, lest she suffer the consequences. Meeching attempted to sit up, but her lower body felt foreign and uncontrollable. It hurts. It's as if every part of me has been reassembled. That a pair of hands began to knead Meeching's waist, gently squeezing. Are you tired? I can't feel anything anymore. Meeching leaned against Xiar's chest, feeling an indescribable sense of relief and joy now that she and Xiar were together. Xiar's smooth arms enveloped Meeching as he murmured, "I'm sorry, it was my fault." Meeching shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. Xiar, do you remember what I said yesterday? If Xiar replied that he did not remember, Meeching would not hesitate to kick him out and live alone with Sebastian. After a moment of silence, Xiar did not respond. Meeching felt her body temperature plummeting, rising from Xiar's embrace and reaching for the fur blanket to leave. Xiar quickly pulled Meeching back into his arms. Meeching, please don't be angry. I remember. You said if I acted on my own accord again, you'd kick me. Upon hearing this, Meeching's expression visibly relaxed. However, she was curious about what he meant by acting on his own accord and kicking me. Xiar adopted an innocent look, his fox ears perking up. Meeching found this amusing and chose not to explain. She playfully kicked Xiar's waist, sending him tumbling out of the blanket. Silly fox, go heat some water. All right. After Xiar prepared hot water, Meeching washed away the sticky residue from her body, donned her clothes, and exited the bedroom, only to find Xiar busy in the kitchen, clad only in the fur skirt she had made for him upon her arrival. I overslept. You can make do with some pickled meat for now, and we'll have noodles for dinner. As Meeching emerged, Xiar poked his head out from the kitchen. Meeching nodded, returning to the bedroom to gather the sheets from the previous night, intending to wash them at the pond outside. Just as she reached the door, Xiar stopped her, set it aside. After we eat, I'll wash it's cold outside. Don't catch a chill. Saying this, he gently pushed Meeching back into the bedroom. Meeching surveyed the room, then the living area, realizing there was nothing much to do. She found a new piece of fur and laid it on the grass mat, then retrieved a set of clothes. I'm having lunch now. Xiar entered the room just as Meeching was about to step out with the clothes in her hands. This is the outfit I made for you. Try it on. My clothes? In Xiar's eyes, surprise glimmered at the sight of the garments crafted by Meeching for herself. Given the frigid winter, you must don something to keep warm, Xiar remarked with a pleased nod, promptly shedding his fur skirt. Meeching instinctively turned her head away, but then recalled their intimate relationship. There was no point in evasion. How should I wear this outfit? Xiar pondered aloud, holding the two articles of clothing uncertainly. Meeching had fashioned him a tunic and a pair of trousers that ended just below the knees. To her surprise, she had even crafted a small pouch from animal hide, for she was, after all, a designer of garments, and such simple attire was within her skill set. Meeching found it utterly perplexing that the males here merely wrapped themselves in fur skirts and left certain areas exposed. Was this not akin to burying one's head in the sand? Did they not find it troublesome to flaunt themselves so brazenly? As a woman, Meeching could never fathom the pride of the males. With Meeching's assistance, Xiar successfully donned his new attire. Initially, it felt somewhat unfamiliar, yet it was undeniably warm. After their meal, Xiar took the soiled bedding to the pond outside to wash. The water was icy, having frozen over, and after considerable effort, he managed to break through the ice to cleanse the fur. Upon returning, he suddenly noticed a peculiar, moving white shape near his dwelling. As he approached the animated white object, he realized it was a white cat. Meeching, having seen Xiar lost in thought outside, joined him and exclaimed in delight, "Oh, a white cat!" She bent down to scoop the feline in her arms, and it blinked its eyes open slightly. "Xiar, this cat has such beautiful eyes. One is black and the other green. Simply stunning." Upon hearing Meeching's words, Xiar's brow furrowed. Such heterochromia was not a good omen in the beast realm. Only those cursed by the beast god possess such anomalies. Typically, male offspring born with such traits were abandoned in the forest to fend for themselves, while females were kept for breeding purposes, devoid of the choice of a mate. "Xiar, let us adopt this little cat." "Look how pitiful it is," Meeching implored, her voice laden with hope. Xiar hesitated, but seeing Meeching's fondness for the creature, he could not refuse. After all, this odd-eyed cat was merely a small animal. Adopting it should pose no problem. "If you wish to keep it, then let us do so," Xiar replied, ruffling Meeching's hair. "It's cold outside. Let us return." Meeching nodded, her heart lightened as the little white cat nestled in her arms drifted into a peaceful slumber. It was safe now. Having confirmed their bond, Meeching felt no need for shyness after dinner. After both had bathed, they shared the same bed in the bedroom. With Xiar's warmth enveloping her, Meeching no longer feared the cold and blissfully slept until dawn. When morning broke, Xiar, mindful of his partner, quietly rose to tuck the covers around the still sleeping Meeching. He then exited the bedroom, and it was only the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen that coaxed Meeching from her slumber. It smells divine," she murmured, stretching lazily. Waking to a meal prepared for her was a joy beyond measure. "Xiar, you are wonderful," she called sweetly, prompting Xiar, who was in the kitchen, to enter with a gentle smile. "Meeching, you're awake. I prepared warm water. Wash your face, and then we can eat it." Sounds good," Meeching replied, savoring the simplicity of their life together. It was truly delightful. If only Sebastian were here as well. After a brief washing, Meeching checked on their new member, the little white cat they had found. "Xiar, why hasn't the white cat woken up? It has been sleeping since yesterday. Is it all right not to eat?" Meeching looked worriedly at the still sleeping cat, its nose twitching gently with each breath. "It's fine. Animals tend to sleep more in winter to conserve energy. It will awaken when it is hungry." Xiar reassured her, beckoning. "Aren't you planning to gather firewood in the mountains today? Hurry, let us eat, and I will take you to the forest." "All right," she agreed. After breakfast, Meeching placed a small piece of cured meat beside the cat's grassy nest, hoping it would eat once it woke. Xiar had already tended to the chickens and rabbits in their little cabin, ensuring they had food and water, so there was no need for concern. After gathering their things, Meeching and Xiar set off towards the forest, despite the cold wind still biting at their faces. Meeching wrapped herself tightly, resembling a walking bear as she trudged against the icy gusts. Since they were not hunting, they stayed near the forest's edge collecting branches. Xiar transformed into his fox form, skillfully climbing trees and using his sharp claws to break off limbs, while Meeching carefully gathered them from below. By midday, they had amassed a substantial pile of branches. Xiar found some vines to bind them together, slinging the bundle over his back before leading Meeching home. The snow in the forest was exceptionally deep, and Meeching's deer-hide boots had become soaked, leaving her feet quite cold upon their return. Once inside, she quickly shed her shoes and curled up in bed like a snug little ball. Xiar chuckled at her state, saying, "I told you not to go, yet you insisted. Feeling cold now, aren't you? Tomorrow, I'll go alone. You stay at home." He gently pulled Meeching's cold feet from under the covers and placed them against his warm belly. Meeching squirmed, wanted to extricate herself. It felt wrong to have Xiar warm her icy feet. "Don't move. Your feet are like ice cubes. MY's stomach is the warmest. It will only be for a little while," he insisted, holding her feet firmly. Reluctantly, Meeching acquiesced. The males in the beast realm were indeed remarkable. Not only did they go without clothing in winter, but they also walked barefoot in the snow. Did they not fear the cold? Or was it merely an accepted norm among the beast folk? "Xiar, do females also walk barefoot in winter?" she inquired. "Yes, they don't possess your peculiar shoes, so they naturally walk barefoot," Xiar replied with a laugh. Meeching pondered the oddities that filled her mind. Her creations were often peculiar. Even her clothing had an extra pair of sleeves. However, they were warm and comfortable despite their unconventional style. Though males did not wear clothing in winter, they were not immune to the cold. Their endurance simply surpassed that of females. Xiar felt a surge of happiness at Meeching's ability to create garments for him. Contemplating his words, Meeching asked, "So, do females not fear the cold like you males?" If that were the case, being the only exception would be quite unfortunate. Females are delicate. How could they not fear the cold? During winter, they remain cocooned indoors, spending most of their time in their nests. Even normally, they seldom venture outside, Xiar explained. The paths within the tribe were well-trodden and smooth, while those outside were rocky, unsuitable for the tender feet of females, hence their confinement within the tribe. Xiar's words evoked a sense of sorrow for the females in this realm, who lived their lives without ever witnessing the world beyond. They were akin to larks trapped in gilded cages, forever unaware of the vastness seen through the eyes of an eagle. Meeching's mind wandered. It was winter, devoid of crops to sow or harvest. The millet given to her by Boren had yet to reach the planting season and was likely spoiled, to prosper in the beast realm. She would need to focus on the females of the tribe. As a designer and a modern individual from the 21st century, she could create items that would surely attract the attention of the females here, such as shoes and clothing. Throughout time and in every place, shoes, clothing, and jewelry have always held a significant allure for women. She resolved to craft these items to earn her first fortune in the beast realm. The more she contemplated, the more feasible her plans seemed. "Xiar, Gather all the animal hides we have at home. We shall make shoes to sell, Meeching declared, her determination palpable. Sell shoes? What is that? Xiar inquired, puzzled by Meeching's whimsical ideas. After a moment of thought, Meeching realized that the concept of currency was foreign to them. Their society primarily relied on bartering. Well then, I shall trade shoes for prey, she decided. Shoes for prey? Would anyone want that? Xiar scratched his head, skeptical about whether anyone would trade their hunts for such peculiar footwear. What if no one wants them? Anyone who wears them will surely spark interest. This phenomenon is often referred to as following the crowd. Once one individual dons an item, inquiries arise, and where there are inquiries, there is intrigue. Charles turned to fetch the animal skins, and as he did, Meeching felt the warmth radiating from his presence. She descended from her grass mat bed and approached the grassy nest beside the small white cat, discovering that the cured meat she had placed there that morning remained untouched, and the little cat showed no signs of waking. Charles, do you think the little white cat might be ill? It has been sleeping all day. A healthy cat, no matter how fond of slumber, would not sleep the entire day, would it? Moreover, it hasn't eaten anything, and I genuinely fear that it might starve, she expressed with concern. It's nothing to fret over, just leave it be, Charles replied, unperturbed by the cat's condition. In winter, food is scarce, and male beastmen often resort to sleep to conserve energy, let alone a small kitten. It could search for food outside for several days without success. And in times of hunger, it would merely nibble on some snow to fill its belly, a reality Charles was well acquainted with. When he was alone in winter, with insufficient provisions, he too would dare to eat only after 4 or 5 days. Yet he survived, and this year, thanks to Sebastian's assistance, he need not worry about Meeching going hungry. It truly nothing to worry about. Meeching pondered, wondering if even the cats in this beast world were different, perhaps even more resilient than modern cats. Charles, do you think this cat is male or female? She suddenly grew curious, but not knowing how to discern, she continued to ask Charles, holding a bundle of animal skins. Charles sniffed at Meeching's inquiry. It should be male. It carries a masculine scent. Meeching raised an eyebrow at Charles's response, bemused by his reasoning. Well then, let us name him. Very well. I shall defer to your wishes. Charles gazed at Meeching with a fond smile. Having a little cat to accompany her was not a bad thing, for it would alleviate her boredom. Let us call him Little Black, Meeching suggested playfully, despite the cat as pristine white fur. Charles merely smiled in response. My little girl, both good and mischievous, how endearing. With aspirations of earning her first gold, Meeching began crafting shoes at home. When the weather permitted, Charles would venture into the forest to gather twigs, and when it snowed, he would assist Meeching in cutting the animal skins. Initially, Meeching struggled with the sizing of women's footwear in this world. However, Charles noted that he had only seen feet as small as Meeching's and mentioned that females typically had larger feet. Thus, Meeching decided to forego winter boots and instead make spring and summer shoes, allowing for a bit of leeway in sizing, with toes exposed to avoid any discomfort point one day. While Charles was out gathering twigs, Meeching busied herself making shoes at home. After a while, she stretched her sore neck and glanced toward the corner where the little white cat had been. To her surprise, it was nowhere to be seen. The once tidy nest was empty. Where could it have gone? She wondered, scanning the room. It's strange. Just when I thought it might starve in its sleep, it opens its eyes and devours the cured meat before stretching and going back to sleep, that I almost thought I had brought home a pig instead of a cat. Little Black, Little Black, she called as she climbed down from the bed to search in the living room. The cat was not there, nor was it on the second floor, just as she was about to step outside to look for it. She heard a commotion outside and quickly lifted the grass curtain to step out. Upon exiting, she spotted a small boy with black, fuzzy ears and beast-like hands kneeling in the snow, clutching the little white cat tightly against his chest. It was indeed Meeching's Little Black. Seeing Meeching, the boy initially looked startled before clutching the cat even tighter. Sister, I'm hungry. Can I eat this white cat? He implored, his eyes wide with a pitiful innocence that would tug at anyone's heartstrings. But this cat cannot be eaten, little brother. It belongs to my family. Meeching replied gently, her heart aching for the boy. The boy's eyes dimmed at her words. He had not eaten for several days. Yet he understood that the little white cat was not an option for him. Reluctantly, He released the cat from his embrace, and Little Black seized the opportunity to scurry back into the stone house. The boy stood up, his ears drooping as he turned to leave. Meeching, feeling a pang of sympathy, called out, "Little brother, come to my home. I will prepare something for you to eat." The boy could scarcely believe his ears. What had this beautiful sister just said? Turning back, he saw Meeching waving him over. Surely he had not misheard. He hesitated, but eventually took a hesitant step toward her. Meeching took the boy's hand and led him back into the house, where he sat nervously in the living room, observing his surroundings. "What a peculiar house. It's made of stone yet feels so warm," he remarked. Meeching busied herself in the kitchen, holding 2 flint stones, contemplating before placing them down and exiting the kitchen to join him in the living room. "Do you know how to start a fire?" she asked awkwardly. The boy blinked and nodded. "Follow me." She beckoned, guiding him into the kitchen and placing the flint stones in his hands. "Now, it's your turn." To Meeching's astonishment, within 2 minutes, the boy had successfully made a fire. "You're amazing to be able to start a fire at such a young age," she exclaimed, ruffling his dark hair and playfully touching his little black ears as they twitched. The boy lowered his head shyly, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. "Like the tea home. I often help my father. So I learned early on. Oh, I see. What is your name?" "I'm Meeching. My name is Cohen. I'm a little beast man from the leopard tribe." Meeching furrowed her brow at the mention of a leopard tribe, wondering if it was the same tribe that had suffered attacks from giant beasts. "I at that leopard tribe. Would it be all right if we wait for Charles to return and then send you back?" If he truly belonged to that leopard tribe, this little beast man was indeed unfortunate. "Yes, it is the leopard tribe that was attacked by giant beasts. Sister, I no longer have a home. Why father and mother?" As Cohen spoke, tears welled in his eyes, and Meeching chose not to press further. When Charles returned with firewood, he immediately sensed an unfamiliar masculine scent. Heightening his vigilance, he placed the firewood on the pile outside and stepped inside, lifting the grass curtain. "Charles, you're back," Meeching exclaimed, her face lighting up with a smile as light flooded the room. Upon seeing her joyful expression, Charles felt his fatigue lift significantly. "And this is?" His gaze fell upon the unfamiliar little beast man in the room. The scent he had detected outside emanated from the boy, who bore small, underdeveloped beast ears that twitched. The tail was also visible, indicating he was not from their tribe. "This is Cohen. He is a little beast man from the Boya tribe. He came nearby in search of food because he was starving, and I couldn't bear to leave him, so I brought him home," Meeching explained. Cohen stood up nervously upon Charles's entrance, casting a wary glance at him. He had felt joy when Meeching expressed her desire to take him in, but now he was uncertain of this older brother's intentions. "Charles, I wish to take in Cohen," Meeching stated, voicing her desire. "Our winter provisions are plentiful, and with Sebastian in hibernation, there should be enough for the 3 of us." Charles turned his gaze toward Cohen, who looked up at him with hopeful eyes. "Brother, I can start a fire, wash clothes, and fetch water. I won't eat too much," Cohen added quickly. Fearing that Charles would refuse him, he was eager to stay and promised to consume minimal food. "Charles, please agree," Meeching said, pulling on his arm with a soft, pleading voice. "All right, as long as it makes you happy," he replied gently. "You're so kind." "Charles," Meeching exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek, warming his heart with sweetness. "Thank you, Brother Charles," Cohen chimed in excitedly, his fluffy black tail wagging behind him. After dinner that evening, Charles prepared a tub of hot water for Cohen to enjoy a warm bath, while Meeching altered one of Charles's old animal skin skirts for him to wear, promising to make him a new outfit the following day. Given that their home had only 1 bedroom on the first floor, the rest was comprised of a living room, kitchen, and bathing area. On the second floor, Sebastian was hibernating, a secret he could not allow others to discover. Thus, Cohen had to content himself with residing in a corner of the living room. Fortunately, the household was well stocked with furs for the winter, and Meeching had prepared several thick blankets. As a result, there was no shortage of bedding, and Cohen slept soundly in the living room. The little white cat had hidden away as soon as Cohen entered the house. It would never show itself wherever Cohen appeared. Only at night, when it was time to rest, would it return to its straw nest in the bedroom, vanishing again with the dawn. During the winter, the tribe was particularly quiet, with only the males venturing out to hunt, leaving the rest in relative stillness. Meeching busied herself making shoes at home, while Xiar ventured out to gather firewood, occasionally returning with a stray animal or two for a taste of fresh meat. Young Cohen was exceptionally well-behaved, engaging in tasks within his capability, while the days passed as slowly as the melting snow outside. Before long, green grass began to sprout, and wildflowers blossomed as the season of revival arrived. The dormant creatures gradually awakened. Chapter 112. Spring arrived quietly, and the leeks planted in the open space outside the stone house began to thrive. Leeks are remarkably resilient. Once harvested, they quickly regrow. Meeching stood before her makeshift fence, gazing at the green shoots peeking from the soil, her heart brimming with unexplainable joy. "Sister Meeching, what is this?" Little Cohen inquired curiously, standing beside her and pointing at the patch of grass. "This is a vegetable you can eat," Meeching explained, pointing out each type to Cohen. The round heads were cabbages, the grass-like ones were leeks, and those sprawling on the ground were potatoes and sweet potatoes. All of these are edible. Cohen observed the seemingly ordinary plants with surprise. During his time at Meeching's home, she had always prepared strange dishes he had never encountered, yet they were delicious. "If you like them, I shall venture into the forest to gather some for you," Cohen said innocently. "Not so easily. These are vegetables, not grass, and they're not commonly found. However, it is spring, so they should be easier to locate. That I will teach you slowly." Meeching chuckled, finding the child adorable. "Yes," Cohen nodded, secretly resolving to learn how to identify vegetables so he could gather plenty for his sister. "Cohen, please go to the small wooden house to feed the hen and the rabbit while I check on what to cook," Meeching instructed. Xiar had left early in the morning to hunt and would not return for lunch, leaving only her and Cohen to prepare a simple meal. After a winter of feasting, their provisions were nearly exhausted, with only a jar of pickled meat remaining. Cohen was thrilled at the prospect of feeding the hen and rabbit, and he dashed off to the small wooden house. Meeching shook her head and returned to the stone house, realizing she had not seen Little Black all morning and wondered where he had wandered off to. Since Cohen intended to eat him, they had developed a rivalry of sorts. "Little Black, Little Black," Meeching called out, only to hear a strangled sound in response, sending a chill of fear through her. Could it be a thief? Stealthily approaching the bedroom, she saw a tall shadow cast on the ground, and her heart raced. It truly was a thief. Grabbing a wooden stick leaning against the wall, she summoned her courage and stepped into the bedroom. Inside, a tall, robust male had Little Black in his grasp, squeezing its neck while the little creature struggled futilely against the strength of his grip. Upon recognizing the male figure, Meeching was momentarily frozen, letting the stick fall from her hand. Hearing the commotion behind him, the male loosened his hold on Little Black slightly. When he turned around, Meeching could no longer contain herself and rushed forward to embrace him. "Sebastian, you're awake," Meeching exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of relief. Sebastian had finally awakened. "Yes, this little creature disturbed my slumber," Sebastian replied, cradling Meeching with one arm, his deep, gravelly voice resonating in her ears. He had intended to sleep for a few more days, but this little white cat had suddenly leaped onto him, triggering his protective instincts and rousing him from hibernation. Having his slumber interrupted, Sebastian was understandably irritable, and naturally, his ire fell upon the little white cat. Thus, the scene Meeching had just witnessed unfolded, and Little Black was fortunate. Had Meeching arrived a moment later, it would have met its end. "Sebastian, please let Little Black go. It didn't mean any harm," Meeching implored after a moment of embracing him, only then recalling the cat held in Sebastian's grip. "Little Black? You keep it?" Sebastian chuckled at Meeching's fondness for peculiar pets, releasing his hold and allowing Little Black to drop gently to the ground. Meeching sighed in relief as the cat landed safely on its feet. "Little me, I'm hungry," Sebastian admitted, feeling the pangs of hunger after his long hibernation. "That I will prepare a meal for you right away," Meeching assured him. "Yes," Sebastian replied, kissing Meeching on the forehead. After feeding the chickens, Little Cohen discovered two round, warm objects in the nest. Carefully, he lifted them out, marveling at their hard shells. He intended to return home and inquire with his sister. As he lifted the curtain to exit, he was startled to see a tall male seated in the living room. Who was he, and what was he doing here? Sebastian was also assessing the young beastman before him. Upon awakening, he had detected the presence of another male in the house. Initially, he thought it was the scent of the little white cat, but soon discerned the distinction. Now, he confirmed that the other male scent originated from this young beastman, whose age made his scent faint and hard to distinguish. "Is Cohen back?" Meeching's voice called from the kitchen. "Yes, it's me, sister," Cohen replied softly. "Come wash your hands quickly. Dinner will be ready soon." Meeching continued her tasks in the kitchen. Obediently, little Cohen placed the eggs in a safe spot before fetching water to wash his hands. Every action he took caught Sebastian's keen gaze, and when Meeching emerged from the kitchen, she found Sebastian and little Cohen facing each other, both staring intently. The atmosphere felt peculiar. Meeching sensed something was amiss. "Sister, what is this?" "I found these in the hen house," Cohen exclaimed, presenting the 2 eggs like treasures. Meeching looked down to see that they were indeed eggs. "These are hen's eggs. They are edible." "Hens lay eggs? Are they the hen's babies?" Cohen asked, blinking in confusion to "Not exactly. These are unfertilized eggs. Only fertilized eggs can hatch into chicks," Meeching clarified, realizing she had unintentionally opened a complex topic. "Can these hatch chicks?" Meeching felt she had dug herself into a deep hole, trapped by her own words. "Well, dinner is ready, so let's not discuss eggs any further," Meeching said, taking the eggs from him, eager to change the subject. But Cohen, still puzzled, wanted to ask more, but Meeching urged him to hurry and serve the meal, warning him that he would miss out if he delayed. Upon hearing Meeching's words, Cohen relented and obediently went to the kitchen to serve the rice. The little fellow was quite thoughtful, dishing up enough for 3 and carefully carrying it into the living room. "Sebastian, you must be starving after such a long hibernation. I prepared a lot for you to enjoy," Meeching said, recalling Sebastian's awakening and surmising he would be ravenous. She had cooked all the pickled meat in the house, reasoning that with spring upon them, they need not worry about hunting, and finishing the last jar of pickled meat would be inconsequential. "Good. After eating, I will go hunting," Sebastian nodded, beginning his meal. "You need not rush. Xiar has gone hunting today, and there should be plenty of food," Meeching reassured him, not wanting Sebastian to overexert himself right after waking. "I have a big appetite. Xiar's catch might not suffice," Sebastian stated succinctly, explaining his current state. The hibernation had drained much of his energy, and he needed to replenish it quickly to better protect little me. "Very well. Just don't overstrain yourself," Meeching replied, her concern evident. Sebastian smiled faintly, signaling that there was no need for worry. Meanwhile, Cohen set down his stone bowl and chimed in, "Sister, I can help too. I can go hunting." Meeching gazed at the twitching ears of Cohen and shook her head with a smile, saying, "How old are you? You can't even catch little black, yet you talk about hunting. Be careful you don't end up being carried away by a big tiger in the forest. I wouldn't know how to find you." Cohen's little ears drooped in disappointment. Did his sister really think he was that foolish? "Sister, all right, let's eat. Another day I'll take you to the forest and teach you how to distinguish vegetables." Meeching, not wishing to discourage Cohen too much, gently ruffled his little head. "Really, you're the best, sister." Cohen's ears immediately perked up, and even his little tail behind him began to wag. Sebastian observed the interaction between Meeching and Cohen, feeling an indescribable sensation within him. How wonderful it would be if Xiao could give birth to a little beast man for him. After finishing a jar of pickled meat, Sebastian set out from the tribe to hunt. When Charles returned, carrying a goat, little Cohen hurriedly approached him with an air of mystery. "Brother Charles, a cold-faced brother appeared at home today." Little Cohen whispered into Charles's ear. "His name is Sister Xiao. Do you know who he is?" Upon hearing Xiao, Charles immediately realized that Cohen was referring to Sebastian. "Has he awakened?" Just then, Meeching walked to the door and happened to see little Cohen whispering something to Charles, prompting her to look at Charles and inquire, "What are you two whispering about?" Little Cohen, as if caught, hid behind Charles and stuck out his tongue. Charles, with a gentle smile, replied, "Cohen says Sebastian is awake." Yes, he was woken up by Little Black and was quite grumpy about it. The thought of Sebastian nearly choking Little Black in his frustration for being disturbed from his sleep made Meeching feel alarmed. Fortunately, Sebastian always woke up earlier than her, so she never had the chance to rouse him. Otherwise, she wondered if her fate would be as fortunate as Little Black's. Had Sebastian gone out? The room was so small that Charles quickly scanned it. But he did not spot Sebastian's figure as he went out to hunt. He should be back soon. Upon hearing Meeching's words, Charles's expression dimmed slightly, and he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It was all due to his own inadequacies. Otherwise, Sebastian wouldn't need to hunt alone. Other families had their males take turns hunting, but his own family was burdened by his shortcomings, which made Sebastian work even harder. He felt truly remorseful. Meeching noticed Charles's self-reproach and quickly explained, Sebastian just woke up. Hibernation drained a lot of his energy. You didn't know he was waking up today, so naturally, you wouldn't have prepared anything for him. Don't blame yourself. Charles nodded, understanding that his demeanor had caused Meeching concern, and he quickly composed himself. I understand, the Meeching. What would you like to eat? I will cook. Throughout the entire winter, Charles had spent his time in the kitchen with Meeching, learning much of her culinary skills. Thus, Meeching was more than happy to take a back seat, waiting for the meal to be ready. Let us roast half and make soup with the other half. Meeching pondered for a moment, deciding that goat meat was best when roasted whole. Even if some seasonings were lacking, it would still be acceptable. All right, just as you said, I'll go prepare in the kitchen. You all wait in the living room for a bit. Charles was more than willing to oblige Meeching's request, picking up the goat to begin his preparations. Cohen followed closely behind him, exclaiming, Brother Charles, let me help you. Charles quickly prepared the goat, while little Cohen assisted by starting the fire in the kitchen. Charles cut off the most tender pieces of meat from the goat, placing the remainder into a stone pot for soup. Cohen obediently watched the flames beneath the pot, while Charles tended to the fire to roast the meat. Soon, dinner was ready, and the alluring aroma of roasted meat made Meeching's appetite surge. Charles thoughtfully sliced the roasted meat into thin pieces and placed them into Meeching's bowl, to which she eagerly dug. It's so delicious, despite the absence of cumin and other seasonings. The simple salt flavor offered a unique and delightful taste. Charles, you've cooked wonderfully. You're truly amazing. Meeching praised him enthusiastically. Charles smiled modestly, responding, Today I gathered some fruit from the forest. They were quite sweet. While roasting the meat, I took a cue from you and brushed some fruit juice on it. What do the fruits look like? Meeching recalled that spring bore a variety of ripe fruits and wondered what kind Charles was referring to. They're small with some black specks on them, and they're red. This clearly described strawberries. The strawberries in the forest had already begun to grow. How wonderful it would be to go strawberry picking soon. After finishing their meal, Charles and Cohen prepared hot water, and once the three had washed up, Charles kindly asked, Meeching, who will sleep on the second floor tonight? Me or Cohen? Meeching felt her face flush. Charles was leaving enough space for himself and Sebastian. When Sebastian returned, Meeching was the only one left on the first floor. Even Little Black, who usually slept in the bedroom, had cleverly hidden away, disappearing somewhere. Sitting on the bed, Meeching pondered over Charles's situation. He was somewhat self-deprecating due to his own limitations. Her heart swelled with both pity and anger. In her view, limited abilities were inconsequential as long as one did not give up and continue to strive forward, no matter how meager the results. Just as the great ones say, walk your own path and let others talk. Xiaomi, what are you thinking about? Sebastian's voice suddenly broke into Meeching's thoughts. Stian, you're back. Have you eaten yet? Meeching stood up, intending to prepare food for Sebastian. But in an instant, he appeared before her, enveloping her in his embrace. I'm fine. Sebastian rested his head on Xiaomi's shoulder. Have you encountered any troubles? He disliked seeing Meeching frown. Looking troubled, AS's mate, all he wanted was for her to be happy and carefree. Charles, Meeching hesitated, unsure if she should speak to Sebastian about it. The primary hunting responsibility at home rested on Sebastian's shoulders, and if it were solely Charles and her, they might struggle to survive the winter. Although Meeching was reluctant to voice it, this was the truth. She had also come to realize that in other families, the males took turns hunting, but this was completely unfeasible in her own home. She did not want to place too much burden on Sebastian. It was too taxing for him. Charles is a bit weak. Sebastian kissed Meeching's neck. He seemed particularly fond of that spot. Perhaps you should consider finding another mate. Although Meeching did not wish for other females to be delicate, she could manage on her own while he hibernated. However, he still felt that his little female should be cherished, better protect and care for her. He was willing to take a step back and allow Meeching to choose another partner. No, that's not what I mean. Meeching bit her lip, pondering how to devise a way to train and enhance Charles's abilities. Too troublesome. Eli is a good hunter. You could choose him. Sebastian frowned. Charles, being a purebred Fox clan member, naturally had weaker hunting abilities, and significantly improving them was nearly impossible. Eli's skills are well known. Xiaomi could easily abandon Charles for Eli, if you don't fancy Eli. Anthony from the Snow Wolf clan is also a fine choice. Xian, I have already partnered with Charles. I will not abandon him. Meeching lifted her head from Sebastian's embrace and looked at him earnestly. Sebastian's lips pressed tightly together, an indescribable emotion flickering in his eyes. Meeching understood that Sebastian was feeling jealous. Xian, you are also mine. You belong solely to me. Upon hearing Meeching's declaration, Sebastian's lips finally curled upward. He bent down, sweeping Meeching off her feet and laying her onto the grass mat as he leaned over her. Meeching gasped in surprise at Sebastian's sudden move, finding herself in a male on top, female on bottom position on the grass mat. She pressed her hands against Sebastian, who was about to come down on her, and with a hint of panic said, Xian, wait, we were still talking about Charles. Sebastian captured Meeching's hands, whispering in her ear, I cannot wait any longer. He was unwilling to restrain himself any further. After a whole winter of hibernation, his thoughts were consumed by Meeching, her sleeping figure, the way her face lit up with smiles as she called for him. After a brief separation, he could no longer hold back. He yearned to possess her. We were still discussing Charles. Meeching felt a tinge of panic, but Sebastian chuckled softly, murmuring in her ear, leave Charles's matters to me. But Meeching still wished to maintain some decorum, yet Sebastian offered her no opportunity. That I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Xiar lay there, akin to a marionette, as Meeching diligently scrubbed his entire body clean. It was not until dusk that Xiar finally began to stir. Upon seeing this, Meeching's face lit up with joy as she assisted him in rising. Xiar, how do you feel? She inquired, uncertain of whether Sebastian's body foraging had any side effects on him. I feel all right, just a bit hungry. I was compelled by Sebastian to drink a bowl of blood upon waking, and I haven't eaten anything else. After being put through such trials, I am absolutely famished. Sebastian has yet to return. Please bear with it for a while longer. Judging by the sky, he should be back soon, and I hope he brings back more game today. I could see that moment. Sebastian, sensing the urgency, hastened his pace, carrying 3 heads of game upon his shoulders. He strutted through the tribe. This spectacular sight incited envy among the males and admiration mixed with jealousy among the females. They begrudged Meeching for having such a handsome and powerful male, despite her frail appearance. Among those most discontented were Anna and Sophia. Having been released from confinement, Anna spotted Sebastian approaching with his quarry, and her light golden eyes flickered. She adjusted her golden locks, puffed out her chest with a sense of pride, and subtly lifted her animal hide, mimicking Sophia's usual demeanor as she glided toward Sebastian. Sebastian, you have returned, Anna purred, her voice deliberately affected as she drew near him. Sebastian frowned slightly. He held no affection for this female. He was well aware of her persistent harassment towards Meeching, having witnessed her attempts to humiliate her. He recalled all of Anna's actions, and while he chose not to confront her, it was solely because Meeching had settled in this tribe. Everything he did was intertwined with her well-being, and he did not wish to burden her with worry or fear. Were it not for his concern for Meeching, Anna's status as a female would matter little. He would fearlessly oppose the entire tribe if necessary. Without even a glance at Anna, Sebastian brushed past her, leaving her in a state of embarrassment. Nearby, a few females watching the scene could not help but chuckle. Ha ha, Anna, that male is already taken. You have no chance. Indeed, look, he spared you a single glance. Spare yourself the humiliation. A few envious females taunted Anna, whose face flushed crimson, though she refused to concede. So what if he is taken? Relationships can be dissolved. That if I wish, there is nothing I cannot obtain. Anna proudly raised her head, disdainfully snorting at those females whose appearances paled in comparison to her own. To dissolve a partnership means that male would become a stray beast. Do you dare to desire that? In the beast world, a male without a home, known as a stray beast, is often a reference to cold-blooded creatures such as snakes, crocodiles, lizards, and scorpions. The rest are males expelled from their tribes or those who have ended their partnerships. Once freed from the constraints of tribe and partner, their inherent beastly nature may surge forth, leading to reckless behavior, such as seizing females from the tribe or harming kin and young. In short, A male without bonds resembles a ticking time bomb, capable of inflicting harm at any moment. Thus, females maintain a respectful distance from strays, while the males of the tribe strive to ensure the safety of the females from such threats. Anna resolved that if she could not have what she desired, neither would Meeching. After the incident of falsely accusing Meeching, Anna had entirely succumbed to hatred for her, vowing enmity against her. Meanwhile, Sebastian had returned home with the game, and Meeching hurriedly came to greet him. "Xiar is awake. Please assist in preparing the meal." Sebastian understood that the body forging process had drained Xiar's energy significantly, necessitating ample nourishment. Today, he had hunted 3 large prey, 2 wild boars, and 1 bison. As Sebastian and Xiar processed the game, Meeching and Cohen busied themselves in the kitchen. It was impractical to cook all 3 large animals in a stone pot, so Meeching instructed Cohen to start a fire and prepare a roasting pit for the meat, which would be both efficient and expedient. She heated the stone pot and meticulously trimmed the fat from the prepared pork. Once the pot was sufficiently heated, she began rendering the fat. This was currently the sole method available for oil extraction. Fortunately, the 2 pigs had an abundance of fat, which should yield a considerable amount of oil. Oil could be stored without worry, as long as it was sealed properly, and having oil meant they could salt dishes and even apply it to the roasted meat, enhancing its flavor and making it more delectable. After Sebastian and Xiar finished processing the game, Sebastian took charge of roasting the meat, while Meeching sent Xiar to find a large stone to craft a container for storing the rendered oil. Xiar had become adept at making such items. As long as Meeching provided a general description of her needs, he could swiftly create something to her specifications. With a wooden spatula, Meeching stirred the fat in the stone pot. The sizzling sound of the fat sizzling as it rendered into oil. "Sister Meeching, what is that? It smells so good," Cohen exclaimed, leaning in closer to inhale the enticing aroma wafting from the pot. Meeching quickly pushed him back, cautioning, "Be careful, Cohen. Don't get too close. The oil may splatter and burn you." Cohen stuck out his tongue, grinning mischievously. "It's fine. I'm tough and won't get burned." "What is that, sister?" Meeching shot him a glance. "Is this a dead pig that fears boiling water?" "This is lard, which can be used for cooking. The dishes made with it are delicious. I ate the stir-fried cabbage you made before," Cohen asked with bright eyes. During winter, Meeching had rendered oil from a wild boar they had at home, but that pig had little fat, and it had run out quickly, providing enough only for a few dishes. Unfortunately for Cohen, he had only tasted Meeching's stir-fried cabbage upon his arrival. "Yes, now you are in for a treat. It is spring, and there are plenty of greens in the forest. Wonderful. There will be delicious food." Cohen joyfully dashed off, his little black tail wagging with glee behind him. Before long, Meeching's oil was ready, and Xiar returned. "Meeching, how does this look?" Xiar presented a cylindrical container, neither too tall nor too short. Measuring the height of his palm, that he had deliberately made the container thinner to ensure it was lightweight, allowing Meeching to handle it with ease. "Excellent. The other items at home are too heavy for me to lift." "This is perfect. I'm glad you like it." Xiar smiled as Meeching used a wooden spoon to ladle the rendered lard from the stone pot into the container. Once she had transferred all the oil, Sebastian had finished roasting the meat. He skillfully cut the most tender pieces with a bone knife, carefully portioning them into small pieces to serve to Meeching. "Thank you." After everyone had eaten, Xiar took the initiative to tidy up the kitchen and wash the dishes. Cohen and Sebastian were engaged in preparing water for Meeching's bath. As Xiar exited the kitchen, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Sebastian, who was bringing in a bucket of water. They both paused in their tracks. Xiar glanced at Sebastian and spoke first. "Sebastian, thank you." Sebastian responded dismissively. "It was Meeching who chose you. Were it not for Meeching, he would never have offered a precious bowl of dragon blood to Xiar, enabling him to undergo such a transformation." Now, Xiar had become almost as formidable as Eli, which underscored the rarity of dragon blood. It could turn a useless individual into a genius. This was a secret known only to the Dragon Clan, and the reason they were revered as the Eastern Divine Dragons. The Dragon Clan was blessed by the beast god, inherently possessing divine power. While dragon beasts are powerful, procreation is a significant matter, requiring the sacrifice of a female's life to ensure the next generation. Sebastian cherished Meeching deeply and could not bear to cause her harm in the name of reproduction. That evening, Xiar dutifully took Cohen upstairs to sleep, leaving Meeching feeling somewhat awkward, her cheeks flushed by Xiar's actions. Why did it seem that after confirming their relationship, neither Sebastian nor Xiar could occupy the same space simultaneously? In truth, that night, nothing transpired. Sebastian and Meeching merely shared a bed without further activities. Soon, the dawn of the next day arrived, and Meeching prepared to venture into the forest to gather wild vegetables and scout for any new seeds. The most excited in the household was undoubtedly Cohen, who had never been to the forest and was brimming with curiosity about it. The forest held an endless allure for him. How wonderful it is to venture into the woods, as Cohen descended from the second floor. He overheard Meeching express her excitement about going to the forest, to the point that he could hardly enjoy his meal. Observing Cohen's innocent and carefree demeanor, Meeching gently tapped his head with her chopsticks, saying, "Eat well. We will be in the forest all day. If you don't fill your stomach, you won't have the energy to play." Upon hearing this, Cohen promptly seated himself at the stone table and devoured the chunks of meat in his bowl, leaving not a drop of broth behind. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, feeling quite satisfied. Even breakfast seemed particularly delightful today. Once they had eaten their fill, Meeching wrapped some boiled eggs in animal skins and placed them into her backpack. Sebastian and Charles were well aware of Meeching's penchant for foraging for herbs and fruits, so they instinctively shouldered 2 large baskets. Seeing this, Cohen wished to carry one as well, and Meeching found him a smaller, lighter basket to fulfill his desire. The 4 of them set off towards the entrance of the tribe, only to find Aesop and Tok waiting there. "I thought you might come out today, with such beautiful weather," said Sherry, as she approached Meeching with warmth. The males all nodded in acknowledgement, while Sherry cast a glance at Charles, noticing a distinct change in his expression, a look of happiness. Understanding dawned on Sherry. It appeared that Meeching and Charles had become companions, which reassured her that her brother had finally found his happiness. Subsequently, Sherry regarded Meeching with the eyes of future sister-in-law, making Meeching blush. Turning her face away, she caught sight of Tok standing nearby, his chest adorned with a vivid red fox mark. Sherry's brand. It dawned on her that Sherry and Tok had partnered up. After all, Tok had been following Sherry from the Wolf Clan to the Tiger Clan for nearly half a year, steadfastly remaining by her side, without seeking anything in return. Meeching felt a swell of emotion. It was only natural that Sherry, who had harbored feelings for Tok, would accept him. "Who is this?" Sherry asked, noticing Cohen, who was half the height of an adult but not yet mature, clearly not a male from the tribe. Could he be Meeching's brother? Yet, I've never heard her mention him before. This is Cohen, a little beast man from the Leopard Clan, who has lost his family. I felt a connection with him. So I invited him to stay with us, Meeching explained briefly. Upon hearing that Cohen was from the Leopard Clan, everyone understood. Meeching had kindly taken in a homeless beast man. Fortunately, Sebastian's hunting skills were exceptional, so providing for a little beast man should not pose a problem. I made you a few pairs of shoes during the winter and was just about to deliver them when I encountered you. Would you like to visit our home this evening to try them on? Meeching had initially intended for Charles to deliver them to Sherry, but yesterday's events had delayed that plan, and running into Sherry today felt fortuitous. "Shoes? Are those the ones you're wearing?" Sherry inquired, her eyes sparkling as she examined the animal skin shoes on Meeching's feet. She had noticed them before and thought they looked quite comfortable, allowing one to walk without fear of sharp stones. Unlike herself, who had to rely on Aesop and Tok to carry her over uneven terrain in the forest. If only she had shoes like Meeching's. She would have to worry about pebbles. "Let us go. I want to pick some greens. I haven't had any of your delicious greens all winter. I brought 2 baskets, and I must gather plenty for you to cook for me." "All right, I didn't realize you were such a foodie," Meeching replied with a smile, her lips curling upward. In truth, consuming more fruits and vegetables is beneficial for females. Meeching believed that the scarcity of females in this world was due to dietary restrictions affecting their ovulation. Indeed, let us proceed. Their small party of 4 had now expanded to a lively group of 7. As they entered the forest, it was a season of blooming flowers. An array of unknown blossoms adorned the hills. Vibrant reds, yellows, and soft pinks creating a breathtaking scene. Meeching, rather than rushing to find wild vegetables, took a moment to appreciate the beauty surrounding her, exclaiming, How lovely! Hey, I see that a patch of rapeseed flowers. Meetsai pointed to a cluster of yellow blooms not far away, recognizing them as resembling rapeseed. What is rapeseed? Can it be eaten? Cohen tilted his head, filled with curiosity as it was his first time in the forest. All you think about is food. Rapeseed can be pressed for oil, which means we could enjoy cooking with canola oil in the future. However, there aren't too many here. Let us save the seeds to plant more rapeseed later. Meetsai noted, discreetly marking the location of the rapeseed patch, intending to return to harvest some seeds when the flowers matured. Taking a deep breath of the fresh forest air, she stretched her limbs. After a long winter cooped up at home, it felt good to finally relax. Sebastian and Charles, seeing that the area was safe, began to hunt, while Cohen, a bundle of curiosity, bounced around like a spirited foal. He flitted from fluttering butterflies to a bouquet of flowers, thoroughly enjoying himself. Sister, look at all the grass I've gathered. You can cook it for me when we get home. Cohen presented a large bundle of wild grass to Meetsai, eager to showcase his findings. Cohen, those aren't edible. They're just weeds. Meetsai gently corrected him that, upon hearing Meetsai dismiss his labor, Cohen's excited expression fell instantly. How could this be? All my effort was for naught. Sherry, witnessing Cohen's adorable demeanor, couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Cohen's face turned shade of red from embarrassment, prompting Meetsai to reassure him. Not all is lost. Look at this wild grass with white flowers. It's edible. It's called shepherdess purse, and it can be stir-fried with meat. Meetsai selected a suitable wild vegetable from Cohen's pile, noting that spring was the optimal season for shepherdess purse, which could be used in salads or stir-fries. Really? Cohen's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as Meetsai nodded in affirmation, and a radiant smile broke across his face. There are plenty of those white-flowered weeds over there. I'll go gather some right now. With enthusiasm, Cohen set off to the nearby grassy patch to collect more. Meetsai watched Cohen bounce away, shaking her head with amusement, then turned her attention to the surrounding wild vegetables. Sherry quietly followed Meetsai, observing the types of greens she was picking. Meetsai, is this one edible? Sherry asked, holding up a small seedling. Meetsai glanced at the delicate green plant in Sherry's hand, exclaiming, "That is a baby green. It is so tender." Indeed, the sight of the petite greens was incredibly appetizing. She pinched one off, and the juice splattered on her hand. It is truly tender. Meetsai felt a bit shy, realizing the freshness of the greens was undeniable. By midday, Meetsai and Sherry had filled a basket with baby greens and shepherdess purse, while Cohen, quick and nimble, had gathered 2 baskets of wild vegetables. Who would have thought there would be so many edible greens in the forest so early in spring? Meetsai sighed with relief, thrilled to finally have a chance to improve their diet and not rely solely on meat. As noon arrived, the males gathered to take a break. Throughout the morning, Sebastian had successfully hunted 2 prey, while Charles matched him with 2 smaller ones. It seemed that after yesterday's training, Charles' skills had indeed improved. Aesop and Tak also sensed the change in Charles, while Sherry remained oblivious. Assuming his transformation was due to companionship, Charles has certainly improved since partnering up. His hunting abilities have soared, Sherry remarked, glancing at Meetsai with a knowing smile. Meetsai could only respond with an awkward chuckle. The directness of the females in this beastly world left her speechless. After spending so long here, she felt her own resilience was growing. Meetsai considered explaining that Charles' improvement was not solely due to companionship, but also attributed to Sebastian's influence. But she swallowed her words. Meetsai remained silent, as did Charles, while Sebastian would never reveal his secrets. "All right, you all must be tired. Let us rest by the creek," Meetsai suggested, aware of a small stream hidden within the forest. Each time they ventured into the forest, they would take a respite by the brook, indulging in roasted meat and quenching their thirst with the clear stream water that a few males began to carry their respective catches. Accompanied by their young females, as they made their way towards the brook, with little Cone trailing behind, his basket on his back. "Are you hungry?" asked Meeching, aware that after a morning of labor, they must be famished. They had previously been frugal with their rations due to a scarcity of game, but now that there was an abundance, the need for restraint had dissipated. The males remained silent, but Cone's stomach growled audibly. prompting him to bow his head in embarrassment. Despite his efforts to suppress his hunger, he had been unable to contain it. After bouncing around all morning, the meager breakfast he had consumed had long been digested. "I am sorry, Sister Meeching. I've tried my best to hold on," Cone confessed, his cheeks flushed. Meeching gently ruffled his hair, smiling softly. "It's all right, Cone, you're still young and growing. It's normal for you to digest quickly. You must eat well to grow as strong as your brother Xiar. Meeching, let us prepare that sheep to roast." "You must be hungry too," Xiar suggested, heading to the brook to prepare the sheep he was carrying. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tak was also tending to 2 wild chickens. Sebastian, Izo, and Cone gathered firewood in preparation for a fire, while Meeching and Sherry washed their hands and faces at the brook. Although it was spring, the morning's foraging had left them quite sweaty, and the refreshing brook water was a welcome relief. Meeching gazed at the shimmering water, flowing gently. "I wonder if there are fish here? The fish that thrive in unpolluted waters must taste exquisite." Her eyes lingered on the crystal-clear brook, peering into its depths. "Meeching, what are you looking at?" Sherry inquired. "Fish. Have you ever had any? They swim in the water." Meeching replied eagerly that it's that fish beast. It swims so swiftly that one can't catch it, and no beastmen have eaten it. I wonder if it's edible. Meeching felt a surge of excitement at Sherry's knowledge. Certain that fish were indeed consumable and highly nutritious. If there were fish, it would be easy to devise a tightly woven fish basket to place in the brook. Perhaps she could catch some. The thought was utterly delightful. After enjoying their lunch, the males took a moment to rest before continuing their hunt, while the females luxuriated on the grass, relishing the purest form of sunbathing. "Meeching, I'm off to hunt. And I'll leave Sebastian to keep you company," Xiar said. Approaching Meeching once he had recovered, he felt invigorated, as if he could take down a tiger single-handedly. Given his remarkable improvement observed that morning, he and Sebastian could alternate hunting duties, thus conserving labor while better caring for Meeching. Meeching did not reply immediately, instead casting an inquiring glance at Sebastian, who nodded in agreement. Xiar had recently forged his body, and hunting more would benefit him. Since Sebastian endorsed it, Meeching nodded. "Just be careful. If you can't win, run away, all right?" Sherry suppressed a smile at Meeching's admonition. The males of their fox clan, though somewhat lacking in hunting prowess, were unparalleled in their ability to flee. "All right, hurry along. Izo and the others are waiting for you," Sherry said with a grin to her brother. Once Xiar departed, Meeching took a moment to rest before pondering if there were any other edible plants nearby. Just as she was about to rise, her eyes caught sight of several shoots of grass by the brook. Could it be? Meeching widened her eyes in disbelief, spotting a few flat, elongated leaves that stood about 10 centimeters tall. "Is this rice?" She examined the plants growing by the brook, noting their irregular spacing. It seemed likely that the rice had matured, and the seeds had fallen into the brook, carried to that spot by the water. Meeching approached the brook to scrutinize the rice more closely, confirming her suspicion that it was indeed rice. She contemplated taking the rice home to plant in front of her house, but was apprehensive about her first attempt not succeeding. Caught in indecision, she pondered whether to take it home. "Meeching, what are you looking at?" Sebastian, noticing her unmoving gaze, approached her gently. Cone and Sherry had already wandered off to forage for wild vegetables, leaving Meeching by the brook. "Sebastian, look, this is rice, just sprouted rice. It can be eaten. Once matured, it becomes rice," she exclaimed with excitement. "Rice? White rice?" Sebastian did not fully grasp her enthusiasm, but as long as Meeching was happy, that was sufficient. "If you like it, we can dig it up and take it home." Meeching's expression faltered slightly. "I want to, but it's too precious. What if I fail at planting it?" Sebastian pondered her concern seriously. "Don't worry. While I was collecting branches, I noticed many similar grasses. Let us search along the brook." Meeching nodded, realizing Sebastian was right. Rice plants produce many seeds when mature, so perhaps other areas along the brook had more. "All right, I'll take you to see," Sebastian said, guiding Meeching to the spot where he had previously seen the grass. "Do you think this is the rice you mentioned?" As Meeching looked at the grass standing upright before her, she realized it wasn't rice, but rather a weed. Disappointment flickered in her eyes. The grass was clearly not rice. Its appearance resembled that of chives, yet Meeching remained undeterred. She crouched down, touching the small grass shoot, noting its rough, serrated edges and coarse texture. Furrowing her brow, She acknowledged that it wasn't tea rice, though it was still a crop, yet she could not identify it. "What is wrong, little me? Is this not the rice you mentioned?" Sebastian inquired, noticing her troubled expression. Meeching shook her head, her mind racing to find what she sought. "No, it's not, but it's still food that I just can't recall what it is." "Then let us dig it up. There are plenty over there." Sebastian gestured casually, and Meeching looked to see indeed a patch of grass nearby. "All right, be gentle while digging so as not to harm their roots. It's best to take the soil with it. Like this." Meeching carefully worked around the small shoot, trying not to disturb its roots. After several minutes, she successfully unearthed the shoot, its roots still clinging to a clump of moist soil. Sebastian nodded in understanding. Then, with a swift motion, he dug into the soil surrounding another grass shoot, effortlessly extracting a sizable clump of earth along with the plant. Meeching gasped in astonishment. It was rather brutal, yet effective. "You reel like a human excavator." Meeching marveled, observing the intact roots nestled within the soil. "Sebastian, you're incredible," she praised, giving him a thumbs up. Indeed, the strength of the Beastman males was formidable. "Not a big deal," he replied modestly. Since Sebastian's capability was so impressive, Meeching entrusted him with the task of gathering the grass shoots, while she continued her search along the brook for rice seedlings. After a diligent search, Meeching discovered several rice shoots. She decided to return home, first to prepare a patch of wetland before digging up the rice seedlings. Thankfully, she had previously constructed a small artificial brook, making it easy to create a paddy. Before long, Sebastian returned with a basket full of grass shoots. "Little me, do you think this is enough?" Meeching inspected the contents and nodded in satisfaction. Each shoot was accompanied by a generous clump of soil, which was perfect. "The salted fruits at home are running low. I'll go gather some more." Meeching contemplated. "Sebastian, let us dig up a few salt fruit trees to plant at home. That way, we won't have to come all the way to the forest for them. And we can also look for any fruit tree seedlings to take back." "All right, I'll see if I can find any seedlings." Sebastian responded eagerly to Meeching's suggestion as the afternoon waned. Cohen and Sherry had collected plenty of wild vegetables and noticed Meeching with her basket. "Meeching, why do all those wild vegetables come with soil?" "Soil isn't edible, is it?" Sherry pondered in silence, while Cohen tilted his head, blinking curiously. "These aren't wild vegetables. They're plants I'm planning to take them home to plant, just like the greens in front of your house." When Cohen was at home, he also assisted Meeching in watering the vegetables, and he began to grasp the concept. Planting, Sherry had no understanding of planting and did not comprehend its meaning. Planting refers to cultivating wild vegetables ourselves, thus eliminating the need to toil daily in the forest. It is indeed a splendid idea. "Meeching, you are truly clever." The more time Sherry spent with Meeching, the more she realized Meeching's remarkable intelligence. As twilight approached, Xiar and Ise returned, and everyone prepared to head back to the tribe. Cohen cheerfully walked ahead with a small backpack, feeling fulfilled after a day of activities. In the afternoon, Xiar had hunted 2 more prey, sufficient for dinner and breakfast the following morning. Sherry, who had not visited Meeching's home in a long time, greatly missed the stir-fried greens prepared by Meeching, prompting Ise and Toke to accompany her back to Meeching's residence. Xiar and Toke were outside by the waterhole, tending to the game, while Ise was in the kitchen, starting a fire for roasting meat. Meanwhile, Cohen squatted nearby, imitating Sherry as he cleaned the vegetables. In truth, the tender spring greens required minimal preparation. Simply removing the roots and the soil was sufficient. Afterward, Cohen ran to the waterhole to fetch clean water to wash the greens. Overall, everyone was diligently engaged in their tasks, creating a lively atmosphere. Meeching and Sebastian were busy in their front yard, eager to plant the salty fruit saplings they had unearthed, as spring was an opportune time for planting. Meeching then instructed Sebastian to clear 2 plots of land next to their vegetable garden, one for rice cultivation and another for the young greens they had brought back. Since Sherry had not visited Meeching's home since winter, she was unaware of the newly established vegetable garden. After cleaning the greens, she was astonished to see the plot enclosed with branches and wood, already sprouting greens. "Meeching, your method is truly effective. We can now harvest wild vegetables right here without venturing into the forest." Indeed, Meeching nodded proudly as she surveyed her vegetable patch. Once Sebastian had carefully planted the seedlings with ample spacing, Meeching guided him on how to prepare the land for rice cultivation. Farmers typically turn the soil before planting rice to ensure it is loose. As a delicate woman without tools, Meeching could only rely on Sebastian for this labor. Following Meeching's instructions, Sebastian shaped the land into ridges, then watered it with water from the hole, completing the day's tasks. Once the soil was moist, they would dilute chicken and rabbit droppings and apply it, nourishing it for a few days before flooding the ridges with water, making it ready for rice planting. After preparing the rice field, Xiar and Ise had finished roasting the meat, and Meeching stir-fried a plate of the greens they had gathered that day, marking the official start of their meal. The greens were highly favored by Cohen and Sherry, while the other males primarily consumed meat, only taking a couple of bites before setting their chopsticks down. Almost all the remaining food ended up in the bellies of Cohen and Sherry. Observing Sherry's enjoyment, Meeching realized that females in the beast world also appreciated greens, their tastes not differing significantly. After dinner, Meeching retrieved several pairs of handmade leather shoes from her bedroom. "I am unsure of your shoe size. Please try on these pairs to see which fits best." Sherry eagerly accepted the shoes from Meeching and tried on each pair. Ultimately, she found that size 37 suited her foot, and Meeching gifted her 2 pairs of shoes in that size. She also handed 2 slightly larger pairs to Ise, saying, "These are for your mother. Take them home and see if they fit. If not, feel free to come back for an exchange." Sherry joyfully stomped her feet in her new shoes, exclaiming how comfortable they were. Meeching crafted the shoe soles using soft animal hides, sewing 2 layers of woven vines, with each shoe requiring nearly 1 rabbit's hide. This thoughtful design ensured they would not pinch or be uncomfortable. After accepting the shoes, Ise expressed his gratitude to Meeching. The following day, Xiar took Cohen hunting in the forest while Sebastian stayed home to accompany Meeching. Meeching fed the hens and rabbits in the small cabin and collected 2 eggs from the chicken coop. Gazing at the overstuffed coop, Meeching contemplated whether to build a chicken and rabbit pen, allowing them to roam freely inside, resulting in a more lively atmosphere. With spring arriving, the rabbits could soon give birth to litters of 7 or 8, quickly outgrowing the small cabin. Moreover, mother rabbits could become pregnant immediately after giving birth, leading to an ever-increasing rabbit population. Clearly, keeping them in the cabin was not a viable solution. Meeching shared her thoughts with Sebastian, who agreed. Since Meeching enjoyed caring for small animals, they could proceed with that it wouldn't take long to build another room. Yes, constructing a rabbit hutch and chicken coop is quite simple, as long as the stones are stacked neatly. It won't be as complicated as building a house. There is no need for a foundation. It only requires some effort to move the stones. All right, I will go to the back mountain to gather stones. The back mountain of the tribe is abundant with stones. Sebastian could easily carry sizable chunks and break them down with his fists, while Sebastian and Meeching were busy arranging the stones. Chief Ethan arrived. Upon seeing Ethan, Meeching hurriedly approached him, asking, "Why are you here?" Ethan came to see Meeching because he had heard Sherry praising Meeching's intelligence the previous night. Not only had Meeching planted wild vegetables in front of her home, but she also raised chickens and rabbits and crafted shoes that were comfortable to wear. Ethan closely examined the shoes brought by Ise. They were intriguing, appearing simple yet appealing, and Lena also adored them, finding them comfortable to wear. However, he didn't know how to make them, so he came to observe, hoping to see if Meeching's creations could benefit the tribe's females and attract more of them. "I'm here to thank you for the shoes you gifted to Lena," Ethan said, his gaze drifting to the vegetable patch in front of Meeching's house. He was somewhat taken aback by the sight of the lush green grass neatly arranged. Thriving exceptionally well, he was aware that females enjoyed eating greens, but they only knew of a handful of edible varieties, which were seasonal and required effort to find if they could truly cultivate them. It would alleviate their struggles. "Are you planning to build another house? Is there not enough space in your home?" Ethan inquired upon noticing Sebastian breaking stones. "No, I am preparing to build a shelter for the hens and rabbits." Meeching had no intention of concealing her endeavors in raising game, as there was nothing to hide. Building a shelter for the hens and rabbits? Ethan was puzzled. Meeching's ideas were quite inventive, constructing houses, planting greens, and creating shelters for game. "Yes, the coop is too cramped, so I thought of letting them roam outside." Meeching responded honestly, and Ethan did not press further. After all, others had attempted to raise game in the past without success. He did not hold much hope for Meeching's endeavor, but it was her household, and he had no right to interfere. Tomorrow is the spring festival, an important coming-of-age ceremony for the tribe's females. Although you have already reached adulthood, you have not participated before, so you should join this time. The mere thought of attending such a tribal event reminded Meeching of the awkwardness she had experienced at the previous gathering. That evening, when Xiar returned with 2 pieces of game slung over his shoulders, Sebastian had already stacked the stones around the hen and rabbit shelters, leaving only the roofs to be added. During dinner, Meeching recounted Ethan's earlier remarks to Xiar. Xiar paused, his grip on the chopsticks faltering, and a fleeting glimmer crossed his eyes, his voice remaining gentle and devoid of displeasure, his expression still radiating warmth. There is indeed a tradition in the tribe. Every female participates in this ceremony upon reaching adulthood. Moreover, once they partake, the males can openly pursue the females they desire. Though Xiar did not voice this sentiment, he felt uneasy at the thought of other males vying for Meeching's affection, yet he recognized he had no right to dictate whom Meeching could admire. His Meeching was so remarkable, so unique, deserving of admiration from many males that, if you do not wish to participate, I will ensure no one troubles you. Sebastian harbored reluctance to let Meeching's beauty be seen by other males. Wishing to prevent her from attending, is it possible not to participate? Meeching hesitated, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Meanwhile, Cohen, who had been quietly eating meat, became agitated at the mention of the festival. Hearing Meeching express her reluctance, he quickly chimed in. Meeching's sister, do you not want to go? At the festival, every newly adult female receives complimentary food. Let us attend. I have not participated in a gathering for quite some time. It will surely be lively. Cohen set down his bowl and clung to Meeching's arm, his round, sparkling eyes brimming with eagerness, making it difficult for Meeching to refuse. Sebastian's expression darkened as he observed Cohen holding onto Meeching's arm. The body exuded an aura, and the naive Karen remained oblivious to the fact that her actions had inadvertently provoked the ire of the revered Lord Shenlong. Clinging to Meeching's arm, she playfully pouted. Please, Meeching. Karen, focus on your meal, Xiar kindly reminded, having noticed Sebastian's sudden change in demeanor. Mistaking Xiar's concern for her well-being, Karen beamed. Xiar, I'm already full. Sebastian could no longer contain himself and slammed the stone bowl onto the table with a thud. Upon observing Sebastian's expression, Meeching realized he was envious and quickly reassured. All right, just eat well. As she spoke, she gently pried Karen's hand away from her arm, only to see Sebastian's towering figure looming before her. In the next moment, Meeching found herself swept off her feet by Sebastian, eliciting a startled gasp from her. Xiar was taken aback, while Karen gaped in astonishment as Sebastian, his face cold and stern, carried Meeching into the bedroom. Sebastian, I'm still hungry, she exclaimed, though in truth she was not. Sebastian's demeanor frightened her, resembling his earlier, more distant self. And no need to eat, Sebastian replied curtly, gently placing Meeching on the bed, his hands poised to tear her clothing. Meeching gasped, instinctively crossing her arms in defense. Sebastian, this is my favorite outfit. It was one of the few precious items she had brought from the modern world, and she could not bear to see it destroyed. If it were ruined, she would surely cry. She needed to hold onto some memories. Hearing her protest and witnessing her reluctant expression, Sebastian's attractive brows furrowed. He muttered under his breath, "What a bother." Relieved by his hesitation, Meeching prepared to feel her way down to the grass mat on the bed. Suddenly, Sebastian uttered a statement that nearly left her jaw on the floor. "Xiaomi, take off your clothes." His serious tone left Meeching's mind swirling with disbelief. Was this truly the same Sebastian who had always been so dignified, with Xiar and young Karen just outside? He dared to speak so casually. She couldn't fathom how they couldn't hear, given that they were all keenly aware as beastmen. Meeching's cheeks flushed. How could Sebastian be so indiscreet today? "Xiaomi, what's wrong?" Sebastian, noticing her silence, grew anxious and explained, "That little leopard touched you. And I didn't like it. That if you take off your clothes, I can wash them for you." His awkward admission, tinged with an unusual blush, revealed his jealousy towards the young Karen, who had freely embraced Meeching. As an adult male, he felt it inappropriate for Xiaomi's partner to act so immaturely, fearing it might diminish her regard for him. It took Meeching a moment to comprehend Sebastian's intentions, and upon seeing his conflicted expression, She couldn't help but smile. How adorable Sebastian was today, feeling envious of little Karen. The thought of him wanting to tear her clothes simply because Karen had clung to her arm made her heart flutter. What should I do? I'm liking Sebastian more and more, she mused. When she finally looked up, not displaying any anger but instead wearing a faint smile, Sebastian's gloomy mood seemed to lift, and he exhaled in relief. He turned to rummage through a box in the corner, retrieving a set of clothes and offering them to her. Change into this. Meeching glanced at the garments he had made just days prior and chuckled inwardly, obediently accepting them. Right before Sebastian, she changed her outfit, and he took the discarded clothes from her. I'll go heat some water for your bath. Bath? Meeching thought, puzzled by the sudden revelation of his cleanliness obsession. As Sebastian turned to leave the bedroom, she called out, Sebastian, don't be too rough when washing. I wouldn't want it ruined. Sebastian paused at the doorway, his body stiffening before he nodded in acknowledgement. Outside the bedroom, Xiar had already tidied up the dishes, and upon seeing Sebastian emerge, gently offered, I'll wash the clothes. You go heat the water. Sebastian pressed his lips together, but ultimately handed the garments to Xiar. Observing Sebastian's cool demeanor as he exited, Karen instinctively retracted her neck, mentally noting to avoid physical contact with Meeching in the future, lest it upset Sebastian. The atmosphere in the room grew slightly awkward. Sebastian, with a stern expression, poured bucket after bucket of hot water into the bathing area while Karen squatted in the living room, feeling as though her brother harbored animosity towards her. After Meeching obediently finished her bath, another uncomfortable situation arose regarding sleeping arrangements. As night fell, Xiar felt compelled to lead Karen upstairs to rest. Meeching always felt guilty for imposing on Xiar, wishing for him to feel at ease. Both Xiar and Sebastian held equal importance in her heart, and she did not want Xiar to feel inferior in front of Sebastian. Xiar, why don't you and Karen sleep downstairs tonight? There's nothing on the second floor, and you would only have to sleep on the grass mat. Upon hearing Meeching's suggestion, Xiar glanced at Sebastian, whose expression darkened as he pursed his lips in silence. Clearly displeased, I asked that all right with you, Sebastian? Meeching queried, following Xiar's gaze towards him. Sebastian did not verbally oppose. If that is what you prefer, then it's settled. Good, then it's decided. Xiar and Karen will stay downstairs. Now, rest early. We have the coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow night. Wonderful. Karen clapped her hands in delight, thrilled with Meeching's arrangement for her to have a cozy bed made of grass, as the grass mat upstairs had been quite uncomfortable. Karen had been spoiled by Shirley, becoming quite particular about food and lodging. The next day, it was Sebastian's turn to hunt, but since the construction of the chicken coop and rabbit hutch required wood, Xiar ventured into the forest to chop some lumber in the morning. The day swiftly passed, and the eagerly awaited evening finally arrived. When Sebastian returned from his hunt, Xiar had already completed the chicken and rabbit coops. Ready for the festivities. The banquet. When Meeching and Sebastian arrived, the event was on the verge of commencing, with bonfires lit in front of each family. The clearing in front of the tribe was bustling with activity. The entire tribe gathered. This year, the females coming of age included Anna, Sophia, and Meeching. As the festivities began, Elder Ethan instructed several adult males to distribute the game among families with females, with Meeching's family receiving a share of wild boar meat. Meeching then set about preparing the roasted meat. When everyone had feasted sufficiently, Ethan cleared his throat and stood upon a raised platform, expressing gratitude to the beast god for bestowing blessings upon the tiger tribe throughout the past year and seeking continued protection in the coming year. He prayed for the smooth coming of age for their females and for the safe birth of more young beast men. Hearing Ethan's prayer, the tribe echoed their wishes. His gaze swept over the gathered tribespeople as he continued. Anna, Sophia, Meching, please come forward. Suddenly called out, Meeching felt a pang of uncertainty, but seeing the other two females already rising to approach the elder, she steeled herself and stood amidst the gazes of the beast men. By the time she reached Ethan, Anna and Sophia had already arrived. Today, Sophia wore what appeared to be a strapless dress made from rabbit fur, pristine white, complemented by a matching skirt that accentuated her fair and flawless skin, making her look exquisite. In contrast to the other females, Sophia's figure was slim and well-maintained, drawing even Meeching's envy. The three females became the center of attention, with Sophia exuding a gentle smile, while Anna, adorned in leopard-patterned fur, cast a proud glance at Meeching, her eyes flickering with a hint of resentment. Among the trio, only Meeching felt uneasy, uncertain of Ethan's intentions. Once they were all in place, an elder beside Ethan handed him a stone jar and a fresh, green branch. Ethan dipped a branch into the water contained within the stone jar and then withdrew it. You three are the only mature females in the tribe this year, and I hope that you will be blessed by the beast god to bring forth new life for our community. After speaking, Ethan gently tapped the water-dipped branch on the heads of Sophia and the other two. It seemed to be some sort of ritual. Once completed, the other elders standing nearby mimicked Ethan's actions and offered their blessings. May you choose partners wisely and bear healthy offspring for the tribe. Following this, Sophia, Anna, and Meeching returned to their respective campfires, and the atmosphere of the festivities was elevated by this event. The eager males began approaching Sophia and Anna, bearing flowers they had gathered from their recent hunts in the forest. Only Meeching remained unaccompanied, which filled Anna with a sense of pride as she selected two robust males known for their hunting prowess from among the throng of suitors. Sophia also chose a tall, valiant male, all the while casting glances toward Eli, who was seated beside the tribe leader. Alas, it seemed that the affection was unreciprocated, for Eli did not acknowledge her, his gaze fixed instead on the more distant Meeching. Meeching was accompanied by Sebastian, whose imposing presence deterred any would-be suitors. Unbeknownst to Meeching, she joyfully played with Cohen, oblivious to the attention surrounding her. Taking advantage of the moment, Lena and two close female friends approached Meeching's campfire, with Eli trailing behind them. Upon seeing the four of them, Xiar stood to greet them, and as Meeching turned at Xiar's words, she was met with the kind gaze of a middle-aged female. Meeching quickly rose to her feet, greeting her warmly. Eli observed that Meeching appeared noticeably more spirited, standing beside his mother. Meeching, this is my mother, Eli introduced. Meeching nodded politely. She was indeed a beautiful female, which pleased Lena, who nodded in satisfaction before gesturing for them to sit. Let us sit and chat. I have a matter to discuss with you, Meeching. After they settled, Lena began speaking, and Meeching's gaze fell upon Lena's shoes, leading her to speculate about Lena's intentions. These are Anna and Ailey, my good sisters. They adore the shoes I'm wearing, but unfortunately, our sizes do not match. So Lena hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to ask Meeching for a favor. Anna, with her straightforward nature, interjected, Meeching, could you make us a pair of shoes as well? We would be willing to pay for them. Indeed, whatever you need, just say the word, Ailey chimed in, eager to support. Observing Lena's ease in walking around the tribe without discomfort made Anna envious. She was prepared to offer anything for that luxury, perhaps a manifestation of a woman's innate desire to acquire. Yes, indeed, Ailey echoed, not wanting to lag behind. Meeching, they truly love your shoes. Could you assist us? Lena encouraged, and Meeching smiled softly, realizing her scheme had succeeded. After listening to the three females, Meeching shared her thoughts. Lena, Anna, and Ailey were overjoyed to learn that Meeching had many shoes at home to offer them. That's wonderful, Anna exclaimed, eager to select her shoes immediately, although she recognized that it wasn't the right moment. Meeching, noting Anna's impatience, reassured her, tomorrow, you may come to my home and choose the shoes you like. All right, but what should we offer as payment for the shoes? Ailey, ever the pragmatist, inquired about the exchange. Her question struck at the heart of the matter, prompting Meeching to ponder. One pair of shoes requires one rabbit pelt. Summer shoes might be slightly less. How does 2 rabbits for a pair sound? That shouldn't be too much. Ailey and Anna considered Meeching's proposal and deemed it reasonable. Thus, the arrangement was made. And early the following day, Anna and Ailey arrived at Meeching's home, each accompanied by a partner. They arrived just after Meeching had finished her meal. Each male bore 2 freshly caught rabbits, indicative of recent hunts. Meeching, who enjoyed sleeping in, had risen later than usual after attending the festivities the previous evening. Upon seeing Anna and Ailey enter, she requested they wait a moment before retreating to her bedroom. Meeching emerged carrying all her shoes, laying them out on the stone table. Take a look and see if any catch your fancy. Anna and Ailey smiled as they perused the array of shoes. Eventually, each selecting a pair they adored, several females donned the shoes and walked around the tribe. Effective word-of-mouth advertising ensued, leading to females arriving with their partners, eager to exchange for shoes. Even Anna, known for her conflicts with Meeching, instructed her new partner to visit Meeching for shoes. One day, having just fed her chickens and rabbits outside, Meeching noticed a sturdy male approaching with 2 rabbits in hand. Today, it was Sebastian's turn to hunt. Leaving Xiar at home, as Xiar watered the vegetable patch, he sensed the presence of a male and looked up to see Bassa approaching. Recognizing his intent to exchange shoes, Xiar exited the garden to greet him. "Bassa, you've come." "Yes, I've come to exchange for a pair of shoes, if that is all right." Bassa's voice trembled slightly, his handsome features betraying a hint of anxiety. "Of course," Xiar replied with a gentle smile, puzzled by Bassa's apprehension. As Bassa spoke, Meeching scrutinized him, feeling a vague familiarity. It was as if she had encountered him before, yet she rarely ventured into the tribe. How could she recognize him? "Allow me to show you to the shoes," Xiar said, taking the shoes and leading Bassa to the small cabin where they could select. Many had come to exchange shoes lately, prompting Meeching to tidy up the cabin, ensuring all the shoes were neatly displayed for selection. Once Bassa had chosen his shoes, he did not linger, turning to leave. Meeching even noticed him exhaling a sigh of relief as his tense demeanor visibly relaxed. Inwardly perplexed, Meeching wondered why he seemed so intimidated. Her shoes were of high quality and fairly priced. What could possibly invoke such fear? She stared absently at Bassa's retreating figure until Xiar's voice broke her reverie. "Meeching, what is on your mind?" Xiar inquired. Meeching shook her head and turned to face him. "Xiar, why did Bassa appear so frightened? We're not running a scam here." Xiar ruffled her hair affectionately, his soothing voice chiming. "Perhaps it has something to do with Anna." "Anna? What does she have to do with this?" Upon hearing Anna's name, Meeching felt a wave of disgust, recalling the last incident where Anna had schemed against her. Yet, Meeching sensed that the situation was more intricate than it appeared. In this beastly world, males cherished and pampered females. It seemed implausible that one would wish to harm her over something so trivial. Moreover, even Anthony, the former deputy chief, had remained silent on the matter. Meeching believed Harry's insistence that he was responsible was merely a cover to protect a particular female. However, aside from her conflict with Anna, she had not crossed paths with any other female. Bassa partnered with Anna 15 days ago, Xiar revealed, noticing Meeching's continued confusion. He was here to exchange shoes for Anna. The thought of her carefully crafted shoes being worn by Anna ignited a spark of indignation within Meeching. Sensing Meeching's displeasure, Xiar suggested, "If you truly dislike it, we need not offer shoes to Bassa if he comes again. Don't let it bother you. It's not worth it. Of course we'll exchange with him. But next time, we should charge her more for her prey. That if she desires something, it should be a premium. Why not profit more if the opportunity arises? As long as Anna has her sights set on something, she will demand an exorbitant price. After all, it belongs to her, and her word is law. Love it or leave it." However, given Anna's proud and image-conscious nature, even if she were dissatisfied, she would undoubtedly still claim it, regardless of its worth. "What on earth is going on in that little head of yours?" Upon hearing Meeching's words, Xiar couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Bassa. It seemed that he would have to work harder in the future. Noticing Meeching's mood brightening, Xiar brought up another matter to Meching. "The shoes in the cabin are running low. Do you think we should make some more?" During the winter, Meeching had crafted around 30 pairs of shoes, distributing a few, and now they were nearly all gone. There were only about 20 to 30 females in the tribe, while the males were abundant. However, it didn't require shoes, so Meeching had no plans to make any for them. Now that the shoes were almost sold out, nearly all the females in the tribe had their own. They rarely left the tribe, so the wear on their shoes was minimal. It would likely be some time before they needed replacements. Meeching contemplated producing fewer shoes and then devising another method for exchanging for prey. "Tomorrow when I go hunting, I'll bring back some tender vines for you. What do you think?" "No need. There won't be any females needing them for a while. Let's take a break. Eating rabbit every day is getting tiresome." Meeching now hoped that her rice and wheat seedlings would mature quickly. The last time they had returned from the forest, they had brought back wheat sprouts. Just thinking about how the mature wheat could be ground in a fine flour made Meeching's mouth water. It had been so long since she had eaten, be it rice or flour. She missed it dearly. Meeching was called for lunch by Xiar, who had prepared the meal, as she reluctantly turned away from the vegetable patch. That day, after Meeching and Sebastian returned from hunting in the forest, they saw Bassa distributing a vibrant fruit to every male on their way back to the tribe. This action left Meeching somewhat puzzled, prompting her to ask Xiar, "What is Bassa doing?" Xiar, noticing Bassa's actions, let his usually gentle demeanor dim slightly, but he patiently answered Meeching's inquiry. When a female in the tribe is expecting, her mate will distribute fruit to celebrate. It's a tribal custom. Bassa is Anna's mate, which means Anna is pregnant. Meeching marveled inwardly at how quickly they had managed to conceive. It had only been about half a month since they had paired up. Truly impressive. Today, Bassa's face was glowing with joy, standing tall and straight. Upon seeing Xiar and Meeching return, he warmly greeted them. "That's Xiar. Meeching, you're back." Despite having some past grievances with Anna, Meeching smiled politely, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Bassa handed the cheerful, red fruit to Meeching and the small Cohen. "This is the celebratory fruit. Please enjoy." "Congratulations." Xiar patted Bassa on the shoulder, offering his congratulations, which made Bassa's smile even brighter. The large male wore a goofy grin. Radiating happiness, he felt incredibly fortunate. It was no easy feat for a female to conceive, and having a female bear a child within a year was already commendable. Now, having only recently paired with Anna, he felt lucky that she was expecting so soon. "Thank you. Soon you and Meeching will have your own little beast folk." Bassa graciously accepted the compliment, offering his heartfelt wishes. However, upon hearing his words, Xiar could only manage an awkward smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Bassa, Xiar and the others headed home. Along the way, the adults remained silent, with Meeching clutching the celebratory fruit tightly, lost in thought. Only Cohen, peeling the fruit, remarked, "Sister Meeching, this celebratory fruit is so sweet and delicious. When you have a baby, I want to eat celebratory fruit too." The atmosphere, already somewhat chilly, grew even more so with Cohen's words that I really hope Sister Meeching gives birth to little brothers and sisters soon so I can play with them. Sebastian's expression grew increasingly grim with each of Cohen's remarks. He pressed his lips together and muttered, "I'm going home," striding away without waiting for Meeching to respond. Cohen blinked, his excited expression fading. "Did I say something wrong, Sister Meeching? Why does he always seem so easily upset?" Meeching sighed, gently ruffling Cohen's small head. "It's not your fault. It's because of her. She doesn't want to have children too soon. Right now, Sebastian is affected by Anna's pregnancy, and Cohen's words have exacerbated his feelings." That evening, the atmosphere at home was tense, even during the usually lively dinner time, where no one spoke. Cohen, biting his chopsticks, discreetly observed his older siblings, wisely keeping his silence. Later that night, after bathing, Meeching anxiously awaited Sebastian's return in their bedroom. Hoping to talk to him, to her surprise, it was Xiar who entered, stretching her neck to peek behind him. She felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing Sebastian was not there. Xiar noticed the change in Meeching's expression and informed her that Sebastian had gone upstairs, likely to sleep. "Should I go fetch him?" Meeching pondered for a moment, deciding it might be better to let the two have some space. "No, it's late. You should rest early. You have hunting tomorrow, so come to bed." Xiar nodded and moved to his own grass mat to prepare for sleep. Meeching then suggested, "Since Sebastian isn't here, Xiar, why don't you sleep with me?" Although it was spring, the nights were still a bit chilly, and Meeching, being so sensitive to cold, was covered with a beast skin blanket. Sleeping in Sebastian's warm embrace was comforting, as his chest felt like a furnace. Thus, it was usually Sebastian who held Meeching while they slept, leaving Xiar to rest alone in the corner. Meeching felt this was somewhat unfair to Xiar, so she wished to make amends. Upon hearing Meeching's words, Xiar froze momentarily, his heart racing with excitement. After regaining his composure, he nervously approached Meeching's mat and lay down beside her. Meeching chuckled inwardly at Xiar's demeanor, thinking to herself, "This silly boy," before pulling the blanket closer and snuggling into his embrace. Yes, the light in the bedroom dimmed. The little black cat, who had been out all day, returned at some point and settled into its cozy spot, closing its eyes to doze off. The next morning, when Meeching awoke, she felt something rigid pressing against her stomach. Not fully alert, her mind quickly came to attention. She opened her eyes to see Xiar. Smiling softly, still lost in his dreams. Not wanting to disturb him, Meeching gently shifted her body to extricate herself from his embrace. Xiar's ears, remarkably sensitive, quickly caught onto Meeching's movements. He opened his eyes, and upon seeing him, Meeching was startled, colliding with his sensitive area. They exchanged flustered glances, both blushing deeply. Xiar hurriedly released Meeching and got out of bed. Lying there, Meeching's gaze fell upon Xiar, her face reddening further as she pulled the blanket over her head. Xiar stammered, eager to explain, but struggling to suppress his emotions. However, the air was thick with a tantalizing scent that rendered him unable to control himself. Beneath the blanket, Meeching took deep breaths to calm her racing heart. Then she noticed something unusual. There was a sticky sensation below, and with a heaviness in her lower abdomen, she realized her period had arrived. At that moment, Xiar, dressed in a bee skin skirt, stood by the bed. His expression tense as he looked at the blanket-covered Meeching. "Little me, you're in heat," that a deep voice echoed from the doorway. Meeching recognized it as Sebastian's, seeing Xiar's embarrassed expression and glancing quickly at his lower half. Sebastian quickly grasped the situation. "You go cook. I'll take care of this." Xiar cast a glance at Meeching, who was wrapped in her blanket, before turning to Sebastian and stepping outside to prepare breakfast. Due to Meeching's menstrual cycle, Sebastian and Xiar refrained from residing with her, as females in heat naturally emanate a scent that attracts males. Upon catching a whiff, both Sebastian and Xiar found it increasingly difficult to restrain themselves. Even little Cohen had been avoiding Meeching these past 3 days. Whenever he drew near, an overwhelming surge of blood would rush to his head, igniting a primal urge to break free from restraint. When unable to control himself, Cohen would transform into a lithe black panther, only to be escorted outside by either Xiar or Sebastian to regain his composure, should a male pass by the entrance. They would witness a sleek, ebony panther, agile and approximately a meter in height, bounding about while emitting sounds that were a curious blend of anguish and ecstasy. Meeching listened to Cohen's cries outside, feeling a sense of exasperation. How could her menstrual cycle render her a figure of danger, causing others to keep their distance? Thankfully, little Hay was there to keep her company. With a sigh, Meeching reached down to stroke the small black creature nestled in her embrace. Observing Meeching's despondent demeanor, Xiar chuckled softly, shaking his head before offering a gentle smile, and saying, "Cohen is nearing maturity, making him particularly sensitive to the scent of females during this time. Once this phase passes, things will return to normal." Meeching felt somewhat relieved by Xiar's words. She had not anticipated that Cohen, who stood only about a meter tall, would possess the physique of an adult panther. It was truly unexpected to see such a robust form. Though Cohen maintained a childlike and endearing appearance in his human form, complete with ears and tail that couldn't be tucked away, his beastly form was strikingly powerful. In his human guise, Cohen appeared to be no older than 8 or 9. The thought of him maturing so soon seemed premature for a little beast man. The image of Cohen, in the not-so-distant future, seeking mates like the adult males of the tribe, sent shivers down Meeching's spine. "Xiar, do little beastmen mature this early?" Meeching pondered, linking her thoughts of Cohen to her future children, her heart weighed down with concern. Females are born in human form, thus only reaching maturity upon their first heat, while males are born in beast form, with varying maturation periods depending on their species. Noticing Meeching's puzzled expression, Xiar drew a comparison with Cohen, explaining that male panthers typically require around 3 years in beast form to transition into human form, followed by an additional 3 years to fully master the transformation between forms and achieve independence in hunting, marking their coming of age. Meeching nodded in understanding. It became clear to her that there was indeed a distinction between the maturation of males and females, with the latter being born as humans, making it safer to bear daughters. In her heart, Meeching contemplated whether she should consider having children sooner, especially since she had decided to remain here and had chosen Sebastian and Xiar as her partners, leaving her without worries. Yet, the question of whose child to bear first loomed over her. She was well aware of Sebastian's temperament. Should he be dissatisfied, his frigid demeanor would be a sight to behold for quite some time. In contrast, Xiar, with his meticulous nature and gentle disposition, would likely harbor unspoken thoughts. Meeching feared that Xiar might overthink the situation. This decision was proving to be quite challenging, and Meeching found herself torn in thought. As she absent-mindedly stroked little Hay, she pondered the dilemma, seeking a resolution. Her fingers caressed the soft, warm belly of the small creature nestled in her arms. Lost in contemplation, Meeching failed to notice as little Hay, whose eyes had been half closed, gradually opened them, revealing a mesmerizing mix of red and green, imbued with a dreamy expression. Little Hay stretched out comfortably, exposing his belly to Meeching's hands, allowing her to knead it more effectively. Purring contentedly, little Hay seemed to revel in the attention, nudging Meeching's arm with his paws, urging her to continue. Meanwhile, Xiar was outside watering the vegetable patch. If you're to catch sight of little Hay in such a state of bliss, he would undoubtedly frown and toss him aside. Just as Meeching was grappling with her thoughts, a warm liquid unexpectedly splashed onto her hand. Reflexively retracting her hand, she glanced down to find a white substance trickling down her fingers. Was this little Hay's urine? Staring incredulously at her hand, she then shifted her gaze to the liquid on little Hay's belly, and to her astonishment, she realized what she was witnessing. Little Hay had sprouted a small appendage. He was in heat. Meeching stood there, dumbfounded, as she felt the viscous liquid trickle down to her fingertips. Shocked, she realized that little Hay had achieved self-gratification with her assistance. What kind of world was this, where even a cat exhibited such behavior? In a flurry, she cast little Hay, who was now looking back at her with wide eyes, onto the ground and fled from the stone house towards the nearby waterhole. Left behind, little Hay's once bright eyes dimmed upon witnessing Meeching's reaction, and he lethargically leaped out the door, darting towards the mountains behind the stone house. Xiar, busy filling a container with water to tend to the garden, watched in bewilderment as Meeching rushed past him. Kneeling by the waterhole, she scrubbed vigorously at her hands to cleanse the remnants of the liquid that had splattered on her skin, rubbing until her knuckles turned red. Seeing her in such a state, Xiar felt a pang of concern. What has happened to Meeching? He wondered as he began to voice his thoughts about little Hay. Meeching swiftly swallowed her words, feeling too embarrassed to disclose such a mortifying incident. What about little Hay? What did he do? She questioned, trying to divert the conversation. Oh, it's nothing. Have you finished watering the vegetable patch? Meeching shook the water off her hands and leaned closer to Xiar, sniffing for any lingering scent. Finding none, she still felt a sense of discomfort. Noticing her actions, Xiar's nose twitched as he caught a faint hint of male scent. Little Hay's. However, since Meeching had washed her hands multiple times, the odor had dissipated, and Xiar remained oblivious to any irregularities. Meeching, too, refrained from mentioning the incident further, and it faded into obscurity. After 3 long days, her menstrual cycle finally came to an end, and Meeching's mood brightened significantly. With the nuisance gone, she felt a newfound sense of comfort. In fact, she was in such high spirits that she joined Xiar and Sebastian for a hunting trip in the forest that very morning. The weather had warmed, and the young greens were beginning to seed. The remaining crops in the forest, including wheat and rice, were also thriving. As dusk approached, the group returned to the tribe, the sun still lingering in the sky. The males, each carrying their respective catches, made their way back from the outskirts of the settlement, while some females roamed about, eagerly awaiting the return of their partners. Thanks to Meeching's handmade shoes, the females were now free to move about the tribe with ease. Upon their return, Meeching and her companion spotted Anna, standing by the roadside, clad in the animal skin shoes obtained in exchange for 2 rabbits, chatting with a few familiar females. Among them, Meeching recognized a trio that had once troubled Anna. "Ellen, look, it's Meeching and Xiar," exclaimed one of the females, nudging her companion, a hefty figure with dark skin, her belly nearly spilling over her animal skin top. Helen was notorious for her love of food, having been spoiled by her family due to her gender, always receiving whatever she desired without fear of hunger, which explained her current appearance. As Helen gazed at Meeching and Xiar, she spotted Sebastian approaching, carrying 2 wild bulls and a tender lamb on his shoulders. "What a delightful spring lamb!" Helen exclaimed, her eyes widening in excitement as she fixated on the little creature. Helen, could you possibly refrain from being so gluttonous? Katrina felt utterly embarrassed upon witnessing Helen's gluttonous demeanor, as if she were on the verge of drooling. Meanwhile, Anna, engrossed in conversation with Clea, turned her gaze toward Helen and Katrina after catching snippets of their dialogue. What are you discussing? Helen swallowed hard, and Katrina gestured subtly toward Anna. As Anna looked over, she caught sight of Meeching, her face alight with joy, conversing with Cohen. Meeching's exuberance radiated like sunlight, cutting through Anna's heart like a knife, stirring memories of her past humiliations. Throughout the winter, she had been confined to her home, her father's demeanor towards her having soured significantly. Had it not been for her fortuitous mating near winter's end, the clan leader and several elders would likely have continued to impose punishment upon her. Now, she stood proudly, expecting a child, reveling in the opportunity to flaunt her fortune among her sisters. Contemplating this, Anna felt a sense of indignation. Straightening her still flat abdomen, she marched toward Meeching with an air of defiance. Her bold approach caught the attention of several nearby females, who exchanged glances before deciding to follow Anna. Who do we have here? It's Meeching, Anna proclaimed, her chin held high as she obstructed Meeching's path. Sebastian furrowed his brow slightly at the sight of Anna. He held a strong aversion toward her. Anna, what are you up to now? Charles inquired, anxiety etched across his face as he shielded Meeching behind him. His gaze fixed on Anna with an intimidating intensity. Startled by his demeanor, Anna noted the drastic change in Charles. Once gentle and mild, he now exuded a fierceness that was almost foreign. Was this truly the same Charles she once knew? Her heart raced as she assessed him. At the same time, Meeching scrutinized Anna. After a long absence, perhaps due to her pregnancy, Anna appeared somewhat more voluptuous. Her already commendable curves were now even more pronounced. The small leather chest wrap she wore could scarcely contain her allure. Young Cohen, oblivious to the history between Anna and Meeching, regarded Anna with curiosity, finding her rather attractive. What? Unable to bear your own. And now you wish to adopt a stray leopard cub as your son? Anna taunted. Meeching had long informed the clan leader about her decision to adopt the leopard cub, and it was well known that Cohen often accompanied Charles and Sebastian during hunts. As Anna reached out to stroke Cohen's fluffy head, Meeching quickly pulled the innocent cub closer to her toe. So you've grown fond of your adopted son, and now wish to keep him at bay? Anna remarked, her tone laced with hurt. Anna, mind your words, Meeching retorted, her brows knitting together at Anna's incessant references to son. Was she mocking her inability to conceive? Did Anna believe that merely because she bore offspring, she was superior to others? Surprisingly, Anna remained unfazed by Meeching's comments. She shifted her attention to Charles, her fingers lightly tracing his smooth chest as she spoke in a feigned gentle tone. Charles, had you successfully partnered with me back then, the child of my womb would be yours. Unlike Meeching, who has yet to show any signs of life, her frail form suggests she may not be capable of bearing children. With each word, Anna's confidence swelled, and, as she noted the shift in Meeching's expression, her satisfaction grew even more pronounced. Charles's demeanor darkened, and he abruptly dropped the prey he had been carrying, seizing Anna's slender wrist with a fierce grip. Do not speak ill of Meeching, he warned. Anna, who once schemed to poison Meeching, now sought to tarnish her reputation further. He was no longer the timid Charles of old. He would not permit Anna to utter another disparaging remark about Meeching, even if it meant confronting Bassa. That hurts, Anna exclaimed, grimacing as Charles tightened his grip. I could see that moment. Bassa returned, burdened with game, and upon hearing Anna's cries, rushed over. Seeing Anna's wrist held captive by Charles, he wasted no time in charging at him. Releasing the prey he carried and clamping his hands around Charles's waist, forcibly pulling him away. Charles relinquished his grip, recognizing Bassa as the source of his restraint, and did not resist. Once freed, Anna immediately called out to Bassa. They wish to harm our child. Bassa, already brimming with fury, became even more enraged at Anna's claim. Breathing heavily, his muscles trembled with rage. The grip he had on Charles tightened further, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. Meeching, observing anxiously, worried for Sebastian and Charles, urged, "You must assist him." Sebastian, however, merely observed the standoff between Charles and Bassa, displaying no intention to intervene. Having consumed his dragon blood, Charles possessed sufficient strength to contend with a tiger tribe male. Although his abilities had yet to manifest fully, this could be an opportune moment. "Charles, be careful. Don't get hurt," Meeching exclaimed as Charles struggled to free himself from Bassa's iron grip. "Show Charles what you're made of." "Bassa," Anna proclaimed, reveling in the escalating conflict. Meeching, already worried for Charles, was further incensed by Anna's brashness. With her striking dark eyes fixed intently on Anna, she warned, "Do not overstep your bounds, Anna." Anna, intimidated by the chill in Meeching's gaze, stammered, "I don't know what you're talking about." Suppressing her trembling, she redirected her focus to the confrontation between Charles and Bassa, silently hoping Bassa would deliver a well-deserved lesson to Charles. Charles, with both hands now free, grasped Bassa's sturdy shoulders, the latter's muscles rigid and unyielding. "Bassa, you misunderstand. I have no intention of harming Anna," Charles attempted to clarify, his grip loosening as he sought to reason with Bassa. Yet Bassa was undeterred, using his strength to lift Charles off the ground before forcefully tossing him into the air. "Charles," Meeching gasped, horrified at the sight of him soaring upwards. Below, Bassa transformed into a massive tiger. His fierce gaze locked onto Charles as he prepared to pounce, ready to rend him apart. However, Charles remained calm, adjusting the air currents around him as he transformed into a brilliant red fox just before landing. Executing a graceful roll to steady himself on the ground. Seeing Charles safely alight, Bassa lunged at him with ferocious intent, his sharp fangs bared in a menacing display. Meeching had never before witnessed such savagery from a tiger and felt her heart race with concern for Charles. The tiger was the king of the jungle, and no matter how agile or cunning a fox might be, it stood little chance against a tiger. Charles was undoubtedly in peril. "Sebastian, please help Charles," Meeching implored, her eyes filled with desperation. On the verge of tears, Sebastian, observing Meeching's distress, felt a twinge of jealousy. The rivalry between males was not to be interfered with. It would be a disgrace. Meeching, unaware of this unspoken rule, was taken aback by the realization. Meanwhile, Anna, witnessing Sebastian's stance and Meeching's disappointment, raised her eyebrows and declared with pride, "Sebastian is right. No other male should intervene. However, if you plead with me, I could persuade Bassa to relent, thus sparing your precious Charles from harm." Meeching stared at Anna in disbelief, astonished that she would seek to embarrass her at such a critical moment. Not receiving a response, Anna continued, "You'd best hurry. Otherwise, Charles's life may be at stake. The struggle between two males is a matter of life and death. So, for Charles's sake, what will you do?" Confident in Bassa's impending victory, Anna spoke with unwavering certainty. In her heart, Meeching was deeply concerned for Xiar. She pondered if perhaps lowering her head could spare him from injury. Anna observed Meeching's expression with seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, Meeching lifted her head, ready to speak, only to witness Xiar, in his fox form, pinning a tiger, twice his size, down to the ground, his sharp jaws clamped around the tiger's neck. At this sight, the anxiety that had gripped Meeching finally dissipated, a hint of joy gracing her face. However, upon seeing the smile on Meeching's visage, Anna felt a sense of foreboding and quickly turned, only to behold a scene that was almost unbelievable. Her partner was being restrained by Xiar, who had even seized his throat. Startled, she screamed, causing the male and female onlookers around them to freeze in disbelief. Just when they expected Xiar to suffer a harsh reprimand from Bassa, he deftly evaded several of Bassa's aggressive attacks. Turning defense into offense, he lunged at Bassa, managing to overpower the robust tiger despite his diminutive size. "Xiar, what are you doing? Release Bassa!" Anna's shrill voice pierced Meeching's ears, prompting her to frown slightly. "Now it's your turn to worry about your partner. It is time you experience this feeling yourself. Xiar, let Bassa go at once, or I shall report you to the chieftain for bullying me." Meeching rolled her eyes at Anna's words, recognizing her as a typical hypocrite, allowing the powerful to act freely while chastising the weak. Just moments ago, she had declared that two males could fight without regard for life or death. Now, she acted as if everyone else were a fool. "Anna, you weren't saying that just a moment ago." The phrase about males fighting to the death Didn't I just hear you utter that not long ago? This time, it was Anna who fell silent, caught off guard, and a number of males who had heard her previous proclamation now murmured in the background. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Anna's cheeks flushed red with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Her round chest heaved with agitation, and Meeching watched, concerned that the frightened little rabbit might break free from her constraints. I don't care. You must make Xiar let go of Basa immediately, or I will go to the chieftain to accuse you of bullying me. Meeching found Anna's obstinate demeanor amusing, setting aside Anna's reputation in the tribe after the previous incident. The multitude of witnesses present rendered her attempts to twist the narrative futile. Seeing Meeching's unfazed expression, Anna's heart raced, her eyes darting about in search of a solution. Suddenly, she crouched down, cradling her stomach, and began to wail melodramatically. Oh no, my stomach hurts so much. Basa, pinned beneath Xiar, heard Anna's exclamation and struggled fiercely. Xiar had already begun to loosen his grip, allowing Basa to easily break free and transform into his human form. Rushing to Anna's side, upon seeing Basa approach, Anna immediately clutched his arm, exclaiming, Basa, my stomach hurts so badly. Meeching observed Anna's expression closely and noted that apart from panic and fear, there was no sign of actual pain. Having been steeped in courtly drama since childhood, Meeching could easily discern that Anna was merely putting on an ACT that moment. Xiar transformed back into his human form, donning the animal skin skirt he had shed during his transformation, and approached Meeching. The sky had begun to darken, and the males who had gone out hunting were returning one by one, and upon entering the tribe, they were greeted by the commotion. When Ethan and several males from his household returned home, they too witnessed the unfolding scene. Not Anna again, Ethan thought, already feeling a headache upon seeing her. He had hoped that her pregnancy would bring her some semblance of calm, yet here she was, causing a stir once more. Since he had seen it, he could not simply ignore it. What on earth has happened? Ethan's inquiry prompted the tribespeople to part, allowing the chieftain to approach and address the situation. With a serious expression, Ethan stepped forward, and upon hearing of the chieftain's arrival, Anna ceased her feigned agony, quickly adopting an expression of victimhood. The chieftain, Meeching, has been bullying me and Basa, taking advantage of her partner's presence. Anna exclaimed, her words tumbling out in a rush, fearing the chieftain might not believe her. She clutched her stomach again, crying, my stomach hurts so much. I wonder if my babies are all right. Ethan's brow furrowed at Anna's claim of pain, and he gestured for Boren, who stepped forward to examine her. Turning back to Meeching and Xiar, Ethan's demeanor softened. Anna's pregnant. You both need to be more tolerant, that if you can, bear with her. The well-being of her unborn child is paramount. In a tribe, females were of utmost importance, but the welfare of their offspring was equally critical. The number of young ones would herald the tribe's future, and if Anna were to give birth to a female, she would be even more precious. Meeching recognized the chieftain's intention to defuse the situation and prevent further conflict with Anna. But would that mean she should avoid Anna altogether in the future? Meeching found herself disagreeing with the chieftain's approach. Chieftain, your reasoning is flawed. You are aware of the history between Anna and me, that if she continues to act irrationally, should I simply retreat from public life? Caught off guard by Meeching's logic, the chieftain hesitated, at a loss for words. Just then, a deep voice emerged, belonging to the long-absent Eli. Meeching, I apologize. Please understand the difficulties my father faces, Eli said, his expression filled with remorse. He appeared somewhat gaunter and darker than before. As chieftain, my father must consider the tribe's future, so I ask you to endure a little longer. Since Xiar and Meeching had confirmed their partnership, Eli had refrained from visiting Meeching's home, feeling unable to intervene in their relationship. Xiar had treated him well, and he found it difficult to suppress his desire to see Meeching. Very well, Meeching replied, recognizing the sincerity in Eli's demeanor. Ethan sighed in relief at her acquiescence. It was best that Meeching was willing to let things go, as he did not wish to offend her due to Anna. Meeching was a clever female, and her partner, Sebastian, was a remarkable figure whose strength even Ethan could not fathom. With her presence, Ethan believed the tribe was destined for a prosperous future, a conviction he felt in his role as chieftain. Xiar, Meeching, you both should also make an effort to conceive soon. Ethan's statement trailed off, yet Meeching grasped his meaning as Sebastian's expression darkened, the atmosphere around them growing tense. Meanwhile, Boren had examined Anna and found no issues. He advised her to rest well before relaying the information to Ethan. Chieftain, Anna's condition is stable. She merely needs to take care of herself. Ethan nodded, relieved, and instructed Meeching and the others to return home. Considering the matter resolved in an effort to avoid Anna, Meeching limited her outings into the forest, returning only after dark to minimize encounters. This strategy delighted Anna immensely. One day, as Xiar carried 2 hunted animals, he re-entered the tribe only to find Anna and her friends joyfully chatting within. Xiar pursed his lips, silently attempting to pass by. However, as he brushed past Anna, he overheard her mocking words, in my opinion. If a female is unwilling to bear offspring with a male, it signifies her lack of affection for him. Anna spoke, her hand gently caressing her still flat abdomen, with a hint of a smirk. She gestured subtly towards Xiar, the implications unmistakable. Xiar understood that Anna's remarks were aimed at him, yet he felt a twinge of unease. Xiar, let us go. Meeching is waiting for us at home, called out Kun. Pulling Xiar from his reverie, he nodded, stepping in the direction of home. Upon arriving, Xiar sat in silence in the living room, while Sebastian took the hunted animals outside to prepare them. Noticing Xiar's unusual demeanor, Meeching inquired, Xiar, what troubles you? Xiar shook his head, indicating he was fine, wishing to spare Meeching from worry. However, Kun, unable to keep quiet, recounted their encounter with Anna. After dinner, Sebastian filled the bath with warm water, and Meeching headed to the bathing area. In the kitchen, Xiar was busily tidying up the dishes, while Kun, having indulged in a hearty meal, brandished a torch to check on the rabbits in the hutch outside. After the hutch had been refurbished, Meeching had placed the male and female rabbits together for breeding a few days ago. During feeding time, she noticed that several of the rabbits had swollen bellies, prompting her to separate the pregnant females from the males for proper care. Since that day, Kun had been entrusted with a significant responsibility. Each evening after dinner, he would check on the pregnant does and venture into the forest to gather more tender grass for their nourishment. Over the past few days, the number of pregnant does had steadily increased, much to Kun's delight, as he eagerly accompanied Xiar and Sebastian into the woods to collect more grass to feed the rabbits. Meeching had informed him that it wouldn't be long before soft little bunnies would be born in the stone house. Xiar was washing the dishes when Sebastian entered, leaning against the kitchen door, his deep, crystal-like blue eyes fixed intently on Xiar. Are you envious of me? Sebastian suddenly spoke, causing Xiar's hands to pause mid-wash. He anticipated such a remark from Sebastian, though it was undeniably true. I know, but how could I not envy you? Sebastian's tone carried a hint of helplessness. He too envied Xiar's ability to effortlessly evoke concern from Meeching, capturing her thoughts. He envied Xiar's prospect of fathering offspring, knowing that a mother's affection for her young was instinctual, and he feared that Meeching's fondness for the children would only deepen her affection for Xiar. If given the choice, he would gladly trade places with Xiar to escape the anxiety of procreation. He envisioned a blissful family with Meeching, vowing to protect her and their offspring with all his might. Tonight, I will take Kun upstairs to rest. A trace of melancholy lingered in Sebastian's azure eyes as he uttered this, and turned to leave the kitchen. Xiar calmly finished washing the last dish and stared at his still dripping hands, lost in thought. Meeching, having just finished her bath, emerged from the bedroom to dry her hair, puzzled by the sounds of footsteps ascending the stairs. Just then, someone snatched the animal hide from her hands, and instinctively she turned her head, only to find her shoulder pressed down. A gentle voice, as soothing as a spring breeze, wafted from behind her. Let me help. Xiar's fingers delicately brushed through Meeching's dark tresses, which had grown considerably during her nearly year-long stay in this world. Before long, Meeching's hair was dry, but noticing Sebastian had not returned, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Turning towards the doorway, she saw the living room was empty and asked, Xiar, has Sebastian gone out? Xiar shook his head. Sebastian is resting upstairs tonight. Upon hearing this, Meeching felt an inexplicable awkwardness envelop the atmosphere. Sebastian's retreat to the second floor hinted at something between Xiar and herself. Oh dear, why was her man being so accommodating? While another stepped aside, should she feel pleased by their camaraderie, or should she lament her own plight? Meeching's expression stiffened, a forced smile gracing her face as she nodded at Xiar. Then let us also retire early. Xiar remained still, quietly observing Meeching. Suddenly, he stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace, inhaling the fragrance that lingered in her hair. Meeching, let us have a child together. He did not yearn for her undivided love. Merely having a child would divert some of her attention to him. The child's father, Meeching's heart ached upon hearing his words, and resting her head against Xiar's broad shoulder, she softly uttered a single word. Okay. With Meeching's response, Xiar's anxious heart found a semblance of peace. Her willingness to bear him a child felt like a genuine affection that a flicker of joy ignited within him, his lips curling into a grateful smile. Thank you, Meeching. Meeching felt a pang of bitterness at Xiar's joyous words. Even now, she and T provided him with a sense of security. If a child could alleviate Xiar's insecurities, she was willing, gazing into Xiar's deep blue eyes. She reached out to caress his handsome face. Xiar, you are such a fool. How naive to think that a child could solidify his position in her heart. Rising onto her toes, she pressed her lips against his. Xiar bent slightly, his hand finding the back of Meeching's head, deepening the kiss. The temperature between them soared, swirling in a passionate dance. Xiar steadied Meeching by the waist, gently laying her on the grass mat. Her soft hair cascaded around them. Mesmerizing Xiar, he placed a tender kiss at the corner of her mouth before leaning down, and the two began to weave a beautiful melody together through the long, winding night. The sultry sighs of the female and the heavy breaths of the male echoed unabashedly from below, reaching the second floor. Nestled in his grass nest, Cone buried his face in the bedding, attempting to conceal his bashful countenance. Meanwhile, Sebastian's icy blue eyes radiated an air of cold aloofness, his presence gradually becoming suffocating to Xiar. As dawn approached, the sounds below finally subsided, and with bloodshot eyes, Sebastian slowly closed them. When Meeching awoke, Sebastian had already taken Cone outside to hunt, leaving only Xiar at home. As Meeching dressed and made her way to the door, she caught sight of Xiar, standing before the hutch, observing the rabbits within. Approaching him, she followed his gaze and noted that the number of does being raised separately had increased once more. Another doe is pregnant. Previously, one doe had given birth to 8 kids, 6 of which were females. Additionally, during a recent shoe exchange, they had received living rabbits, which they decided to keep. Now, it appeared that nearly 10 does were expecting, while a variety of rabbits, some black, some white, and others gray, were also present. Xiar pursed his lips, gazing thoughtfully at the rabbits at his feet, then bent down to examine them one by one. As he had suspected, the remaining ones were all males. Just moments earlier, while feeding, he had noticed several rabbits circling around one in particular, with 2 even engaging in a scuffle. Upon investigation, he discovered that the rabbit in question was a pregnant doe. Are these all males? Meeching's eyes widened in disbelief. These rascally males had not spared even a single doe, managing to impregnate them all. Indeed, males eat more. We should keep fewer males. This way, we can conserve grass and raise more does. What do you think, Meeching? Xiar now regarded Meeching's decision to raise rabbits as a clever strategy. Rabbits could give birth in 4 months, with a litter taking about a month to mature. Allowing for a continuous cycle, it wouldn't be long before they had an abundance of rabbits, representing a substantial yield. That you're right. Let us keep 3 robust males and cull the rest. Now that the rabbit population is stable, we can catch some roosters and hens to see if we can hatch chicks. If we succeed in hatching chicks, I feel like I'll be one step closer to a comfortable life. Seeing Xiar standing barefoot amid the hutch's filth, Meeching called him out. Yet, Xiar merely shook his head dismissively. The hutch hasn't been cleaned today. I'll tidy it up first and then wash my feet in the puddle. With that, he picked up a broom made of vines that Meeching had crafted and began to sweep away the droppings. They never allowed Meeching to handle the dirty work, touched by their thoughtfulness. Meeching turned back to the stone house, rummaging through the remaining vines. These vines were remarkably resilient and wouldn't dry out. They could be easily bent without breaking, so Meeching sat in the living room, contemplating her design. Soon, her fingers began to weave the grass shoes she remembered, ensuring that when Xiar and the others cleaned the hutch, they wouldn't have to worry about getting dirty. The males had walked barefoot on the ground since childhood, resulting in thick calluses on the soles of their feet over the years. Thus, Meeching's shoes were practical and straightforward, lacking the delicacy and softness of those made for females, by the time Xiar returned. Meeching had completed one shoe. Seeing her weaving, he assumed she intended to exchange it for food and remarked, "Meeching, are you planning to trade the shoe for food again? We don't have many vines left at home. I'll bring back some more tomorrow." The words of Xiar inspired Meeching. Why should they venture into the forest to capture rabbits and chickens when they could simply exchange shoes for live does and roosters? As for hens, that would suffice. Moreover, the number of rabbits at home was increasing, and Ken could scarcely gather enough wild grass to feed them all. They could also barter shoes or other items for wild grass, which many orcs would surely find appealing. It merely required a bit of effort, and with minimal exertion, one could obtain shoes. Who wouldn't be inclined to that? The more Meeching contemplated this scheme, the more feasible it appeared. They could trade stone pots, plates, bowls, backpacks, and grass mats for wild grass, items that other orcs in the tribe lack. As for shoes, she planned to weave some grass sandals. They would be cool and conserve animal skins, and they would be simpler to make. She could enlist Shirley's assistance, as even little Ken had previously learned to weave backpacks from him. Thus, from the following day onward, Meeching, Xiar, and Shirley diligently wove grass shoes at home. And time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed out on this day. While Shirley and Xiar were engrossed in weaving grass shoes, Shirley couldn't help but recount her encounter with Anna. "I ran into Anna today," she said, her demeanor cloaked in mystery as though she had unearthed a secret. "Anna? Is she once again parading her pregnancy throughout the tribe?" Upon hearing Anna's name, Meeching envisioned Anna, her barely noticeable belly protruding, acting as if she were the most significant figure in the tribe. Shirley's eyes widened at Meeching's words. "How do you know?" Meeching offered a resigned smile. How could she not know? With Anna's personality, her pregnancy would be common knowledge among the entire tribe. Anyone unaware would assume she was carrying a golden egg, basking in her own glory. "I just know," Shirley replied, sensing Meeching's lack of interest in elaborating. "But I doubt she can bask in that pride for long." This thought. Shirley's spirits lifted, feeling a sense of vindication. Meeching, puzzled by Shirley's insinuation, asked, "Are you suggesting that even the heavens cannot bear to see Anna so smug?" Wishing for her to miscarry, she shook her head internally. Although Anna was insufferable, the baby was innocent, and such wicked thoughts were unjustifiable. "You might not be aware, but when I saw Anna today, her belly had grown considerably." Shirley leaned in closer, whispering in Meeching's ear, leaving her even more bewildered. What significance did it hold that Anna's belly was gradually enlarging? This was entirely normal. Did orcs not experience growth in their bellies during pregnancy? That notion seemed flawed. Even rabbits exhibited a growing belly during gestation. Seeing Meeching's confusion, Shirley decided to forego subtlety and directly dispel the ambiguity. "Haven't you grasped it yet? She is only a month pregnant, and her belly is already noticeable. This indicates she is not carrying female offspring. While offspring were precious, females were particularly valued. Should a female give birth to a daughter, the tribe would provide her with food for the year." Meeching felt a pang of disbelief. Such substantial benefits merely for having a child. However, the blatant preference for females was troubling. Were they not concerned that male offspring might bear the weight of such bias from a young age? She wondered if Xiar and Sebastian shared this inclination towards valuing female children. Perhaps she could ask them when time allowed. "Meeching, I wish to stay for dinner at your home tonight. Your stir-fried pork belly was simply divine," Shirley declared, her face alight with nostalgia for the dish. She had even requested ISO and the others to catch a wild boar for Meeching to prepare. "Very well, you glutton," Meeching teased, playfully pinching Shirley's nose. Ever since Shirley had tasted her cooking, she frequently visited, clamoring for more. Meeching mused that whether she dined alone or with company mattered little, so she agreed to prepare dinner together. Yet, after half a month of shared meals, Shirley remained as slender as ever, while Meeching felt she had gained weight, particularly around her waist. Fortunately, her arms had not broadened, which was a small consolation. At dinner time, Xiar and the others returned from their hunt. And indeed, ISO had captured a plump wild boar. Meeching instructed ISO to carve off the pork belly and ribs, saving the lean meat to roast for the males. The marbled pork belly was sliced into evenly thick pieces and laid out on a stone plate. As Meeching gazed at the glistening fat, a wave of discomfort washed over her. The feeling was fleeting, and she quickly dismissed it. She scooped some rendered pig fat from the stone pot and poured it into the heated cauldron. As she prepared to transfer the pork belly from the stone plate into the pot, she noticed Shirley standing nearby, her wide eyes fixated on the bubbling cauldron. Meeching hastily pulled Shirley behind her. "Be cautious. Don't let the hot oil splatter on you. I want to take responsibility for any burns." Shirley retreated slightly, sticking out her tongue. "That I know. Meeching shot her a sidelong glance, but chose to ignore her further. The oil was hot, and she carefully eased the pork belly into the cauldron, causing a cloud of white smoke to rise, accompanied by sizzling sounds. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, and Shirley, peeking from behind Meeching, inhaled deeply. "Tea smells so good." As the pork belly sizzled, its fragrance became more pronounced. Yet for reasons unknown, Meeching felt another wave of nausea wash over her. She took a deep breath, striving to quell the rising queasiness. But in the next moment, she abruptly dropped the spoon and rushed outside. The spoon, now uncontrolled, fell into the cauldron, splattering scorching oil onto Shirley's smooth arm, causing the skin to redden and swell almost immediately. All of this transpired in an instant, and Shirley gasped in pain. Xiar and the others turned their attention at the sound, with ISO hurrying to Shirley's side. "Shirley, what happened?" he asked, concern etched on his face as he stood beside her. Shirley pressed her hand against her right arm, and when ISO pulled it down, he saw a large blister forming on her fair skin. Surrounded by redness, he bit his lip, eyes filled with sympathy. "It's nothing. I just got a little burned by hot oil." "Shirley, quick! Rinse it with cool water to ease the pain." To make a tea that moment, Xiar approached with a basin of cold water. Shirley nodded, but recalled Meeching's earlier panic. Urging Xiar, Meeching rushed out in a fluster. "I don't know what's wrong. You should check on her." While Shirley spoke, the frying pan began to emit black smoke. Xiar hurriedly extinguished the flames and removed the charred meat from the pot. But by the time he did so, Sebastian had already vanished from the scene. Outside the stone house, Meeching leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, bent over and retching, though due to an empty stomach. She could only expel a bit of bile. Sebastian approached her gently, patting her back with a tone of urgency. "Xiaomi, what's wrong? Are you ill? I'll fetch a healer." He started to dash towards the tribe. But Meeching quickly grasped his arm, halting his departure. Taking a deep breath, Meeching finally spoke. "I'm fine. Sebastian, I know my own body. I'm not sick." She began to piece together her condition. Her period had been due a couple of days ago, but hadn't arrived. Meeching suspected she might be pregnant, as she had only been with Xiar these past months. But was it normal to experience morning sickness so soon? Upon realizing that Meeching was not unwell, Sebastian felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression softening. Shortly thereafter, Xiar emerged, and upon seeing Meeching standing there unharmed, his worry lessened, though he still felt concerned. "Meeching, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing the deep concern in Xiar's eyes, coupled with Sebastian's earlier relief, Meeching felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Experiencing merely a slight discomfort was enough to elicit exaggerated reactions from her two companions, who were truly remarkable in their concern. Meeching refrained from voicing her suspicions. She deemed it prudent to first inquire of Shirley before disclosing anything to Xiar, lest an unfortunate misunderstanding arise and lead to embarrassment. "I am fine. The pork belly I had earlier was just a bit too fatty, which made me feel a touch nauseous. I'm much better now. Let us return for dinner," Meeching said with a smile, pulling one of her companions along as they cheerfully made their way back to the stone house. Given the recent events, Xiar was uneasy about allowing Meeching to cook, opting instead to let her and Shirley rest in the living room while he and several other males took to the kitchen, including little Cohen, who had also been ushered out. Seated in the living room, Meeching glanced towards the kitchen, noticing that the busy males were oblivious to her presence. Lowering her voice, she leaned in to whisper her curiosity in Shirley's ear. "Shirley, how long is the gestation period for kits in the Fox tribe?" Misinterpreting Meeching's inquiry as a desire for motherhood, Shirley promptly elucidated. "It depends on whether they are female or male. for females. Like other species, the gestation lasts around 10 months, but for males, it is quite different, lasting roughly 50 days. 50 days. Is that not rather short? What about Anna? Meeching, unfamiliar with the gestation cycles of animals, was taken aback. Feeling unprepared for such brevity, Anna is expecting kits from the tiger tribe, which takes longer, about 100 days. 100 days is merely 3 months. That hardly seems long. Meeching mused, still puzzled. Observing Meeching's continued confusion, Shirley elaborated, for bears, the gestation period is somewhat longer, extending over 200 days. Meeching calculated silently. She must have been pregnant for about 2 weeks, meaning in roughly 35 days, her kids would arrive. Meeching, what troubles you? Shirley called, noticing Meeching lost in thought. Snapping back to reality, Meeching pondered her most pressing question. Do females experience morning sickness during pregnancy? This time, it was Shirley who looked bewildered. What is morning sickness? It is when one feels nauseous and vomits, often triggered by the smell of meat. Meeching explained. Shirley nodded, indicating her understanding. I have never heard of such a thing. Meeching, were you unwell earlier? The innocent Shirley, unaware of the true nature of Meeching's condition, tilted her head in curiosity. Meeching chose not to respond to Shirley's question, instead biting her lip in contemplation, given the short gestation period for foxes. It was reasonable for her to experience nausea now. Perhaps she was mistaken for a human, while the other females, being beastmen, did not share this affliction. As Shirley mulled over Meeching's earlier remarks, realization dawned upon her. In her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Meeching, you cannot possibly be expecting, can you? Little Cohen, who had been eavesdropping, perked up at Shirley's exclamation. Sister Meeching is having a baby. Does that mean I can soon play with her little one? With uncontainable excitement, Cohen leaped up, exclaiming, Sister Meeching is having a baby. This is wonderful. Cohen's exuberance startled Meeching, as she had yet to devise a way to inform Xiar and the others, and now, Cohen's outburst had revealed her secret. Cohen, keep your voice down. Meeching gestured for silence, and Cohen nodded in understanding. Just as she believed Xiar and the others had not overheard, a sound akin to a stone cracking broke the silence. In an instant, a red figure darted from the kitchen, appearing beside Meeching in the blink of an eye. Staring at Xiar, who had materialized beside her, Meeching was momentarily dazed. Xiar grasped Meeching's arm, his face a mixture of tension and anticipation. His voice trembling slightly. Meeching, is what Cohen said true? The hope and joy shining in Xiar's azure eyes captivated Meeching, prompting her to nod instinctively. Almost immediately, she found herself enveloped in Xiar's embrace, his hurried breaths warm against her neck. Meeching, thank you, he murmured, overwhelmed with gratitude. They were finally to have a child, bringing him a sense of belonging he had long yearned for. After a brief moment, Xiar reluctantly released her, and only then did Meeching notice that the males from the kitchen had emerged. Even Sebastian, who typically shunned gatherings, stood nearby, his beautiful eyes fixed on her, filled with an inscrutable expression. Sebastian, I am sorry. Next time, I shall bear you a litter of kits, Meeching said apologetically, not wishing to show favoritism to either Xiar or Sebastian. Though she was but one person, it matters not. Your kits will be regarded as my own, Sebastian replied gently, affectionately tousling Meeching's hair, his demeanor devoid of anger. The evening's meal was filled with astonishment and delight. As Shirley beamed and animatedly discussed plans with Xiar about gathering more fruits from the forest to distribute among the tribe, Meeching, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought, is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over a mere pregnancy? She preferred a more understated approach. She could never emulate Anna's flamboyance. Xiar, I would rather not have my pregnancy become common knowledge. Why? Shirley pondered, unable to comprehend why Meeching would wish to remain so discreet. As it was customary for the entire tribe to celebrate a female's impending motherhood, Meeching offered only a smile in response. With a blissful expression, Xiar assured Meeching, as long as you are happy, that is all that matters. Before Shirley could voice further questions, Ivor intervened, leaving her to ponder the reasons behind Meeching's desire for privacy. After dinner, Shirley's family departed, and Meeching retired early to wash up and head to her bedroom. When Xiar and Sebastian entered, Meeching took the initiative to say, Sebastian, I will sleep with you tonight. Xiar, far from displeased, smiled warmly as he made his way to the corner of the room, transforming into a fox before settling into a nest of grass. Over time, Meeching grew accustomed to sharing a room with both of them. Seeing Xiar already at rest, she patted the grass mat beside her, beckoning Sebastian to join her in the days that followed. Xiar informed several familiar males that a new batch of shoes was available for trade, this time for live chickens and female rabbits, along with other items such as woven baskets, stone pots, stone bowls, and plates. Though they had never encountered such items before, they had seen the woven baskets at Xiar's home. These baskets could be worn on the back and used to carry goods, enabling them to hunt more effectively. Xiar also mentioned that if one did not wish to part with their catch, wild grass could be offered in exchange. Such an enticing proposition naturally drew the interest of many males and females. With Meeching's pregnancy, Xiar and Sebastian took turns vigilantly staying by her side, fearful of her getting hurt. The number of males and females visiting to trade grew steadily, and soon, Cohen no longer had to toil in the fields. As males began exchanging 10 baskets of wild grass for a single woven basket or a pair of shoes. Before long, Meeching's sandals garnered unanimous acclaim within the tribe. Everyone appreciated their breathability and lightweight design. The spring and summer in this beastly world were equally scorching, and Anna, seeing everyone in sandals while she remained in animal skin shoes, quickly grew dissatisfied with her situation. She too wished to wear beautiful sandals. Yet this time, she did not sneak in. Instead, she marched boldly to Meeching's home, accompanied by a throng of female companions and Basha. From a distance, Cohen spotted Anna leading a group of females toward their home and hurriedly dropped what he was holding, scampering back inside. Sister Meeching, that wretched Anna is coming to our house. Sitting inside, weaving baskets, Meeching merely smiled faintly, having anticipated Anna's arrival. Let her come. Remember what I said before, while preparing to sell her goods. Meeching had instructed Xiar and Cohen that anything Anna desired would require double the price. At long last, her moment had arrived. She was eager to see how boldly Anna would approach her. Setting aside the basket she had been working on, Meeching rose slowly, be cautious. Meeching, surely caution from her side, having experienced Anna's haughty nature firsthand, do not worry. I am well aware of how to handle her. Regardless of Anna's arrogance, she would never dare to confront Meeching physically. She had never lost a battle of wits with her. Moreover, after enduring years of modernity's influence, Meeching could easily devise a trap for Anna to fall into. Let us go and meet her. Meeching, Shirley, and Cohen stepped outside. Anna's group had already been ushered into the small wooden house by Xiar. The quaint little cabin was filled with an array of items, stacked plates, clustered stone bowls, and neatly arranged sandals. Upon entering the cabin, Meeching was greeted by the lively chatter of Anna and her companions, who were animatedly discussing which shoes were more aesthetically pleasing, as a famous saying goes. A woman is worth 3,000 ducks. Thus, these 4 females could easily amount to 12,000 ducks, creating quite the ruckus. Meeching endeavored to calm her emotions, persuading herself to relax and suppress her irritation, all while wearing a gentle smile that, "Oh, is that not Anna?" Meeching remarked, "It has been quite some time, and you've become even more beautiful that it seems that a pregnant female truly glows. I dare say she surpasses even the most stunning females of our tribe." Although Anna could be somewhat spiteful, she was merely a young female of around 14 or 15, particularly susceptible to flattery. Her vanity regarding her looks and pride in her pregnancy were paramount, and Meeching, having discerned her sentiments, chose to indulge her. "Really?" Anna scoffed, her tone icy, yet her raised chin betrayed her delight. The curve of her lips revealed her true feelings. Observing Anna's expression, Meeching knew she had successfully hooked her. Naturally, she nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Shirley watched in astonishment as Meeching displayed such cordiality toward her rival. Fully aware that Meeching and Anna were bitter enemies, she found it hard to believe that Meeching could be so friendly. Charles also felt puzzled by Meeching's behavior, but refrained from interjecting, content as long as Meeching was happy. "Anna, are you looking to change your shoes? I have set aside a pair for you to consider. Do you like them?" Anna regarded Meeching's sudden shift in demeanor with disdain, coldly huffing as she cast a sidelong glance at the sandals Meeching retrieved. Initially indifferent, her eyes sparkled with interest upon seeing the exquisite footwear. These sandals were unlike the simple styles. The upper was adorned with a tuft of colorful animal hides, while the soles were lined with soft rabbit fur, promising comfort. The other females widened their eyes in admiration at the unique shoes, and their excitement erupted into a chorus of praise. "They're simply stunning," exclaimed one. "Had I known, I would have swapped for a pair myself." Meeching, "How do we go about exchanging for these shoes?" Meeching was pleased with the reaction from the other females and smiled softly as she explained, "These sandals are meticulously crafted and require considerable time and effort. Thus they demand a higher price. 50 baskets of wild grass or 10 live female rabbits." Given the difficulty of catching rabbits and chickens, most families opted to offer wild grass instead. Upon hearing Meeching's price of 50 baskets of wild grass, the previously chattering females fell silent, weighing the beauty of the shoes against their own circumstances. Their desires to swap diminished. "Anna, do you like them?" Meeching waved the shoes in front of Anna, who huffed dismissively, claiming they were nothing special. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on the sandals, betraying her true interest. Meeching stifled a laugh inwardly, noting that even such a small desire was hard for Anna to conceal, despite her attempts to compete. "Anna, do you not appreciate them? This is the only pair in the tribe. Truly one of a kind," Meeching teased, flaunting the sandals before her. "But if you do not want them, I shall offer them to someone else." "What a pity! You would look splendid in them." The other females, hearing Anna's disinterest, felt their own desires rekindle. "Anna, do you truly not want them?" "If not, I shall take them," Helen whispered. "Indeed, Anna, do not hesitate. We are eager to have them." Meeching feigned a sigh, adding, "But these sandals were made specifically for Anna's feet. I fear they may not fit you in no matter. We can adjust them to fit," Katrin quickly assured, eager for the beautiful footwear. Just as Meeching was about to respond, Anna, who had been maintaining her aloof demeanor, suddenly interjected, "Who said I do not want them? 50 baskets of wild grass. Deal." With a domineering gesture, Anna seized the sandals from Meeching's grasp, and Meeching's heart soared with triumph at her success. "Very well. Let the beast gods bear witness. 50 baskets of wild grass, to be delivered starting tomorrow." Eagerly, Anna donned her new shoes, twirling with delight within the cabin. However, as thoughts of providing 50 baskets of wild grass to Sebastian crossed her mind, a pang of regret struck her, prompting her to revert to her sharp-tongued nature. The privileges of life. With a child on the way, I can have whatever I desire, unlike some females who must toil to trade for prey. Anna's remark about those who could not bear children struck a nerve with Shirley. The tribe was well aware of Shirley's inability to conceive, yet no one had ever dared to utter it in her presence. Though she understood Anna was referring to Meeching, she could not bear to see Anna gloat so triumphantly. The usually gentle Shirley's temper flared. "Anna, whom do you imply cannot bear children? Meeching is already pregnant. So cease your curses against her, lest you invoke the wrath of the beast gods." Anna's eyes widened in shock at Shirley's words. Disbelief etched across her face. Neither Meeching nor Charles anticipated Shirley would divulge Meeching's pregnancy at such a moment. But now that the words had escaped, Meeching resolved not to conceal the truth any longer. With a sheepish smile, Meeching met the astonished gazes of Anna and the others. After bidding farewell to Anna and Sebastian, Meeching noticed Shirley's expression of guilt. "Meeching, I apologize. I could not restrain myself," she confessed, disliking Anna's arrogance and assuming she could bully others simply because she was pregnant. Meeching understood Shirley's sensitivity to Anna's comment and embraced her, reassuringly saying, "It is all right, Shirley, so long as your diet improves. I have faith that you too will conceive in time." Shirley looked somewhat disheartened, her spirits dampened. Will it help? After all these years, Meeching had previously observed that the females in the tribe were careless with their food and water. They drank untreated water, and their meals were akin to the dark culinary experiments Charles had concocted, either burnt to a crisp or undercooked and bloody. Such sustenance, consumed over prolonged periods, was detrimental to their health. While males could transform into beast forms without issue, the frailty of the females' human forms meant that poor nutrition could significantly impair their well-being, contributing to the tribe's declining pregnancy rates. But how can we know unless we try? "Do not lose hope," Meeching encouraged. Shirley nodded, harboring a glimmer of hope that she too might one day bear a child. Even if it were a male, With the afternoon free, Meeching instructed Charles to gather some seed fruit from the forest to distribute within the tribe. Charles nodded enthusiastically, his face beaming with delight as he agreed. While Charles ventured into the woods for the seed fruit, Meeching, Shirley, and Cohen leisurely wove baskets at home. Males visiting to trade items predominantly sought baskets. As they had little use for stone bowls or plates, as evening approached, Charles returned, carrying a large basket of seed fruit. He offered one to every male he encountered within the tribe. Upon learning of Meeching's pregnancy, many expressed their congratulations, offering warm wishes to Charles. Tribal leader Ethan, who had opted not to hunt that day, instead patrolled the village. Upon hearing the news of Meeching's pregnancy, he too was filled with joy. This spring had already seen 2 females give birth, a true blessing from the beast gods. Meanwhile, Anna, parading in her new sandals throughout the tribe, felt a wave of discomfort upon witnessing Charles distributing seed fruit. Just days earlier, she had mocked Meeching for her inability to conceive. Yet here was Charles, joyfully sharing fruit with the males at Meeching is with child. How delightful for you, Anna remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm as she observed the radiant smile on Charles's handsome face. Do not celebrate too soon. Should the child not be yours, you may find yourself in tears, she taunted, firmly believing that Sebastian, with his formidable abilities, would never allow Meeching's first pregnancy to be claimed by Charles. However, Charles was no longer the easily manipulated male Anna once knew. Ever since he realized Meeching wished to bear his children, he had found a sense of belonging. His trust in Meeching was unwavering. He disregarded any rumors that sought to undermine their bond. As long as it is Meeching's child, I will be overjoyed. Charles, noticing the smugness on Anna's face, felt no desire to let her revel in her triumph. Once the news of Meeching's pregnancy spread, numerous males and females from the tribe began offering gifts to the couple. This could be considered a custom within the tribe, while Xiar and Meeching felt joy. They were also beset by a sense of vexation. The fact that Meeching could conceive as soon as she came into heat demonstrated her robust fertility, which stirred the hearts of many males who already harbored a fondness for her. Numerous males, seizing the opportunity under the pretext of offering gifts, sought to accompany Meeching. Although Xiar understood their intentions, he could only greet them with a smile. However, when it was Sebastian's turn to stay home with Meeching, he met these males with a frosty demeanor, his chilling aura and oppressive presence deterring them from returning. After Meeching became pregnant, she began to suffer from severe morning sickness, unable to tolerate even the slightest hint of meat, and her appetite had waned considerably. Xiar and Sebastian, watching Meeching grow increasingly emaciated, were deeply concerned and exerted themselves to procure what they deemed the best game. Yet to no avail. 1 Early morning. As Meeching rose, a wave of nausea overwhelmed her. Barefoot, she rushed outside to vomit before she had even put on her shoes. Xiar, filled with urgency, hurried after her and found Meeching, pale-faced, leaning against the wall and retching. Meeching, this cannot continue. You haven't been eating properly these past few days. I shall fetch the tribal healer. No. There's no need. I'm fine, Meeching gasped, raising a hand to stop him. But Meeching, I want to eat some fruit. Xiar, please gather some seed fruit when you go hunting in the tribe today. Previously, when Xiar had brought back seed fruit, Meeching had enjoyed a few bites. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a pomegranate, and its taste was equally delightful, sweet and tangy, quite appetizing. Since that day, Xiar had frequently brought seed fruit for Meeching. All right, I shall go right away and gather plenty for you. Upon hearing her desire for seed fruit, Xiar readily agreed. Today, it was Sebastian's turn to remain at home, and he observed Meeching, who had just eaten yet was now retching violently, his mood weighed down by concern. After a while, Meeching returned to her bedroom to rest. Morning sickness and fatigue characterized her current state. As Sebastian pondered what to do, he sent Cohen out, then transformed his right hand into a claw and made an incision on his left wrist. Allowing crimson blood to flow forth, he brought his wrist to Meeching's lips, letting the blood drip into her mouth. After consuming the dragon's blood, Meeching's pallor gradually took on a hint of color. Seeing the improvement in her complexion, Sebastian let out a sigh of relief, hoping it would be effective. When Xiar returned with game and seed fruit, Meeching, after consuming 2 pieces of seed fruit, surprisingly declare that she was hungry. Xiar, overjoyed, hurried to the kitchen to prepare the game he had brought home. When Meeching finished a bowl of meat and drank down 2 bowls of hot meat soup, the anxiety that had hung over Xiar and Sebastian finally dissipated. She had eaten, and she had not vomited. Perhaps it was the effect of Sebastian's dragon blood. From that day on, Meeching truly ceased to experience morning sickness and developed a hearty appetite that, in just a few days. Her previously flat abdomen began to swell noticeably. Concurrently, the female rabbits in their home began to give birth. Over the course of several days, numerous kits were born, a truly spectacular sight. This event even attracted the attention of many males in the tribe, including the chief, who had previously doubted Meeching's ability to raise prey, coming to see the newborn rabbits. When Ethan arrived at Meeching's home and saw 4 or 5 female rabbits surrounded by a multitude of tiny red kits, he was struck by an indescribable astonishment. He had not anticipated that Meeching would truly succeed, not only in nurturing the rabbits for such a long time, but also in enabling the females to conceive and bear young. Ethan was aware of the prolific nature of rabbits. If every family raised some, would they not eliminate the arduous task of hunting and the worries of insufficient game during winter? Ethan shared his thoughts with Meeching, who, rather than disagreeing, expressed her understanding. "Chief, your idea is excellent. Raising rabbits is convenient, and as long as cleanliness is maintained, they're unlikely to fall ill if any males in the tribe wish to raise them. They may come to my home to select breeding stock. Captured rabbits, even if mature, would not immediately conceive. They needed time to adapt to their new environment, or might perish due to the differences in habitat. However, their own rabbits were different. Having been raised for so long, they had grown accustomed to captivity, completely avoiding such issues. Meeching reasoned that since their rabbits had produced so many offspring, exchanging these rabbits with the tribe's members would be beneficial. The kits, still needing their mother's milk, could be raised separately once they were able to graze independently. Is that all right? Ethan asked, feeling somewhat bashful. Meeching smiled gently and replied, "Of course, if anyone in the tribe is interested. They can take turns bringing a basket of wild grass as payment." After considering Meeching's modest request, Ethan thought it feasible and said, "All right, I will inform the tribe when I return and arrange for them to deliver grass daily." "Meeching, you are remarkable, having conceived right after coming into heat. Rest assured, I shall ensure you do not suffer any loss." That Ethan's regard for Meeching grew, believing her to be unlike the other females in the tribe. His gaze wandered over Meeching's form, noting the slight curvature of her abdomen. "Meeching, is this pregnancy?" Meeching's eyes flickered, and her smile dimmed slightly. "This time, it is likely a male." She gently placed her hand on her belly. Having noticed the gradual swelling from the moment she discovered her pregnancy, and it had become even more pronounced in recent days. Sherry had mentioned that the gestation period for Fox tribe males was merely 50 days. Thus, Meeching had known from the outset that this pregnancy would produce a male. That Ethan's initial look of disappointment quickly faded, and he sought to reassure Meeching. "It is all right. You are still young. You will surely conceive a female in time." Seeing that Meeching did not appear disheartened, eased his mind. After some light conversation, he departed to discuss the matter of the kits with several elders. When evening fell, the family gathered in the living room for dinner. Meeching, preoccupied with her thoughts, found it difficult to eat. She contemplated her feelings, but ultimately could not hold back any longer. "Xiar?" Meeching hesitated, glancing at Xiar's face, unsure of how to proceed. "Meeching, is something wrong? Are you unwell?" Xiar asked, noticing her troubled expression and furrowed brow, prompting concern among the 3 males at the dining table. Taking a deep breath, Meeching steeled herself. "Xiar, I am carrying a male." Xiar felt a wave of relief wash over him, a gentle smile gracing his face. "As long as it is your child, whether male or female, I shall cherish it." Since learning that Xiar did not mind whether she bore a male or female, Meeching's tension gradually eased. Her appetite surged, and she clamored for seed fruit, compelling both Sebastian and Xiar to venture into the forest daily, one to hunt and the other to gather the freshest seed fruit for her. As the availability of seed fruit dwindled, Xiar found himself traversing greater distances to procure fresh supplies at home. Only Sherry and Cohen remained by Meeching's side, ensuring she was not left alone to avoid any mishaps. One day, after breakfast, Xiar and Sebastian set out as usual to hunt and gather fruits, leaving only Cohen and Meetsai at home, as Sherry had not yet arrived. After Xiar and Sebastian departed, the incessant clucking of chickens emanated from the coop outside. Curious, Cohen stepped out to investigate, while Meetsai continued sewing a leather skirt for Sebastian, undisturbed. After a considerable time, Cohen had yet to return, and the persistent clucking piqued Meetsai's interest. She lifted her weary neck to peer outside and called out, "Cohen, Cohen?" No response came from outside, and a sense of foreboding gripped Meetsai. She quickly rose and made her way outside, where she found the diminutive Cohen lying on the ground, eyes shut tight, without a second thought. Meetsai rushed to Cohen's side, checking for breath beneath her nose. He was still alive. Just as she sighed in relief and prepared to lift Cohen back into the house, a sharp pain pierced her neck from behind, and her entire body felt an unprecedented heaviness, rendering her numb. Darkness enveloped her vision. Her limbs grew weak, and with a slackening grip, the recently lifted Cohen tumbled back to the ground, desperate to assist Cohen. Meetsai felt her own body tipping forward uncontrollably. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield her belly as dizziness swept over her, and she could no longer resist the encroaching darkness. Meeching was on the verge of collapsing. A figure swiftly appeared and caught her. It was a male, none other than Harry, who had been expelled from the tribe by the Snow Wolf clan. Harry gazed at the unconscious Meeching in his arms, his eyes flickering as they fell upon her abdomen, a flash of turmoil crossing his expression, only to be ultimately veiled by a frigid resolve. He bent down and lifted Meeching, striding towards a secluded spot in the mountains behind the tribe, where a female he had long yearned for awaited her. It settled? Came the voice of the female, cold and devoid of emotion. Yes. Upon seeing her, Harry's face softened. However, the female did not spare him a glance. Instead, she furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the sleeping Meeching. Her gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated on Meeching's face before drifting down to her slightly protruding abdomen. Upon noticing the gentle swell of Meeching's belly, her eyes blazed with jealousy, as red as fire. She delicately brushed her hand over Meeching's stomach, feeling the pulse within it. In an instant, her expression turned fierce, even somewhat grotesque. With disdain, she withdrew her hand and, in a voice as cold as ice and snow, commanded Harry, who gazed at her with deep affection, "Dispose of her in the depths of the forest. Ensure she does not return alive." Though he was already aware of her intentions, Harry's eyelashes quivered upon hearing her words. Understood. After uttering this, he cast one last glance at the female, then concealed his emotions, stealthily leading Meeching out of the tribe through a hidden path in the mountains behind. Meanwhile, Harry had successfully evaded the tribe with the unconscious Meeching, while on the other side, Sebastian and Charles were preparing a lavish dinner for her in the forest. At that moment, Sebastian was engaged in a fierce battle with a tiger when an inexplicable tightening gripped his heart, as if someone had seized it, leaving him momentarily breathless. This sensation caused Sebastian to halt his combat, one hand instinctively resting over his heart. His expression darkened, unease creeping into his thoughts. Just then, he heard Charles shout, "Watch out!" followed by the sound of fruit hitting the ground. As a red figure darted through the it collided forcefully with the tiger that had leapt to ambush Sebastian, sending the beast crashing into a nearby tree. The red fox bared its teeth, assuming a defensive stance, while the dazed tiger shook its head and let out a roar before retreating into the depths of the forest. Once the danger had passed, Charles transformed back into his human form and approached Sebastian. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine," Sebastian replied, shaking his head, suppressing his unease as he regained his composure to continue hunting, observing Sebastian's seemingly untroubled demeanor. Charles bent down to pick up the fallen fruit. Meanwhile, back at the Tiger Clan, when Shirley arrived at Meeching's home, she found little Cohen lying unconscious at the doorstep. Panic surged within her, akin to a drum pounding frantically. She approached Cohen and shook him gently, calling out Meeching's name multiple times, yet there was no response from the stone house. Sensing something was amiss, she shook Cohen more vigorously, whether it was because Cohen was naturally waking or due to Shirley's insistence. He gradually opened his bleary eyes. "Sister Shirley, what happened to me?" Cohen sat up, rubbing the back of his neck, unable to recall the events that had transpired. relieved that Cohen appeared to be unharmed. Shirley hurried into the stone house, lifting the grass curtain, only to find the living room empty. Fear gripped her heart as she searched the entire house, yet Meeching was nowhere to be found. A foreboding premonition crept into her mind. Meeching, pregnant, would not wander off, and recalling Cohen's earlier condition confirmed that something must have gone awry. Suppressing her anxious thoughts, Shirley instructed Cohen to rush into the forest and inform Charles and Sebastian of Meeching's disappearance, while she made her way to the chief's house to seek counsel from the chief and several elders. Both Shirley and Cohen set off on their separate paths, unaware that Meeching was drifting further away from them. Harry, carrying the unconscious Meeching, did not lessen his pace. He needed to swiftly remove her from this place, lest the males of the Tiger clan discover them. Thus, Harry embarked on a path of escape, heading towards the fabled Death Forest of Beasts, as the name suggests. This forest was home to monstrous creatures, and ordinarily, males would not dare to hunt there. Any male who entered the Death Forest never returned alive. If the robust and combative males could not contend with beasts as large as hills, how could a frail female, pregnant with young, hope to survive? The Death Forest was not far from the Tiger clan, approximately a 10-day journey on foot. Moreover, no one would suspect that the mysterious beast man who had abducted Meeching would lead her to this perilous realm. Thus, Harry's chosen route bought him considerable time, nearly costing Charles and Sebastian the chance to rescue Meeching. Upon receiving Cohen's message, Charles and Sebastian dashed towards the tribe. Upon their return, they found many tribesfolk gathered before their stone house. The chief, various males, and several females. The chief wore a grave expression, while the other males appeared equally serious. The few females sheltered by the males bore looks of fear. The occurrence of a female's abduction within the tribe was a dire matter, particularly as the one taken was pregnant, amplifying the gravity of the situation. Some males speculated that perhaps a wandering beast had taken advantage of the absence of males in Meeching's home, boldly abducting her, especially since her house was situated at the farthest reaches of the tribe, making it less likely for anyone to notice. Charles, Meeching, Shirley rushed to meet Charles and Sebastian, ready to inform them of Meeching's plight. But tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, seeing Shirley's distress. Charles instantly grasped the situation, pain lancing through his heart as he struggled to swallow it. I understand. Chief Ethan approached Charles and Sebastian, guilt etched across his face. I am sorry, I couldn't protect Meeching, as the leader of the tribe. He bore an inescapable responsibility for such an incident occurring under his watch, and no matter what, he was determined to recover Meeching. It was his duty to provide an explanation to the entire tribe. Since returning, Sebastian had maintained a furrowed brow, exerting all his senses to perceive the surroundings that a faint, unfamiliar male scent lingered, the scent of a snow wolf male. Sebastian's icy blue eyes scanned the assembled males like arrows of frost, causing those he gazed upon to feel as if doused in icy water. Noticing the oppressive atmosphere around Sebastian, Charles turned his attention to him. What's wrong? Are there snow wolf males in the tribe? There are no snow wolf males here, Sebastian replied, perplexed by the presence of their scent. Charles pondered for a moment, shaking his head. There haven't been any snow wolf males in the tribe. But previously, 3 snow wolf males had accompanied some of the tribe's females. That I need to see them. Chief Ethan seemed to catch on to something, pondering aloud. Could this matter be related to the snow wolf males? I cannot be certain yet. I must meet them first to ascertain. Though Sebastian did not voice his thoughts, the severity of his expression spoke volumes. Ethan wasted no time, quickly summoning 2 sprightly young males to fetch the 3 snow wolf males from the tribe. Of the 3, only one was out hunting in the forest. The other 2 soon arrived. Sebastian scrutinized them closely before shaking his head. Disappointment flickered in Charles's eyes as he watched the daylight wane. His worry for Meeching intensifying as he was haunted by thoughts of her possible danger and whether she was suffering from hunger. With the excitement dissipated, the males and females who had gathered around Meeching's home had long since returned to their own dwellings. When the last snow wolf male returned that evening, Sebastian discerned that the lingering scent near his home was not his own, plunging his hopeful heart into despair once more, as darkness enveloped the sky. The once warm and happy stone house now felt cold and desolate. Charles and Sebastian, one on the first floor and the other on the second, found no inclination to prepare dinner, leaving little Cohen to curl up in his grass nest, feeling aggrieved and falling asleep. Early the next morning, on the second day of Meeching's disappearance, Sebastian announced his intention to venture to the Snow Wolf clan, since the object of suspicion was the male of the Snow Wolf clan. He felt compelled to pay a visit to their tribe. Both Xiar and Sebastian wholeheartedly supported this notion, entrusting Cohen to the care of Sherry and ISO before preparing to set off towards the Snow Wolf clan. Just before their departure, Eli approached Sebastian and Xiar, informing them that a male had seen Harry in the tribe the previous day. Both Eli and Xiar were aware of the animosity between Harry and Meeching, which made it plausible that he could be involved. With this lead, Sebastian's resolve to visit the Snow Wolf clan grew even stronger. The Snow Wolf clan was not far from Tiger clan, requiring approximately a day's journey to reach by evening. Meanwhile, Xiar and Sebastian set out towards the Snow Wolf clan, while on another path, Harry continued his journey with Miqing in the dense forest. A robust male carried a delicate little female in his arms. In fact, Meeching had awakened the previous night and, upon stealthily observing her surroundings, had confirmed that she had been abducted and was now beyond the territory of the Tiger clan. Realizing she was being held by an orc, she squinted to take a closer look and was taken aback to discover it was Harry. Having previously sought her life in the tribe, she now found herself once again in his clutches. And dread filled her heart, fearing that Harry might harm her and the child within her womb. After much contemplation, Meeching decided to feign unconsciousness, hoping that in Harry's unguarded moments, she might find a chance to escape. As noon approached, Meeching's stomach growled audibly. Harry, ever vigilant of his surroundings, naturally heard it, and Meeching sensed his gaze searching her face. She struggled to quell the noise from her belly, but having not eaten since her abduction. Her hunger was overwhelming. You're awake. Harry's voice was devoid of emotion, his words unmistakably assertive. Unable to maintain her ruse any longer, Meeching slowly opened her eyes. Noticing this, Harry set her down on the ground, and she began to scan the area for an opportunity to flee. Harry, fully aware of Meeching's intentions, issued a warning. Do not think of escaping. I have no desire to harm you. Meeching scrutinized the seriousness etched on Harry's face, contemplating the veracity of his statement. Without allowing her further contemplation, Harry took her by the hand and led her toward a nearby stream. Stay here. I will go hunt. With that, he coldly turned away, leaving Meeching alone, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of her fleeing. Meeching held her breath, listening intently to the sounds around her, aside from the birds chirping and the gentle babble of the stream. The area was eerily quiet. A glimmer of hope surged within her. If not now, then when would she escape? Keeping her eyes trained on the direction from which they had come, Meeching began to run back, cautious not to stray too far, fearing both Harry's hunting presence and the safety of her unborn child. After running for half an hour through the forest, Meeching suddenly felt a presence behind her, lurking and waiting. Gradually, she slowed her pace, straining to hear any sounds, but seemed to have vanished. Just as she prepared to run again, she remained oblivious to the white tiger with green eyes lurking behind her. With a powerful leap, the massive creature lunged towards her, its sharp fangs bared by the time Meeching sensed the danger and turned. The white tiger was mere inches from her. Meeching's legs weakened in fear as she collapsed to the ground. Miraculously, the white tiger leaped over her, landing on the grass behind her. Fuming with frustration, the tiger stared at Meeching, its nostrils flaring with anger, as if embarrassed by its previous miscalculation. The tiger paced restlessly, emitting low growls from its throat. Meeching, trembling on the ground, looked up in terror as the massive beast approached her, believing her end was near. Just then, she was suddenly lifted into the air by Harry, who had come to her rescue. Relieved, Meeching felt safe in his arms as he retreated to a secure location before transforming into a silver snow wolf and charging at the menacing tiger. Within half an hour, Harry had successfully driven the white tiger away, and having experienced the recent danger, Meeching dared not attempt to escape again. Harry, unlike before, did not punish Meeching for her attempted flight. He merely cast a stern glance her way before continuing forward, occasionally stopping to wait for her to catch up. Meeching followed closely behind, quietly observing Harry, Despite his serious demeanor, he had not harmed her. In fact, he had just saved her from the jaws of death. This perplexed Meeching. Harry exhibited no overt animosity or malice towards her, leading her to ponder the reasons behind her abduction and his previous attempts to ensnare her in the tribe. Thus, Meeching and Harry moved cautiously closer to the Forest of Death, while on the other side, Xiar and Sebastian had already arrived at the Snow Wolf clan. What? You say Meeching was abducted by Harry? The young clan leader, Anthony, who was responsible for receiving Xiar and Sebastian, changed color upon hearing the purpose of their visit. Indeed, we detected the scent of a male from the Snow Wolf clan near our home, and several tribe members reported seeing Harry in the vicinity. Concerned for Meeching's safety, Xiar feared that Harry might inflict harm upon her, especially since it appeared he had utilized some means to conceal his scent. Aside from the initial trace they had discovered, there was no further sign of her or Harry. That IT must be the scent-masking fruit. It can obscure the odors of orcs, Anthony explained upon hearing this. Xiar and Sebastian's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated Harry's connection with the rogue beasts, raising the question of whether his actions were his own or part of a conspiracy with others. The thought of the sweet-faced, fragile female possibly being taken by the rogue beasts alongside Harry weighed heavily on Anthony's heart, fueling a sense of urgency that he promptly issued a command within the tribe to pursue Harry. In their world, males were forbidden from harming females, and Harry's repeated transgressions against Meeching were unforgivable. What shall we do now? With Harry using the scent-masking fruit, searching for him and Meeching is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The longer Meeching remained missing, the more anxious Xiar became, shifting his gaze to Sebastian. That Sebastian's brow had been furrowed since Meeching's disappearance. He shared a mental connection with her, and while he sensed she was unharmed, he had no idea of her whereabouts. That I will dispatch tribe members to search near the village for Harry, Anthony suggested, seeing that Xiar was at a loss for ideas. Gratefully, Xiar looked at Anthony and said, "Thank you, Anthony." Anthony merely nodded before stepping out of the stone house to instruct the males remaining in the tribe to venture forth in search of Harry. After a moment's reflection, Sebastian finally spoke. "I will go to the Eagle clan to seek the shaman beast." Each generation of the Eagle clan shaman beast inherited a fragment of the divine power of the beast god, igniting a spark of hope in Xiar's eyes, only to be dimmed once more. The Eagle clan resided at the southernmost edge of the sea, and reaching it would take them at least 10 days. You continue searching for Harry in the Snow Wolf clan. I will go to the Eagle clan myself. Sebastian had factored this into his calculations. Traveling alone would indeed save considerable time, not if he transformed into his dragon form. He could reach the Eagle clan in roughly 3 days. Very well, Xiar agreed, recognizing the wisdom of this plan. They would split their efforts, increasing their chances of finding Harry. Find Meeching, and inform me with a fire of hope. Sebastian instructed before striding away from the Snow Wolf clan. In no time, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies above the Snow Wolf clan. Anthony, who had been giving orders in the clearing, looked up following the sound and beheld a dragon beast, as massive as a mountain, soaring overhead. "It's the Eastern Divine Dragon," the surrounding males murmured. Once the dragon's silhouette vanished from sight, the chatter gradually subsided. "Anthony, I shall join you in the search for Meeching." Xiar emerged from the stone dwelling and addressed Anthony. "Well, where is Sebastian?" Anthony glanced behind Xiar, but found no sign of Sebastian. "He has gone to seek the witch beast among the eagle tribe." Venturing to find the witch beast among the eagles is indeed a clever approach. From that day forth, the males of the Snow Wolf tribe, whenever not engaged in hunting, would scour the forest in search of Harry and an unfamiliar young female. Consequently, a rumor began to circulate within the Snow Wolf tribe, claiming that the mate of the young tribe leader had been abducted by a male who had been exiled from the tribe. Anthony merely chuckled at this news, while Xiar, preoccupied with the quest for Meeching, paid it no mind. After searching fruitlessly for Harry, Anthony dispatched males to various tribes to relay a message. Whoever could locate the exiled male Harry from the Snow Wolf tribe would be rewarded with 10 prey. Upon the announcement of this news, many males from different tribes began to search the forest for Harry during their downtime, allured by the promise of 10 prey. This stirred quite a commotion, with numerous opportunistic males capturing a white wild wolf and bringing it to the Snow Wolf tribe in hopes of claiming the reward. Initially, both Anthony and Xiar received these individuals with eager hospitality, but as they encountered more deceitful claimants, they began to expel them from the tribe. Meanwhile, the true Harry and Meeching continued their journey toward the Forest of Death, successfully deceiving several males they encountered in the forest by referring to each other as mates. On the fourth day since Meeching's abduction, she had obediently followed Harry through the perilous forest at night. Harry would settle her in a tree for rest while he stood guard below to ward off any nocturnal predators. During their days together, Meeching inquired about the reason for her abduction, but Harry merely wore a grave expression and offered no answer. Nonetheless, he had been attentive to her needs, hunting for her at mealtimes so that she would not go hungry. Meeching's abdomen had begun to swell noticeably, resembling an inflated balloon. One morning, as Meeching clung to the tree trunk in slumber, Harry had already roasted the freshly caught prey. With a gentle leap, he ascended to the branch beside her. Upon noticing her still asleep, a flicker of warmth crossed his typically icy visage. His gaze fell upon Meeching's rounded belly, and a glimmer of light seemed to spark within his green eyes. If he and Sophia could have a brood together, they would surely have a delightful litter of offspring, with the little ones trailing behind him, calling him father. However, at this moment, Harry's thoughts stirred as he stealthily reached out toward Meeching's belly. The baby within seemed to sense the impending danger, stirring and kicking, causing the slumbering Meeching to awaken immediately. Instinctively, she shielded her belly with one hand, and upon lifting her gaze, she found Harry fixated on her abdomen, igniting a sense of anxiety within her. Just as she anticipated Harry might act against her belly, he withdrew his hand, his voice cold as he announced, "It is time to eat." "Oh," Meeching exhaled in relief, realizing she had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. After breakfast, Harry guided Meeching onward. Shortly thereafter, she heard sounds of a struggle ahead. She glanced at Harry, who showed no reaction, leading her to surmise they had encountered another male from a nearby tribe out hunting. Sure enough, they soon came across a tall, dark-skinned male who was hauling a tiger upon his shoulders. Upon spotting Harry and Meeching, he paused momentarily before greeting them with friendliness, subtly assessing the two unfamiliar beastmen before him. "Greetings, I'm Ibwa of the bear tribe." In response to Ibwa's warm demeanor, Harry merely nodded slightly. Ibwa, undeterred, noticed Meeching's pronounced belly and thought to himself that she must be expecting. Traveling through the forest like this seems rather unsafe for such a young female, he remarked, scrutinizing Meeching, who appeared quite youthful and likely newly matured. The fact that a newly matured female could conceive indicated her fertility was exceptional. Ibwa contemplated inviting Harry and Meeching to his tribe as guests, hoping to draw closer to the young female, perhaps even forge a partnership. As these thoughts swirled his mind, Ibwa's enthusiasm grew. "Today, I happened to catch a tiger. Why not join me for dinner at my home?" he suggested with a hearty smile, his gaze fixated on Meeching, making her uncomfortable under his intense scrutiny. Yet in her desire to escape Harry's grasp, she blinked at Ibwa, silently hoping he would perceive her distress while inwardly wishing Harry would accept the invitation. Naturally, Harry declined, wrapping an arm around Meeching and ignoring Ibwa entirely as they continued on their way, leaving Ibwa awkwardly scratching his head, pondering that the young female seemed to take an interest in him. Yet her partner was far too domineering. As Ibwa contemplated this, he carried the tiger toward the direction of his tribe. After 3 days and nights of flying, Sebastian finally arrived at the precipice known as Culinary, the second steepest mountain in the beast realm, aside from the holy mountain where the dragon beast resided. Towering cliffs soared into the clouds, forming sheer vertical walls. This was the stronghold of the eagle tribe, who had carved caves into the cliffs for their habitation. Sebastian descended near the forest adjacent to Culinary, transforming into human form. He spent the morning hunting 2 black bears, which were to serve as offerings for the witch beast. With 2 pairs of wings unfurled, Sebastian flew up the mountain, carrying the bears. Upon entering the eagle tribe's territory, the guard was taken aback, mouth agape, and before he could react, Sebastian had already soared past him. At the highest point of Culinary lay the most spacious and prime cave, reserved for the witch beast. The witch beast enjoyed a status akin to that of the Eastern divine dragon within the tribe, revered due to its divine power, even commanding a level of respect from the tribe leader. The witch beast did not need to hunt for itself, as the males of the tribe would present the finest prey daily. Inside the cave, the witch beast sat on the ground, contemplating the fortunes of the eagle tribe for the year, when suddenly the light dimmed and a massive figure appeared at the entrance. The witch beast looked up to find a winged male, burdened with two black bears. His appearance did not resemble that of an eagle tribe male, and despite being well-versed in the ways of the world, the witch beast could not identify Sebastian's lineage. However, as a witch beast, it was unfazed by Sebastian's presence. Squinting, the witch beast stroked the beard on its chin, resembling a modern Taoist immortal. "Since you have arrived, please come in." The witch beast, recognizing that Sebastian sought assistance and had brought such a heavy gift, welcomed him. Sebastian nodded and adjusted his wings, descending into the cave. Once inside, he retracted his wings and placed the two black bears on the ground. "That I am the witch beast of the eagle tribe. Bill, how may I assist you?" Bill observed Sebastian's grave demeanor and spoke kindly. "I seek my mate." Bill glanced at the two bears on the ground before responding. "Very well. Do you possess any personal item of hers as a token for me to cast a spell?" Sebastian furrowed his brow and shook his head. He had come in haste and brought no belongings related to Meeching that a wave of disappointment washed over him. If he were to return to the tiger tribe for something, it would consume precious time that was of the essence. But was there no other way? Understanding Sebastian's distress, Bill stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, his expression gentle, not despair. "Young male, you are her partner, the one she holds most dear." "Really?" Sebastian questioned, perplexed at the thought of being significant in Meeching's heart. Before he could ponder further, Bill took his hand and began to chant a spell. A vivid image of a lovely young female appeared in his mind, surrounded by towering beasts. Beside her stood a male whose face remained obscured, amidst ancient trees whose dense foliage shielded the sunlight. "Where is this place?" Bill discerned a general location. Withdrawing his hand, he opened his eyes to find a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. "Your mate is in the forest of death." Upon receiving accurate news about Meeching, Sebastian did not linger, but rather swiftly departed from Bill's cave, heading directly towards the death forest. As he silently recited the name of the death forest in his mind, he felt a shiver run down his spine. The death forest, home to the beast grove, was a place even he, as an Easter dragon, dared not tread lightly. The beast grove was not merely populated by colossal beasts. The forest, perpetually shrouded in darkness, birthed a noxious miasma that carried a lethal poison. As Sebastian pondered this, he fervently flapped his wings, hoping to intercept Harry and prevent him from bringing Meeching into the treacherous depths of the beast grove. Bill had mentioned that what he had witnessed would transpire 5 days hence, meaning that as long as he could locate Xiaomi within that time frame, he could avert impending danger. With time pressing and the situation urgent, Sebastian found himself unable to return to the Snow Wolf clan to inform Xiar, perhaps due to divine favor. As Sebastian soared towards the beast grove, Xiar and Anthony also received news regarding Meeching. Early that morning, a male from the Bear clan reported having found a trace of Harry at the entrance of the Snow Wolf clan's territory. The male on guard, perceiving the credibility in his words, escorted him to Anthony's dwelling. "You say you have seen Harry?" Anthony inquired, scrutinizing the earnest male before him. Ibo nodded, then shook his head. Xiar, who had felt a flicker of hope ignite within him, was unable to stifle a wave of despondency. They had searched tirelessly for 6 days, yet still no sign of Meeching. A gnawing doubt crept into his heart, causing him to wonder if Meeching had already encountered peril. Were it not for the companion mark still vividly present on his arm, he might not have mustered the strength to endure this long. Gazing at the fiery red imprint on his arm, a pang of sorrow stirred within him. This mark had appeared after he and Meeching had bonded. Although he had never seen the humanoid form of the mark, he did not mind, for this inexplicable symbol represented their partnership. "I cannot be certain if the male you seek is the one I encountered, but he was accompanied by a small female who was with child," Ibo hesitantly revealed. He recounted his encounter with a striking female in the forest, noting that the small female had shown interest in him, a detail he had shared with a few familiar males. When he mentioned that the small female's partner was a male of the Snow Wolf clan, a male suddenly recalled the rumors that had circulated within the tribe days prior. It was said that the partner of the Snow Wolf clan's young patriarch had been abducted by a male who had been exiled from the clan, and the young patriarch had promised 10 prey as a reward for finding him. The males quickly surmised that Ibwa's encounter with the small female and the snow wolf male was exactly what the young patriarch was searching for. They urged Ibwa to bring the news to the snow wolf clan, believing it might aid in rescuing the small female and possibly secure a partnership, along with the 10 prey, as a worthy trade-off. Unable to resist the encouragement from his friends, Ibwa made his way to the snow wolf clan, where he met with Anthony and Xiar. "What did you say?" Xiar exclaimed, immediately moving closer to Ibwa, while Anthony perked up, intrigued. "While hunting in the forest, I encountered a male from the snow wolf clan, along with a beautiful small female who was with child. That I greeted him, but he ignored me, although the small female seemed inclined to speak before her partner whisked her away," Ibwa recounted. Anthony pondered Ibwa's words carefully. Aside from those who formed unions with other clans, no males from the snow wolf clan would venture so far as the bear clan for hunting. "Yes, it must be Meeching," Xiar said excitedly. "It is she. It has to be her. She's been coerced by Harry, rendering her unable to speak." Upon receiving news of Meeching from Ibwa, Xiar and Anthony promptly assembled several young males from the tribe to head towards the bear clan, hoping to uncover some clues regarding Harry. Thus, both Xiar and Sebastian embarked on their respective quests to locate Harry, while at that moment, Meeching and Harry had already reached the fringes of the Beast Grove. Meeching had been missing for 10 days, and her pregnancy was nearing a month. Recently, her tendency to succumb to sleep had grown increasingly severe. She could only manage to walk for a short while before needing to rest. Harry, surprisingly, displayed no signs of annoyance, patiently waiting for Meeching to awaken. This left Meeching in a state of bewilderment, leading her to believe that Harry had abducted her merely to take her on a leisurely journey through the mountains and rivers. That evening, footsteps approached from a distance, gradually drawing nearer. A slender, tall male with a bare upper body approached, his skin even fairer than that of an ordinary female. His hair was a sandy hue, and his features leaned towards a gentle, feminine softness rather than rugged masculinity. What was particularly enchanting were his mismatched eyes, one red and the other green. His long, luxurious lashes fluttered alluringly, every movement exuding charm. Suddenly, the male halted, his captivating eyes fixated on a grassy nest. Lost in thought, that moment, a beautiful female emerged from a nest. It was the very one he had longed for. That he cautiously approached the nest, bending down to place the prey he had caught before wiping his hands on the fur skirt and reaching out to caress the female's face. "Meeching, Meeching," he murmured, his gaze filled with deep affection, so profound that even he was unaware of it. His attention was drawn to Meeching's rounded belly, and though joy surged within him at seeing her, a twinge of sadness accompanied it. Meeching was with child. He wondered if it was Xiar's or Sebastian's. They must be so happy. Gazing at Meeching, he recalled a certain event. That day, she had fled from him in a panic, her expression betraying her disdain. He understood then that she had grown to detest him, which was why he had left without a word. Meeching, restless in her sleep, sensed someone touching her. Startled, she opened her eyes to behold a strikingly beautiful male, so delicate that she almost mistook him for a female were it not for his exposed chest. "Who are you?" Meeching inquired, glancing around but not spotting Harry. "I am Simba." "Simba, like the Lion King?" Meeching mused silently, feeling an odd familiarity with his mismatched eyes. They reminded her of Xiaomi, and she recalled the awkwardness of that day. Have you seen a male from the Snow Wolf clan nearby? I wonder if Harry has gone hunting. It is getting dark, and he still hasn't returned. No," Simba replied, a twinge of discomfort gnawing at him upon hearing Meeching mention another male. Just then, Meeching's stomach let out a low growl. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, and Simba responded with a gentle smile, "That I will prepare some roasted meat for you." "Thank you. I appreciate it," Meeching said, though she hesitated to trouble Simba, knowing she must not neglect the child within her. In about half a month, the baby would be born, and despite the fact that Harry's cooking was often unpalatable, she had endured it all for the sake of nourishing her unborn child. Simba, in high spirits, set about preparing the prey over the fire. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the It smells wonderful. I had no idea you were such a skilled cook. Meeching exclaimed. Yes, it is delightful. Your roasting technique is remarkable. Ever since her pregnancy began, Meeching had developed a voracious appetite, straining her neck to catch a glimpse of the meat as Simba sprinkled some seasoning over it. Curiously, she asked, "What did you sprinkle on it? It smells incredible. I do not know what it is, but it makes the meat taste exquisite," Simba replied. Meeching took a deep breath, recognizing the scent as reminiscent of cumin from her modern life. Once the meat was ready, Simba tore off the most tender pieces and placed them on a large leaf to cool before offering them to Meeching. "Thank you," she said softly as she accepted the roasted meat from Simba. After savoring the delectable dish, Meeching confirmed that the seasoning was indeed cumin. After finishing the meal, Meeching waited, but Harry still had not returned. Was it possible that he had abandoned her in the forest? Meanwhile, Harry had kindled a fire, observing Meeching's reactions from a distance. "Small female, how did you end up in the Beast Grove?" he inquired. The Beast Grove was known as the most perilous forest in the Beast Realm, a place no beastman dared to enter lightly. How could a frail little female find herself in such a treacherous location? Had Xiar and Sebastian truly allowed her to venture into the Beast Grove unaccompanied? They had been utterly remiss in their duties as her partners, failing to prevent her from entering this danger. Seeing that Simba harbored no ill intentions, Meeching recounted her experiences to him. It is also hoped that Simba can assist her in returning to the tribe. I wonder if Xiar and Sebastian are currently worried about her. Simba, could you please take me back to the tiger tribe? I assure you that my partner will send you some prey as a reward. Now that the threat posed by Hari has dissipated, Meeching's desire to escape has once again been stirred. After some contemplation, Simba felt that it was indeed unwise to leave the petite female alone in the beastly forest. However, he had been searching for a way out of the forest for days, yet had found no exit thus far. Looking at Meeching's delicate face and her swollen abdomen, he was resolute in his decision to lead her out of the beastly forest. "All right, you should rest now. I will take you out first thing in the morning." Meeching nodded, having eaten some roasted meat, and soon the drowsiness overcame her. She curled up, cradling her belly, and nestled into the grassy nest, drifting off to sleep. Only when he saw that Meeching was asleep did Simba feel reassured enough to revert to his original form and rest on the surrounding grass. That night marked the happiest he had ever spent in the beastly forest. The next morning, when Meeching awoke, Simba had already prepared roasted meat and gathered some fruits that you're awake. "Have some water," he said, offering her water held in a large leaf. Meeching nodded gently. "Thank you." After eating some roasted meat, she found it somewhat greasy and picked up a brown fruit to taste. Her brow furrowed as the flavor was unexpectedly strange for a fruit of that size. After taking a small bite, she set the fruit down. "What kind of fruit is this? It's so bitter." "This is the boza fruit," Simba explained upon seeing her inquiry. "In the beastly forest, there are miasmas during the day, and this fruit can detoxify you. It will do you good." However, Meeching felt a pang of worry as she placed her hand on her belly, uncertain of the fruit's effect on her child. "Rest assured, this fruit will not harm the baby in your womb," Simba reassured her. With that, Meeching felt relieved enough to eat the fruit, and after Simba tidied up, he set off with her. Along the way, not wanting Meeching to tire, Simba transformed into his beast form and carried her on his back. He carefully navigated through the woods, and when Meeching saw Simba in his beast form, she nearly mistook him for the little white cat she had once cared for, Xiaohe. Simba's lion form bore a striking resemblance to Xiaohe, though he was several times larger. While Xiaohe was merely a small wild cat, Simba was truly the king of the jungle. The contrast made Meeching suppress her thoughts. Simba could not possibly be Xiaohe. If Xiaohe were a beast man, Xiar and Sebastian would never have allowed him to remain in their home. Moreover, the tiger tribe was so far from where she had found Xiaohe, it was merely a coincidence. Simba was not Xiaohe. Ensure Meeching's comfort. Simba walked slowly and smoothly, avoiding any jostles. After spending the morning traveling, they had not covered much distance up by noon. Simba deliberately sought out a spot near a water source to rest. Meeching drank from the stream and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Surveying her surroundings, she noted how peculiar the beastly forest was, completely shrouded in mist with no sight of the sun. This must be the miasma Simba had mentioned, and throughout their journey, she had not seen any small animals scurrying about. "How are you? Are you tired?" Simba transformed back into his human form, anxiously regarding Meeching. Pregnant females required careful attention. Even a slight mishap could endanger the cubs in their wombs, and the females themselves could face life-threatening risks. Meeching shook her head, a smile gracing her lips that I'm fine. How much longer until we can leave the beastly forest? I'm not quite sure. The beastly forest is like a riddle. One misstep can lead you back to where you started. Consequently, Simba had been cautious, taking his time with each step. The scarcity of prey and the ever-present danger of formidable beasts made him particularly vigilant at I see, Meeching said, gently caressing her round belly. In half a month, her child would be born. She wondered if Xiar would be able to witness the birth of the little fox and see them when they entered the world. Don't worry, I will definitely get you out of here, Simba assured her, pausing to gaze thoughtfully at the sky, though dense branches obstructed his view of the sun. If only I could see the direction of the sunrise, I could find a way out. The lion tribe's territory lay in the direction where the sun rose. As long as he followed that path, he could return home. That Meeching's mind sparked with inspiration, recalling what she had learned as a modern individual. She raised her head to observe the surrounding leaves. Her teacher had once mentioned that areas with flourishing foliage indicated the direction of the sunrise, as most plants favored sunlight for optimal photosynthesis. After comparing the leaves around her, Meeching finally identified the correct direction. Simba, over there is where the sun rises. She pointed to a direction where the leaves were lush and vibrant, certain of her observation. How do you know that? Simba questioned, looking at the opposite direction with curiosity. He had been attempting to discern the path out of the forest and identify where the sun rose, but had been unsuccessful. Thus, he was intrigued by Meeching's certainty about that direction. That Meeching did not answer his query. Unsure of how to explain, she couldn't very well tell him, a beast man, about photosynthesis. Just trust me. You won't be mistaken, she replied, her eyes glimmering with sincerity. Simba felt his heart soften at her earnestness. All right, I trust you. Not wanting to disappoint Meeching, he nodded emphatically. Even if the path turned out to be incorrect, he was willing to accompany her as long as she was happy. Seeing Simba's unwavering trust in her, Meeching felt a surge of joy and gave little thought to his intentions. The prospect of soon reuniting with Xiar and Sebastian filled her with happiness. They must be very worried right now. Perhaps they were already on their way to find her. Meeching had no doubt about the feeling Xiar and the others held for her. They would be extremely anxious about such a significant disappearance. She wondered whether Sebastian's fiery temper might lead him to wreak havoc in the tiger tribe or transform in front of the clan. Meeching had been concerned about such scenarios. If that were to happen, Sebastian's secret would be irretrievably exposed, and they would have to move to a place where no beast man recognized them. Simba said, You should rest a bit. I will go gather some fruits for you. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly became serious and instructed Meeching earnestly. This place is very dangerous. You should hide behind that rock and wait for me to return. Not completely reassured, he picked Meeching up and carried her toward the back of a towering ancient tree, where a large rock and 3 massive trees formed a concealed space. Simba set Meeching down behind the rock, then gathered some vines to cover the top. Ensuring she was entirely hidden. Do not come out until I return, he instructed. Meeching nodded from behind the rock, then thought that since Simba could not see her, she called out, Okay, outside the rock. Simba smiled in relief, casting one last glance in the direction where Meeching was hidden before transforming back into his beast form and sprinting through the forest. He needed to find prey as quickly as possible without alarming the fearsome beasts lurking within in his human form. Simba appeared slender and frail, but in his beast form, he was nearly 2 meters tall, with strong, agile muscles that attested to his prowess. Thus, it took considerable effort for Simba to finally locate a wild rabbit. He dared not venture too far, fearing for Meeching's safety, so he hunted within the vicinity. Capturing even a single rabbit was quite an achievement. With the wild rabbit in his mouth, he sprinted back toward Meeching's hiding spot. As Meeching watched Simba return with the rabbit, she began to swallow hard. Although she was not particularly hungry, the baby in her belly constantly reminded her of its needs. 1 rabbit isn't enough for both of you, in Simba's eyes, while she was merely a small female. A pregnant female could eat quite a lot. Meeching forced a smile. She had developed quite an appetite compared to her previous self, and this single wild rabbit was hardly sufficient for her. Simba watched Meeching with a pursed mouth, a hint of guilt crossing his face. "This is for you to eat. I do not require any," he remarked. Upon hearing Simba's words, Meeching felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, "I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention, it's just..." Observing the guilt on Simba's face, Meeching realized she had misspoken. "It's all right, just eat," Simba urged, shaking his head as he compelled himself to smile, then offered the roasted rabbit meat to Meeching. As night fell, Simba fashioned a soft nest of grass for Meeching to sleep upon. She felt deeply grateful for Simba's attentive care. In truth, she was not particular about her sleeping arrangements. Previously, when resting with Harry, he would hardly pay her any mind, leaving her to sleep on the grass or even on the cold, hard stones. Curled up in the grass nest, Meeching felt warmth envelop her as she noticed Simba. In his beast form, nestled nearby on the grass, a gentle breeze swept through, causing Meeching to hug her body tightly. Striving to suppress her shivers, suddenly, soft footsteps approached, and something hefty thudded down in front of her, bringing with it a wave of warmth. It was Simba. In his beast form, he was incredibly warm, his massive body shielding her from the night wind. Overwhelmed by the comforting sensation, Meeching disregarded everything else and nestled against Simba's soft lion fur to absorb the warmth. Simba, feeling Meeching's response, stiffened momentarily before gradually shifting closer into her embrace. Meeching's body felt just as soft and fragrant as it had when he was little Hay and she held him close. Indeed, Simba was little Hay. Back then, he had been forced to consume the shrinking fruit by several males who bullied him in the tribe, even being tied to a wild buffalo and mercilessly beaten. This had led him to the Tiger Clan, where he encountered Meeching. After the incident that had transpired, he fled and wandered through the forest, eventually finding the antidote to revert to human form. A perilous journey that nearly cost him his life. Upon returning to the tribe, the same males who had tormented him continued their harassment, even going so far as to knock him unconscious and abandon him in the giant beast forest, hoping he would perish there. Yet he found himself grateful for their cruel antics, for it was through their relentless torment that he had met Meeching, the little female who lingered in his thoughts. Initially, he believed his heterochromia was a cruel twist of fate dealt by the beast god, questioning why he, among so many beast men, had been singled out, that he had even harbored resentment towards the beast god. It was only due to the chief's kindness that he had survived, that he once thought the chief, who had cared for him since childhood, was a good man, unaware that the chief's mercy was driven by his own selfish desires. As the mother of a heterochromic child, she was confined within the tribe until adulthood, forced to mate with males for the sake of producing offspring. This was merely an excuse for the males. Whether male or female, those born with heterochromia were exceedingly beautiful, and their intentions were purely to possess the mother. The chief he had once regarded as benevolent was among them, once he successfully transformed back into human form. The chief revealed a face of disdain. The chief even demanded that a flash of murderous intent flickered in Simba's eyes as he recalled the hypocritical chief one day, when he was strong enough. He vowed to take revenge on every beast man who had bullied him, to rescue that pitiful female, his mother. Glancing at Meeching, who was clinging to him, Simba's resolve grew stronger. He must strive to become the leader of the lion clan, for only then would he be worthy of the little female. Extending his paw, Simba pulled Meeching closer, silently vowing within his heart. The lion clan was the most exalted group in the beast world. Much like tigers were the kings of beasts, lions truly reigned as the kings of the jungle. The leader of the lion clan had the freedom to choose his mate, and the female could not refuse. This was a decree established by the beast god, a stringent law that both males and females were bound to obey. That day, several snow wolves chased each other through the forest, among them a fiery red fox. Their common goal was to catch up to the lead snow wolf. With a howl, the pack split up, encircling the target, finally cornering the lead snow wolf. The surrounded snow wolf bared its teeth. Its visage twisted in a snarl, knowing it could not escape this time. Resigning itself to defeat, it ceased its struggle, retracting its aura to transform into human form. Upon seeing Harry take human form, the red fox hurriedly followed suit. "Harry, where have you taken Meeching?" Xiar demanded, his eyes glistening with worry. They had been pursuing Harry for days without a trace of Meeching, and he was genuinely concerned. Harry met Xiar's impulsive gaze, a glimmer of hope shining in his own, that he merely forced a bitter smile, thinking that even this weak fox could win the heart of his beloved female. Why could he not? Harry's heart brimmed with resentment towards the beast god as he coldly replied, I won't tell you. Since Sophia did not favor Meeching and wished to eliminate her, he resolved to assist her in fulfilling that desire. Having observed Harry's demeanor, Anthony sighed and addressed him. Is it worth it, Harry, for a female who does not love you? Long before Harry was expelled from the tribe, Anthony had discerned that Harry's actions against Meeching were not motivated by tribal honor. For a male from the Snow Wolf clan, which valued reputation and trust, to act against the rules, it must have been related to a female, that Harry's wrongdoing stemmed from his affection for a female, prompting Anthony to show leniency by merely exiling him from the tribe, that he hoped that the little female would appreciate Harry's companionship. Little did he know that his moment of compassion would put Meeching's life in jeopardy. Had he foreseen this, he would have punished Harry severely, perhaps even executed him. He would not spare anyone who threatened Meeching's safety. As Harry faced Anthony, guilt etched on his face, he lowered his head. I'm sorry, young chief. I've brought shame to the tribe. The Snow Wolf clan had always prided itself on its reputation, and now, due to his actions, their honor was tarnished. He felt grateful to the chief and the young chief for their care. Noticing Harry's somber mood, Anthony tentatively probed, If you tell me where Meeching is, I can pretend this incident never happened. The notion of a clean slate ignited a flicker of hope within Harry. Did this mean he could return to Sophia and continue to be by her side? Sophia's delicate visage filled his mind, the thoughts of survival and fulfilling Sophia's wishes intertwining incessantly. Finally, the image solidified in his mind as he recalled Sophia's disdainful expression upon seeing Meeching just before leaving. Clarity washed over him, and his green eyes brightened as he looked up at Anthony. I'm sorry, he said. Initially confident in his ability to persuade Harry, Anthony's light green eyes widened in alarm upon hearing Harry's words, his expression turning grave. Harry, are you aware of the consequences? Have you thought this through? This was his last chance for survival. Would he truly abandon it? Tell me, where is Meeching? Seeing Harry resolute in his determination to face death, Anthony felt a surge of panic. He stepped closer, gripping Harry's neck, forcing the truth from him. She is in the death forest. You are too late. After uttering those words, Harry's expression remained stoic, but the next moment his body was severed in two by Anthony's sharp wolf claws. Blood splattering as he was unceremoniously tossed to the ground, the gust of wind swept through, carrying the stench of blood through the air. Anthony's pristine torso and face were splattered with blood, and the surrounding snow wolf males were rendered speechless, frozen in fear at Anthony's cold demeanor. The torn remains of Harry lay at their feet, his wide eyes staring blankly at them. They understood that Harry's actions had breached the iron law. He had committed a capital offense, never expecting his demise to be so brutal. Upon hearing that Meeching was in the death forest, Xiar felt his blood run cold, a chilling dread enveloping him. Without a moment's thought, his body transformed into that of a fox, racing toward the death forest. Anthony, regaining his composure, shifted into wolf form and pursued Xiar. Soon, the fox and wolf ran side by side, while the remaining males exchanged glances, uncertain whether to follow. That direction leads to the forest of death, where no male who enters shall escape alive. Ultimately, gripped by the fear of death, several males chose not to follow Anthony and Charles, but instead turned towards the Snow Wolf tribe. Meanwhile, Anthony and Charles had pinpointed the accurate location of Meeching, while on the other side, Sebastian was not so fortunate. The dragon beast's sense of smell was not particularly keen. It had only detected Harry's scent earlier because it was unfamiliar. Now, standing amidst the trees with a grim expression, Sebastian was perplexed by the overwhelming presence of numerous male snow wolves in the vicinity, rendering him incapable of discerning which one was Harry. Consequently, Sebastian spent the past few days wandering the forest, calculating that the time was drawing near as foretold by the shaman beast. He observed the paw prints left by the males in the forest and glanced towards the ominous forest of death, ultimately deciding to venture there first. With a correct direction, albeit slow in pace, Simba and Meeching finally reached the fringes of the giant beast forest. Thus, Simba relaxed his guard, unaware that a colossal creature had been trailing them all along. With just one more day, they would escape the giant beast forest, Simba mused, observing the increasingly sparse trees and the faint sunlight filtering through to Meeching's spirits lifted at his words, her countenance brightening after days of gloom. "This is splendid," she exclaimed. They had been meandering for days, encountering several giant beasts, and had it not been for Simba's clever evasions, they might have faced grave danger. Meeching now understood why this place was called the giant beast forest. The creatures here were enormous, with forms reminiscent of mutated beasts or the mythical chimeras of ancient lore. Simba, seeing Meeching finally smile, felt a surge of joy himself. He had been blissful during these days. Yet he knew such happiness could not endure. Once they exited the giant beast forest, they would soon encounter Charles and Sebastian, and would have to part ways. "Let us rest here. We shall continue our journey at dawn," Simba suggested, harboring a selfish desire to spend another day with Meeching. Meeching glanced at the brighter thicket ahead and replied, "It is still early. Let us press on a bit further." Her heart yearned to return home. Wishing she could fly there immediately, "I just spotted some prey over here. Perhaps there is more ahead." Simba feigned difficulty, prompting Meeching to relent. "Well then," she conceded. Elated, Simba cautioned Meeching a few times before transforming into his lion form to hunt nearby. Leaving Meeching to rest, she felt an unsettling sensation, as if a pair of eyes were watching her from the shadows. Yet upon inspection, she found nothing, almost convincing herself it was merely her imagination that I in his lion form. Simba weaved through the trees, pursuing his prey. Just as he was about to catch a goat, he heard approaching footsteps and instantly became alert. Crouching low, he concealed himself amidst the half-man-high foliage, his ears perked up, keenly observing his surroundings. Familiar males, those who often tormented him, had arrived. "What are they doing here?" Simba wondered in confusion until one of them voiced his frustration. "Damn it, we clearly tossed that fool Simba into the giant beast forest. Why is the tribe leader suddenly seeking him for sacrifice?" The speaker's anger was palpable, recalling Simba's beauty, which surpassed even that of females. "Let us hurry. We must retrieve him, even if it is just his corpse." "Sacrificing to the heavens is no trivial matter," urged another male. Those words dripped with hidden meaning. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing glance, each detecting a hint of malice in the other's gaze. "This scent belongs to Simba. He must be nearby." One male sniffed, unmistakably familiar with Simba's loathed aroma. To their surprise, after all this time, he had not met his demise. His survival was indeed remarkable. The other male's expression soured, filled with resentment towards Simba, despite their torment, would soon reappear in the tribe. The sight of this cursed male, born under the beast god's curse, yet possessing such a beautiful visage, infuriated them. Not only did he captivate the tribe's females, but he had even bewitched some males that is intolerable. Such a cursed male should have been put to death at birth, they thought bitterly. Hidden behind the foliage, Simba was aghast at the conversation between the two males. They were genuinely intent on ending his life. Anger surged within him, his chest heaving. He then turned to flee in Meeching's direction, hoping to escape their clutches. However, his flight did not alert the two males searching for him. Upon reaching Meeching, a smile broke across Simba's face that he intended to shift back to human form to call out to her, yet the thought of the two males pursuing him deterred him. He feared that if they spotted Meeching, it could lead to further complications. Slowing his pace, he gazed at Meeching, whose eyes were scanning the surroundings with hope, and warmth enveloped his heart. He longed to remain by her side, to live this way forever. But he could not. He must not bring danger to her. After memorizing her features deeply, he turned and ran in the opposite direction, the path the two males had taken. This choice could cost him his life. A perilous gamble. Meanwhile, Meeching, eagerly anticipating Simba's return with more prey, was oblivious to the events that had just transpired. She remained unaware of the formidable beast she was soon to confront, one that would place her very life in jeopardy, leaving her teetering on the brink of death. Estimating the time, Meeching thought Simba should have returned by now. Yet as she waited, anxiety crept in. What if something had happened to him? Rising from her spot, she glanced in the direction he had departed, contemplating whether to seek him out. However, she recalled his repeated warnings against wandering off. Torn between going and staying, she hesitated. Just then, she heard the sound of approaching footsteps and the cracking of branches. "Simba," she instinctively called out, but received no response. Instead, a sound reminiscent of both a bull and a dragon echoed, and soon a creature, resembling a moving hill, loomed into her view. Instinctively, Meeching took a step back, her eyes widening at the sight of the beast, its gaping maw filled with fangs and advancing menacingly towards her. Her heart raced as if it would cease to beat, and her mind instinctively recalled humanity's primary response to danger: flight. Scanning the area for Simba, she saw no sign of him, and, gritting her teeth, she sprinted towards the less dense area of trees, hoping to escape the giant beast forest. Perhaps she would encounter a hunting male nearby who could save her. As she ran, the giant beast pursued her. Its massive size hindered its speed, and it watched as Meeching pulled further ahead. With its head thrown back, it let out a deafening roar that echoed through the forest. The surrounding giant beasts responded, joining in a chorus of howls. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose, and Meeching turned to see several beasts charging towards her from various directions. Cursed beast, calling for reinforcements, she cursed under her breath. Initially, she believed her speed would grant her victory, allowing her to escape its clutches, but she was mistaken. The beast's cowardice was evident, prompting her disdain. The giant beast paid no heed to her thoughts. And soon several others stopped nearby, ramming their horns against the trees one by one. Towering ancient trees crashed down, all directed towards Meeching. "Damn it, it's resorting to dirty tricks," she lamented, with her hands shielding her abdomen. She ran with all her might, narrowly dodging the falling trees, only to find more following closely behind. Although her petite form allowed her to navigate the forest with agility, she inevitably encountered branches that snagged at her limbs. Eventually, her stamina waned after approximately half an hour of frantic running, her movements slowing and becoming less nimble. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as a tree, as thick as a person, came crashing down towards her. She was in a dire state, unable to lift her limbs. Meeching slumped to the ground, curling her body protectively around her belly, turning her back against the impending weight of the great tree. Prepared for the worst, she thought her end was near when something clutched the fabric of her back. In the next moment, she felt herself being lifted into the air, the rush of wind filling her ears. After hearing a tremendous crash, Meeching opened her eyes to find herself perched upon a tree branch, beside a red FOX. An expression of surprise lit up Meeching's face, soon followed by a torrent of grievances from the past few days, causing her nose to tingle and tears to stream down her cheeks. Seeing Meeching in tears, Xiar quickly transformed into his fox form and anxiously examined her for injuries, relieved to find none. "Meeching, please don't cry," he said softly, but her sobs only intensified. She threw herself in a Xiar's embrace, wrapping her arms around his slender waist and pressing her face against his chest. Hot tears fell on Xiar's strong torso as he gently stroked her hair, offering solace. "It's all right. It's all right. I'm here." His warm voice enveloped Meeching like the sun, bringing her comfort. Yet there was an undeniable pain in Xiar's eyes, as if his heart were pierced by a sharp object, leaving him in discomfort. He had never seen Meeching cry. She was always cheerful and lively, unbothered by life's tribulations. But this time, she was genuinely frightened, having been taken from her tribe by a male while pregnant, enduring untold hardships along the way. The thought of Meeching's suffering in the elements filled Xiar with deep sorrow. Just as he contemplated how to console her further, a series of strange cries echoed from beneath the tree. The very tree they were on began to tremble violently under attack. Xiar held Meeching tightly and pressed a fervent kiss to her forehead, urging her to stay close. In the next instant, the tree tilted, and Xiar leapt with Meeching into another tree. The thrilling ordeal left Meeching wide-eyed, a feeling of dread creeping in as she reflected on the harrowing experience. The colossal beasts, realizing they could not reach Xiar, shifted their focus to the snow wolf on the ground. Several giants surrounded the snow wolf, and Meeching looked on in confusion. Could it be Harry? He is Anthony, the deputy leader of the snow wolf clan. "Come to rescue you," Xiar explained as he set Meeching down in a safe spot. "Meeching, I must help Anthony." Stay here and don't move. Xiar gently caressed Meeching's hair before transforming into his fox form and racing towards Anthony. Watching Xiar proceed without hesitation, Meeching felt a sudden shift. He had become braver. Aware of the formidable beast before him, he chose to fight rather than flee. He was no longer the timid and insecure Xiar of the past. This courageous version of him radiated a mature, masculine charm. Meanwhile, Anthony had transformed into his human form, his palms morphing into wolf claws, leaving deep scratches on the giant beast. A fiery red figure dashed into the fray, engaging one of the giants in combat. "What are you doing here? Get Meeching out of the beast forest." Anthony was acutely aware of their disadvantage against the giants, realizing Xiar's arrival would only lead to more casualties. "Leave now. Take Meeching and go." Anthony deftly dodged a kick from a giant, swiftly retaliating with a claw strike. However, his efforts seemed futile against the giants, akin to a mere cat scratching at a behemoth. Xiar, ensnared by a giant, found his escape routes severed as surrounding trees fell, leaving him no chance to leap to safety. "Xiar, be careful." Meeching's distant shout pierced the air. Instinctively, Xiar leapt to evade a giant's charge, sending Meeching's heart racing with fear. Unbeknownst to her, her cry had exposed her to danger. Point 2 of the giants broke free from the chaos and strode towards Meeching. Sensing their approach, she felt a surge of dread. Turning to flee, she remembered that the fallen tree had blocked her path, and with her petite frame, she could not possibly climb over it. Overwhelmed, Meeching spun in circles, tears threatening to spill. Suddenly, one of the giants rammed its horns into the sturdy trunk of the fallen tree, launching it towards Meeching. She gasped, watching the tree trunk soar toward her, the space around her too confined to evade. She could only brace herself, turning to meet the fierce blow with her sturdy back. The trunk struck her fiercely, sending her crashing to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around her. Meeching fought to protect her belly as a surge of hot blood rose in her throat, spilling forth in the next instant. Meeching, Anthony watched helplessly as the trunk injured her gravely. Feeling powerless, caught off guard, he was then thrust into the air by a giant's horns. The same moment, Xiar, consumed by concern for Meeching's injuries, found himself underfoot of a giant. That a single fox, crushed beneath the weight of a mountain-like beast, felt as insignificant as an ant. The two giants charging toward Meeching. One of them, seeing her gravely wounded, seemed displeased. He angrily nudged the nearby giant, as if blaming it for damaging its food, while the nudged giant bowed its head in submission. The enraged giant, after asserting dominance over the other, continued towards Meeching with a snort. Why now? Meeching had lost all strength, her insides ablaze with pain. She lay helplessly on the ground, blood flowing uncontrollably from her mouth. Even the slightest breath felt like a dagger to her heart. As the giant drew closer, she felt utterly devoid of the strength to flee. Its massive maw loomed ominously, the foul stench wafting towards her. Just as her life hung in the balance, a dragon's roar shattered the silence. A frigid gale swept through as a dragon descended from the heavens, flapping its wings. Meeching's eyes brimmed with tears at the sight of the dragon before her. She had not anticipated seeing him in her final moments. The giants hesitated at the sight of the colossal creature, but their hunger prevailed. The nearest giant surged towards Meeching, and Sebastian let out a fierce roar, exuding an intimidating aura that forced the other giants to lower their heads in submission. The reluctant giant, however, stood defiantly, raising its neck to roar in defiance, prompting the others to join in. Sebastian's icy blue eyes narrowed. Sensing their intent to overpower him, he flapped his wings, gathering a blue light that began to manifest in his mouth. The blue light, sharp as a sword, shot towards the nearest giant, carving a deep, bone-exposing wound into its flesh, crimson blood pouring forth. The beast let out a howl before collapsing to the ground. The remaining giants, witnessing this, scattered, leaving only the wounded giant to struggle for survival. In the air, Sebastian slowly descended, wings beating gracefully. Xiaomi upon landing, he immediately transformed into his human form and rushed to Meeching's side. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his face etched with concern. Seeing Sebastian approach, Meeching gasped for breath, blood continuing to spill from her lips. Sebastian's heart ached at the sight of her pallid face. His left hand morphed into a dragon claw, its sharp nails slicing into his right wrist. Blood streamed down his arm as Meeching, desperate to stop him, realized it was too late. He pressed his wrist to her lips, letting his blood flow into her mouth. In her current state, Meeching lacked the ability to swallow. The blood only mingled with her own, spilling out anew. Sebastian, how is she? Wounded Xiar and Anthony approached, clutching their injuries. Upon seeing Meeching's condition, Xiar felt darkness cloud his vision. Meeching was still coughing blood, her face ashen, dark circles framing her eyes that no, it can't be. I will take you to the clan healer. As Xiar spoke, he attempted to lift Meeching, only to be forcefully pushed to the ground by Sebastian. Xiaomi is mine. None of you shall take her from me. Sebastian understood Meeching's condition all too well. Even the dragon's blood could not save her, and no tribe healer would suffice. He held the bloodied Meeching tightly in his embrace. Disregarding everything else, Xiar, notions of friendliness, the concept of family. Without Meeching, he was left with nothing. She was all he desired. Sebastian, I beg you, let me take Meeching to find a healer, Xiar said, his voice strained as he suppressed the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. This was a matter of Meeching's life. He could no longer hesitate. As Xiar moved forward to seize Meeching, she weakly reached out from Sebastian's embrace, grasping his arm. Her head shook feebly as she struggled to swallow, her voice frail as if a mere breeze could disperse it. Xiar, I have no time left. In her final moments, she yearned to behold the two men she loved so dearly. Xiar, I'm sorry. I can no longer bear you a child. A flicker of pain crossed her eyes, for the child she had not yet brought into the world was lost, leaving her with an unbearable sense of regret. I don't want children anymore. I just want you to live. Hearing Meeching's words, Xiar choked on his own emotions, his eyes reddening as tears fell freely. Anthony stood silently nearby, watching Meeching fade away, her once vibrant spirit dimming. Her adorable smile would no longer grace her face, nor would her whimsical ideas brighten the world. His heart ached, but he felt he had no right to grieve. He was not Meeching's mate, and thus had no claim to mourn her, let alone take action on her behalf. Meeching lifted her hand to caress Sebastian's face, observing his furrowed brow, and managed to muster a faint smile. You frown again? I dislike seeing you like this. Yet, I adore you deeply. Sebastian, in the next life, will I bear your children? Meeching knew that Sebastian had been brooding since her pregnancy began, but he maintained his usual demeanor in her presence. She understood that he too longed for a child that belonged to them. Child, I'm sorry. Mother cannot bring you into this world. She gently stroked her abdomen, radiating maternal warmth. As Meeching's breathing grew increasingly shallow, Sebastian's heart sank as he gazed upon her ashen face. He clutched her tightly, his knuckles whitening with the force of his grip, oblivious to his own desperation. How can I save you? Tell me. Sebastian's anguished cries echoed, and Xiar, overwhelmed with sorrow, could hardly contain his own grief. Anthony observed the two towering males, their strength crumbling under the weight of despair, and his heart twisted in sympathy. Swallowing hard, his voice trembled. I have a way. The simplicity of his words caused Xiar and Sebastian to turn toward him in unison. Anthony, what is your plan? Xiar grasped Anthony's shoulders with fervor. Anxiety etched across his face. Though Sebastian remained silent, his expression bore a glimmer of hope. The Snow Wolf tribe possesses a secret technique that allows one to transfer their life force to their mate. Sebastian's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Anthony's hesitant revelation, but the look in his eyes shifted slightly. Xiar, however, was filled with excitement, fervently stating, transfer my life to Meeching. I would trade my life for hers. He was willing to sacrifice himself for Meeching's sake. Anthony hesitated, unsure how to respond to Xiar's fervent plea. Xiar, he speaks of the Snow Wolf tribe. Anthony reminded him. Only the males of the Snow Wolf tribe can perform this. Sebastian's words brought Xiar back to reality, and he turned to Anthony, whose gaze fell to the ground, unable to meet Xiar's eyes. At this point, did Xiar not understand? Anthony felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, he had ulterior motives in suggesting this. He harbored feelings for Meeching and hoped to forge a bond with her. He was aware that Meeching did not reciprocate his affections, but this presented a chance for him to draw closer to her. Xiar, you must save her. That moment. Sebastian relented, his gaze fixed on Meeching's increasingly labored breaths. He could no longer consider anything else. As long as Xiaomi lived, what did it matter if another male joined their ranks? What? Anthony could hardly believe his ears. Had Sebastian just uttered those words? Hurry and save her. As Meeching's condition worsened, Sebastian's voice rose in a desperate growl directed at Anthony. Without further hesitation, Anthony stepped forward. Approaching the wounded beast, his hands transformed into claw-like appendages as he delved into the beast's exposed wounds. The severely injured creature attempted to resist, but the loss of blood rendered it powerless to do anything but watch Anthony's movements. Moments later, Anthony withdrew his hands, holding a crimson, crystalline object within his furry grasp. "What is this?" Xiar inquired, perplexed by the strange object found within the beast's body. "This is the bonding spirit." Anthony wiped the blood from the crystalline object with the hide he wore. He then drew the sharp edge of the bonding spirit across Meeching's fingertip, allowing her blood to drip onto it. Swiftly, he mirrored the action on his own finger. Once the preparations were complete, Anthony began to chant softly, his words a blend of human and wolf tongues. Before long, the bonding spirit emitted a brilliant red light, a surge of life energy coursing through it, Anthony's very lifespan. He placed the enchanted object upon Meeching's forehead, and the visible energy flowed into her body. Approximately 10 minutes later, Meeching's complexion began to regain its color. Her breathing steadied, and the blood ceased to flow from her mouth. Even her eyes regained clarity. Sebastian, witnessing the change in Meeching, felt a weight lift from his heart, while Xiar rejoiced. "Meeching, you're all right. This is wonderful." He wiped his tears, for nothing else mattered as long as Meeching had returned to them. Anthony, however, noticed a peculiar mark forming on the inner side of his arm, a human-shaped emblem. This was Meeching's mate mark. How odd. Stealing a glance at Xiar and Sebastian, he observed the same mark on both of them. A sense of secret delight filled Anthony's heart. Regardless of the circumstances, he was now Meeching's mate. Once Meeching regained her strength, Sebastian fed her some dragon's blood, and she fell into a deep slumber. Cradling her, he made his way out of the forest. Xiar quickly rose to follow, pausing beside Anthony, who stood in a daze, watching Sebastian carry Meeching away. "Let us go," Xiar urged. Anthony's eyes reflected uncertainty. He was unsure how to face Meeching. Amidst the joy of becoming her mate, he suddenly feared that upon waking, she might not accept him, and he pondered the implications of severing their bond if necessary. Xiar noticed Anthony's apprehension, having recognized his feelings for Meeching during their search for Harry in the Snow Wolf tribe. What kind of noble second-in-command would go to such lengths merely to capture the rogue beast Harry? "It's all right. We need to hurry back to the tribe to find a healer for Meeching," Xiar reassured, placing a hand on Anthony's shoulder. Now, Anthony was reminiscent of Xiar in the past, albeit stronger than he had been then. Since Anthony had become Meeching's mate, he would accompany her to the tiger tribe. When they had arrived, Meeching was with the stoic Harry, but on their return, she would be with Xiar, Sebastian, and Anthony. The following day, Meeching awoke around midday. The first thing she did was check her abdomen. Sighing in relief upon finding it still round and pronounced, she marveled at her child's resilience, having survived such peril. Yet, a wave of worry washed over her. Given her severe injuries, would her child be unharmed? What if the baby were born deformed? Meeching's anxiety compelled Sebastian and Charles to lie flat on her abdomen, meticulously counting the baby's heartbeat per minute. She was also constantly attuned to the movements within her womb, gauging the vitality of the child. After 10 tense days, they finally returned to the Tiger Clan tribe. The day of their return caused quite a commotion, even drawing the attention of the clan leader. Ethan S. Meeching and Charles approached the tribe. They spotted Anna, noticeably pregnant, strolling about and capturing everyone's gaze. Upon seeing Meeching and the several males accompanying Charles, Anna's mouth fell open in astonishment. She had assumed that Meeching, having been abducted by Harry, would surely meet her demise, yet here she was, alive and well. Since Meeching's disappearance, Cohen had been vigilantly waiting at the tribe's entrance each day, yearning for his sister's return. Today, as usual, he arrived at the tribe's entrance, only to see Charles and Sebastian surrounded by numerous males. Seeing his brother and Charles return was a glimmer of hope that Meeching had been rescued. And with that thought, he hurried over. "Brother Charles, is Sister Meeching back?" Cohen squeezed into the circle, his small stature allowing him passage. Cohen, Meeching's gentle voice drifted from behind Charles, prompting him to shift aside and reveal her. Upon seeing her, Cohen's eyes welled with tears as he rushed towards her, but Sebastian's stern demeanor halted him, his long arm firmly pressing down on Cohen's head to prevent him from advancing. Brother Sebastian, Cohen's small face contorted with grievance, his big, watery eyes pleading for Meeching's attention. Meeching found Cohen's adorable demeanor utterly endearing and made no move to stop Sebastian's actions, disheartened by Meeching's lack of support. Cohen drooped his head. Charles, with a soft smile, gently patted Cohen's fluffy head, his voice tender. Sebastian is merely concerned that you might inadvertently harm Sister Meeching. After all, she's currently carrying a precious little one that cannot withstand any roughness. Throughout their journey, Meeching's worry for the baby had not gone unnoticed by Charles and Sebastian, heightening their caution, as they feared any misstep could jeopardize the child. Thus, Sebastian's intervention was a manifestation of that concern, though it also stemmed from his dislike of Cohen getting too close to Meeching. As they conversed, the surrounding beastmen parted to form a path, and the elder Ethan approached, accompanied by several elders. Upon seeing Meeching unharmed and the baby still safe within her, Ethan breathed a sigh of relief. Meeching, you have returned. Were you injured? His expression was warm and filled with genuine concern. Thank you for your concern. Clan leader. I am well, Meeching replied, a flicker of apprehension crossing her eyes. Having faced life and death, she was immensely grateful to be alive. Ethan noticed the expressions on Meeching and Sebastian's faces and understood the gravity of the situation. Your abduction by Harry was a failure on my part as clan leader. After conferring with several elders, we have decided to offer 5 days' worth of food as compensation. This decision had been made prior to Ethan's arrival. Recognizing the gravity of losing a female, especially in broad daylight to a male, there is no need for compensation, clan leader. Harry is dead, and Meeching is now safe, so we wish to let the matter rest. Charles firmly declined Ethan's goodwill, and Meeching nodded in satisfaction. Well, if it can be avoided, that would be for the best, Ethan thought, hesitating if there's nothing else. We shall return home, Charles stated, noticing the weariness on Meeching's face and wishing to leave without delay. After weighing his options, Ethan finally nodded in agreement. After all, the burden of 5 days' worth of food would need to be shared among all the males in the tribe. Although he was the leader, they would surely grumble among themselves since Charles and the others refused. He felt relieved, avoiding any potential backlash. Sister, let us go home, Cohen exclaimed joyfully, circling around Meeching and chattering incessantly. While you were away, I made sure to feed the wild chickens and rabbits. And I even watered the vegetables in the garden, Cohen said with bright eyes, eagerly awaiting Meeching's praise. Meeching, observing his innocent enthusiasm, couldn't he help but smile broadly. Yes, that's so. Little Cohen is quite capable. You've grown up. Upon returning to her secluded stone hut, Meeching glanced at the wild chickens and rabbits in their shelter, all appearing healthy, and the pregnant rabbit had given birth to several kits, which were thriving and able to nurse on their own. The sight of her home, so well taken care of by Cohen, brought her great comfort. Once settled in, after ensuring Meeching was comfortable, Sebastian announced, I will go hunting in the forest. Little me, please rest well. Charles, wishing to accompany Sebastian to hunt and gather some fruit for Meeching, decided to join. Cohen, eager to tag along, was granted permission by Charles. Soon, Charles and Cohen departed the stone hut with their respective baskets, leaving Meeching and Anthony alone in the house. An awkward silence enveloped the room until Anthony broke it. Are you thirsty? I'll go boil some water for you. Without waiting for Meeching's response, he headed to the kitchen. Meeching watched him bustling about, feeling a sense of confusion. Severely injured, she had almost believed she would perish. When she regained consciousness, she found herself on the road back to the Tiger Clan tribe, astonished that she had survived such a brutal blow from a thick tree branch. Later, it was Charles who informed her that Anthony had saved her using the Snow Wolf clan's secret technique, which involved transferring life force to a partner. Upon hearing this, Meeching felt bewildered. What did Charles mean by that? Had Anthony become her partner? It was only when she saw the red, humanoid mark on Anthony's inner arm that she realized Charles was not jesting. Anthony truly had become her partner. You drink some water? Tea some point. Anthony had returned with a bowl of boiled water. The usually proud and confident young leader of the Snow Wolf clan now approached her carefully. His heart racing with apprehension, he longed to draw closer to Meeching while simultaneously fearing her reaction, dreading the possibility of her uttering words he did not wish to hear. Meeching's gaze fell upon Anthony, who immediately averted his eyes, unable to meet her gaze, his face betraying his nervousness. "Anthony," Meeching began, uncertain of what to say. "Thank you for saving me." Regardless of the circumstances, Anthony had sacrificed half of his life to save her. And for that, expressing her gratitude was only fitting. No, it's unnecessary. You are my partner. It is my duty to protect you. Meeching was the female he cherished, and for her, he would do anything till he finally understood why Harry would betray the tribe. For the female he adored, he would forsake everything, including his own life. Anthony, betraying the tribe and harming a female were trivial matters. Hearing Anthony's declaration, Meeching's brow furrowed in concern. Anthony, misinterpreting her expression as disapproval, felt a surge of anxiety. He placed the stone bowl on the nearby stone table and grasped Meeching's hands fervently. Startled by sudden action, Meeching's voice trembled. "What are you doing?" With Sebastian and Charles absent, it would be all too easy for Anthony to harm her. "Meeching, give me a chance." Anthony's voice was filled with urgency. "All I desire is to remain by your side, without competing with Sebastian and Charles. Just grant me the opportunity to protect you. I can forego having children. I need nothing else. Being near you is enough." "Anthony, you..." Listening to Anthony's almost pleading confession, Meeching felt a pang in her heart. "I only need a chance. Whether you like me or not does not matter." Anthony's gaze was fervent, filled with hope, making it hard for Meeching to refuse. Ultimately, she softly uttered, "All right," with Meeching's consent to stay. Anthony felt as though he had been granted a lifeline, regaining the confidence and pride of the young leader, his demeanor becoming energetic and decisive. The tribe rejoiced at Meeching's safe return, with some relieved at her fortune, while others attributed her survival to the prowess of her two partners, suggesting that without them, her fate would have been dire. Fortuitously, Meeching possesses such remarkable fortune. Previously, the females in the tribe deemed Xiar attractive in appearance yet deficient in hunting prowess, thus reluctant to choose him as a mate, thereby allowing Meeching to seize an unexpected treasure. Many of those who had rejected Xiar now find themselves consumed by regret. With Meeching's return, there is naturally a mixture of joy and concern within the household. "Meeching, how have you been?" When Shirley entered the room, Meeching had just awakened. "I am fine." Meeching gazed at the approaching Shirley with bleary eyes, while Shirley's face was etched with anxiety and concern. Witnessing Shirley's genuine worry for her, Meeching felt a warmth in her heart. "That damned Harry. What madness possessed him to attempt to abduct you? You look so frail. You must have endured considerable hardship." Shirley lamented, observing the noticeable lack of flesh on Meeching's cheeks. "Surely, Harry is already dead." Meeching had heard from Xiar that Harry had met a grim fate, which dissipated her resentment towards him. He had not mistreated her during her captivity, aside from abandoning her in the great beast forest to fend for herself. Dead? That is a relief. Upon hearing that the instigator of her troubles had perished, Shirley exhaled in relief. However, she failed to notice Anthony emerging from a bedroom. Whereas Meeching did. "I finally understand. It was the Seiji brothers before, and now it is Harry. Not a single male in the Wolf clan is worth a dime. Ah, no, except for Talk, the rest are all wretches." "Cough, cough." Surely, Meeching observed Anthony's increasingly grim expression, with veins protruding on his forehead, and felt compelled to intervene, yet Shirley's words flowed forth like a relentless barrage. "I will go fetch some water. You two continue your discussion." Anthony's chest heaved as he suppressed his emotions and turned towards the kitchen. Only then did Shirley realize that the young leader of the Snow Wolf clan was present in Meeching's home. Her mouth agape as she stared at Anthony's robust figure. "Meeching, how did Anthony end up in your home? Why didn't you tell me?" Shirley exclaimed, shaking Meeching's arm and pouting in displeasure. Meeching could only facepalm, recalling that it was Shirley who had incessantly spoken without affording her the opportunity to respond, and now she dared to express discontent. "No, why is Anthony at your home?" Shirley's eyes darted as she suddenly inquired. Anthony, the young leader of the Snow Wolf clan, should not be in Meeching's abode. and the intimacy between them was glaringly apparent. Meeching averted her gaze from Shirley's scrutiny, reluctant to provide an answer. If you want to say, humph, Shirley would not let Meeching off easily, playfully tickling her, prompting Meeching to laugh and plead for mercy. All right, I will tell you. Subsequently, Meeching recounted how Anthony had saved her, which deeply moved Shirley. For what you say, Anthony seems quite commendable. Meeching nodded lightly, then sighed, placing her hand on her prominently rounded belly. Shirley gazed enviously at Meeching's stomach, discreetly reaching out to touch at Meeching. In just a few days, the little one will arrive, won't they? Feeling the movements of the baby within, Shirley exclaimed with delight. A maternal smile illuminated Meeching's face as she nodded with contentment. Yes, soon I will meet them, but on the third day, following Meeching's return to the tribe. She felt stirring within her belly. That evening, after finishing dinner, Meeching was pacing around the room to aid digestion when suddenly, a sharp kick from her belly caught her off guard. Ouch! Meeching gasped, causing the three males in the room to convert around her in an instant. Cradling her belly, she struggled to breathe. Initially, she thought it was merely the baby moving, but she also sensed a dull ache in her abdomen. Meeching, what is wrong? Xiar asked anxiously, observing the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Meeching remained stiff, holding her belly without moving. Anthony gazed at her with concern, wishing to assist but hesitating, unsure of how to proceed. Xiaomi, your legs? Sebastian's cerulean eyes fixated on the space between Meeching's legs. Upon hearing Sebastian's words, Meeching finally felt a liquid trickling down her thighs. She glanced down in shock, realizing there was a considerable amount of fluid pooling at her feet. Yes, she recognized the source of the liquid. Panic ensued. Her water had broken. I am about to give birth. What should I do? Xiaomi, what is happening? Sebastian questioned, seeing the distress on Meeching's face, and quickly enveloped her in his embrace. Stian, I'm going to give birth. At that moment, Meeching felt intense pain in her abdomen, accompanied by a sensation akin to tearing in her lower body. Upon hearing that Meeching was in labor, both Xiar and Anthony's expressions turned grave. What were they to do? We need to find a clan physician. Yes, the clan physician. After a moment of chaos, Xiar regained some composure, but just as he was about to leave the stone house, Meeching's cries of pain echoed once more that, it hurts so much. Meeching grasped Sebastian's muscular arm tightly, her long nails digging into his flesh, oblivious to her actions. Seeing her in such distress, Xiar couldn't bring himself to leave. His eyes fixated on Meeching, and with a furrowed brow, Sebastian scooped Meeching into his arms and strode toward the bedroom. Meeching felt a tightness and tearing sensation beneath her, arching her back on the grass mat bed. Huff, huff. Meeching took deep breaths, feeling something pressing forcefully from within her. With her water having broken, she understood the urgency of delivering the child. Without the amniotic fluid, the baby would be in peril, gripping the animal hide beneath her. She felt the strain of labor, the veins on her forehead bulging. Summoning every ounce of strength, she pushed with all her might. Sweat and tears blurred her vision, and the excruciating pain made her bite down hard on her lip. Her delicate lips were bloodied, causing Xiar to wince in sympathy. He gently grasped Meeching's chin, coaxing her to release her bite, then placed his hand inside her mouth. In her agony, Meeching paid no heed to Xiar's hand, biting down fiercely as she felt something slipping from her body, followed by a sense of relief in her abdomen. Exhausted, Meeching collapsed onto the bed, yearning for respite, only to be jolted by another tightening of her belly. There's more. Meeching's sweat-drenched face contorted in pain once more. With the first little fox paving the way, the second little fox soon followed. After the arrival of the second little fox, Meeching felt differently. Her belly had deflated. Anthony squatted by Meeching's feet, carefully lifting the damp little bundle that had emerged between her legs. The newborn fox, resembling a freshly born pup, was enveloped in a translucent white membrane. Anthony gingerly broke the membrane surrounding the fragile little fox, peeling it away. Observing Anthony's actions, Xiar followed suit, tending to another newborn fox in a similar manner. Xiaomi, you have worked hard. Sebastian, not paying attention to the two newly birthed foxes, took a piece of animal hide to wipe the sweat from Meeching's brow. His expression was grave. He hadn't anticipated that Meeching's labor would be so arduous, and had he known, he would have dissuaded her from becoming pregnant. Given that the offspring were small foxes, Meeching did not endure excessive suffering. The most challenging part was the dilation of her cervix. After the cervix opened, it took less than half an hour for the two little foxes to arrive. Meeching shook her head, her gaze shifting to the little foxes cradled in Xiar and Anthony's hands. The little foxes, now cleaned with the animal hide, revealed their dark fur. The two black little foxes nestled in their palms. No larger than a hand, emitted weak whimpers. Xiar, bring them closer, so I can see them clearly. Meeching lay on the bed, straining to speak. Upon hearing this, Xiar nodded and brought the two little foxes closer to her line of sight. Meeching scrutinized the two little foxes that had emerged from her own body. Puzzled as to why they bore black fur when Xiar's coat was red, she found the tiny pink noses of the little foxes utterly adorable. The newly born little foxes had yet to open their eyes, tightly squinting into thin slits. Xiar, why are the baby's fur black? Meeching felt a twinge of worry in her heart, wondering if her humanity might have somehow influenced the genetic makeup of her children, which would certainly be quite unfortunate. Xiar, observing the concern in Meeching's eyes, offered a gentle smile. Indeed, the newborn fox cubs all appeared in such a manner. As they grew, their natal fur would eventually shed. Hearing Xiar's reassuring explanation, Meeching sighed in relief. Upon seeing that both little foxes were perfectly healthy and not deformed, the anxiety that had lingered in Meeching's heart finally dissipated. Just as Meeching was about to relax and rest, the two little foxes in Xiar's hands began to whimper softly. A wave of tension washed over Meeching. What was the matter? Were they hungry? Xiar held one of the little foxes and inquired about Meeching's thoughts, who was equally puzzled. She extended her finger towards the fox's mouth, but the little creature stubbornly nudged her hand aside. It seemed they were not hungry, but rather sleepy. Meeching recalled hearing elders mention that newborns often oscillate between eating and sleeping, a principle that should apply to little foxes as well. Xiar nodded in agreement, wrapping the cubs in the animal skins Meeching had prepared earlier and placing them beside her. The little foxes, nestled in their warm swaddling, burrowed and murmured a few times before drifting off to sleep. How adorable! A smile graced Meeching's lips as she tilted her head, gazing at the little foxes beside her. I've boiled some hot water. You can wipe off the sweat, Anthony announced as he entered the room with a stone basin, his voice deep yet tinged with excitement. Meeching nodded at him but attempted to sit up, only to be gently restrained by Sebastian beside her. Allow me. You should rest, he insisted, then proceeded to wet a clean animal skin with the warm water, tenderly wiping her down. After giving birth, Meeching was covered in a sheen of perspiration, and the soothing touch felt immensely comforting. The following day, as dawn broke, Meeching was roused by the gentle nudging of the little foxes. Still caught in the remnants of sleep, she awoke abruptly, when her movements went unnoticed. The two cubs emitted soft, pitiful sounds, their cries resembling a mix between a kitten's mewl and a puppy's whimper. As they lacked strength due to their recent birth, the little foxes could only nudge Meeching's cheek with their heads while occasionally whimpering in her ear. At that moment, Xiar and Sebastian, the three males in the room, also stirred awake. The closest to Meeching, Sebastian picked up the two little foxes beside her. Have they disturbed you? He asked, his expression less than pleased. Meeching had just given birth and needed rest, yet these two little foxes had awakened her, leading Sebastian to harbor some resentment towards the newborns. You continue to rest. I will take them outside, he said, making to exit the bedroom. Sebastian, both Xiar and Meeching called out in unison, causing him to halt. The dim light within the room obscured Meeching's view of Sebastian's expression, but she could discern his displeasure from his tone, prompting her to intervene. The two little foxes seemed to sense their fates rested in Meeching's hands, and they cried out even more earnestly, their sounds akin to a child's lament, tugging at her heartstrings. Sebastian, they might be hungry, Meeching suggested gently. Sebastian hesitated, but upon seeing the pained expression on Meeching's face as she gazed at the little foxes in his grasp, he sighed and handed one over to her. The little fox, perhaps sensing its mother's scent or recognizing its safety, squirmed vigorously in Sebastian's hold, desperate to escape. Are they hungry? Xiar inquired, leaning closer as he lifted one of the cubs by the scruff of its neck. The little fox sniffed the air and quieted down, ceasing its struggles. Meching sat up carefully, taking the other little fox in her arms. She glanced at the three males in the room before turning her back. Her cheeks flushing. Adjusting her clothing, she exposed her elevated bosom, bringing the fox closer. It was her first time doing such a thing, and she felt a wave of shyness wash over her as the little fox instinctively latched onto her left breast. Once the little fox had latched on, it ceased its cries, using its tiny paws to cling to Meeching's rounded form while suckling earnestly. Observing this, Meeching thought to herself that they were indeed hungry. She gently stroked the little creature's body and turned to Xiar, saying, "Please bring the other one over as well." This movement. The three males in the room collectively held their breath. The sight of the two soft, pale mounds being suckled by a tiny fox was undeniably provocative. The sound of swallowed breath broke the silence, although it was unclear who among them was first to do so. Realizing her exposure, Meeching blushed deeply and hastily pulled the animal skin to cover herself. "I'll go fetch some water," Anthony said, his body feeling heated as he quickly exited the bedroom, seeking an escape. "I'll prepare breakfast," Xiar added, his face flushed, placing the little fox down on the bed before leaving the room as well. In an instant, the bedroom was left with just Meeching, Sebastian, and the two bewildered little foxes. As Meeching observed Xiar and Anthony's departing figures, her embarrassment lessened somewhat. She adjusted her clothing again, taking the other little fox and bringing it to her chest. The little fox, eyes still closed, instinctively latched onto her, suckling with vigor. The strange sensation in her chest caused Meeching to blush, and upon glancing up, she caught Sebastian looking at her with an intense gaze. "Sebastian, ew." Meeching turned her head away in shyness and indignation. Sebastian, captivated by Meeching's bashful demeanor, felt a stirring within him, his gaze growing even more fervent. His throat constricted as he spoke, his voice rough and laden with suppressed desire. "Meeching, you are truly beautiful." The scent of sweetness emanating from Meeching, who had just given birth, was intoxicating. The allure of her developed bosom, now accentuated by a rosy hue, was a constant temptation for him. Unable to resist any longer, Sebastian leaned down and kissed Meeching's cherry lips. Meeching's eyes widened in surprise, and before she could react, Sebastian's tongue sought entrance in her mouth, compelling her to dance with him. After a prolonged period without intimacy, what began as a gentle kiss ignited into a passionate conflagration. Awakening Sebastian's long-suppressed urges, his kiss deepened, and Meeching, caught in the whirlwind of emotions, found herself unsure of how to repel him. Just as Sebastian was about to escalate their embrace further, the two little foxes that had been suckling on Meeching suddenly began to wail in distress. Jolting her back to clarity, with a determined effort, Meeching pushed Sebastian away. He frowned, displeased, as he turned to the incessantly crying cubs. What troublesome little rascals, he thought, regretting allowing Meeching to give birth to two little foxes at that moment. "What's wrong?" Meeching asked, cradling the two little foxes in her hands. Their cries intensified at her inquiry, as if expressing their grievances. "What's the matter, my little ones? Are you not satisfied?" She cooed softly, gently stroking their heads while glancing down at her chest. In that moment, she forgot her embarrassment and focused entirely on the two little creatures before her. Her dismay, she realized there was no milk to offer them aside from their saliva. Meeching squeezed her breast in disbelief, but after a moment of nothing, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had no milk. "What's the matter, Meeching?" Sebastian asked, noticing her furrowed brow and sensing her frustration. "I don't know why, but there's no milk," she replied, her voice tinged with distress as she watched the little foxes gasp for breath between their cries. Sebastian felt a pang of sympathy for her. "No milk? How can that be?" He pondered, his gaze fixed on Meeching's elevated bosom in disbelief. Meeching shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Yet, she could feel the fullness in her chest, a clear sign that milk should be present. After some contemplation, she recalled that the food she had consumed while being held captive by Harry lacked nutrition, which could explain the current situation. It seemed essential for her to consume more nourishing food to replenish her strength. "What is troubling you?" As Xiar stepped outside, he was met with the plaintive cries of the little foxes emanating from the bedroom, causing a look of confusion to cross his face as he entered the dwelling. They were ravenously hungry, their urgent cries a testament to their desperate need for nourishment. "And no milk?" A flicker of concern crossed Xiar's features. This was indeed a troubling matter. Xiar, please visit the clan healer Berlun and inquire if he has any millet left. We need to prepare some millet porridge for the little foxes, he was instructed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiar hurriedly departed for Berlun's residence. When Anthony entered, Meeching had already donned her clothing and was gently soothing the two little foxes in her embrace. Sebastian sat on the edge of the bed, his expression dark as he regarded Meeching with evident displeasure. The meat is roasted and ready to eat, he announced. Having recently given birth, Meeching remained seated, knowing she needed to observe her postpartum confinement. Realizing her lack of milk, she turned to Sebastian and said, Sebastian, could you please prepare some meat soup for me? I require nourishment. Sebastian's demeanor softened slightly, finally eliciting some response from him. Meeching, do you not enjoy roasted meat? Anthony, believing Meeching to be disenchanted with his culinary efforts, lowered his head in disappointment. Meeching, noticing Anthony's crestfallen expression, quickly clarified, no, it's not that. I lack milk, so I need to drink some meat soup to stimulate lactation. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke, and Anthony's disappointment lifted, though he too quietly felt a warmth in his ears. I shall go prepare it. Without needing Sebastian's assistance, Anthony promptly left the bedroom for the kitchen. When Xiar returned, Anthony had just set the meat to simmer. Xiar, not pausing to rest, approached Meeching, clutching two creamy white fruits in his hands. Did Berlun not have any millet? Meeching inquired anxiously, seeing the fruits in Xiar's grasp heightened her worries. Without millet, what would become of the two little foxes? It is still early spring, and there is no millet to be found. Upon learning of your situation, Berlun graciously provided me with these two milk fruits, Xiar explained. Disappointed at the absence of millet, Xiar nonetheless reported that Berlun had given him the fruits, stating that they could serve as a temporary substitute for the cubs. Milk fruits? Meeching gazed skeptically at the two fruits in Xiar's hands. Could such young foxes consume fruit? They had only just been born, and their digestive systems were likely not yet equipped for such. Would it be safe? Meeching carefully took one of the fruits from Xiar's hand, examining it closely. This fruit, though resembling a soft fruit, was distinctly different. Unlike the soft, yielding texture of snake fruit, the exterior of this milk fruit was firm, akin to a modern coconut. Let us give it a try, Xiar remarked. Observing the two little foxes whose cries had diminished, he steeled himself, deciding to proceed. Very well, Meeching replied, unable to mask her heartache as she listened to the feeble cries of the little foxes. It seemed they had no choice but to try. Xiar used his sharp nails to pierce the skin of the milk fruit, and soon a fissure appeared. The sweet, fragrant aroma wafted from within, prompting Meeching to inhale deeply. The scent was reminiscent of milk. This fruit indeed bore the essence of milk. With wide eyes filled with delight, Meeching exclaimed, "It is drinkable! Quickly, Xiar, pour the juice into the stone pot and heat it before offering it to them." Seeing Meeching's joyful expression, Xiar nodded and exited the kitchen. Meeching held the two little foxes close to her, softly cooing, "Babies, just a moment longer, and you shall have milk to drink." Before long, Xiar returned with the heated fruit juice, carefully serving it in a stone bowl as Anthony entered, carrying the meat soup. "Meeching, the soup is ready. You should drink some," he urged, blowing gently on the surface to cool it down. Meeching shook her head, indicating he should set it aside. Her thoughts were solely consumed by the welfare of the two little foxes, neglecting her own hunger. After a few moments, Meeching finally fed the little foxes some juice with a spoon, her heart easing as they drank eagerly. Xiar and Sebastian felt a sense of relief wash over them, and once Meeching had sufficiently fed the little foxes, they indulged in a hearty bowl of meat soup. After their meal, the little foxes snuggled close, letting out soft whines before drifting off to sleep in their cozy fur bed. Meeching, having consumed another bowl of meat soup, lay back to rest, while Anthony set out for the forest to hunt after finishing his roasted meat. Xiar also ventured into the woods to gather more milk fruits for the little foxes. By the time Meeching awoke, it was already noon. Xiar returned with a half-filled basket of milk fruits. The little foxes, having roused from their slumber, clamored for milk. Having gained experience from the first feeding, Xiar now felt more adept. After ensuring the little foxes were fed, their cries persisted, leaving Xiar puzzled. They had already been fed. Why did they continue to cry? As a first-time father, Xiar felt somewhat at a loss in the face of the little fox's demands. Could it be they need to relieve themselves? Meeching observed as the two unsteady little foxes squirmed, clearly eager to escape the confines of their fur bed. Sensing their desire for freedom, Xiar gently placed them in the grass nest he had previously used for sleeping. The little foxes burrowed and found a comfortable spot, promptly taking care of their needs that, indeed they have, Xiar remarked with a light chuckle, catching a whiff of the unpleasant odor wafting through the air. Xiar, fetch a piece of fur to clean them up, Meeching suggested, feeling a pang of regret at the thought of using fur for such a purpose. After attending to the little foxes, Xiar returned them to the warmth of the fur bag beside Meeching, where they contentedly nestled and drifted back to sleep. I am off to hunt, Xiar softly announced to Meeching once the little foxes were peacefully slumbering. Meeching looked at him in confusion, questioning, hasn't T. Anthony already gone hunting? Do you need to go as well? Xiar shook his head gently, explaining, with 3 males in the household, Anthony's catch alone will not suffice. I thought it prudent to hunt again this afternoon, especially since you have just given birth and require ample nourishment to regain your strength. Meeching nodded in understanding, a tinge of guilt flickering in her eyes. Xiar, Sebastian, I am so sorry. She had once declared her intention not to seek companions. Yet circumstances had led her to break that promise. Nothing is more vital than your well-being, Sebastian reassured her, tenderly stroking her hair while wearing a gentle expression. Xiar, too, smiled softly at Meeching, affirming, regardless of the past, we will always choose this path. You are our priority. Everything else pales in comparison. The understanding and care shown by Xiar and Sebastian did not alleviate Meeching's worries. Instead, they deepened her feelings of guilt. Tears welled in her eyes as she realized how fortunate she was to have 2 men who genuinely loved her. I am mother now. I shouldn't be crying. I fear the little ones will mock me. Xiar teased, playfully ruffling Meeching's nose. With a mock frown, Meeching shot Xiar a reproachful glance before her watery eyes discreetly shifted to the 2 little foxes, now peacefully sleeping in their fur bag. And she sighed in relief. I shall go hunt now. You should rest. Once the cubs reach 3 days old, we can share the news with Sherry and the others in their world. It was customary for females to wait 3 days before announcing the birth of male offspring to friends and relatives. After ensuring the chickens and rabbits in the enclosure were well, Xiar left for the forest. Once he departed, a striking female appeared behind the enclosure. Sophia, with her crimson eyes, glared menacingly at the stone house where Meeching resided, her heart brimming with resentment. That fool Harry had been unable to eliminate a frail female. Now, not only had he perished, but Meeching had returned unscathed. Damn it, useless wretch. Sophia cursed Harry internally, her thoughts darkening further as she recalled overhearing some news from Berlin that morning. Meeching had given birth. Humph. Sophia withdrew a green scale from her hair, her expression twisting with malice. Sophia, what brings you here? A gentle female voice called, startling Sophia momentarily. Quickly regaining her composure, she donned a friendly F.A.A.D.E. Anna, Sophia replied, recognizing the pregnant Anna approaching, her demeanor softening slightly. What are you doing here? Anna asked cautiously, casting a wary glance toward the stone house. I happen to hear from Berlin that Meeching has given birth, and I thought I would come to see her. After all, it has been so long since there has been a birth in the tribe. The chief is very concerned, Sophia responded with a disarming smile. Upon hearing Sophia's words, Anna furrowed her brows, her expression darkening. Meeching has given birth. Damn it, Anna's hand instinctively rested on her belly, her thoughts growing heavy. Initially, she believed that as the first female to conceive in the tribe, she would finally bask in glory. However, it was only a few days later that the news of that wretched Meeching's pregnancy surfaced. Meeching, clever and beautiful, immediately overshadowed her once the news broke. Since learning of Meeching's condition, Anna had been unable to contain her fury to make matters worse. The fact that she was bearing a male offspring shifted the chief's and elders' attitudes towards her, further fueling her anger. Despite her rage, Anna dared not harm Meeching at such a critical juncture. Should the chief discover that she had injured a pregnant Meeching, he would undoubtedly show her no mercy. As the days of resentment dragged on, the news of Meeching's abduction brought Anna a sense of satisfaction. The greatest threat in the tribe had finally vanished, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She merely needed to wait until her own offspring was born, and the chief and elders would surely regard her with newfound respect. However, just as she settled in to await the arrival of her child, that insufferable Meeching returned unscathed, having given birth before her. No, she could no longer remain idle. The pent-up emotions within Anna erupted in that moment. Her face contorted with rage as her eyes fixed intently on the direction of the stone dwelling. Sophia, having achieved her aim, smirked with a hint of mockery. "It seems you harbor a strong dislike for Meeching." Her words, seemingly casual, carried an undertone of intent. Indeed, Meeching had snatched Xiar away upon her arrival in the tribe. And subsequently, Anna had endured great humiliation. Now, even the matter of childbirth was a contest between them. Was it possible that Meeching was born to be her adversary? Sophia's voice, soft yet filled with mystery, danced around Anna's ears, beguiling and tempting her. Anna's golden eyes flickered as she contemplated. After enduring numerous setbacks, she had grown wiser. She was not oblivious to Sophia's intentions. "Do not underestimate me, Sophia. Your hatred for Meeching is no less than mine." Anna narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the rigid expression on Sophia's face, amused at her apparent foolishness. Meeching had stolen Xiar. Hadn't Eli also been captivated by her, disregarding the tribe's most beautiful female? There were those who had suffered greater humiliation, desperately vying for Eli's attention without success. Now, even for Eli, she was entangled with Xiar. Xiar was the male Sophia had chosen as her partner during the coming-of-age ceremony, while Anna had opted for Barca and Yuri. The tiger tribe was small, and everyone was well aware of the happenings, largely due to the straightforward nature of the beastmen, who had no concept of privacy. That it was through this lack of discretion that Anna had come to know so much. Watching the facade of hypocrisy on Sophia's face finally crack, Anna felt a sense of relief. And no matter how beautiful a female she was, she would not spare her displeasure. That's not the case. "Perhaps you have misunderstood." Sophia struggled to regain her composure, unwilling to reveal too much of her emotions before Anna. She clenched her hands tightly, suppressing the impulse to lash out at Anna. Anna found Sophia's feeble attempts at justification amusing. The tribe's most beautiful female was not so formidable after all. Beneath her lovely exterior lay a heart that was cruel and ugly. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You alone know your true intentions. Previously, Anna had considered Sophia to be gentle and poised. Although she felt resentment towards Sophia for her beauty, she often emulated her demeanor in private. Now, reflecting on her past self, she found it laughable. Anna suspected that Meeching's recent abduction was somehow related to Sophia. After all, if Harry had not almost become Sophia's partner, the scheme to ensnare Meeching might not have been hatched. The only one who could manipulate Harry was none other than the infatuated Sophia. When Harry had plotted against Meeching, Anna had sensed Sophia's involvement, but the chief and other tribe folk had never suspected her due to Sophia's lack of direct engagement in the matter. Eventually, Harry had taken full responsibility, allowing Sophia to escape unscathed. "I presume you did not come here to congratulate Meeching on the safe birth of her child." Anna raised her thick eyebrows. "Speak. What is your plan?" Sophia had rushed here upon hearing the news of Meeching's recent delivery, and Anna was not inclined to believe that Sophia had come without ulterior motives. "Since we are on this topic, I shall not conceal it any longer." Sophia, having no means to deny her intentions, acquiesced. Fortunately, Anna shared her disdain for Meeching, wishing for her demise. Thus, enlisting Anna as a scapegoat would prove beneficial when the plan unraveled. Sophia revealed a scale she had kept hidden in her palm, causing a chill to run through Anna as she recognized the familiar green scale, one that Harry had once offered her, laced with poison. "Your expression suggests you are not unfamiliar with this scale." Sophia wore a wicked smile, then clenched her fist, reducing the green scale to powder. "Oh." Anna gaped in astonishment as the scale disintegrated before her eyes. "This is where our paths diverge. I possess innate strength, destined to be the most esteemed female in the tribe. Unlike males, females are delicate and unable to bear burdens. With Sophia's natural prowess, any offspring she bore would undoubtedly be the strongest and most formidable." Anna finally comprehended Sophia's pride. She had every right to As Anna watched Sophia mix the powdered toxin into the feed for the rabbits and chickens, she observed the animals consume it before departing. Once Sophia had left, Anna turned and exited Meeching's secluded dwelling. Inside Anna's modest wooden cabin, she and Sophia sat atop a wooden stump, conversing. Another male, Yuri, Anna's other partner, was present as well. He tended to the fire, preparing to roast meat for Anna. Ever since her pregnancy, Anna's appetite had surged, and she consumed nearly half a prey each day. With the weather growing increasingly warm, Yuri sweated profusely as he cooked. The beastmen were not particularly attentive to hygiene, and the lack of bathing resulted in a pungent odor. Wrinkling her nose at the unpleasant smell in the room, Sophia covered her nose with her hand. "Do you have any further matters to discuss?" Sophia's slender brows knitted slightly, her discomfort with the stench prompting her desire to leave. "Are you merely planning to poison the chickens and rabbits that Meeching tends?" Anna felt that such actions would not suffice for her vengeance. She desired more. She wanted Meeching to vanish entirely from the tribe. Sophia was correct. Meeching had been a thorn in her side since her arrival. Naturally, that is not the case. The poison will take 3 days to take effect. Sophia chuckled softly, unwilling to act so foolishly as to alert her prey. Upon realizing that Sophia indeed had a backup plan, Anna's eyes brightened. "What do you intend to do?" A few days ago, Xiar mentioned seeing a monstrous beast in the forest. Sophia's red eyes sparkled with excitement. "That a beast?" Anna's eyes widened in fear at the mention of the creature. Yuri, who had been roasting meat, leaned closer and exclaimed, "Xiar saw a beast in the tribe. How could it possibly appear here? We must inform the chief and prepare." The presence of such a creature nearby was not a trivial matter. The power of the beast was well known, as evidenced by the annihilation of the leopard tribe overnight. This was a serious issue that warranted immediate attention from the chief. Yuri thought quickly, forgetting about the roasting meat, and prepared to head outside. Sophia felt a surge of urgency. This was a prime opportunity, and they could not let the chief learn of it. She exchanged a knowing glance with Anna, who wisely nodded, stopping the departing Yuri. "Yuri, it wouldn't hurt to hear Sophia out before making any decisions." Anna spoke softly, aware that Sophia's grand scheme was at stake and wishing to prevent Yuri from disrupting it. After Anna's words, Sophia feared Yuri might not heed her, so she urged, "Yes, Yuri, please listen to me first." Anna, known for her fiery temperament, had never shown tenderness towards Yuri, yet the gentle tones of both females made him feel a fluttering sensation in his heart. Once Yuri settled down, Sophia continued, "You need not worry. Xiar mentioned that it was merely a straggling female beast, lingering in the forest due to her impending childbirth. She will leave after some time." The place where it concealed itself lay deep within the forest, devoid of any male predators, rendering it a safe haven. Upon hearing Sophia's words, Yuri finally felt at ease and resumed his task of roasting meat by the fire. Anna and Sophia exchanged a knowing glance, each comprehending the other's intentions. It seemed she intended to employ the monstrous beast to eliminate Meeching, a truly ruthless maneuver. Consequently, no one would suspect their involvement, and Anna sighed with relief at the thought. "Meeching, your days of respite are numbered." Time flowed like a river, and soon the 3-day period had elapsed that on this day, only Anthony ventured out to hunt, while Charles and Sebastian remained at home. During these 3 days, Meeching consumed copious amounts of meat broth and tender meat, yet still lacked milk. Thankfully, it was the season for milk fruits, and Charles and Anthony would return from their hunts with baskets full of them. The two little foxes transformed daily, evolving from being satiated by merely 2 milk fruits to now requiring 6 per meal, a remarkable appetite. However, this voracity bore its advantages. The once feeble-looking newborn foxes had gradually taken on the appearance of 2 small puppies. This morning, Charles ventured to the tribe to share the joyous news with friendly households. Meeching, too, rose from her bed. Although still confined to her postpartum recovery, she dressed herself neatly. She estimated that a number of females would soon arrive. Likely even the tribe's leader. Lying in bed without clothing, she pondered her appearance, wearing garments that had once fit comfortably but now felt particularly constricting. Meeching tugged at her collar, inhaling deeply before exhaling. She couldn't tell if the fabric had shrunk or if it was true, as the elders claimed, that a woman's body undergoes changes after childbirth. Today, the attire seemed excessively tight, making it hard for her to breathe. Meanwhile, The animal hide she clutched seemed to lament. "It is not we who have shrunk, dear sister, but rather your bosom has grown." Sebastian entered the room to find Meeching's delicate hand kneading her elevated chest. The young female's face flushed crimson. Igniting his imagination, he felt a rush of heat coursing through his body, parched and restless. Approaching Meeching, he spoke in a low, husky voice. "Little me, what troubles you?" As he spoke, he gently took her small hand and replaced it with his own, caressing her bosom lightly. "Does this feel pleasant?" he whispered near her ear, his warm breath sending a shiver down her spine, causing her ears to flush with color. Sebastian had never displayed such an enamored expression, and even his voice seemed to entice Meeching toward transgression. Today, he exuded an air of seductive allure. What was she to do? She found herself quite taken with him. Reason urged her to remain composed, yet Meeching gently pushed Sebastian away. "Sebastian, rise. The tribe leader and the others are likely to arrive soon. If the leader were to witness this scene, it would surely lead to an awkward situation." With a firm shove, she urged him again. Sebastian, stoked by her rejection, felt a growing restlessness within him, aware that soon the house would be filled with commotion. This dissatisfaction was merely a manifestation of unquenched desire. With a gentle but firm grip, he squeezed the softness in his hand. Meeching groaned in response. "Ouch!" Her exclamation elicited a sharp intake of breath from Sebastian, his body stiffening as he felt the stirrings below, that he realized he was courting trouble. Meeching, sensing Sebastian's unusual reaction, couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Serves you right." Frustrated, Sebastian raised his hand as if to tap her forehead, but instead it hovered high before gently descending. Meeching placed a hand on her chest, sighing, "Still no milk. It feels so full. It shouldn't be this way." Sebastian, unable to tear his gaze from her bosom, felt a surge of impatience. He listened to the footsteps outside, his expression darkening. "That I shall go upstairs." With that, he turned, leaving Meeching with a dashing silhouette. And no sooner had Sebastian ascended the stairs than a cacophony of footsteps approached the bedroom. Meeching leaned in to listen, recognizing several familiar female voices. Surely, it was Sherry and her companions. Indeed, as she contemplated this, Sherry flung open the grass curtain of the bedroom and stepped inside. The grass curtain had been arranged at Meeching's behest following her childbirth, allowing her to rest without fear of exposure. "Congratulations, Meeching. Charles mentioned you've given birth to 2 little fox cubs." Sherry entered with a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Upon seeing the 2 foxes nestled within the hide, her grin widened. "Ah, these are my 2 lovely nephews," she exclaimed, her delight evident as she waved toward the door. "Come, everyone, look at my 2 little nephews." Responded her call, 3 females entered. Meeching recognized them as Sophie, Carla, and Mokeshi, acquaintances of Sherry. Previously, Sherry had brought them to Meeching's home to select shoes, much to her family's benefit. "Welcome. I'm glad you're here." Meeching greeted, inclining her head slightly in politeness. "I apologize for not being able to rise. Please make yourselves comfortable." The other females, feeling somewhat reserved despite Meeching's cordiality, clustered near Sherry, stretching their necks to catch a glimpse of the 2 little foxes. However, the cubs were swaddled so securely that their features remained obscured. With the tribe having seen few births recently, the females who had yet to bear children were particularly curious about Meeching's little ones. "Do you see? Aren't they adorable?" Sherry poked at the 2 foxes, who were currently enjoying a deep slumber after a hearty meal. The little foxes, disturbed from their dreams, expressed their displeasure with soft whimpers. Not receiving the desired response, they wriggled their tiny limbs, clambering out of the hide to last. The 2 cubs emerged fully before the fascinated eyes of the females, who gasped in delight. "Wow, these little foxes are simply adorable." One exclaimed, breaking the ice and prompting the others to join in a lively discussion about the cubs. "Oh dear, I've disturbed the little ones." Sherry chuckled as she watched the tiny foxes crawl towards Meeching, who was their first choice for comfort. Sherry, longing for children herself, gazed enviously at Meeching's delightful offspring, wishing they were her own. "Isn't Charles a red fox? Why are these 2 little cubs black?" Sophie inquired, puzzled by the cub's ebony fur. Charles had explained that this was entirely normal. Newborn foxes often appeared this way, and their original colors would emerge in time. Meeching, caressing the soft fur of her cubs, wore a radiant smile. "Meeching, have you named the little ones yet?" Sherry asked, playfully lifting one of the cubs by the scruff of its neck and teasing it with her finger. Meeching shook her head. The cubs had only been born 3 days prior, and caring for their every need had left her and Charles utterly exhausted. Naming them was the least of her concerns. "Not yet. There's no rush." Sherry glanced towards the bedroom door. Charles should be returning soon. Indeed, Sherry's estimation was accurate. At that moment, Charles was leading the tribe leader and several elders into the living room. Meeching, the tribe leader, has arrived. As the leader and elders entered the living room, they refrained from approaching Meeching directly due to their male status. Charles carefully placed the 2 cubs in the hide and brought them out for the leader and elders to see. Upon observing the 2 cubs in Charles's hands, the tribe leader nodded in satisfaction. Though small, their cries were robust, indicating they were healthy little foxes. The leader felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, the tribe had welcomed new life, infusing fresh blood into their community. In a month's time, Anna's little one would also arrive, and the tribe would grow stronger. He could finally rest easy. These 2 cubs looked promising. Be sure to raise them well. An elder from the Tiger clan patted Charles on the shoulder, a look of contentment on his face. "Yes, second elder. Xiar, congratulations to you," alongside the clan leader Ethan. Eli also extended his heartfelt congratulations. "Thank you, Eli." Xiar nodded in appreciation, and Eli returned with a gentle smile. He glanced at the 2 little foxes cradled in Xiar's arms, uncertain whether their incessant cries were due to discomfort from their father's hold or simply their shyness. Observing the 2 raucous little foxes, Eli couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how restless these little creatures were. Their antics reminded him of Meeching, her fair complexion and kind disposition, treating all males with the same warmth. Unlike other spoiled females who were indifferent to their counterparts, that Meeching's tenderness towards males made Eli feel respected, rather than a male who merely submitted to females for the purpose of procreation. This was also why Eli found it hard to let go of Meeching. It was perhaps the first time he had yearned for something so deeply. "Xiar, how is me?" Meeching faring. Xiar could detect the profound emotion in Eli's eyes and sighed inwardly, realizing Eli still held on to feelings for Meeching. "She is well, though it is inconvenient for her to be out at the moment." "Good. The little ones are adorable. Congratulations to you," Xiar conversed with the clan leader. Cohen suddenly burst in from outside, his face pale and one of his grass sandals forgotten in his haste. "Not good, not good. Xiar, brother," Cohen exclaimed, throwing himself at Xiar's feet. "What is wrong, Cohen? What has happened?" Xiar asked urgently upon noticing Cohen's distress. "The chickens and rabbits in the shelter have died." Upon hearing this, the clan leader and several elders exchanged glances. The rabbits were eagerly awaited by the tribe, as they were anticipating the arrival of Meeching's batch of little bunnies, which were nearing their first month. How could such a calamity strike at this critical moment? "What happened? Explain clearly. How did the chickens and rabbits die?" "Meeching has always taken great care of them." Xiar returned to the bedroom, handing the 2 little foxes to Meeching before stepping out of the stone house. In the living room, the clan leader and several elders wore solemn expressions as they followed Xiar outside. Outside the stone house, Xiar bent down to inspect a rigor mortis gray rabbit in the shelter. This little gray rabbit was about to turn 1 month old, yet it lay there with foam at its mouth, its body stiff, clearly lifeless. "Cohen, what is going on?" "I don't know. Just a moment ago, as I was preparing to clean the shelter, the little rabbits and the mother rabbit started twitching, and now they are all dead." Cohen stared in disbelief at the now lifeless rabbits that had only moments before been twitching. "What is happening?" Ethan frowned, surveying the multitude of dead rabbits and chickens lying in the shelter. With only a few rabbits still miraculously alive, whether out of fear from witnessing the horrific deaths of their companions or an instinctual awareness of danger, the few surviving rabbits huddled together, burying their heads deep, with only their ears occasionally perking up to listen to the surrounding sounds. Indeed, just as families were about to come and collect the little bunnies, such a calamity has befallen us. Elder Quark lamented, shaking his head in sorrow. "Yes, it is truly unfortunate," Elder Salen echoed, his expression reflecting a sense of loss. They had hoped to expand the tribe through breeding, but now it seemed that was not to be. Meanwhile, the several young females inside the shelter had noticed the commotion outside. Sophie, hearing the sudden silence, stepped out to find everyone gathered around Meeching's shelter, their faces heavy with concern. Meeching, what has happened to your shelter? Why are the clan leader and the others gathered there? Meeching furrowed her brow at Sophie's inquiry, an unsettling feeling rising within her, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Oh no. Meeching, all your rabbits have died. Moxica rushed in from outside, her face etched with panic. What? Meeching straightened at Moxica's words, her two little foxes shifting uncomfortably in her arms due to her sudden movement. I must go see that as she spoke. Meeching prepared to put on her shoes. Sherry quickly reached out to stop her. Meeching, you just gave birth. You need a rest. Don't rush. I'll go check. Meeching pondered for a moment but decided she needed to see for herself. No, I must go. Only then will I feel at ease. Despite Sherry's protests, Meeching donned her shoes and stepped down, handing the two little foxes to Sherry for safekeeping. Meeching lifted the grass curtain and stepped outside. Outside the stone house, Xiar had examined all the chickens and rabbits, but regrettably he had yet to uncover the cause that moment, whether drawn by the news of the rabbit's demise or the festive atmosphere. A crowd of males and females had gathered outside. Among them, Anna and Sophia, eager to witness the unfolding drama, had also arrived. Xiar, what is happening? Meeching approached the shelter, her heart aching at the sight of the lifeless bunnies strewn about. Meeching, why are you out here? Xiar quickly emerged from the shelter upon seeing her, wiping his hands on his fur skirt before pulling her into an embrace. I heard about the rabbits' deaths and grew anxious. Have you discovered the cause? She was meticulous about the shelter's cleanliness. There was no way the rabbits should have fallen ill, let alone die en masse. Something was amiss, just as they were discussing the strange death of Meeching's rabbits and chickens. A male guard from the tribe suddenly rushed in from a distance. Clan leader, it's bad, it's bad. The male was in a state of panic, his face pale, and he even stumbled in his haste. Upon seeing him approach, shouting in alarm, Ethan could not help but furrow his brow. Today was supposed to be a day of great joy. Why were calamities piling up one after another? What is it now? Elder Quark, feeling agitated, fixed his gaze on the frantic male. The very presence of Quark exuded an imposing aura, forcing the surrounding males to bow their knees. Elder Quark, a giant beast, is charging towards us. The guard, overwhelmed by Quark's presence, fell to his knees, stammering out the news. The revelation sent shockwaves through the gathered tribe members, overshadowing the earlier tragedy as they whispered frantically about the impending giant beast. Akin to an explosion of chaos, the mention of a giant beast made Meeching shiver involuntarily. The previous attack she had endured in the giant beast forest lingered vividly in her mind. Although the giant beasts did not run fast, their thick hides provided formidable protection, impervious even to sharp claws. Their sheer destructive power was formidable. A single horn could topple a tree as thick as a human. Should they confront it head-on, they risked being gored fatally. Had it not been for Sebastian's timely arrival, not only would she have perished, but Xiar and Anthony would have as well. Merely recalling those harrowing moments filled Meeching with dread. Sensing her slight tremble, Xiar tightened his hold on her and gently kissed her hair. Do not worry. As long as I am here, it will not harm you in the slightest. Is this truly the case? Elder Salen's expression was one of disbelief. The destructive capabilities of a giant beast could obliterate an entire tribe. The leopard tribe had been annihilated by a giant beast attack. Was it now their tiger tribe's turn? A sense of unease gripped Salen, and he began to have second thoughts. Clan leader, perhaps we should kindle the fire of hope quickly. That may be our only chance to save the entire tribe. Elder Salen suggested, voicing the only safe course of action. There's no time to waste. Eli, quickly lead the males of the tribe to intercept the giant beast. We cannot allow the females of the tribe to be harmed. Ethan analyzed the situation carefully. There were hundreds of males remaining in the tribe. While the giant beast was but one out with 100 men, they might stand a fighting chance that he calculated that they should be able to prevail. Eli listened to his father, his expression serious as he nodded in agreement, turning to summon the males of the tribe. That moment, a few timid males whispered among themselves, "The giant beast is so powerful. Are we not courting death by going?" Indeed, it is truly terrifying to hear my father speak of a single colossal beast capable of annihilating an entire tribe. Who could argue otherwise? Wasn't the leopard clan also wiped out in such a manner? I certainly have no desire to court death. The voices of discussion grew increasingly louder, culminating in a cacophony as they shouted, "Chieftain, let us ignite the flame of hope, for we cannot contend with the beast." "Yes, Chieftain, it is not worth our lives to perish without even having formed alliances," timid and fearful voices echoed, and Ethan's expression darkened further. Who would have thought there were so many cowardly males within the tribe? What a disgrace it is for our kind. With a sigh, Ethan shook his head, while Eli's countenance grew even more grim, his chest heaving in a display of his fury. As a male, one ought to step forward to protect the tribe in times of peril. Yet these timid males were retreating out of fear. Eli strode forward, seizing the most vociferous male by the collar, his iron-like fist striking the male's abdomen. The male groaned in pain, curling up on the ground and wailing. "If you are so afraid of death, I shall end your life now." Eli had always believed that their tiger clan reigned as the kings of the forest, with its males being the most responsible and valiant. Yet now it appeared he was mistaken. Even the offspring of tigers could turn out to be feeble cats. "Eli, you cannot treat me this way. Even as the young chieftain, you cannot simply decide to kill me." The male, clutching his belly and crying out in agony, spoke nervously, fearing Eli might take his life at any moment. Eli, seeing the fear evident on the male's face, felt his anger surge even more. "Very well, I shall not kill you. Instead, I challenge you to a duel, with life or death at stake." The cowardly male's eyes widened, terror causing him to release a stream of yellow liquid beneath him. An unpleasant odor rapidly filled the air, prompting Meeching to wrinkle her nose in distaste. "I do not accept your challenge." Eli, witnessing the male's cowardice, felt a surge of indignation. "Acceptance is not your choice." With that, he bent down to lift the male once more, but at that moment, Ethan interjected, "Enough of this commotion. We must focus on the matter at hand." "But, Father, first we must address the issue of the beast before discussing anything else." Ethan reminded his son that their immediate priority was to drive away the colossal creature. Everything else was secondary. Since they could not defeat the beast, it would suffice to expel it from the tribe. "We need not slay the beast. We simply need to chase it away from our territory." Following this, Ethan and several elders devised a plan to expel the beast, as Eli led a few brave males to summon the rest of the tribe. A creature resembling a small mountain appeared not far from Meeching's home. Nestled in a secluded area, Meeching's abode was surrounded by mountains, with only one entrance, now obstructed by the beast, rendering escape impossible. The beast's blood-red eyes glared at the stone house, its nostrils flaring as it exhaled heavily. Everyone sensed its hostility towards the dwelling, instinctively drawing the females close and forming a protective circle. "Shirley and the children are inside," Meeching exclaimed. Alarmed by the beast's approach, "We must bring them out. The space within is too confined for adequate hiding. If the beast crashes into the house, the falling stones could pose a grave danger." Upon hearing Meeching's words, Xiar's expression shifted. He entrusted Meeching to Eli's care and rushed into the house to retrieve Shirley and the two little foxes. The commotion outside roused Sebastian, who was leisurely on the second floor. He peered out the window and, upon seeing the beast approaching, pondered why a creature of such magnitude had entered their tribe, particularly since it was not attacking the beastmen, merely fixating on the stone house. A metallic scent filled the air, prompting Sebastian to furrow his brow and begin searching around the stone structure. Outside, the chieftain and Eli had formed a protective perimeter around Meeching and the other females, standing vigilant against the approaching beast. Amidst the chaotic circle, an unknown hand, stained with blood, reached toward the little fox in Meeching's embrace. Both Xiar and Meeching were too preoccupied with the advancing beast to notice the black hand reaching for the two little foxes. Just as the beast prepared to assault the stone house, it suddenly hesitated, as if time had been paused. It stood there, its head bobbing, nostrils and throat emitting guttural sounds. The beast restlessly paced in place until a gentle breeze swept by. As if it had suddenly found its target, its large crimson eyes locked onto Meeching, who was surrounded. The moment the beast's gaze shifted, the males on the perimeter turned pale, "Protect the females," Eli shouted, his voice reverberating. As his words fell, the beast charged. The creature had few attacking techniques. It simply rammed its head forward, splitting the protective circle into two. Anna and Sophia found themselves within one circle, while Meeching and Shirley were trapped in another. The beast paused, confused by the two separate circles, but quickly discerned its target on the other side. Anna and Sophia exchanged knowing glances and smiled knowingly. Oh dear, why is the beast only attacking Meeching and her family? Indeed, what is happening here? They mused, their banter deepening the unease felt by Ethan and Elder Quark. Surely, such a fine female as Meeching should not be met with such misfortune, Sophia remarked, her tone laden with concern. Anna, are you sure you are not mistaken? Mistaken? I have long asserted that Meeching is cursed by the beast god, yet you all refuse to believe me. Now that the beast was solely targeting Meeching's group. Anna's expression turned smug as she prepared to revel in Meeching's plight. I dare say, even the two little foxes she bore are cursed. What had begun as a joyous day had now turned tragic. Not only had Meeching's rabbits and chickens perished, but the beast had also chosen to focus solely on her family. What did this signify? It indicated that my suspicions were correct. Meanwhile, Meeching, hearing Anna's twisted words, furrowed her brow in irritation. Not again. Anna, must you never find peace, even in your condition? Yet, Meeching too harbored doubts about why the beast was fixated solely on her. The beast seemed to disregard all others, including the males and females thrown out of the protective circle, charging recklessly towards her. Soon, only Meeching and Shirley remained within the circle, alongside the steadfast Xiar and Eli, observing the beast's relentless assault. Meeching clenched her teeth, steeling her resolve. Meeching unexpectedly pushed Shirley out of the protective circle, startling her into a gasp. A male rushed forward, enveloping Shirley in his embrace and retreating back to safety. Realizing Shirley was now secure, Meeching understood her suspicions had indeed been validated. The beast continued its unyielding attack on Meeching, and the males who had been protecting her began to feel conflicted after hearing Anna and Sophia's words, contemplating an escape. Just then, Anna and Sophia began to stoke the flames of discord. Anna, just as you said, it is Meeching's offspring that attracted the beast. What shall we do? Sophia feigned worry, her doe-like eyes brimming with tears. Evoking sympathy from the surrounding males, a robust male thumped his muscular chest, declaring, Sophia, you need not fear. I will protect you. Indeed, Sophia, I am a strong male. Rest assured. Yes, Sophia expressed her gratitude with nods to the males. She gently patted her high chest, as if comforting her frightened heart. Under the gaze of the males, Sophia's cheeks flushed with shyness. She quickly